Chapter 200. The reward. To be frank, Zhu Youzhuang's condition was not dire enough to warrant constant attention, and Li Qing was reluctant to remain cooped up in the palace all day. After prescribing a remedy and offering some comforting words along with precautions, Li Qing temporarily departed from the imperial residence. Exhausted from his journey from Malacca to the capital, Li Qing found himself without a place to stay upon leaving the palace. With no other options, he returned to Lianjiatun. The small courtyard appeared even more neglected than during his previous visit. However, it remained habitable. Determined to make it a long-term residence, the typically indolent Li Qing set about a thorough cleaning. He tidied the main hall and the side rooms, and tended to the overgrown weeds. After laboring for the better part of the day, he had only managed to clear a small section. Frustrated, he resolved to leave it as it was, indulging himself in a hearty meal on the streets of the capital. He also purchased a new lock and keys to replace the old, rust-ridden iron lock before retiring for the night. The next day, Li Qing was jolted awake by a loud banging on the door. "Who is it?" he called out. "It's I." The youthful voice was laced with irritation. "Why are you still asleep at such an hour?" Annoyed, Li Qing rose and opened the door to find Zhu Youzhuang. The sight of the overgrown weeds, which towered over him, astonished the young emperor. "Why hasn't this been cleared? There is hardly any space to walk." Li Qing paused, then chuckled. Wang Shoren quickly interjected. "Your Majesty, this courtyard was originally a temporary residence for Dr. Li when he treated the late emperor. Naturally, it has fallen into disrepair after being unoccupied for so long. If it is unsuitable, Your Majesty may arrange for other accommodations to facilitate Dr. Li's service to the retired emperor." "Whose side are you on?" Zhu Youzhuang shot Wang Shoren a glare, but he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Dr. Li was there to treat his father, and it seemed a bit unfair for him to endure such conditions. "Well, no need for him to stay here any longer. Come live in the Eastern Palace with me," Zhu Youzhuang declared grandly. Li Qing, taken aback, responded, "Your Majesty still resides in the Eastern Palace?" "Indeed, this emperor is merely a temporary role. Once the retired emperor recovers, I shall return to my position as the crown prince." Li Qing frowned. "Do you think this is a game? Trading places like father and son?" However, he realized that the ministers favored Hongji and would never allow Zhu Youzhuang to relinquish his position easily. After all, when Zhu Jinshan was once unpopular, there was fierce opposition to his becoming the retired emperor. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" Zhu Youzhuang felt he was being quite generous, and seeing Li Qing hesitate only annoyed him further. "It's settled then. We will first attend to my father's health in the palace, and afterward, you shall accompany me to the Eastern Palace. Rest assured, you shall want for nothing. Your needs will be fully met. I have no objection to living in the Eastern Palace." Li Qing nodded. "The retired emperor's treatment is scheduled for noon, and there is still time. Your Majesty may attend to your matters, and I will come when the time is right." Zhu Youzhuang frowned. "A thorough treatment is always beneficial. Do not dawdle. You are a doctor, and I am a doctor?" Zhu Youzhuang retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Yong, unable to hold back, shouted angrily, "How impudent! How audacious! You have no respect." He had suffered greatly at Li Qing's hands previously, and the memory of being struck by the doctor's true energy and acupuncture was still fresh in his mind. Li Qing, a mere eunuch, was too indifferent to engage in disputes. "Very well, Zhang Yong." Emperor Zhu Youzhuang raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Yong, probing. "Are you suggesting that Father Emperor's health does not require constant care?" "Indeed," Li Qing nodded. "Yet, the imperial physicians hold a different perspective. Whom do you trust? The physicians or me?" Li Qing felt a surge of irritation. It was akin to a patient doubting a doctor's diagnosis based on internet claims. How could one not feel vexed? Admittedly, the physicians of the imperial hospital were far superior to the misinformation found online. However, it was well known that once a physician entered the imperial hospital, their skills often diminished. This was due to their primary concern being self-preservation, seeking to avoid blame rather than genuinely healing. Zhu Youzhuang was equally indignant, finding Li Changqing's audacity intolerable, bordering on disrespect towards the emperor. He clenched his teeth. Enduring the situation, there was little choice. The personnel within the imperial hospital hardly seemed capable of restoring his father's health. Moreover, Li Changqing had a proven track record, as evidenced by the late emperor's acknowledgement. "Let us proceed to the East Palace." Li Qing silently lamented that he should have refrained from the earlier cleaning and nodded. "Very well, lead the way." In the East Palace, Zhu Youzhuang arranged a well-lit chamber for Li Qing and assigned the servants who previously attended to him to assist Li Qing in his daily needs. The young emperor had a fiery temper and spoke brusquely, yet he was not unkind to others. Li Qing found his demeanor somewhat satisfactory. After partaking in some food, he glanced at the time and remarked, "Your Majesty, please arrange for me a waist badge. It would facilitate my comings and goings within the palace." "No problem. I shall procure it for you shortly," Zhu Youzhuang readily agreed, adding earnestly, "I keep my word. If you manage to heal Father Emperor, I shall elevate you to the rank of a formidable general." Li Qing smiled wryly. "I shall do my utmost." Zhu Youzhuang wished to continue the conversation, but recognized that given his father's current state, it was an arduous task. He sighed, "You will strive diligently, and I will not let you down." "Indeed," Li Qing replied with a light laugh. "Your Majesty is now a sovereign. Your focus should be on state affairs. You need not worry about the Grand Emperor's health. I shall take care of it." Zhu Youzhuang replied somewhat sullenly, "You need not remind me. I know well how to govern as an emperor." Upon entering the Qinqing Palace, they found Zhu Youzhuang just finishing his medicine and engaged in conversation with Empress Zhang. Zhu Youzhuang hastened forward, inquiring, "Father Emperor, how do you feel now?" Zhu Youzhuang smacked his lips, a bit sweet. Somewhat improved." He then changed his tone. "Father Emperor is well. You should attend to your duties and not neglect state affairs." Hearing this, Zhu Youzhuang nodded glumly. "I shall proceed to the imperial study." "Yes, do hurry," Zhu Youzhuang replied with a nod. After Zhu Youzhuang departed, Li Qing stepped forward. "Grand Emperor, allow me to check your pulse once more." Empress Zhang instinctively stepped aside. Li Qing placed his hand on the wrist, feeling the pulse for a considerable time before stating, "Continue with the current prescription. We shall revise it in 7 days. That medicine of yours, I had the imperial physicians examine it. It cannot treat the Grand Emperor's ailment," Empress Zhang interjected. Li Qing was rendered speechless, almost retorting, "Then let the physicians handle it." Taking a deep breath, he candidly admitted, "That medicine indeed cannot cure the illness." Queen Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression shifted to one of indignation. "What did you say?" "The prescription prescribed by the imperial physician does not align with the ailments of the late emperor. This medicine is meant to eliminate the remnants of previous treatments. Only after the body has thoroughly metabolized the prior medications can we administer the appropriate remedy." Li Qing responded, "Does the queen understand now?" The queen's face flushed with a hint of anger as she retorted, "What is this attitude you are displaying?" She angrily flicked her robe and stated coolly, "The late emperor's illness must be cured." "Very well, Xiaozhong, you have been here for quite some time. Go rest for a while. I wish to converse with physician Li." Zhu Youzhuang, naturally good-natured and easygoing, made the suggestion. Queen Zhang cast a glance at Li Qing before slightly bowing. This humble servant takes her leave. After a brief silence, Zhu Youzhuang spoke first. "Was that toothbrush designed by you?" "To some extent," Li Qing nodded. Then added with a smile, "However, I merely offered an idea. Much credit is due to the late emperor's exquisite craftsmanship. He had seen the finished product in the Eastern Palace, which could almost be compared to those of future generations, and it could be widely utilized." "Oh, there is no need for modesty." Zhu Youzhuang chuckled. "It has been a while since we last met, and you appear to have changed little, save for having grown a bit darker, which adds to your maturity. Where have you been all these years?" "I have traveled overseas," Li Qing replied. "I am a restless soul." "Indeed, there are merits to be found abroad. The artillery brought back by General Li from overseas truly broadened my horizons. Although the Ming dynasty is vast, it cannot encompass everything," Zhu Youzhuang remarked leisurely. "Even further afield, there are crops like Yongla rice, Yongla beans, and Chuanda potatoes. It is these very crops that have fostered the development of commerce and industry in the Ming dynasty." Li Qing chuckled softly in agreement. "Our celestial empire is rich in land and resources. However, the foreign lands also hold their own advantages. It is indeed a great blessing for the late emperor to maintain a humble heart." "Haha, I am not as remarkable as the rumors suggest," Zhu Youzhuang laughed lightly. Then continued, "The crown prince is still young. I wish to observe him for a couple more years, and I will need your diligent efforts." Li Qing nodded. "I shall exert myself to the utmost. Do you have any intentions of entering the officialdom?" Zhu Youzhuang inquired, and without waiting for Li Qing's response, he added, "When you treated the former emperor, I had already contemplated bringing you into the court, but alas, you vanished without a word. Simply, let us not dwell on the past," Zhu Youzhuang said. "Although you have not read extensively, you have traversed great distances. The imperial examination is merely one standard for selecting talent, not the only one. In truth, excelling in prose does not necessarily imply proficiency in governance. After a pause, he continued, "You are a rare talent, not only in medicine. After so many years as emperor, I consider myself somewhat discerning. What say you? Are you willing?" Li Qing lowered his eyelids, caught in a dilemma. He no longer wished to pursue an official career. For the current atmosphere of the Ming dynasty differed greatly from that of Zhu Youzhuang's reign, where his value in the court would be limited. Yet, he felt uneasy about Zhu Youzhuang. Despite being guided by Wang Shouren and the presence of Hongji, his apprehensions lingered. After a long contemplation, Li Qing arrived at a compromise, stating, "I have grown accustomed to idleness, and my temperament is not suited for the official realm. While I am willing to contribute my modest efforts for the nation, I find it difficult to integrate into the established bureaucratic system." "Oh," Zhu Youzhuang chuckled in amusement. "So you desire a position that allows for relative freedom, yet still affords you a voice?" "Indeed," Li Qing replied with a sheepish smile, "I do not presume too much. There is no question of courage. Initially, when you were summoned to treat the late emperor, there was no time for rewards. Now, the opportunity has arisen, and I shall bestow upon you a significant title." Zhu Youzhuang pondered. "What about the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince?" Chapter 201. Reasonable and Just. Although Hongji was indeed benevolent, he was quite cautious regarding the promotion of his ministers. On one hand, he adhered to his father's teachings, and on the other, he consulted his records. Zhu Youzhuang governed with kindness but was judicious in matters of advancement. It is noteworthy that even Lu Jian, Xie Qian, and Li Dongyang were still at the beginning of their careers, and for Li Qing to ascend so high was unprecedented. Zhu Youzhuang's elevation of Li Qing to such a lofty position stemmed from his genuine regard for him. During the time Li Qing treated his father, they had frequent interactions, allowing Zhu Youzhuang to form a considerable understanding of Li Qing's capabilities, confirming his potential for great service. After all, even his father held Li Qing in high esteem, often mentioning him during their conversations. Moreover, there was a crucial factor: the willingness to break from convention, and yet, to do so while maintaining rationality. After all, Zhu Youzhuang was not one to adhere strictly to tradition. In Zhu Youzhuang's view, a person of ability and insight, who shared commonalities with his son and possessed complementary traits, was ideally suited to serve as a guardian of his legacy. Entrusting such a person to his son would ensure peace of mind for the future. Though Li Qing had a temper and occasionally displayed rudeness, Zhu Youzhuang regarded these as trivial matters. His formidable abilities and virtuous nature were of paramount importance. Additionally, he harbored a peculiar notion regarding the relationship between this esteemed physician and the Duke of Yongqing. "Are you willing?" Zhu Youzhuang inquired. "Indeed," Li Qing responded promptly. Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback. While he was not surprised by Li Qing's agreement, the decisiveness of it was unexpected. One would typically expect some form of modest refusal. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youzhuang chuckled. "Mr. Li, you truly are unorthodox." He altered his address, thus expressing his esteem for Li Qing. Only those ministers of great virtue and substantial influence were addressed with the title of Mr. Currently. The only individuals enjoying such an honor were the three esteemed members of the cabinet and a select few officials. Li Qing smiled and remarked, "The emperor's wishes cannot be defied. How could a mere commoner decline?" "Excellent, excellent." Zhu Youzhuang nodded in delight. "I shall inform the court shortly. By the way, I have yet to arrange accommodation for you," Zhu Youzhuang suddenly recalled. Li Qing replied, "Your Majesty has already made arrangements. I am currently residing in the Eastern Palace." "The Eastern Palace? Very well. It is convenient for teaching him there," Zhu Youzhuang said with a smile. "No need to call yourself a commoner. Refer to yourself as a minister." "Agreed," Li Qing acknowledged, then abruptly inquired, "Today, I heard the emperor mention that once your health improves, he wishes to resume the role of crown prince. Is that true?" "Certainly not," Zhu Youzhuang sighed. "The ministers are quite opposed to Youzhuang ascending prematurely. Otherwise, how could the succession proceed smoothly? To be candid, Youzhuang has not even held the grand coronation ceremony, as it is essential to placate the ministers." Pausing for a moment, he added, "It is impossible for him to return to the role of crown prince. My body truly cannot endure such responsibilities any longer. I shall simply persist until the day I depart this world, at which point everything will naturally fall into place." Li Qing fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Such an arrangement is indeed prudent. The Grand Emperor is currently unfit to undergo treatment. Allow me, a humble subject, to provide a massage to alleviate his discomfort. Oh. This afternoon, during the hour of shun, Zhu Youzhuang returned with a sullen expression, as if he had just engaged in a dispute. Upon entering Li Qing's chamber, he asked in a muffled voice, "How is my father?" He incessantly inquired, much to Li Qing's annoyance. Taking a sip of tea, Li Qing replied, "He is well enough. Your Majesty need not inquire so frequently. The Grand Emperor's health is not at such a dire state. Am I not allowed to ask?" Zhu Youzhuang seemed to have found an outlet for his frustration and was about to unleash a tirade. Li Qing interrupted him with a spell, saying, "By the way, Your Majesty, I must inform you that I have been appointed as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, a title bestowed by the Grand Emperor himself. Currently, there is no Crown Prince in the Ming dynasty. Thus the Grand Emperor has tasked me with being your mentor." "Just you?" "Indeed, just me." Li Qing chuckled. "Are you not dutiful? Inquiring about your father's health daily hardly qualifies as filial. Listening to your father is true piety. Come now, call me teacher and let us hear it." "I shall call you granduncle." Li Qing pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, yet considering the familial hierarchy had long been muddled, he acquiesced. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Zhu Youzhuang's dark expression, as if he were on the verge of violence. Li Qing furrowed his brow and spoke sternly. "What is this attitude?" "What attitude do you speak of?" Zhu Youzhuang rolled up his sleeves and approached defiantly. Zhu Youzhuang crouched on the ground, a look of existential doubt on his face. More than anger, he felt astonishment. "You dare to strike me?" Initially unaware of his identity, he now recognized that the other party not only knew his status, but had also ascended to the throne. How dare this scoundrel even consider violence? Li Qing brushed off his robes and replied nonchalantly, "As the Emperor's teacher, if the Emperor wishes to learn martial arts, it is my duty to impart knowledge. Is there a problem with that?" "There is no problem. Quite reasonable." Li Qing answered himself, immersed in his own reasoning. This demeanor was indeed infuriating, bordering on oppression. Zhu Youzhuang was left dumbfounded, and after a prolonged silence, he erupted, "Li Qing, you scoundrel." Li Qing remained calm and unperturbed. The insult was directed at Li Qing, not at him, Li Qing. Soon after, Zhang Yong arrived, having heard the commotion. Upon witnessing the emperor's fury, he instinctively sought to defend his honor, but then recalled that his skills paled in comparison to Li Qing's, and thus begrudgingly settled on the principle that a gentleman should engage in debate rather than resort to violence. "Li Qing, you are audacious." Li Qing retorted coldly. "I am the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, a first-rank official. You, a mere eunuch, dare to point fingers at me?" Zhang Yong was at a loss for words. Pondering, "Well, that is indeed a valid point." He looked at Zhu Youzhuang with confusion. "Your Majesty, you must give a definitive order. If you command it, I shall ensure he is silenced." Zhu Youzhuang, having calmed slightly, recalled Li Qing's assistance in treating his father's ailments and huffed, "Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next time?" Li Qing's curiosity was piqued. Zhu Youzhuang fell silent. Currently, only Li Qing had the capability and courage to treat his father. He could not simply dismiss him, nor could he afford to resort to violence, lest it impede his father's recovery. Am I truly powerless against him? Zhu Youzhuang was left in exasperation. Finally, with a bitter expression, he declared, "This shall not happen again." With that, he adjusted his robes and stormed out in a huff. As he departed, Zhang Yong felt compelled to leave as well. Though he had not witnessed the event firsthand, he could surmise that the emperor had likely been assaulted. If even the emperor could be struck, it was no different than beating a dog. "Your Majesty, wait for this servant," he muttered, contemplating the mischief of the young scion. A frown soon creased his brow. Given the current circumstances, venturing overseas was out of the question, yet relinquishing his aspirations was equally unsatisfactory. At present, Tang Bohu was in the prime of his life, brimming with vigor. However, if he were to languish for a year or two, indulging in idleness, all prior efforts would be in vain. It was essential to seize the moment while the star's radiance endured. Li Qing pondered. It would be prudent to send a letter, requesting the Li family to find some assistance for Tang Bohu, so he may share the burden and not feel isolated. Yes, he thought. Sending it alongside the Li family merchant vessels would suffice. Even if they encountered pirates, it would merely entail a monetary loss. Robberies were commonplace. Yet even the once audacious foreigners dared not commit acts of annihilation against the grand merchant ships of the Ming. The most ruthless of pirates typically targeted only smaller trading vessels. Though pirates were ferocious, they were not foolish. In this era, genuine merchants were scarce. Those who successfully expanded their enterprises often had connections within the court. They understood that attacking large merchant ships could provoke a naval onslaught from the Ming court. Pirates merely sought to earn a living. Li Qing swiftly penned the letter, hastily making his way to the streets where he found a privately run post office. Paying a premium for urgent delivery to the Yongqing Marquis residence in Jinling. Having completed these tasks, he proceeded to the I Ching Tower. This period had indeed been busy. Indulging in soothing melodies to alleviate his spirits was quite necessary. After such exertion, one ought to enjoy some leisure. Li Qing's exceptional appointment as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince had sparked considerable commotion. It was astonishing for someone who had not even participated in the imperial examinations to be bestowed such a high office. Even the three esteemed ministers of the cabinet held lesser titles, and one could hardly fathom the qualifications of a mere physician. Yet, none publicly opposed this appointment. This was due to the involvement of the esteemed Li physician with Emperor Hongji. The ministers held profound admiration for Hongji, hoping for his longevity. The Imperial Medical Institute was clearly of no help, and whether Hongji could reclaim the throne depended on this physician. Hence, despite their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the situation. Mr. Li, you best succeed in healing the retired emperor, or else. It was curious, he mused, that this individual also bore the surname Li and was named Qing. Was it mere coincidence? It seemed so. This surname and given name were not rare. Similarities were not unusual. After all, even the eternal could not last forever. The ministers rationalized this to themselves. In the Qianqing Palace, Li Qing mingled with various dignitaries, exchanging pleasantries before commencing his treatment for Hongji. Observing an improvement in the emperor's condition, the dignitaries' perceptions of Li Qing began to shift. Oh, let him be the Grand Tutor. As long as he can heal the retired emperor, all is worth it. Envy stirred within them. They had toiled for a decade through rigorous study and arduous efforts to reach their current standing, while this fellow had effortlessly ascended to a first-rank position. Truly, the disparity between men could be infuriating. Though the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince is merely nominal and devoid of actual authority, the influential figures are aware that this esteemed physician Li is destined for significant responsibilities in the future. Otherwise, the arrangement by Hongji would not have been made. The esteemed lords bowed respectfully, proclaiming, the retired emperor must take good care of his health and return to the throne soon. The Ming dynasty and its subjects cannot do without you. Do not worry, I shall, replied Zhu Youzhuang with a smile. The Crown Prince has just ascended the throne and requires your guidance and support. You may return to your duties. At the mention of the new sovereign, a cloud of concern shadowed the faces of the assembly, and they sighed quietly, expressing, we take our leave, your majesty. Ha ha, what is amusing you, sir? I find it amusing to ponder the expressions they would wear upon discovering the truth, he replied. Zhu Youzhuang could not help but chuckle, then cleared his throat and said with gravity, this must remain confidential. Not even Hou Zhao should be informed. Otherwise, chaos will ensue, and it will be quite the uproar. It is no wonder the esteemed lords are perplexed. Who could have anticipated that Hongji would so nonchalantly abdicate? Chapter 202. Li Qing begins his lessons. As Li Qing administered a massage to Hongji, he inquired, I have heard rumors regarding the princes causing disturbances recently. Is there any truth to this? During his journey to the capital, he had caught wind of it from Wang Shoren, but the matter was still unresolved, and he was eager to learn Hongji's intended course of action. Disturbance may not be the precise term. The situation is rather intricate. Zhu Youzhuang succinctly elucidated the events. Li Qing pondered, the Crown Prince's intentions are commendable, albeit his efforts may have been somewhat excessive. Nonetheless, there is potential for improvement. Zhonglu Yongyi is utterly inadvisable. At least at this juncture, Zhu Youzhuang asserted with seriousness. My days are numbered. Should I journey westward in the future, the court will inevitably face turmoil. If we further antagonize the princes, it may become exceedingly challenging for Hou Zhao to manage. After a pause, he continued, months have passed, and the prince's patience has been nearly exhausted. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I am considering utilizing this opportunity to formalize the prince's tax obligations. Given my current state of illness, I can rely on their support, and I surmise they will not resist as vehemently. Zhu Youzhuang let out a bitter chuckle, self-deprecatingly stating, as a sovereign, I have always been the affable type, but as emperor, this truly constitutes a dereliction of duty. Even for the sake of my son, I must embrace the role of the villain. That need not be the case. Overall, the reign of Hongji has been quite commendable. Your actions align perfectly with the late emperor's expectations. Li Qing gently reassured him. It is not entirely fair to attribute the lack of progress to you. The late emperor's extensive undertakings have left little room for your initiatives. Is that truly so? Zhu Youzhuang asked. Do you believe the late emperor would have been satisfied with my governance? What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? Li Qing replied with a light smile, nodding. The populace is content, the nation's strength is on the rise, and the court is stable. You have performed admirably. When I accompanied the late emperor to the south, he often spoke of his hopes for you, which were largely fulfilled, and you have executed them commendably. Is that so? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed with a smile. While he was unaware of the historical Zhu Youzhuang, the present incarnation was undeniably a capable ruler, adept at preserving stability. Though imperfections existed, there were also commendable attributes. The civil officials may have been somewhat indulgent, yet they achieved tangible results during the rapid development of the Ming dynasty. The fear lay in internal strife and inaction among the ministers, an issue that the Hongzhi era successfully circumvented. However, this also resulted in the further strengthening of the civil official faction. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained generally satisfied. The civil officials had not yet spiraled out of control, and the Ming dynasty had made significant progress. Zhu Youzhuang had indeed been excessively benevolent. Yet it was precisely this compassion that allowed the Ming to embark upon a path of industrial and commercial development. Had it been Zhu Di or Zhu Zhanji, no matter how eloquently Li Qing articulated his points, they would have remained unyielding. After all, imperial authority supersedes all. However, under Hongzhi, this principle was executed flawlessly. At times, Li Qing would comfort himself with the thought that perhaps this so-called grand trend was inadvertently conducive to his own strategies. The disposition of a sovereign often dictates the nation's trajectory, and at times, character outweighs capability. Yet, Li Qing found it difficult to envision how to leverage Zhu Hozhao's personality. Through Wang Shoren's accounts, as well as this occasion of Zhonglu Yongyi, Li Qing recognized Zhu Hozhao's capabilities to a certain extent. Nevertheless, his temperament was utterly incompatible with the current political landscape. If only Zhu Hozhao could be exchanged with Zhu Biao, it would be most advantageous, not because Zhu Hozhao was inherently more capable than Zhu Biao, but rather that his abilities, character, and the political soil were far more suitable to inherit the legacy of the late Zhu. Alas, there are no ifs. Why have you ceased speaking, sir? Do you believe the princes would not readily consent to pay taxes? Oh, not at all. Li Qing suppressed his thoughts and replied. I was contemplating that since we intend to employ the tactic of labeling to achieve political gains, why not utilize it more comprehensively? What do you mean? During a casual conversation with the late emperor, he had also mentioned a concept similar to Zhonglu Yongyi. In truth, it was Li Qing's fabrication, not something Zhu Jianda had explicitly stated. Reflecting on the past, after the prince had been diminished by Zhu Di, he had indeed proposed a similar notion to Zhu Di. But Zhu Di deemed it too harsh, fearing he would have no way to justify it in the afterlife, thus he declined. By the time of the Xuande era, Zhu Di had already abdicated. Upon his second return to court, with the Yang trio in power and the civil officials gaining prominence, he lacked the energy to be concerned about the princes, focusing instead on restoring the political landscape. Just as things began to improve, Zhu Qizhen launched a personal military campaign. The ascent of Zhu Qiyu precluded him from becoming an iron-fisted emperor. His character simply did not lend itself to such a role. By the time of Zhu Jianda, the situation had become quite dire, granting the princes a moment to breathe. Zhu Jianda managed to restore the political equilibrium considerably, while the Hongzhi reign exhibited some leniency. The circumstances still surpassed those of the Zhu Qizhen and Zhu Qiyu brothers. Li Qing felt that reforms targeting the princes could no longer be postponed. He bore no animosity towards them, nor did he intend to make the descendants of the late Zhu endure hardship. Yet, these individuals proliferated alarmingly. And even with a system of diminishing inheritance, Zhonglu remained a significant expenditure for the court. It is crucial to note that the princely titles are not subject to diminishing inheritance. This implies that with each generation of princely titles, there would emerge a host of dukes and lower-ranked royal family members. Despite the system of diminishing inheritance, the overall numbers continued to grow wildly. Of course, if there were no diminishing system, the situation would be even more alarming. As it stands, some royal family members have been relegated to commoner status. Yet the reductions pale in comparison to the increases, and Zhonglu expenditures continue to rise, albeit at a less alarming rate than the previous regime, yet still astonishing. It is time to apply the brakes once more, Li Qing stated solemnly. Your Majesty, the speed at which the royal family is expanding is astonishing. From 1 to 2. 2 to 3, and 3 to countless. Though the principle of diminishing inheritance applies, the titles of nobility remain unaffected. If we do not reform, one day the court will be unable to sustain this immense financial burden. Do you mean the titles of nobility also follow a diminishing inheritance? Without waiting for Li Qing to respond, Zhu Youzhuang resolutely shook his head. This is absolutely out of the question. Such a course of action would be 100 times more ruthless than the existing system of royal inheritance, culminating in the eventual reduction of all descendants of the feudal lords to commoners. In scenarios where longevity and rapid reproduction prevail, feudal lords may even witness their lineage transform into ordinary citizens. Such a fate would surely incite rebellion, even if they know it would lead to their demise. Zhu Youzhuang exhaled deeply and lamented, I too am a father. Though I have only one son, Zhu Youzhuang, I empathize. If I had other sons, I would not wish to see my grandchildren reduced to impoverished commoners. Li Qing fell silent, left without words. Such is human nature. Those who enjoy privileges are often the most eager to pass them down to their descendants. Even if implemented during the reign of Hongji, it would merely become an empty promise thereafter. Upon reflection, Zhu Youzhuang's vision appears more feasible. I do not wish to achieve everything in one stride. Since you disagree, let us aim for the vision of the late emperor and begin our planning, Li Qing proposed. While the immediate implementation of perpetual royal stipends is unwise, we can gradually lower their expectations, leading them to accept the concept of perpetual stipends. Zhu Youzhuang pondered for a moment and inquired, what clever strategy do you have in mind? Li Qing chuckled softly, it's quite simple. Delay the payment of royal stipends. Zhu Youzhuang frowned. Not to withhold the stipends entirely, but to distribute a portion while retaining the rest, Li Qing clarified with a smile. The court has its own difficulties, does it not? Zhu Youzhuang continued to frown. Li Qing added, a slow, painful cut is uncomfortable, yet it will not provoke immediate outrage, nor will it instill the courage for desperate rebellion. If we continue to make these small reductions, by the end, they will lack the strength to revolt and will ultimately accept the notion of perpetual stipends. Taking a breath, Li Qing spoke earnestly. This process will be lengthy, requiring the effort of 1 or even 2 generations. However, the result will be a substantial saving for the court's finances, benefiting future generations, wouldn't you agree? Zhu Youzhuang remained silent for a considerable time before slowly nodding. Alas, let it be so. Although he still harbored concerns about the potential calamities this could create, he understood the necessity of curbing the burden of royal stipends on the court's finances. He paused and added, you should explain the pros and cons of this matter to Youzhuang. This idea originated from him, and your support will endear you to him. His words conveyed a profound sense of entrustment. Li Qing felt little attachment to Hongji, yet in that moment, he could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. Very well. As the massage concluded, Li Qing advised, if you crave something, you may indulge in low-sugar fruits like oranges and apples. You need not attend to state affairs now. Feeling unmotivated is of little consequence. However, if you continue to indulge, I would be unable to assist you. Yes, understood. Zhu Youzhuang nodded. Do take care to rest well. In a few days, we will officially commence the treatment phase. Li Qing rose. I shall take my leave now. Please, do not rush, good sir. Zhu Youzhuang inquired. How much time do I have at the very least? Speak candidly. I can accept it. Having a mental preparation would assist me in planning my remaining years. Li Qing paused in contemplation before responding, at the very least. You will certainly be able to enjoy mooncakes by the Mid-Autumn Festival next year. This is the most conservative estimate. Optimistically, there are approximately 3 years left in the Hongji era. This was far better than Zhu Youzhuang had anticipated. He gently nodded, sighing. I initially thought I would be grateful to make it past the new year. Li Qing smiled. Maintain a calm mindset and be more optimistic. It will not be limited to just 1 year. In the Eastern Palace, Li Qing savored his tea while awaiting Zhu Youzhuang's return. On the table were delicacies from the imperial kitchen, seasonal fruits, and various confections, an exquisite indulgence. Today, Zhu Youzhuang returned much earlier than usual. His expression darkened as if someone owed him money. Upon seeing Li Qing's relaxed demeanor, Zhu Youzhuang became even more infuriated, exclaiming, Li Qing, what on earth are you doing in the capital? Shouldn't you be perusing medical texts instead of idling about? His Majesty has conferred upon you the title of Grand Tutor. How can you lack gratitude? Have you truly come to see yourself as a lord? Is this the result of indulgence? Zhu Youzhuang's face was filled with indignation, his complaints pouring forth, while Li Qing appeared unfazed, even crossing his legs in leisure, sipping his tea as though he were an audience to a jester's performance. "You are being overly presumptuous," he remarked. "Do not let your temper flare. Come, take a seat," Li Qing said with a smile. "Do you wish to transform your fortune into something everlasting?" "What do you mean?" Zhu Youzhuang asked suspiciously. "Sit," Li Qing gestured to the chair beside him. "You better not be speaking recklessly, otherwise." Zhu Youzhuang approached the chair and sat down, muttering, "Speak then. Is this your attitude when seeking assistance? Who is in need of your favors, Li? You are mocking me, aren't you?" Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, his frustration reaching new heights. "See, you are getting anxious again." Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head, appearing both exasperated and disappointed. "If you continue in this manner, your ministers will manipulate you as easily as a child." Li Qing's intention was to provoke him, but more importantly, he sought to make a lasting impression, one that would be etched in Zhu Youzhuang's memory. "Consider the present moment. While you seem assertive, in reality, you are merely loud. Does such bluster truly resolve issues? What can you do to me?" Li Qing continued. "By exposing your weaknesses, you make it all too easy for me to control you. The rational approach would be to listen to what I have to say, identify my flaws, and strike decisively. If you cannot accomplish that, at the very least, you would appear magnanimous as an emperor, leaving me uncertain of your true intentions." Thus instilling a modicum of apprehension, Li Qing began his lesson. Losing one's temper is a sign of ineptitude. More often than not, it fails to resolve problems. You have been emperor for some time now, and yet you seem to erupt in anger daily. What has been the outcome? I ponder the question. And the answer is clear. Aside from accumulating frustration, you have achieved no political success. Do you truly believe that your ministers fear an emperor who is quick to anger? You must learn to conceal your thoughts and emotions, rendering yourself inscrutable to others. It is essential to understand that the unknown is inherently terrifying. Zhu Youzhuang was utterly infuriated. And what exacerbated his fury was the realization that Li Qing's reasoning was profoundly accurate, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of defeat. Unable to find any flaws in the argument, the young man lamented the fact that he was not merely outmatched by Li Qing, but utterly bested in debate as well. "How could it be that I am not a match for this insufferable fool?" The youth found it difficult to accept. Chapter 203. The young Zhu Youzhuang in control. Li Qing sought to provoke Zhu Youzhuang's ire, while simultaneously ensuring he could not express it, intensifying his frustration to an unforgettable degree. There was no denying that Zhu Youzhuang possessed certain qualities, albeit in limited measure. Li Qing aimed to thoroughly convince Zhu Youzhuang, ensuring his full acceptance of the truth. Only then would Zhu Youzhuang heed his words, rather than merely hearing them without internalizing their significance. Zhu Youzhuang trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. "Let us discuss the matter of Zhonglu Yongyi. Are you angry now?" "Not at all." Zhu Youzhuang's teeth clattered. "So, you believe I am correct, do you not?" "Indeed." The young man's expression twisted, caught between extreme anger and a sense of humiliation. Li Qing chuckled lightly. "In truth, there is no need for you to be angry. Rather, you should find joy in this. First, you have recognized your own shortcomings. Second, you have received the correct answer. As Confucius said, to know what you know and to know what you do not know is true knowledge. Understanding your ignorance is a gain. Why should it be a source of shame?" Li Qing laughed. "Why be angry then?" Zhu Youzhuang took a deep breath and fell silent. He seemed somewhat less enraged, though there remained a knot in his heart. Gradually, he composed himself. "You are right. I have been stubborn and somewhat petty, unwilling to concede defeat." Zhu Youzhuang acknowledged his flaws, promising to be more mindful of them in the future. Observing this, Li Qing felt a flicker of relief, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. By stirring Zhu Youzhuang's negative emotions, Li Qing sought to gain emotional recognition, aiming to secure Zhu Youzhuang's genuine acceptance while simultaneously harvesting positive emotional value. In doing so, he aimed to leave a lasting impression without creating any rift between them. If a young man develops a dislike for someone, that person could possess the talents of Su Qin and still be deemed irrelevant. Li Qing was not so trivial as to provoke Zhu Youzhuang for mere amusement. The concept of Zhonglu Yongyi was exceptionally astute. The fact that you could conceive such an idea indicates that you possess a grand perspective and strategic insight, Li Qing affirmed Zhu Youzhuang's notion. However, possessing strategic vision alone is insufficient. One must realize political aspirations and achieve strategic objectives to be deemed successful. Would you not agree? Zhu Youzhuang nodded. Appearing significantly more composed and emotionally stable, Li Qing smiled gently. "Let us consider an example. Suppose your aim is to traverse from one village to another. Yet a mountain lies in your path. What should you do? Climb over it. Indeed, you display courage and perseverance. Li Qing praised him, then inquired, but what if there is no path over the mountain and it is fraught with thorns? What then? I would cut through the thorns. Zhu Youzhuang declared resolutely. Well said. You exhibit courage and determination. Li Qing gave a thumbs up, pausing for emphasis before adding, however, it may lack discernment. Zhu Youzhuang had just been filled with anger, but now he was no longer irate. With a furrowed brow, he pondered, are we to shrink back in fear? The mountain may be an obstacle, but it is not the final outcome, is it? Li Qing smiled and inquired, what is the goal? Suddenly, Zhu Youzhuang experienced a moment of enlightenment and slowly replied, to circumvent it. Indeed, that is the approach of a wise individual. Li Qing nodded with a smile, gently adding, a sovereign must possess a sense of pragmatism. And you excel in this regard. However, pragmatism does not equate to impatience for immediate results. Consider this. Are you truly the only one who wishes to travel from one village to another? Li Qing questioned, why are there no paths over the mountain? Is it because no one has scaled the great heights? Zhu Youzhuang responded, why do others refrain from doing so? Because the cost is too great. Precisely. Li Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued to guide. Thus, what must one do? Navigate around it. Exactly right, Li Qing affirmed. Take Prince Zhonglu, for instance. The issue is not perceived solely by you. Your father, as well as emperors of bygone eras, are also aware. They do not wish to leave problems unresolved. Instead, they have higher priority issues to address. After all, even Zhang Wen could discern the threat posed by the princes, could he not? I apologize, little junior brother. You must serve as a cautionary example, Li Qing silently reflected. After the founding emperor ascended to the throne, he curtailed the power of the princes. However, during the reigns of Run and Xian, there were more pressing matters to resolve, as they needed to manage the aftermath of the great achievements of the Yongle emperor. Li Qing explained, by the time of the Zhongde era, the young emperor was beset by doubts about the country, and the powerful ministers held sway, leaving him little energy to address this matter. Subsequently, during the reign of Emperor Jingtai, the political landscape was fraught with challenges that inhibited any significant actions. He paused before continuing his analysis. In the Chenghua period, the focus was more on rectifying the issues left by the Zhongde and Jingtai reigns. You will soon understand. Li Qing remarked, your father, as a ruler, is benevolent and lenient towards his subjects, yet he has left behind certain shortcomings. Fortunately, Emperor Xianzong's abdication was handled admirably, and the shortcomings are not severe. However, the political landscape now places Prince Zhonglu as the most pressing issue. Zhu Youzhuang gradually nodded, acknowledging Li Qing's perspective. Still, he was somewhat curious. How do you know all this in such detail? Li Qing replied with a smile. The significant events of each dynasty cannot be concealed from the public. It is not difficult to discern the essence through these events. The challenge lies in the lack of contemplation among many, or perhaps their reluctance to expend energy on such matters, as scholars tend to prioritize fame and success. After taking a sip of tea to alleviate his dry throat, Li Qing continued, as a leisurely individual, I enjoy pondering the grand trends of history. It is merely a personal hobby. Well, having said so much, we ought to discuss the resolution regarding Zhonglu Yongyi, shall we? Zhu Youzhuang was now entirely calm and eager to hear Li Qing's insights. Li Qing smiled slightly. In fact, Your Majesty, you have already articulated the solution, circumvent it. To clarify, we must continuously lower their psychological expectations, thereby compelling them to agree to Zhonglu Yongyi. Li Qing elaborated. For instance, Zhu Youzhuang prompted. For example, delay the allocation of Zhonglu. Distributing part of the owed amount while withholding the rest, Li Qing stated earnestly. If the princes are dissatisfied with their allocations, an abundant allocation will yield no Yongyi. Zhu Youzhuang silently repeated, praising, brilliant, truly brilliant. Li Qing added, this is a gradual process. One must not withhold too much at once. It should be approached incrementally. Like a dull knife slicing flesh. Though they may harbor grievances, they will not become overly agitated. After a brief pause, he spoke solemnly. You must remember, any actions taken against vested interests must be approached with utmost caution. One must never act hastily. Zhu Youzhuang nodded, then suddenly chuckled in realization. So it turns out we are still resorting to compromise. Not at all, Li Qing replied earnestly. Compromise is merely a means, not a method. The reason it is suitable to present now is primarily that it allows us to attribute the cause of the Grand Emperor's illness to the princes, without which, relying solely on compromise would be utterly futile. Noticing Zhu Youzhuang's despondency, Li Qing reassured him, "This matter cannot be blamed on you. Your father's health has always been poor, and had it not been this incident, other factors would have triggered it." "I understand," Zhu Youzhuang replied, feeling the weight of his own impulsiveness. After a long silence, he slowly rose and said, "I wish to be alone for a while. You may leave." After taking a few steps, he paused and turned back, saying, "My father's health depends entirely on you, so please pay close attention. Rest assured, I have already formulated the first stage of treatment, which will commence in a few days," Li Qing assured him. "Indeed," Zhu Youzhuang nodded, but then hesitated. Pulling a jade token from his pocket, he stepped forward, offering it. "This is for you. You may come and go freely within the palace." After a moment, he added, "You may visit any part of the Eastern Palace, including my chamber, and you are also welcome in the imperial study. However, it is not advisable to go there at the moment." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "To ascend too rapidly is likely to draw attention. It is better to remain discreet. If you seek knowledge, feel free to ask. I have always been generous and forgiving, harboring no grudges and sharing openly." Zhu Youzhuang shot him a glare and retorted, "Just drink your tea." With that, he left with a stern expression. Li Qing toyed with the jade token, smiling softly. "I have managed to establish a preliminary rapport with the young prince. It turned out to be easier than I anticipated." He decided not to press further, allowing Zhu Youzhuang time to digest the situation before continuing his efforts in treating Zhu Youzhuang. In the capital during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the midday warmth was pleasant, but the mornings and evenings had begun to carry a hint of chill, signaling the onset of autumn. The grass and trees remained lush and green, and the autumn chrysanthemums bloomed, filling the air with their fragrance. Yet, perhaps due to their state of mind, the various princes felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. At present, the residence of the 10 princes was bustling with all the princes of the realm gathered there. Who could have imagined that they would arrive in good spirits only to find themselves unable to return? The court had not punished them, yet it had not declared the matter resolved either, leaving them in a state of limbo, neither punished nor released. This indecision was the most excruciating of torments, and the princes were visibly thinner. However, Prince Ming, Zhu Youzhuang, was an exception. He seemed accustomed to the situation, eating and drinking as usual, untroubled by the circumstances. And rather than losing weight, he appeared to be gaining, gradually regaining his former vitality. The chief instigator lived in such carefree ease, which only served to infuriate the other princes, especially the recently arrived princes, who were completely unaware of the events that had transpired. They had rushed to the capital upon receiving the emperor's edict, only to learn of Hongji's illness and their undeniable responsibility in the matter. Yet they had just arrived. To their utter despair and fury, it seemed the court had no intention of letting them off the hook. They were treated well, with ample food and hospitality. Yet no charges were brought against them, and they were not allowed to leave. "By all means, bind him and bring him before the emperor and the retired emperor for judgment." One of the princes, known for his fiery temper, was ready to strike at any moment. Realizing he had incurred the wrath of the assembly, Zhu Youzhuang's instincts kicked in, and he turned to flee, exclaiming, "This prince has his own grievances." "Grievances, you say? We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm one another?" His loud protests quickly attracted numerous servants. The princes, left with no choice, reluctantly withdrew. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, a time traditionally reserved for family reunions over mooncakes, wine, and the company of favored consorts, the atmosphere was anything but joyous. "This cannot continue. I cannot endure this any longer. One must have an explanation for such actions," warned the Prince of Jing, whose impatience prompted the other princes to restrain him. Fearing the situation would escalate, one suggested that the Prince of Xing, having the closest relationship with the retired emperor, should be sent to gauge the situation. The princes sought out Zhu Youzhuang, who still found time to study, appealing to his sense of reason and emotion. Zhu Youzhuang did not decline their request, and promptly returned with a singular message. "The retired emperor has decreed that for the Mid-Autumn Festival, all princes must attend the banquet." "A banquet still, is it?" The princes exchanged skeptical glances. Chapter 204. The taxation of the princes on the Mid-Autumn Festival. As dawn approached, Zhu Youzhuang donned his dragon robe. His demeanor markedly improved compared to earlier days. "Sir, do I appear overly radiant?" he inquired, gazing into the mirror, a mix of relaxation and concern washing over him. He feared the ministers might urge him to reclaim the throne, and he worried that such a demeanor might diminish the fear the princes held. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Shall I make your countenance less appealing? With that, he produced a freshly cleaned silver needle from his box and approached with purpose. Zhu Youzhuang. How does it feel? Not too pleasant, Zhu Youzhuang admitted, feeling a slight discomfort, though not significantly troubled. Li Qing reassured him, let it be. Fear not. It poses no harm to your health. You shall return to normalcy within an hour and will experience no further discomfort. Very well, Zhu Youzhuang replied with a wry smile. Will you not join the banquet, sir? Not I, Li Qing said, yearning for the feast but wary of drawing the attention of the Prince of Ning. I prefer solitude. I shall retreat to the Eastern Palace instead. He had subtly altered his appearance, darkening his complexion to appear more mature. Yet he deemed it prudent to avoid unnecessary complications for the sake of a meal. Zhu Youzhuang did not press further, asking, do you require funds? The Eastern Palace is well supplied. And what of beyond the Eastern Palace? Zhu Youzhuang laughed, observing that his companion was not one to remain idle. When one ventures out, funds will surely be required. Li Qing clasped his hands together. I am most grateful. Then, why refuse a gift? He had no aversion to wealth. In the square of the Hall of Heavenly Purity, the princes assembled. Regardless of their inner thoughts, none dared to forego the banquet, all eager to discern the retired emperor's condition and the arrangements being made for them. After a brief wait, the two emperors made their entrance. The princes rose to pay their respects, their concern deepening upon seeing Hongji requiring assistance to walk, heightening their apprehension. We pay our respects to the retired emperor. Long live the emperor. Zhu Youzhuang took a deep breath and said calmly, be at ease. Princes, please take your seats. Thank you, your majesty. The princes, Xia and others, sat watching the father and son with eager eyes, not to hasten their meal, for no one cared for food and drink. Zhu Youzhuang served a dish to Emperor Hongji and casually remarked, do not be constrained, let us dine. Ah, your majesty. The princes moved their chopsticks in a symbolic gesture. Yet none savored the flavors. Zhu Youzhuang observed their expressions with a cold smile in his heart. Clearing his throat, he addressed Zhang Yong. Yes. Zhang Yong bowed and stepped to the center of the banquet, proclaiming, the princes are to heed the decree. The princes rose from their seats, experiencing a mix of tension and relief. Finally, they would no longer endure this torment. By the will of heaven and the emperor, he declared, I have felt the weight of state affairs deeply since my ascension. After a moment of silence, he continued, the princes, blessed by the grace of the nation. Do you concur? The princes, already aware of the situation, sighed internally and replied respectfully, your majesty is wise. Do the subjects bear the responsibility of taxation? Indeed. Zhang Yong cleared his throat, continuing with authority, if so, I grant permission. Truth be told, he found the emperor somewhat shameless. Having received professional training, Zhang Yong maintained a serious demeanor, stating, so be it. He then quickly resumed his servile demeanor, smiling obsequiously, the princes may rise and return to your seats to dine. The princes felt a sense of gloom, having been under soft house arrest for so long, and indirectly contributing to the great change of the Ming dynasty. They dared not express their discontent. Given the circumstances, they had to accept the national policy of princely taxation. Considering that many royal family members would pay taxes, none could escape, which offered them some solace, especially the southern princes. Thus, princely taxation was established. While it could not entirely prevent the consolidation of land by princes, it would, to some extent, curb the speed of such acquisitions. Zhu Youzhuang felt a sense of accomplishment for achieving a beneficial policy for the state and its people. His heart filled with joy, naturally bringing a smile to his face and lightening his tone. He raised his cup, saying, to my esteemed uncles and princes, your understanding of the court brings me great comfort. This cup of wine, I toast to you. Your majesty is too kind. It is our duty, the princes replied, forcing smiles while feeling disheartened. At the Wang residence, Li Qing knocked on the door. When a servant opened it, he inquired, I seek Wang Ban. Is he at home? The gentleman has just returned from the office. Please come in. I shall not enter. Have him come to see me, Li Qing replied. A hint of trepidation at the thought of encountering Wang Hua, fearing a conversation might drift to poetry again. Li Qing possessed little literary talent, and in this contemporary setting, he could not simply copy verses like in ancient times. Please wait. Shortly after, Wang Shuren approached, warmly greeting, come, enter my home. Let us go outside. Li Qing suggested, are you free? I am indeed, Wang Shuren smiled. The emperor hardly attends lessons anymore, thus I have some leisure time. Very well, let us walk. Li Qing, with a substantial stack of banknotes bestowed by the emperor, held his head high, in the private room of a tavern. Once the dishes were served and the attendants departed, the two began to eat and converse. "Sir, you are not leaving again this time, are you?" "I would like to leave, but circumstances do not permit." Li Qing sighed and shook his head, initially planning to promote Han culture and open new trade routes. But now he had to temporarily set aside part of his ambitions. Wang Shoren chuckled and remarked, "Being in the court is quite admirable. The new sovereign has just ascended to the throne and is in dire need of assistance. Now that you have assumed the role of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, it is indeed an opportune moment for you to impart wisdom and guidance." After a brief pause, he continued, "Currently, the Emperor devotes most of his energy to state affairs and seldom attends lectures, rendering my position as a companion to the Crown Prince rather superfluous. More importantly, you have returned, so you wish to venture to the provinces?" "Perhaps," Wang Shoren replied. "I wish to gain experience at the border garrisons." Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, "If you desire to go, then go ahead. I will keep watch here, pursue what you wish to achieve." Wang Shoren was taken aback. "So readily? It sounds as if I am being unreasonable. Am I truly that kind of person?" Li Qing was speechless. "Indeed you are," he thought to himself, but merely responded with a smile. "In that case, shall I inform the emperor?" "Yes, you have worked hard over the years." Li Qing raised his cup and jested, "Go fulfill your dream of becoming a sage." "Ha, splendid." Wang Shoren laughed joyfully, relieved to finally set his burdens down. As the sun reached its zenith, the two exited the tavern. Observing Wang Shoren's spirited demeanor, Li Qing chuckled softly and sighed, "You are free now, while I remain ensnared here, alas." Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Li Qing found Zhu Youzhuang engaged in a game of kuju with Lu Jin, Zhang Yong, and several other attendants, which only dampened his already poor mood. "Your Majesty, are you not attending to state matters? Today is a festival. It is quite reasonable for me to grant myself a day off," Zhu Youzhuang replied, his feet never ceasing their playful motions as he struck the ball into the goal. Only then did he pause and turn to Li Qing, gesturing, "Offer your critique." Li Qing, lacking the inclination, responded, "State affairs cannot be delayed. Your Majesty, at your age, I have successfully implemented the tax policy for the princes." Zhu Youzhuang interjected, "Is it wrong for me to reward myself for such a beneficial national policy?" Li Qing retorted, "Indeed, you remain quite playful. Shall we join in?" "Forget it, I lack the spirit for it," he sighed. "A half-day off will suffice, and I shall return to the imperial study shortly. The banquet has scarcely concluded, and I have yet to recover from my inebriation. How can I manage official documents?" Zhu Youzhuang offered as an excuse, then invited him once more. Come on. Enjoy yourself," Li Qing muttered, "but do not indulge in self-rewarding too much." "Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits," Zhu Youzhuang nodded. "So, you truly will not join?" "I will take a moment to rest," Li Qing replied, choosing to ignore him as he made his way to his residence. Zhang Yong grumbled, "Your Majesty, this individual is far too presumptuous." Lu Jin shared the sentiment, but, being at odds with Zhang Yong, refrained from agreeing. Zhu Youzhuang laughed. "Those with abilities often possess a certain temper. As the son of heaven, I must be magnanimous." "Your Majesty's broad-mindedness is commendable. We are deeply impressed," Lu Jin quickly flattered, eliciting hearty laughter from Zhu Youzhuang. Seeing this, Zhang Yong ceased his disparagement of Li Qing, lest he inadvertently assist Lu Jin. As the hour of Shun approached, Li Qing, roused from his afternoon slumber, opened his eyes to find Zhu Youzhuang before him, nearly landing a slap on him in surprise. "Have you had your fill of play? Your words are quite unpleasant. I call this a balance of work and leisure." Zhu Youzhuang retorted, displeased. Li Qing scoffed, "Your so-called leisure is more exhausting than work. Play is merely play. Do not conflate it with the balance of labor and leisure." Sitting up and putting on his shoes, Li Qing inquired, "By the way, you haven't mentioned the matter of Zhu Wangzonglu, have you? Do you truly perceive me as such a simpleton?" Zhu Youzhuang shot him a glare and replied, "How should I put this? In the end, I could simply withhold funds. Revealing it would only invite trouble upon myself." "Well, that's reassuring," Li Qing nodded, then asked, "As we are already in the latter half of the year, has the era name been decided?" The Ming dynasty had evolved remarkably over time, yet some things remained unchanged, such as the emperor's era name. Li Qing wished to attempt a change. Although it seemed trivial, he sought a fortuitous omen. The reason was simple. He felt averse to the era name Jingda and fancied that a change might yield different results. "What era name are you suggesting?" Zhu Youzhuang asked. Bewildered, as he still had to reclaim the throne from his father. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Are you truly willing to subject your father to further toil? Zhu Youzhuang paused, falling silent. The thrill of merriment had dissipated entirely. After a considerable moment, Zhu Youzhuang spoke. All the ministers believe my father will return to the throne, as do I, hence no one has attended to the matter of the era name. After all, I haven't even held the grand coronation ceremony yet. If they were to decide on an era name. A sudden surge of defiance welled up within Zhu Youzhuang, and he scoffed. It's merely a matter of determining an era name. If I were to fear even this, I would struggle to achieve greatness. To be frank, Zhu Youzhuang's fearless disposition had its merits. How about I assist you in drafting one? Li Qing offered. As the grand tutor to the crown prince, it was entirely reasonable for Li Qing to propose such assistance. You? What? Very well, do share your thoughts. Zhu Youzhuang replied with a huff. I permit you to propose one, but I make no guarantees of its adoption. Truly, one could not help but feel exasperated by Zhu Youzhuang's arrogance. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing pondered and suggested, what do you think of Jiada? He considered the names Jiajing and Zhengda, and thought it prudent to consolidate them into a single suggestion to save effort. Zhu Youzhuang mulled it over and remarked, it's conventional, yet it could serve as a backup. Shall I draft a few more for you to choose from? Li Qing proposed. No, you have but one chance. Zhu Youzhuang retorted with an air of superiority, exuding an attitude far too grand. Li Qing felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand him. Suppressing his frustration, Li Qing stated earnestly, your father will not return to the throne. You must prepare yourself mentally and maintain a proper attitude. In truth, the moment you ascend as emperor, there will be no turning back. Zhu Youzhuang fell silent, looking dejected. I understand, but I must keep this from the ministers for now. If they were to learn of it, there would surely be an uproar. Li Qing felt somewhat relieved. He had not anticipated that the playful Zhu Youzhuang would respond so candidly. Zhu Youzhuang seemed to sense his thoughts and murmured, my father's health is failing. As his son, how can I allow him to bear further burdens? Rest assured, I am not one to shy away from hardship. Your Majesty is indeed kind and filial. Li Qing complimented. Having received such rare praise, Zhu Youzhuang felt gratified, his spirits lifted. Do you have any counsel regarding state affairs? That will depend on my familiarity with the current political landscape, Li Qing responded, shaking his head. After a moment's contemplation, he added, however, you should exercise caution regarding the vassal princes. Caution about what? Zhu Youzhuang questioned skeptically. Surely you do not believe they would dare to rebel? This is not the case. My concern lies in the possibility that as they pay taxes and their income diminishes, they may further consolidate land to compensate for their losses. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow. This is something I had overlooked. It seems we must take precautions beforehand. Zhu Youzhuang stated, I shall instruct the Imperial Guard to covertly monitor the situation shortly. Well, it suffices that you are aware of this, Li Qing replied, then added, I believe Jiada would be quite suitable. Let us adopt it as the era name in the future. I do not require your opinion, Zhu Youzhuang retorted, lifting his chin with a hint of stubbornness. Is your Majesty contemplating martial arts training again? No, I am not. Yes, you are. Li Qing, do you dare? Zhu Youzhuang's anger flared, but as Li Qing twisted his left hand with his right, the knuckles cracking audibly, his fury turned to alarm, and he hurriedly fled. Though defiantly declaring, wait until I finish my business. I shall teach you a lesson then. Li Qing lowered his hands, a slight furrow in his brow. His expression tinged with concern. It was not truly about the era name. That was merely a superficial matter. What troubled him was that although Zhu Youzhuang was not as pitiful as in history, his playful nature was indeed concerning, and he was anything but reassuring. Alas, must I never be allowed to live comfortably? Li Qing lamented. As autumn deepened, the temperature plummeted sharply. It was merely the frost's descent. Yet frost began to settle in the mornings. Zhu Youzhuang, portly as he was particularly susceptible to the cold and had donned his cotton-padded garments early, wrapped snugly in a thick quilt. However, after a period of treatment, his health had improved considerably. He had even sought from Li Qing a prescription for vitality. Just as he began to feel better, he was already thinking of indulging in pleasures. To this, Li Qing naturally rejected without hesitation. After I have painstakingly prolonged your life, you are contemplating pursuing a wife. This is truly excessive and utterly unacceptable. Your Majesty, are you aware of the root of your ailment? I know it well. I am merely a bit overweight, Zhu Youzhuang replied, his patience waning, his expression sour after failing to obtain the prescription. You consider yourself merely a bit overweight. Li Qing retorted with a roll of his eyes. The root cause lies in the myriad of diseases stemming from obesity. However, those are not the gravest concerns. The primary issue resides within the kidneys. Kidneys? Zhu Youzhuang paused momentarily, then erupted in anger. You speak nonsense. I have never been infatuated with women. As an emperor and a man, he could not accept the notion that his kidneys were failing. He could tolerate flaws in various aspects of his health, but not in that regard. Do not be so agitated. You would do well to clarify your statements. How can my kidneys be failing? Zhu Youzhuang panted heavily, glaring at Li Qing. Li Qing, with a resigned demeanor, explained, the health of your kidneys is indeed related to indulgence in women, albeit not deterministically. The reason your kidneys are failing is due to excessive sugar intake. I had warned you that too much sugar could affect that aspect, but you dismissed my concerns. Now you see, cough cough, this is the reason. Li Qing spoke earnestly. He harbored serious doubts that Hongji's limited indulgences were solely due to deep affection. Perhaps there were factors of insufficient vitality at play. Nevertheless, regardless of the specifics, it is ultimately beneficial for an emperor not to be overly captivated by women. Zhu Youzhuang, feeling both ashamed and annoyed, retorted, then you should prioritize helping me bolster my kidney health. I am doing so, Li Qing replied with a wry smile. Yet the little progress made cannot withstand your extravagance. Just one prescription, Zhu Youzhuang pouted. It has been ages since I compensated for Xiaozhang. I had been bedridden for days, and now that I am better, I do not wish to burden my wife any longer. Very well then. Li Qing, feeling helpless, administered a dose of medicine. The following day, although Zhu Youzhuang appeared slightly unwell, his spirits were remarkably high. In contrast, Empress Zhang not only exuded a cheerful demeanor, but also looked radiant. Li Qing couldn't help but feel exhausted by the situation. During acupuncture, he intentionally applied more pressure, hoping to alleviate his pent-up frustrations. As winter officially arrived, the temperature plummeted. Although snow had yet to fall, many citizens had already donned their cotton garments. Li Qing was engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. In this regard, he was truly helpless. Thankfully, with the flourishing of commerce and industry, the cost of various goods had diminished with increasing scale, and citizens' incomes had risen, allowing them to afford warm clothing. Nonetheless, every winter, there were always elderly individuals whose frail bodies could not endure the harshness of the season. Li Qing lamented his inability to combat the cruelty of nature. Ah, if only the Ming dynasty were akin to Jiaoji or Malacca, how splendid that would be, he mused. After wandering the streets, Li Qing returned to the Eastern Palace, only to be confronted with an astonishing sight. Zhu Youzhuang and Li Hong were seated across from each other, engaged in a fervent discussion. Zhu Youzhuang's face was flushed, brimming with enthusiasm. Hong has come to the capital. Li Qing hastily approached, inquiring, Your Majesty, who is this? He is the Duke of Yongqing, also the Grand Admiral of the Navy, Zhu Youzhuang introduced. And this is Dr. Li, the chief physician to the retired emperor. Li Hong, filled with excitement, restrained himself from revealing too much, bowing respectfully. I have the honor to meet you, Mr. Li. The Duke of Yongqing is too courteous. Li Qing replied with a smile, then turned to Zhu Youzhuang and asked, Your Majesty, did you summon General Li? Indeed, winter has set in, and the new year is not far off. Since my father does not intend to return to the throne, a change of era is inevitable thereafter, Zhu Youzhuang sighed. I require General Li to help me maintain order. For some reason, hearing the mention of General Li unsettled Li Qing. Li Hong, now aware of the situation, chuckled. It is only reasonable for a son to inherit his father's legacy. I imagine the change of era will not be too challenging. You are unaware, alas. Let the old general remain in the capital for now, Zhu Youzhuang affectionately remarked. The old general's prowess is undiminished. He must continue to serve for a few more years, for I am in dire need of capable individuals. Listening to this, Li Hong nearly choked on his tea. It was simply too dry. Li Qing felt a surge of anger. General Li is of advanced age. Your Majesty, will you not cultivate new talent? This audacity was intolerable. Zhu Youzhuang, visibly displeased, retorted, You are spoiled, Li Qing. General Li has achieved great military feats. Do you think I would engage in the practice of appointing new ministers with each new reign? I trust General Li implicitly, considering him a confidant. And we share a bond of mutual trust. After another lengthy discourse, Zhu Youzhuang finally concluded, I share my innermost thoughts with the old general. You need not linger here. Attend to your own matters. Clenching his fist, Li Qing felt a wave of frustration. However, he had no choice but to refrain from further discussion with his godson. Turning to leave, he inadvertently knocked over Zhu Youzhuang's chair, causing him to tumble unceremoniously. Li Qing adhered to the principle of repaying grievances on the spot. Enraged, Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, "You scoundrel, was that intentional?" "Forgive me, it was truly unintentional," Li Qing replied, waving his hand. "I must attend to the retired emperor in the Qianqing palace. Do you have any further matters, your majesty?" "Begone." Zhu Youzhuang was exceedingly furious. This fellow would use this as a shield, yet he found himself utterly powerless. After all, it concerned the health of his father, the emperor. How could there be even the slightest mistake? This scoundrel was becoming increasingly outrageous. Zhu Youzhuang cursed under his breath, but paying him no mind, they continued their bickering. Li Hong, though displeased, found himself at a loss for words and had lost all interest in further discourse. As they exited the palace and had walked a short distance, Li Qing encountered his long-awaited godson. "Godfather," Li Hong whispered, "there are too many people here, and the hour is still early. Let us go to Lianjiatun to converse." Li Qing replied quietly, leading the way toward Lianjiatun. Li Hong followed at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the small courtyard, Li Qing retrieved his keys and opened the door, stepping inside first. After a moment, Li Hong followed suit and closed the door behind him. "Godfather, you are now the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince?" Li Hong inquired. "Indeed," Li Qing sighed heavily. "I find myself ensnared once more. By the way, how fares the situation at home? And what of Tang Bohu? Has he departed overseas?" Li Hong scratched his head and replied, "I seldom inquire about business matters, but with Xiao Hao and Wanqing overseeing things, it seems there should be no issues. As for Tang Bohu, I received a letter from him. He has just set sail with our merchant ship. That is good to hear." Li Qing felt a slight sense of relief, but an unexpected pang of guilt washed over him. With Wang Shoren preceding him and Tang Bohu following, both were his friends. Yet he felt he had not been sufficiently considerate. Li Qing sighed again and asked, "Has that young lady not run away from home again?" "No. She has also become involved in the family business, though not in the traditional sense," Li Hong explained. "According to Wanqing, it seems to be a new type of industry." "A new type of industry?" Li Qing inquired, intrigued. "I did not delve into details, but Wanqing mentioned it has a long investment cycle, slow returns, and modest profits." Li Hong scratched his head. "It appears to be more of a losing venture. Let her explore it. Having something to occupy herself with is ultimately beneficial." Li Qing concurred, noting that he did not favor sons over daughters. In terms of business acumen, Li Hao outperformed Li Shui'er by a considerable margin, despite the latter's superior intellect. "By the way, what did you discuss with Zhu Youzhuang in the East Palace?" "Still regarding the matter of the flintlock," Li Hong replied. "The emperor is quite interested in this, even expressing a desire to personally lead an expedition." "What?" Li Qing exclaimed in shock. "Godfather, do not be alarmed. It was merely a passing thought," Li Hong reassured him. "The emperor is aware of his grave responsibilities and knows he cannot leave. He merely indulged in a fleeting whim." "What do you mean by a fleeting whim?" "This is no trivial matter." A cloud of dread enveloped Li Qing's heart. He was genuinely fearful. Should history repeat itself with Zhu Qizhen, it seemed that the current Ming Navy was indeed invincible. Naval warfare differs greatly from land battles. As long as one remains clear-headed, the chances of defeat are nearly non-existent. Yet, as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of a rope for 10 years. Li Qing wished never to witness the spectacle of a royal expedition again. "Let us refrain from discussing this further," Li Qing advised. "Very well," Li Hong agreed, then continued. "Godfather, I shall inform the emperor that I will be residing here from now on. This will facilitate our conversations." "That is agreeable." Li Qing nodded and inquired about any physical discomfort. "None at all," Li Hong replied with a smile. "Except for the initial phase. My decades on the battlefield have been primarily on water. For a commander, naval combat is the most effortless. It relies mostly on long-range attacks. And close combat is nearly non-existent. Moreover, sailing is far less strenuous than traversing land, so I have no lingering ailments." "That is reassuring," Li Qing repeated several times, allowing himself to relax. However, he still felt a tinge of unease and proceeded to check Li Hong's pulse. The result confirmed Li Hong's words. He was indeed in good health, and his physique was considerably more robust than his peers. "You must pay more attention to your well-being," Li Qing advised. "Yes, I will keep that in mind," Li Hong replied. In the Eastern Palace, Zhu Youzhuang asked, "Old Wang, have you truly made up your mind?" He was astonished. Now that I am the emperor, do you not wish to bask in the glory? I have made my decision. May I have your permission, your majesty? Wang Shoren replied with a smile. In truth, it is also a chance to benefit from your greatness. Zhu Youzhuang pondered. I recognize your capabilities. And while I intended to utilize your talents, it would not be ill-fated for you to gain some experience. Has your majesty agreed? Wang Shoren was taken aback. Zhu Youzhuang nodded. You shall go to Shaanxi. The former emperor once stated that Mongolia beyond the pass would eventually unify. You will assist me in assessing the situation ahead of time, while I resolve matters within the court. He clapped Wang Shoren on the shoulder and added, at that time, accompanying me on the campaign will indeed be a source of your glory. Your majesty, think this through. Wang Shoren felt a shiver run through him and quickly interjected. Is it appropriate for the Son of Heaven to lead the charge? Enough. It is merely a matter concerning the Zheng Tong dynasty. Must you endlessly prattle? Zhu Youzhuang sighed in frustration. Do you think I am ignorant of warfare? Wang Shoren acknowledged Zhu Youzhuang's intelligence and bravery, as well as his considerable military expertise. However, he still regarded him as merely a 15-year-old youth, unprepared to command vast armies. Enough of this chatter. Will you go or not? Zhu Youzhuang pressed. I will go. Wang Shoren replied, feeling reassured by Li Qing's presence. Your Majesty, shall I proceed in my capacity as the head of the Ministry of Works? Yes. Keep an eye on Yang Yiqing, who is fortifying the border defenses. Ensure it does not become a shoddy project. Zhu Youzhuang instructed seriously. Watch closely, and if anyone embezzles, make a note of it and report back to me. Wang Shoren nodded. Is there anything else? That's all for now. Are you leaving so soon? Zhu Youzhuang was surprised. If I can leave, I must do so promptly. Who knows if the gentleman might change his mind? Wang Shoren chuckled, nodding in agreement. Very well, Zhu Youzhuang sighed. Since we have known each other for so long, we must share a drink. Your Majesty, it is nearly the end of the hour. Shall we forgo it? Wang Shoren suggested. I am not leaving for good. Considering it is rare for you to take a day off, you should indulge in a couple of drinks. Zhu Youzhuang insisted. You cannot imagine how exhausting it is to be an emperor. It is akin to being a beast of burden. Not only is it tiring, but it is also incredibly vexing. It is truly not a task for mere mortals. Wang Shoren chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to such sentiment. Your Majesty's hospitality is overwhelming. I shall graciously accept, but if tomorrow's court matters are delayed, that would indeed be my fault, Wang Shoren said diplomatically. Understood. A little drink to lift the spirits. Rest assured, I will not neglect my duties, Zhu Youzhuang replied with a smile. In the evening, Li Qing returned from Lianjiatun. Upon seeing Zhu Youzhuang and Wang Shoren drinking, he joined their gathering, having heard that Wang Shoren was departing. Under the moral coercion imposed upon him, Zhu Youzhuang reluctantly switched to tea. Everything must be prioritized for the sake of the nation. This thought ignited his anger. Yet he could not bear to disappoint his father's expectations. Nevertheless, he vowed to remember this grievance. The following day, Wang Shoren prepared for his journey, with Li Qing accompanying him to the city gates. The weather is frigid and the road is long. Take care to keep warm, Li Qing advised. The frontier is far harsher than the capital. You must be diligent about your health. As he spoke, he produced several prescriptions for common ailments and handed them over. Wang Shoren accepted them with a smile, saying, Well then, I shall be on my way. Indeed, go safely, Li Qing replied with a nod, a smile lingering on his lips. After watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Li Qing sighed before returning to the city. Zhu Youzhuang's health showed signs of gradual improvement, yet he remained unable to bear the burdens of governance. Zhu Youzhuang, no longer plagued by his initial discontent in power, began to accept the reality of their situation. Before long, winter solstice arrived, casting a somber shadow over the day as snowflakes began to fall, accentuating the bleakness of the season. In Linton, father and son delighted in a hot pot filled with dumplings, paired with warm, exquisite palace wine, an indulgence amidst the howling winds and swirling snow outside. They sat comfortably, both warm in body and spirit. Godfather, yesterday the retired emperor summoned me to the palace, stating that the matter of the era change must be brought forth. Li Qing remarked. Indeed, since he does not wish to reclaim the throne, a change in the era is inevitable. Li Qing nodded, recognizing this as a means to gauge the minister's attitudes, noting that further delay was unwise. But will the ministers accept this? Li Hong inquired, a frown creasing his brow. This is not solely their decision, Li Qing asserted. Regardless of their approval, the new sovereign will not revert to being the crown prince. Li Hong slowly nodded and asked, Does Godfather have any wise strategies? Li Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head. Not every matter can be resolved through cunning. The new sovereign's character is well known throughout the court, and the implications for their interests are evident. Such matters concerning the essence of benefit cannot be easily manipulated. Sighing, Li Hong lamented, I fear that even as the commander of the naval forces, I cannot quell the wave of opposition from the ministers. Do not fret excessively, Li Qing consoled him. You need only fulfill the mission entrusted to you by Emperor Hongzhi. As for everything else, he continued, after nearly 2 decades on the throne, if he truly lacks any means, that would indeed be a wasted existence. Rest assured, he is resolute and will not abandon his course midway. Li Hong pondered for a moment, recognizing the wisdom in his godfather's words, and his anxious heart began to ease. You certainly possess a broad perspective, godfather. Indeed, one must maintain a broad outlook. Otherwise, one would be consumed by worry, Li Qing replied with a self-deprecating smile. He then added, once the matter of the era change is settled, speak with the young emperor and have him assign you a more leisurely task. No longer burden yourself with the front line. Pausing briefly, he continued, did we not previously discuss the need for you to cultivate a successor? Use this as your justification. Li Hong sighed. The retired emperor wishes for a successor to be nurtured from the lineage of the Li family, but the younger generation is not yet of age. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Do you truly expect to leap directly to having your grandson succeed you as commander? Li Hong faltered, awkwardly admitting, well, that is a valid point. Very well, I shall discuss this with the retired emperor and the young emperor. Indeed, you have toiled long enough. While you cannot simply abandon your duties, it is time for you to relax somewhat, Li Qing advised. Enjoy a more tranquil life with Wan Qing. In truth, he did not wish for his godson to endure such hardship. Alas, dear guardian, there is no need for your concern. This is my choice. And should I have the chance to choose again, my decision would remain unchanged. Li Hongdao mused, a man must not live a life of mediocrity. Li Qing offered a bitter smile and nodded, saying, you have achieved great military feats, striking against smuggling and purging pirates, thus elevating the prestige of the Ming dynasty. Your accomplishments, including the capture of numerous foreign artillery pieces, are sufficient to secure your name in the annals of history. Now, with your mission accomplished, it is time for you to rest. Indeed, Li Hong responded, but it is you who should take a break. I have grown accustomed to this over the years. Li Qing chuckled, adding, if I were to do nothing, I would find it rather dull. Li Hong sighed quietly and raised his cup, declaring, today we celebrate. Allow me to share a few more drinks with you. The next day, in the Feng Tian Hall, an anonymous memorial was presented on the Emperor Zhu Youzhuang's writing desk, proposing that since the emperor has ascended the throne, why not change the era? At the emperor's behest, Zhang Yong circulated the memorial among the ministers. Upon reading it, they were filled with astonishment and indignation. How outrageous! Your father still lives, and you wish to usurp his authority? Is it not too soon? Before they could react, Li Hong stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. It is now winter, with the old year passing and the new one approaching. It is customary for emperors to change the era in the year following their ascension. I support this motion. Upon hearing this, the ministers keenly sensed that this matter had been premeditated. This statement from the Duke of Yongqing is, in my opinion, inappropriate, voiced Ma Wensheng, the Minister of Personnel, as he stepped forward, eager to express his viewpoint. However, Li Hong interjected, I request that Minister Ma refer to me as General Li. You. Li Hong replied nonchalantly. I am a military officer and speak plainly. I hope Minister Ma can bear with my directness. Ma Wensheng's white beard trembled in agitation. You young man are exceedingly arrogant. In the court, it was customary for Minister Ma to be addressed by his official title. Though Li Hong was not eloquent, he had nonetheless incited the old man's ire. Li Hong, noticing the minister's flustered state, felt a twinge of regret. After all, Ma Wensheng was already 80 years old. To put it bluntly, how many years did he have left? Yet, regarding the matter of changing the era, an issue entwined with even greater events, he felt compelled to confront the old man. Ma Wensheng, a scholar of the second year of the Jing Tai reign, had served as an imperial censor, traversing Shaanxi and Huguang, and had held the position of inspector in Fujian, advancing to deputy minister of the Ministry of War, and later serving in various high-ranking roles, including right minister of the censorate and governor of the grain transport. It could be said he had traversed the upper echelons of the Ming dynasty's bureaucracy. In the court, considering age, experience, and official rank, he ranked second. No one could claim the first position. On ordinary days, who would not grant him a modicum of respect. Even the esteemed 3 gentlemen of the cabinet would bow and greet him with deference. But today, Li Hong had brazenly confronted him, and how could he endure such affront? Gasping for breath, Ma Wensheng retorted, "Changing the era is utterly unacceptable. It contravenes the rights." "Why is it unacceptable?" Li Hong countered. "Does Minister Ma believe that the new sovereign lacks imperial virtue? What a grand accusation." Ma Wensheng found himself at a loss for words, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Indeed, age had dulled his wits, leaving him momentarily unable to respond. However, amidst the vibrant minds of the youth, the venerable Minister of War, Liu Daxia, age 70, stepped forth and remarked, "General Li, there is no need for such rambling. The matter at hand is the change of the era. May I inquire, Minister Liu, do you acknowledge the emperor?" Li Hong inquired. Liu Daxia responded in a low voice, "Naturally. Historically, does a new ruler not change the era in the following year?" Li Hong asked again. "This is different," Liu Daxia retorted. "How is it different?" Liu Daxia scoffed. "As the ancients said, when a father passes, the son ascends." Boldly stated. Zhu Youzhuang suddenly shouted, startling Liu Daxia, causing even the irate Ma Wensheng to pause in bewilderment. Zhu Youzhuang's countenance twisted in fury as he exclaimed, "Are you cursing the late emperor?" Liu Daxia, filled with indignation, replied, "I am merely discussing the matter at hand. How can that be construed as cursing the late emperor? The crown prince ascended to alleviate the emperor's burdens, yet now, who is the emperor?" Zhu Youzhuang interrupted, "The emperor is the emperor." Liu Daxia's words were layered with meaning as he countered, "And to whom does the emperor refer?" Zhu Youzhuang, seemingly oblivious to the implications, puffed out his chest and declared, "It is I." Liu Daxia was taken aback, as were the assembled ministers, who were equally astonished and enraged. "What? You truly do not wish to relinquish your position?" The ministers protested. "Your Majesty, initially, the late emperor's health was in jeopardy, which is why you were entrusted with a share of the responsibilities. It was not an indication that the late emperor would abandon governance altogether. Let it not be forgotten that the late emperor had previously stated he would resume his duties once his health was restored. Could it be that your Majesty has become blinded by the allure of the imperial throne, disregarding the bonds of ruler and subject, father and son? Even if your Majesty were to assume the throne, you would still remain the crown prince, the heir to the Ming dynasty. So why the urgency? With the late emperor still alive, such behavior hardly befits a dutiful son." The atmosphere in the Hall of Heavenly Blessings grew chaotic, and while Li Hong wished to interject, the swell of dissent was overwhelming, rendering him mute. In the face of rising anger, regardless of his eloquence, even the most skilled orator would find it prudent to refrain from confrontation. Zhu Youzhuang, equally taken aback, had not anticipated such vehement opposition. However, he quickly regained his composure, forcefully slamming down a paperweight, seizing the rare moment of silence to declare, "On the day when my father's health is restored to its former state, I shall certainly relinquish my position and return to being the crown prince. Should it be otherwise, let heaven strike me down. The reason I recognize the change of era today is to demonstrate to my father that I possess the courage to shoulder the responsibilities of the Ming dynasty." This proclamation garnered some effect, as oaths were sworn. Nonetheless, the brief tranquility was soon shattered as the ministers resumed their fervent opposition. It dawned upon them, albeit belatedly, that they had been ensnared. The late emperor was indeed likely to remain in the position of regent indefinitely. Was it truly the case that Hongzhi was unwilling to reclaim the throne? This seemed implausible. Which emperor would willingly accept the role of regent? The Yongle emperor had not desired it. He was compelled by circumstance. The Changhua emperor had been ensnared by the charms of women. Yet, the respectable, amiable, and beloved Hongzhi emperor did not belong to this category. He was the people's choice, untainted by carnal distractions. The only truth was this: the young emperor genuinely sought to usurp the throne. "We must see the late emperor. We must see the late emperor." The ministers shouted in outrage, believing the young emperor had confined Hongzhi. Their hearts are not impenetrable. Such events have transpired throughout history more than once. The allure of the throne of the supreme ruler is simply too tempting, and there have been instances of regicide in pursuit of it. The ailing health of the retired emperor cannot withstand much turmoil. Zhu Youzhuang remarked nonchalantly that the 6 ministries and 9 ministers could pay their respects to the retired emperor, while others need not bother. The sentiment is what matters. This only intensified the suspicions among the ministers, igniting a fervor of unrest. Unable to bear the mounting pressure, Zhu Youzhuang resignedly declared, Very well, I shall accompany you. No, your majesty, you must avoid any suspicion. Ma Wenxing stammered. We shall go on our own. Impudent. Zhu Youzhuang seethed with anger. We are father and son. Lu Daxia snorted coldly. If the emperor truly embodied benevolence and filial piety, would he be so eager to discuss the change of era? Is it inappropriate to welcome the new year while bidding farewell to the old? Zhu Youzhuang retorted. I suspect your intentions are not as straightforward as they appear. Zhu Youzhuang suddenly grasped the implication and became even more irate. You do not suppose I have confined my father, do you? What other explanation could there be? The ministers glared in anger, yet retained their composure, refraining from uttering such words. At that moment, Ma Wenxing's mind clicked into place, and he huffed, Your Majesty. Could you explicitly state who authored this memorial? Zhu Youzhuang felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks, answering with a touch of indignation, It bears no signature. How could I know? How could it reach the imperial study without a signature? Even so, does that preclude tracing its origins? Zhu Youzhuang fell silent. This was a play of his own design. How could it withstand scrutiny? Very well, as you wish, I shall avoid suspicion. Zhu Youzhuang chose to divert the topic, stating, The retired emperor resides in the Qianqing Palace. Let us proceed there. Upon arriving at the Qianqing Palace, the ministers found Zhu Youzhuang just rising from his slumber. Surprised to hear such a multitude requesting an audience, he soon discerned the reason and smiled. Shall we let them in? No, I shall go out instead. Xiao Zhang, assist me. Empress Zhang stepped forward to support him as he made his way outside. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Ma Wenxing was the first to kneel, bursting into tears without hesitation. The elderly man's tear ducts were easily triggered, and soon tears flowed abundantly. This weeping incited the others to follow suit, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Zhu Youzhuang could only smile wryly. I am not dead yet. What is the meaning of this? Rise, all of you. Cease your crying. After some time, he managed to soothe the distraught ministers, and Zhu Youzhuang felt utterly bemused. Look at our Emperor Hongzhi, such a noble person. Unlike the new sovereign who merely vexes his subjects. As the ministers slowly rose, they began to voice their grievances against the new ruler's misconduct. Zhu Youzhuang patiently listened to their complaints, offering reassurances. My health remains fragile. Even after the new year, I may be unable to attend court. It is customary for a new ruler to change the era in their second year of reign. Why the uproar? Your Majesty, strictly speaking, the new ruler is merely a regent. You are the true emperor of the Ming. Lu Daxia cried. How can the era be altered so lightly? Indeed, Your Majesty. Enough. Enough. Zhu Youzhuang quickly interjected, fearing yet another lengthy debate. He sighed. Whether I can recover remains uncertain. There was a time when I believed that despite having a miraculous physician, I could not return to my former self. Perhaps I have only a year or so left. However, with proper care, I might endure for much longer. Without allowing the courtiers to lose their composure, he hurriedly continued, Now that the new sovereign has ascended the throne, let us proceed according to the established protocols. Should I truly regain my health in the future, I shall certainly resume governance and attend court. After nearly 2 decades on the throne, have you ever witnessed my neglect? The courtiers fell silent, their hearts heavy with the realization of the legacy of Emperor Hongzhi. What a splendid emperor he was. How could heaven be so blind? Ma Wenxing took a deep breath and spoke solemnly, Your Majesty, may I address you as the retired emperor? Retired emperor, forgive this old minister for my boldness. You are favored by the heavens, and I am certain you will recover in due time. However, he sighed and added, Yet, the fear is that by then, the new sovereign may be unwilling to relinquish power. How dare he? Zhu Youzhuang retorted coldly. Summon Zhu Youzhuang to me at once. Before long, Zhu Youzhuang arrived, accompanied by a eunuch, and asked, Father, did you call for me? Look at the trouble you have caused. Zhu Youzhuang admonished. You changed the era name without informing me in advance. Why did you not discuss it with your father? Father, are you still daring to argue? Zhu Youzhuang replied, exasperated, but suddenly grasped his father's intent and fell silent. Seeing this, Zhu Youzhuang felt a surge of satisfaction, though he did not relent in his reprimand. He scolded Zhu Youzhuang as if he were a father teaching his son, much to the delight of the courtiers who secretly reveled in the scene. The atmosphere relaxed. It indicated that Emperor Hongzhi had not been placed under house arrest and still held sway over affairs of state. This dispelled concerns about the new sovereign's potential mischief. Zhu Youzhuang was not intentionally embarrassing his son. Rather, he was asserting his authority to reassure the courtiers and convey an important message. Allow me to live a few more years in peace, and I shall help mediate between you and the sovereign. Otherwise, should I exhaust myself, who will be left to mediate?" Then, Zhu Youzhuang was seized by a fit of coughing, appearing visibly fatigued. He sighed, "I am weary. You may all retire for now." His expression darkened as he commanded, "Zhu Youzhuang, go to the imperial study and handle the memorials." "Yes, father," Zhu Youzhuang replied, nodding obediently, transformed from his earlier demeanor. This stark transformation in the new sovereign made the courtiers acutely aware of Emperor Hongzhi's irreplaceable presence, and they fervently wished for his longevity. Yet, to ensure the emperor's long life, he must not be burdened with excessive responsibilities. But to relieve him of such burdens would effectively solidify the new sovereign's rule, an intricate dilemma indeed. Chapter 208. The throne solidified now. The courtiers found themselves in a precarious situation, unsure of how to proceed. It seemed that the situation was not entirely within their control. Surely, they could not allow the ailing Emperor Hongzhi to govern merely to constrain the new sovereign, for it would be unconscionable for subjects to indirectly cause the emperor's demise. It appeared that they had no options left. Logically, the current arrangement seemed to be the optimal solution, though difficult to accept. They had to concede that this was indeed the best course of action. Alas, with only one son, Emperor Hongzhi's prospects were limited. Had he more heirs, there might have been room for alternatives. It was unfortunate that Empress Zheng's jealousy had resulted in such few offspring for the emperor. Now, as Emperor Hongzhi's health had deteriorated, even if he were to take concubines, the likelihood of producing a prince was slim. Even if a young prince were born, time would not be on their side. On the way out of the palace, the courtiers bore heavy hearts as they approached the eastern palace. Li Qing found himself unexpectedly facing a group of elderly officials, a situation that seemed both surprising and yet entirely reasonable. However, he did not make any substantial commitments. Rather, he engaged in lighthearted banter, during which he sought to gauge the current political landscape. It must be said that despite the numerous flaws of the civil officials during the Hongzhi era, they were nevertheless quite earnest in their governance, perhaps as a form of gratitude towards the benevolence of Hongzhi. In matters of state, their demeanor remained notably upright. Li Qing, as the grand tutor to the crown prince, held a first-rank official position, which, in terms of rank alone, overshadowed that of the Minister of Personnel, Malacca. Although he wielded no real power, his connection to the health of Emperor Hongzhi ensured that the ministers treated him with the utmost respect. Their conversation was indeed quite pleasant. Though this sentiment was not universally shared, many prominent figures felt they had bared their souls without receiving a single concrete promise in return. Nor had they gleaned any information regarding the emperor's circumstances. The great lords found themselves at a loss for direction, let alone any strategic planning. Farewell, esteemed officials. Do visit often. Li Qing watched as the 6 ministries and 9 ministers departed, then mused to himself that the change of era was essentially settled and that the transfer of power would likely proceed without significant upheaval. He felt a sense of relief. The current situation was precisely as he had envisioned. For now, with Hongzhi still alive, he could act as a lubricant between Zhu Youzhuang and the ministers, preventing any friction and eliminating the risk of a conflagration. As anticipated, following Hongzhi's direct instruction to his son, the ministers softened their stance, and with Li Hong's unwavering support, the 3 members of the cabinet were the first to express their agreement to discuss the era name. Subsequently, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers also acquiesced. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils was the most advantageous outcome for them. However, it was not long before discussions regarding the new monarch's marriage surfaced. Since change was inevitable, they might as well maximize their interests. To be frank, it seemed rather premature to arrange a marriage at this juncture. Zhu Youzhuang was merely 15 years old. One must remember that the age for military service was set at 16. Yet, considering the complexities following the selection, it was not entirely untimely. It was estimated that once a suitable candidate was determined, it would at least be summer of the following year. Li Qing refrained from expressing any opinions on the matter, allowing events to unfold naturally. However, he was acutely aware of one historical fact. Zhu Youzhuang had no offspring, a key reason for Jiajing's ascension. To this end, he had even taken the initiative to examine Zhu Youzhuang, finding no issues. The young emperor's various physical indicators were consistent with, if not superior to, those of his peers. After all, the young emperor had always been lively and active, and there were no signs of malnutrition. He was exceptionally robust. Could the issue lie with the empress? Li Qing pondered, yet quickly dismissed the notion. Zhu Youzhuang was not Hongji, and it was improbable that he would have but one consort. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Li Qing chose to cease his musings, recognizing that Zhu Youzhuang might not necessarily follow the historical trajectory. Perhaps he had already sired offspring unbeknownst to anyone. Even before the marriage, one is already fretting over heirs, he softly chided himself, shaking his head and dismissing such idle thoughts. In the 12th month, the selection of an empress was officially placed on the agenda. However, alongside his agreement, Hongji stipulated a condition. The grand ceremony for the enthronement must be conducted. How could an emperor ascend the throne without a proper coronation ceremony? Not to mention the wealth of the Ming treasury, even if destitute. The coronation ceremony must proceed without fail. The small courtyard, now completely transformed, could hardly reflect poverty, especially as the residence of the Grand Admiral of the Yongqing Marquisate. Not a single weed could be found, nor even a trace of moss on the stone pathway. Everything was pristine and spotless, radiating cleanliness. "Godfather, you will attend the emperor's coronation tomorrow, won't you?" the young man inquired. "Indeed, the young emperor has invited me, but the ceremony is excessively lengthy. I shall forego it and join the feast at noon," replied Li Qing. "Do attend. Your absence may cast a negative impression," Li Hong urged. With a smile, Li Qing responded, "I still have to attend to Hongji. Who would dare to criticize my work?" "Very well," Li Hong conceded with a nod. "Godfather, after the new year, I shall return home. Oh, by the way, I spoke with the emperor a few days ago regarding my semi-retirement, and he has agreed. Henceforth, I shall settle in Jiangnan and cease my travels." "That is splendid news. Remember to bring Wanqing along. She too has retired and is now enjoying a sweeter life." "Oh, certainly," Li Hong chuckled, his spirits lifted. "Godfather, let us head to Kaishiku to purchase some ingredients and enjoy a couple of drinks." "Agreed. Let us go," Li Qing replied. Over the years, the father and son had spent little time together, and with another separation imminent, this rare opportunity for leisure was best spent indulging in trivial pursuits. The streets of the capital were more vibrant than ever. As the year-end approached, Kaishiku bustled with increased activity, with vendors multiplying. Upon entering, they encountered a stall selling donkey meat, with a live donkey tethered nearby, larger than a calf. Suddenly, Li Hong felt an urge to ride the donkey. He approached and declared, "I shall take this donkey." Producing a gold ingot, he inquired, "Is this sufficient?" "More than enough," the vendor replied eagerly, untying the rope. "Please, sir, handle it with care." Li Hong took the rope, turned to Li Qing with a grin, and whispered, "Godfather, you should ride it as well. You go ahead." Li Qing shook his head, assuring him, "Do not worry. This time, no one will point fingers." Once a child riding alongside his godfather, Li Hong now found himself an elder, while Li Qing remained unchanged. The circumstances, however, were markedly different. "Then I shall not be modest," Li Hong chuckled, mounting the donkey. Li Qing took the reins, and they began to shop, gathering fresh meat and vegetables. The market was abundant, offering a variety of poultry and livestock. Typically, animals such as cattle and donkeys were not slaughtered for meat, as they served as laborers. However, in prosperous regions, where consumption was high, the populace embraced indulgence, leading to the rise of specialized breeders catering to affluent households. From a broader perspective, this was a positive development. Robust domestic demand could stimulate the economy, providing livelihoods for many. Li Qing was pleased to witness this. Though he did not partake in donkey meat, he would never interfere with such practices. As Li Hong rode the donkey, observing the bustling crowd, he was transported back to his childhood, recalling the time spent with his godfather at the market. It felt as if it were just yesterday, yet the gray hair at his temples and beneath his chin attested to the passage of time. He was no longer young. He had aged. In the blink of an eye, half a century had elapsed. Yet, the godfather remains youthful. How much longer can he accompany him? Perhaps 10 years. Perhaps 20, but no more. In the blink of an eye, they might truly part ways. What am I thinking? Nothing at all. Li Hong regained his focus and realized he had already exited the market on his way home. He smiled and said, "Today, I shall let the godfather taste my culinary skills." "Allow me," Li Qing replied lightly, "to prevent you from ruining the ingredients." Li Hong fell silent. Does raising a son truly guard against aging? Am I overthinking it again? After a brief pause, he nodded a little. "Godfather, what are your plans for the future?" "No particular plans, just living day by day." Feeling that such a statement was overly pessimistic, Li Qing continued, "When the day comes that the Ming no longer needs me, I shall return to the Taoist temple to become a priest." Perhaps, when the stillness becomes too much, I shall descend the mountain to wander and savor the splendor of the mortal world. That day will inevitably come, Li Hong stated earnestly. Yes, I think so too. Li Qing replied with a smile. I believe that time rewards those who are diligent. He was filled with pessimism for himself, but remained optimistic about the Ming. Things have indeed changed, truly changed. The foundation is as solid as a rock. There is no possibility of repeating the tragic history. Regardless of the vast population of the Ming or the harsh climate reminiscent of the past, the future remains promising. In the small courtyard, Li Qing was cooking in the eastern kitchen. Li Hong wished to assist, but was shooed away, not even allowed to tend the fire. He was merely to wait for his meal. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the ingredients and observing the donkey leisurely wandering in the yard, Li Hong felt as though he had truly returned to his childhood. Suddenly, a loud knocking interrupted his pleasant reverie. General, Li opened the door. It is I. Just as Li Hong was about to respond, he suddenly remembered the godfather was present and hurried to the eastern kitchen. Godfather, the emperor has arrived. So let him come. It is no big deal. Can he really accuse me of befriending martial generals? Li Qing chuckled, adding, besides, you are nearly semi-retired. It matters not. Shall I go open the door then? Yes. Li Qing nodded, ladling the stewed beef into a bowl, murmuring to himself, the era name should also be decided soon, right? So fragrant. As Zhu Youzhuang entered, he gulped, jesting, I wondered why it was so slow. Turns out, you were cooking something delicious behind my back. Ahem. Your servant greets your majesty. No need for formalities. Let us not stand on ceremony in private. Zhu Youzhuang waved his hand as he walked in, astonished. Does the old general still cook often, given his status? I possess no such culinary skills, Li Hong replied with a chuckle, shaking his head while inviting Zhu Youzhuang into the room, closely followed by Zhang Yong and Lu Jin. As the saying goes, when one ascends, even the dogs and chickens rise with him. No longer were they the lowly servants. With the new emperor's position solidified, they naturally rose alongside him. Zhu Youzhuang sat down, sniffing the air, craving, is this the chef you brought? His skills are truly remarkable. Why not let him cook for me? Li Hong. Chapter 209. Lu Jin establishes his persona. Noting his silence, Zhu Youzhuang remarked with disinterest, look at your stinginess, it's just a chef. He abruptly stopped speaking, having spotted a familiar face. Li Qing entered with the stewed beef, still gently bubbling. The aroma exponentially intensified. Li Changqing? Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback and exclaimed, what brings you here? Li Qing replied with casual ease, I was merely wandering about, and I happened to arrive here. I once resided in this place for a time. I intended to revisit it. I did not anticipate encountering General Li during his brief stay, but our conversation coincidentally aligned with mealtime. Zhu Youzhuang was about to inquire further when the enticing aroma of beef stew captivated him. Suppressing his curiosity, he urged, why is it not served yet? You possess an uncanny instinct, akin to a hound, Li Qing remarked as he set down the stew. Has the era name been decided? Indeed, it has been settled. Zhu Youzhuang affirmed, rubbing his hands together, only to realize that he lacked chopsticks, which caused him to frown. Lu Jin, ever astute, hurried to the eastern kitchen, while Zhang Yong, though a moment slower, arrived first, tripping Lu Jin in the courtyard, causing him to tumble comically. Zhang Yong. Lu Jin exclaimed, my apologies. I was preoccupied with fetching chopsticks for His Majesty. Zhang Yong retorted with a thinly veiled smile and rushed to the kitchen. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhu Youzhuang smirked slightly before returning to the matter at hand, his tone turning serious. Your Majesty has yet to recover. How can you afford to be so negligent? If I were to spend all day in the Qianqing Palace attending to the Grand Emperor, it would indicate a grave situation indeed. Li Qing replied earnestly. The Grand Emperor is far from that state. Your Majesty must understand the principle of moderation. At this, Zhu Youzhuang found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel pleased or irate, and muttered, once the Grand Emperor is healed, I shall reward you handsomely. Li Qing sighed softly. Your Majesty is well aware of the circumstances. There is no need for such insistence. In any case, I shall exert every effort in treatment, but do not regard me with too much reverence. After a brief silence, Zhu Youzhuang replied, you are indeed meritorious. Your dedication shall not go unrewarded. Zhu Youzhuang was acutely aware that his father was unlikely to regain his health, for the Imperial Medical Institution had nearly suggested preparations for the end. However, under Li Qing's care, the Grand Emperor's condition had stabilized, and it was anticipated that no significant issues would arise for at least a year or two. What more could one hope for? Taking a deep breath, Zhu Youzhuang remarked, "You are a civil official. Do not associate too closely with military generals." Li Hong promptly rose and bowed deeply. "I am apprehensive, Your Majesty." "Ah, that is not my intention," Zhu Youzhuang stammered. "General, please be seated. I have complete trust in you, regarding you as a confidant." After a lengthy discourse, Zhu Youzhuang managed to assuage Li Hong's fears. He then turned his attention back to Li Qing, saying, "You must attend the coronation ceremony tomorrow. There are advantages to it." Li Qing understood that the advantages he referred to were arrangements for his formal entry into the civil service. After some contemplation, he replied, "Your Majesty, I believe it is not yet the time for me to make a high-profile appearance." In truth, Li Qing preferred to excel as a teacher rather than to involve himself directly in Zhu Youzhuang's affairs. Teaching one to fish is far more beneficial than merely providing fish. The young emperor already had a penchant for indulgence. Without any pressure, would he not become even more reckless? Li Qing had long discerned the nature of the Zhu family. As long as one was useful, they would be exploited to the fullest. If he appeared too competent, Zhu Youzhuang would undoubtedly become lazier and more cunning. Li Qing stated earnestly, "The health of the Grand Emperor is of paramount importance, is it not?" Zhu Youzhuang was momentarily speechless and retorted with a hint of annoyance. "I do not see you particularly busy on ordinary days, yet now you seem preoccupied. That is not quite accurate. My thoughts have always been focused on the treatment of the Grand Emperor. While I may seem leisurely, I am indeed contemplating and researching," Li Qing asserted with feigned seriousness. "Is this not also a moment for contemplation and inquiry? Occasionally allowing oneself to relax is surely beneficial for one's thoughts, is it not?" Li Qing remarked with a smile. "If one is perpetually burdened by trivial matters, where is the energy to ponder the methods of healing?" "You always have a point," Zhu Youzhuang retorted, somewhat vexed. "You certainly outtalk old Wang." Li Qing inquired, "Are you referring to Xiao Wangshuren?" "Indeed, that fellow is also full of grand theories. It gives me a headache." Zhu Youzhuang lamented. Yet he continued, "However, aside from his penchant for lecturing, old Wang is quite a decent person." Li Qing then asked, "What do you think of the veracity of his grand theories?" Zhu Youzhuang replied, somewhat sullenly, "On the whole, they are rather sound, though they become tiresome when heard too frequently. The fact that Your Majesty can think this way indicates you are a person of profound understanding." Li Qing said with a smile. "Huh, now that my throne is secure, you begin to flatter me?" Zhu Youzhuang teased. "It seems you adjust your approach based on the situation." Li Qing's smile faded abruptly as he muttered to himself, "Indeed, a wild boar cannot appreciate fine grain. I must not indulge him too much." At that moment, Zhang Yong entered with a large bundle of chopsticks, while Lu Jin carried a platter of carefully prepared dishes, ensuring to use his sleeve to shield his fingers, so as not to discomfort the emperor. "Ah, Master Li's culinary skills are truly remarkable. The Eastern kitchen has several other dishes as well." Lu Jin set down the platter with a smile. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall fetch them right away." Li Qing cast a glance at Lu Jin, privately concluding that Lu Jin's future would undoubtedly surpass that of Zhang Yong. The reason is simple. Lu Jin possesses a deeper understanding of human relationships, adeptly grasping the nuances of people's hearts and excelling in details. Li Qing held no significant prejudice against eunuchs, not solely due to Sanbao, but because the eunuch faction is, in essence, an extension of imperial power, just like Wang Zhi during the Chenghua era. As for Wang Zhun of the Zhengtong era, he indeed bore much blame for Zhu Qizhen. However, Zhu Qizhen's capabilities paled in comparison to those of Zhu Jianxin, as he did not effectively utilize his eunuchs. While Wang Zhun is undoubtedly detestable, the primary fault lies with Zhu Qizhen. One cannot blame the entire eunuch collective for this. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that upon Hongzhi's eventual passing, conflicts between the sovereign and his ministers will surely erupt, making Zhu Youzhuang's reliance on eunuchs inevitable. Zhang Yong was always a step behind Lu Jin, yet he often bullied Lu Jin, relying on his longer service to the new emperor and his physical prowess. Upon returning, Lu Jin's robe was in disarray. He wore an expression of profound grievance, yet said nothing, his eyes timidly darting toward Zhang Yong. Inevitably, Zhu Youzhuang could no longer bear to watch and chastised Zhang Yong soundly. Lu Jin felt secretly pleased, yet still offered some words of counsel. Then added with a serious demeanor, "Master Li's skills are beyond reproach, and he is most loyal. However, rules must not be broken. Your Majesty's well-being is of utmost importance, and thus I must be permitted to taste the dishes. Zhu Youzhuang, amused yet exasperated, replied, not to mention whether Li Qing is loyal. How could he have known of my sudden visit? I mean no disrespect. I simply wish to uphold the rules. Lu Jin maintained his stance while apologizing to Li Qing. This series of actions firmly established Lu Jin's character. Zhu Youzhuang, not one to overlook gratitude, recognized that Lu Jin acted according to protocol and genuinely cared for his well-being, making it inappropriate to discourage him. Go ahead then. Zhu Youzhuang laughed. Hurry, I am quite hungry. Yes, yes. Lu Jin picked up a pair of chopsticks and carefully placed a piece of each dish into a small plate. Next, he selected a piece of tenderly boiled beef and savored it, exclaiming, delicious. He then sampled a piece of potato, surprised to find that Yongle beans could taste so exquisite. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong, who was nearly moved to tears by envy, dared not speak up after recently receiving a reprimand from the emperor. Instead, he seethed silently, wishing for Lu Jin to choke on his food. Before long, Lu Jin, feeling satisfied, laid down his chopsticks and bowed, addressing the emperor, Your Majesty. It is time to dine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong hurried forward, hoping to regain favor by assisting the emperor with the dishes. However, Lu Jin, holding his used utensils, interjected, Master Zhang, the emperor is in conversation with General Li. It is prudent for us servants to avoid appearing intrusive. With that, he disregarded Zhang Yong's reaction, bowed once more, and exited the room. Outside, the winter wind howled fiercely. Lu Jin, though of an advanced age, braved the chill. Zhang Yong, filled with frustration, lamented, that scoundrel Lu Jin at least enjoyed some warmth, while I must face the biting cold. Yet, he restrained his anger, quietly retreating. Zhu Youzhuang observed the entire exchange but chose to remain silent, chuckling lightly. Come, do not be so formal with me. It feels like home. Li Qing rolled his eyes, thinking it unnecessary for Zhu to voice such thoughts aloud. Zhu Youzhuang, slightly irritated, remarked, am I being too generous in my treatment of you? Unable to hold back, he resolved to be more cautious in the future. Li Qing nonchalantly responded, picking up his chopsticks to eat and drink. Zhu Youzhuang reclined in his chair, a look of contentment on his face as he savored the flavors, exclaiming, truly delightful. Li Qing took a sip of warm wine and inquired, what is the era name? You shall find out tomorrow. Zhu Youzhuang teased mischievously. Why not take a guess? A reward for the correct answer. He fancied himself humorous, yet he was quite insufferable. Li Qing, lacking the mood to guess, suppressed the urge to teach him a lesson in martial arts, asking, have you adopted the era name I proposed? Take a guess. Zhu Youzhuang retorted. Li Qing suddenly stood up, warning, Master Li, do not act impulsively. Li Hong quickly intervened, urging calm. Zhu Youzhuang, fuming, declared Li, do not presume that I am powerless against you. Should you continue to be so disrespectful, I shall impose severe penalties. Li Hong attempted to lighten the mood, joking, Your Majesty, I bear the surname Li as well. This has nothing to do with General Li. Zhu Youzhuang shot a glare at Li Qing, retorting, one must not be arrogant about their merits before heaven, earth, the emperor, and their teachers. After a brief pause, he added, this shall not happen again. Li Qing took a deep breath, reflecting within himself, these are not the times of the Changhua reign. The young emperor is unaware of my secrets. And though he is impetuous, I should not respond in kind. Zhu Youzhuang too contemplated. Despite his contributions to the state, my father and grandfather both recognized this individual's political acumen. He is not malevolent, albeit somewhat irritable. He is a straightforward minister, far better than those who speak one way and act another. It is understandable that a rustic like him lacks decorum. As the ruler, I must possess the magnanimity to accommodate others, yet I should not behave thus. Both recognized the impropriety in their exchange, but were unwilling to admit their faults. Fortunately, Li Hong timely provided a means for reconciliation, easing the tension in the atmosphere. Chapter 1. The young emperor's civil officials are civil officials, and military generals are military generals. I do not wish for a recurrence of this incident. Upon the dragon carriage, Zhu Youzhuang wore a stern expression, his heart troubled by Li Qing's actions. Li Qing, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inwardly mused, perhaps next time I can discreetly carry out my tasks. Do not forget to attend the coronation ceremony tomorrow after you have tended to Father Emperor, Zhu Youzhuang reminded. Rest assured, I shall be present. Li Qing assured him with a serious nod, no longer dismissive. Zhu Youzhuang felt a wave of relief at this earnestness, his countenance softening. Upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, Li Qing retreated to his chamber to rest. Zhang Yong and Lu Jin, ever sycophantic, sought to curry favor, their intent unmistakable. Even the eunuchs usually assigned to attend to Li Qing swarmed around Zhu Youzhuang, their raucous chatter disturbing Li Qing's slumber, rendering it restless. A new ruler brings new courtiers. This applies to eunuchs as well, Li Qing reflected. Before dawn the next day, the eastern palace was ablaze with light and commotion. Yet, Li Qing remained in his cozy bed, cherishing the warmth of his blankets on this frigid day, reasoning that he need only attend the feast. He lingered until the hour of chun before rising. Brushing his teeth with salt and warmed spring water, he felt invigorated. The toothbrush was quite effective, far superior to a loofah, though he lamented his ignorance of toothpaste formulation. After patting his face with a cloth, he inhaled deeply, the cold air refreshing his lungs. Today's coronation ceremony had been deemed auspicious by the Astronomical Bureau, whose meteorological prowess was commendable. The weather was splendid. The sun rose resplendently, casting an elongated shadow of Li Qing as he basked in the morning light, stepping lightly on the smooth stone path with a smile gracing his lips. The political transition commenced smoothly, accompanied by a feast, naturally lifting his spirits. In the Qinqing Palace, Empress Ji and Empress Zhang were present, and Li Qing found himself explaining medical conditions once more. Fortunately, as it was the emperor's coronation, they were part of the proceedings. And shortly after the emperor made offerings to the ancestral temple, he would meet with them privately. After a brief time, the two empresses returned to their respective chambers, leaving Li Qing alone with Zhu Youzhuang. From today onward, Hozhao shall no longer reside in the Eastern Palace. Do you have a preferred location? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. I was rather accustomed to living in Lianjiatun, Li Qing replied with a smile. Perhaps I might return there. Zhu Youzhuang hesitated momentarily before consenting. Then let us reside in Lianjiatun. I will inform Hozhao shortly. He was aware that Li Hong resided there. Yet he was also cognizant of the intricate ties between Li Qing and the Duke of Yongqing. Zhu Youzhuang recalled his father's casual mention of it, which had sparked many reflections, though inquiries yielded little elaboration. Gradually, he had ceased to press the matter. Nevertheless, one thing remained clear. Li Qing was both trustworthy and capable. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Qing smiled, then opened his acupuncture kit, stating, it is time to commence the acupuncture. Zhu Youzhuang adeptly positioned himself, resting his chin on his plump arm. For a moment, Li Qing was momentarily distracted as the golden sunlight streamed in, illuminating the silver needles with a vivid sheen. After 15 minutes, as he cleaned the needles, Li Qing remarked, the prognosis is quite optimistic. Maintain a tranquil mindset. Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang responded. Zhu Youzhuang, feeling lethargic, perched himself with a pronounced posture and inquired, Sir, can you alleviate my toothache? Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, only extraction will suffice. Then I shall endure the pain. Zhu Youzhuang vigorously shook his head. Li Qing chuckled, on the verge of speaking further when a distant, high-pitched voice of a eunuch echoed. The emperor has arrived. Following that, a flurry of bowing from the servants ensued. The new sovereign was to pay respects to his father. Li Qing understood that an elaborate scene would soon unfold, so he rose and said, I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. After a brief pause, he added, at the midday banquet, partake in only a cup or two, do not indulge excessively. Zhu Youzhuang smiled and responded, today's grand occasion is led by the new sovereign. As the former ruler, I shall refrain from attending to avoid overshadowing his performance. The retired emperor's intentions are commendable. Li Qing nodded, rose, and with a respectful gesture, exited. Navigating past the imperial procession and various ministers, Li Qing made his way out of the palace. The sun, now lower in the sky during the late morning, appeared diminished yet radiated warmth. Li Qing squinted against the bright rays, observing the vibrant energy of the early sun. His spirits lifted. He wandered aimlessly to while away the tedious time. He was well versed in the intricacies of banquets, knowing precisely when to set the tables and serve the dishes. As the year-end approached and the weather remained fair, the streets bustled with far more people than usual, creating a lively throng. Li Qing blended into the crowd like a fish navigating the current, becoming one with the flourishing wave of life. After sipping half a pot of tea and listening to a reading, Li Qing exited the tea house, muttering, what a fragmented narrative. Glancing upward, he noticed the sun had reached its zenith, estimating it was nearly time for the banquet, and hurried toward the palace. The day was bright and still, and although it was deep winter, it was not overly cold. The feast was to be held in the square in front of the Fengtian Hall. Upon arrival, Li Qing found the servants just arranging the seating, while in the distance, the officials of the Ministry of Rites were still busy with tea, fruits, and pastries yet to be served. Noticing this, Li Qing sighed inwardly, realizing he had arrived too early. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted his godson and approached to take a seat. Under the watchful gaze of many, he could not speak as casually as in private, so he greeted Lord Yongqing. Li Hong replied, ministerly. At this table, apart from Li Hong, sat high-ranking military officers from the 3 major camps of the capital. After all these years, Li Qing could not recognize many faces, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement. The military lacked strict decorum, and though some were surprised to see a civil official among them, they held their tongues, particularly as Li Qing seemed familiar with Li Hong. With the reduction of hostilities and a shift in economic focus, the importance of the Navy had become increasingly pronounced, subtly trending toward being the primary military force. As the commander-in-chief, Li Hong held significant influence. His credentials, age, military achievements, and background commanded respect, and no one dared to slight him, including civil officials. Otherwise, given his recent tumultuous actions, the civil officials would not have allowed him to remain unscathed. This was largely due to Li Hong's control over the Navy, which could indirectly affect maritime commerce. Few influential figures in the capital were uninvolved in maritime business. As the naval commander, Li Hong could easily manipulate their family enterprises, especially given that few paid their taxes in full. It is a facade of propriety, concealing a multitude of clandestine dealings. While many engage in smuggling, they tread lightly, mindful of the benevolence and magnanimity of Emperor Hongzhi, which has spared them from severe repercussions. This is fundamentally why they hold Emperor Hongzhi in such high regard. He is willing to forego profits. They are also aware that the emperor is cognizant of their actions, thus they reciprocate with diligence, refraining from causing disturbances and dutifully complying with both significant and trivial matters. Despite his gentle demeanor, Emperor Hongzhi wields power that is not inferior to that of the Changhua emperor and far surpasses that of the Zhengtong and Jingtai emperors. Simply put, when the leader is generous, the followers naturally remain loyal. To speak candidly, very few officials in the Ming dynasty rely solely on their stipends for sustenance. This has been a consistent pattern throughout various dynasties, not exclusive to the Ming. Currently, as the Ming dynasty's national strength flourishes, Emperor Hongzhi's approach does not undermine the foundation. In fact, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. However, should the pie cease to grow, its deficiencies will become glaringly apparent, and if the pie shrinks, it could lead to systemic collapse. Consequently, Li Qing does not wish for the Ming sovereigns and ministers to perpetuate this model indefinitely. The ascension of Zhu Youzhuang is not entirely detrimental. Although he is impulsive and fond of revelry, he will not continue his father's governing style. This is beyond doubt. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing drummed his fingers on his thigh, contemplating the political shifts following the coronation ceremony. Li Taisher, please sit here. Li Qing looked up to see Xie Qian's congenial smile. After a brief hesitation, he clasped his hands in respect to the martial officials and moved to take a seat nearby. This table was filled with esteemed civil officials, the creme de la creme of the bureaucracy. The 3 scholars of the cabinet, Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Works, and the chief censor of the censorate, as well as the minister of the Supreme Court. These 12 individuals represent the pinnacle of power within the Ming dynasty, possessing immense authority and influence. Once within the court, Li Qing would not remain a passive observer. He welcomed the opportunity to forge connections with these influential figures. However, he pondered whether they would later regret their encounters upon witnessing his true nature. With a warm smile, Li Qing greeted, "Esteemed officials, I extend my greetings." "Oh, please. No need for such formality," responded the venerable Ma Wensheng with a gentle laugh. "As you are a young and promising figure, we, who are already in the twilight of our years, shall rely on the capabilities of young talents like yourself for the future of state affairs." "Indeed, Minister Ma speaks wisely." The other dignitaries echoed, exuding a sense of camaraderie towards the younger generation. Yet, they were not merely playing the elder card. Ma Wensheng, at 80, and Lu Daxia, at 70, along with the youngest among them, Xie Qian, who is already 57 this year. One minister stroked his beard and sighed. "With each new emperor comes a new court. It seems we old fellows may not have many years left to serve," though casually stated. This remark carried an undercurrent of tension, not directed at Li Qing, but at Zhu Youzhuang. Li Qing sighed inwardly. Friction is indeed unavoidable. The others, upon hearing this, felt a weight in their hearts, and the atmosphere grew somber. At that moment, the dragon carriage approached slowly. The assembled officials rose from their seats to pay their respects. Shortly after, Zhu Youzhuang descended from the dragon carriage, adorned in a resplendent bright yellow dragon robe, basking in the sunlight, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. The youth, still in his tender years, bore the faintest hint of down upon his cheeks, and the delicate fuzz upon his lips hardly qualified as a beard. Yet, in this moment and place, none dared to regard him as a mere child. The young man strode gracefully upon the golden dais, surveying his subjects with a commanding presence. Though youthful, he exuded an unmistakable aura of royalty. "Long live our emperor, 10,000 years," proclaimed the ministers, bowing in reverence. This ceremony between sovereign and subjects mirrored those of the past, yet bore a unique distinction. "All rise," declared Zhu Youzhuang, and just then, jubilant music filled the air. Solemn, yet celebratory. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the ministers said as they returned to their seats. In the wake of firecrackers, wine flowed from the pavilions to the west, while sumptuous dishes appeared from the pavilions to the east, a grand display of palace delicacies and exquisite fare. As the sounds of celebration faded, the imperial granary offered a toast to the new sovereign, prompting another round of bows from the ministers. Zhu Youzhuang raised his cup to drink, and the music resumed. The ministers followed suit, toasting their new ruler in distant homage. After the toast, the music ceased once more, and the imperial granary presented a soup to the new sovereign, prompting the ministers to rise once more before they resumed their seats. After an interminable series of formalities, the feast at last commenced. Today's banquet was particularly grand, surpassing even the emperor's birthday celebrations. With the coronation of the new ruler, the ministers had risen in the wee hours of the night, bustling with preparations, their appetites keen for the lavish spread that lay before them. Li Qing found himself at a table filled with elder statesmen, the sole youth amidst them. Truly a juxtaposition of vigor against a backdrop of age. Just as Xie Qian grasped his chopsticks, Li Qing swiftly seized the nearest turtle dish, leaving Xie to smack his lips in surprise. As he attempted to shift his focus to the roasted lamb's head, Li Qing claimed yet another piece, altogether taking 3 for himself. Such audacity, Xie Qian thought, momentarily stunned. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Jian decisively snatched a piece, while Li Dongyang quietly concluded the operation. Bewildered, Xie Qian resigned himself to the peppered lamb. This time, Li Qing refrained from contesting him. The finely chopped lamb was not worth the hassle in such a competitive atmosphere. Dining was indeed an art, and Li Qing had mastered it. Setting aside the turtle shell, he swiftly polished off the roasted lamb's head, then turned his attention to the spicy vinegar kidneys. The culinary skills of the imperial kitchen were unparalleled. Although the kidney appeared as a single piece, it was, in fact, sliced, and one could only take one slice at a time. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Li Qing managed to snag an entire piece with ease. Having learned his lesson, Xie Qian wasted no time. Recognizing the obvious truth that those who acted swiftly would reap the rewards, while the slow would be left wanting, Li Qing, adhering to a code of camaraderie, did not indulge in gluttony. He took 1 kidney for himself, leaving 1 for the 12 esteemed gentlemen, and even reserved 2 pieces of the roasted lamb's head. Demonstrating his generosity, with deft movements, he pivoted to the pepper and vinegar shrimp, seizing several generous portions before turning to the succulent lamb bones, knowing well that the meat upon them was the most delectable. Gradually, the atmosphere became lively. There was no alternative. If they did not act quickly, the enticing dishes would soon be devoured by others. Mao Wensheng, now in his 80s, struggles to steady his chopsticks, unable to compete with the vigor of the younger generation. Trembling, he reaches for the food only to withdraw his hand again. Observing this, Lu Daxia, filled with compassion, places the hard-won goose meat into Mao's bowl. The esteemed gentlemen at the table, known for their refined tastes, typically enjoy sumptuous feasts hosted by the benevolent Hongji Emperor. Though the dishes may not be as abundant, they are certainly not lacking in exquisite delicacies, a stark contrast to their current predicament. The gathering, usually harmonious, has been disrupted by Li Qing's antics today. The lavish spread, combined with their exhausting day, has left them ravenous, and Li Qing's lack of decorum renders restraint nearly impossible. As the meal progresses, the dignitaries notice a peculiar inconsistency. Despite Li Qing's voracious appetite and aggressive chopstick technique, the hard dishes before him remain untouched, such as lamb crystal dumplings, 5-spice marinated chicken, and fresh fish soup. Their astonishment is palpable. Guess why I'm taking the dishes? Li Qing chuckles inwardly, relishing the opportunity to impart a lesson for future gatherings. The thought of them feasting with abandon in the future amuses him greatly. The dignitaries, seasoned and composed, usually adept at concealing their emotions, find themselves visibly perturbed by Li Qing's behavior. How could he dare to come to this table? Xie Qian, trembling, avoids making eye contact, while the others glare at Li Qing with fiery eyes, accusing him of overindulgence during a banquet that should have been solemn. Lu Daxiao, biting into his bread, angrily sets it down, his voice low and grave, lordly. Li Qing, unfazed, continues his feast, dismissing the admonition as he is not the only one namely present. Perhaps they were referring to the prodigy instead. Just as he is about to delve back into his meal, Lu Daxiao raises his voice, masterly. Caught off guard, Li Qing has no choice but to cease his ruse of ignorance. Reluctantly, he sets down his chopsticks and, sipping the sweetened bird's nest soup, inquires, "What counsel do you have, Minister Lu? This is a grand banquet for the new emperor's ascension. Kindly maintain some decorum," Lu Daxiao replies through clenched teeth, while the others wear similarly displeased expressions. "Ah, esteemed lords, do not be vexed. I shall be mindful," Li Qing responds with feigned humility, his eating posture indeed becoming more refined, though his pace remains unchanged. At the table nearest to Zhu Youzhuang, the emperor takes note of Li Qing's ferocity and cannot help but internally scoff. Is this what you call low-key? Watching the older gentleman flounder is rather amusing to him. You truly excel at drawing ire. Bravo. Zhu silently commends Li Qing with a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Li Hong feels a swell of embarrassment for his godfather, thankful that no one is aware of their connection. With a full belly, Li Qing reclines in his chair, a satisfied expression on his face. Though there are still hard dishes left, he can no longer eat. He has consumed at least a third of the substantial meal. Driven by his prodigious appetite, while untouched dishes like fragrant rice, 3-flavor steamed gluten, and mung bean noodles remain before him. Wiping his mouth, Li Qing instinctively considered making an escape, but suddenly remembered that today marked the grand ceremony of the new emperor's ascension. He could not allow the young emperor to lose face, so he sat back down. "Esteemed lords, I hope you are all enjoying the feast." Li Qing smiled warmly, offering the unfinished hearty dish beside him to the center of the table. "A gentleman does not partake of food received through disdain," Xie Qian retorted, casting a fierce glare at him to assert his stance. "How can the imperial banquet bestowed by me become food received through disdain?" Zhu Youzhuang approached unannounced, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Dear Xie, your words wound my heart." Xie Qian, taken aback, quickly rose to bow, exclaiming, "I am guilty." The others hastily stood to bow as well. "Sit, sit, sit. Everyone, please be seated." Zhu Youzhuang chuckled lightly. "Xie, please rise. I was merely jesting, do not be alarmed." After a pause, he inquired, "Is there not enough food?" "In response to your majesty, we cannot possibly finish it all," Xie Qian replied anxiously, with the other dignitaries echoing his sentiment. It was not mere politeness. They genuinely could not finish, as Li Qing had squandered the hearty dishes, leaving them dissatisfied. "As long as there is enough," Zhu Youzhuang nodded, laughing boisterously. "Feel free to indulge. I am off to pay respects to the Grand Emperor." Ha! After taking a few steps, he halted and turned, saying, "Li Chongqing, accompany me." To have eaten a few bites and now to be summoned. Li Qing clasped his hands respectfully, complying with the command. Upon leaving the Fengtian Hall, Zhu Youzhuang casually remarked, "You may all withdraw. There is no need to follow me. Return to your respective posts." The Jinwu guard responded in unison and dispersed. Once the crowd had departed, Zhu Youzhuang suddenly seemed transformed. Slinging an arm over Li Qing's shoulder, his intention was to embrace him, but he could not quite reach, so he playfully punched Li Qing in the chest, laughing. "You truly are something." Li Qing exerted considerable effort to suppress the instinct to retaliate, replying helplessly, "Your Majesty, could you not be a little more composed? The palace is filled with servants. What if they see?" "It matters not if the servants see, as long as the ministers do not," Zhu Youzhuang chuckled, appearing like a carefree child, as if all prior seriousness had been a facade, revealing his true nature. Exhausted, Li Qing inquired, "Your Majesty did not summon me solely to pay respects to the Grand Emperor, did you?" Zhu Youzhuang withdrew his hand and asked, How is Father Emperor's health? Currently, all is normal. There is no need to change the medication in the short term, Li Qing replied. That is good to hear. Zhu Youzhuang sighed in relief. Let us proceed to the imperial study. Li Qing was taken aback. You are usually quite lazy. Why are you suddenly so diligent on this day of your ascension? Enough chatter. Let us head to the imperial study, Zhu Youzhuang declared, taking the lead. Li Qing understood that the young emperor likely had matters to discuss with him and followed at a measured pace. In the imperial study, Zhu Youzhuang dismissed those around him and said earnestly, the edict for my ascension is only half complete. I do not wish to finish it. Li Qing was puzzled. A rustic mountain dweller is merely a rustic mountain dweller, Zhu Youzhuang replied. Do you know what the ascension edict entails? I have heard of it. Li Qing chuckled lightly. The new emperor proclaims his ascension to the world, extolling the virtues of the preceding emperor, expressing his commitment to diligent governance and benevolence towards the people, and ultimately proclaiming a grand amnesty. Ah, so you are aware of these things. Having never seen a pig run, one has indeed seen the pigs trot. Li Qing abruptly paused, asking, what part remains unfinished, Your Majesty? The final section. Zhu Youzhuang, unperturbed by Li Qing's ailments, spoke solemnly. This act of grace, a universal amnesty, do you comprehend the vastness it encompasses? It merely entails the alleviation of taxes and the absolution of those guilty of treason, rebellion, or the heinous act of murdering one's ancestors, parents, spouses, or servants, as well as those who engage in brawls leading to death. All others shall be pardoned. The former illustrates the emperor's benevolence towards the populace, while the latter reflects his magnanimity. Li Qing, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, aren't these merely customary practices? You seem to be quite knowledgeable about the details. Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback. Ah, this hardly qualifies as a secret, nor is it exclusive to our Ming dynasty. Li Qing chuckled softly, inquiring, what aspect are you unwilling to compromise on? After a pause, he added, is it the matter of the guilty ministers? Did you truly deduce that? Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed in astonishment. Can you read minds? With my understanding of Your Majesty, that is the only conclusion I can draw, Li Qing replied with a smile. Zhu Youzhuang declared, I believe the common people can be pardoned, but not the guilty ministers. Otherwise, we risk losing the respect they hold. He paused, then continued earnestly. I wish for you to take on the role of a vanguard, much like General Li did in advocating for the change of the era name. Li Qing responded. Chapter 3, Acknowledgement of Error. Are you afraid? Zhu Youzhuang raised an eyebrow. Li Qing gently shook his head, sighing, do not provoke me. This is not a matter of fear. It is customary for a new ruler to grant amnesty. However, it is prudent to adhere to tradition. Deviating from tradition? Zhu Youzhuang felt a surge of unrestrained frustration. Are we to pardon all guilty ministers? Otherwise, Li Qing countered. Do not grant pardons. Zhu Youzhuang asserted. Your Majesty, you have just ascended the throne. Stability must take precedence. Li Qing, with a wry smile, stated. Beginning with a tumultuous explosion will only serve to freeze the relationship between ruler and subjects, yielding no beneficial outcome. The practice of granting amnesty is not unique to the Ming. It has been a common thread throughout dynasties. Disruption of the norm is not necessarily advantageous. After a brief pause, he added, of course, I recognize your intentions are for the greater good of the Ming and the preservation of the realm. However, it is vital to understand that many matters cannot merely be dictated by imperial will. Even if enforced, the consequences may outweigh the benefits, devolving into mere formality. Zhu Youzhuang fell silent. The constraints imposed on him were disheartening, yet he could not refute Li Qing's arguments. Upon reflection, he realized that Li Qing's words were entirely reasonable, and it was he who had been overly fanciful, exhibiting a certain naivety. Li Qing spoke softly. Take your time, do not rush. The process of cleansing the bureaucracy is akin to navigating through a mountain on the way to another village, where no path exists and thorns abound. Why must one insist on suffering injuries in pursuit of this goal? While the courage to clear the thorns is commendable, it ultimately remains just that, commendable. As an emperor, one must prioritize the realization of valuable objectives rather than indulge in fleeting displays of bravery. Would you not agree? Alas, being a person is difficult. But being an emperor is even more challenging, and being a good emperor is the most arduous of all. Zhu Youzhuang lamented. The fervor that once ignited within him extinguished in that moment, leaving him despondent. Li Qing reassured him, challenges beget opportunities for growth. Only through overcoming them can one attain a true sense of accomplishment. Zhu Youzhuang offered a bitter smile, feeling no solace. He lamented, in truth, "I do not wish to be an emperor. What nonsense are you uttering?" Li Qing admonished with visible anger. "You are the sole son of your father. If you do not assume the throne, who will? To lose courage before even starting. How can you justify that to him, to your ancestors, or to the Ming?" Zhu Youzhuang, filled with anger and embarrassment, finally muttered, "Is it not permissible to voice discontent? Not all grievances can be expressed." Li Qing glared at him, declaring that if he truly wished to abdicate the throne, he could simply state so, welcoming the princely heir into the capital. After all, his imperial grandfather had more than one son, and there was no fear of a lack of successors. "Do not cling to power if you wish to abandon it," he admonished. Li Qing, unfamiliar with the identity of Jiajing, nonetheless understood that bringing the princely heir to the capital would likely not involve Jiajing himself. "Preposterous," Zhu Youzhuang retorted angrily. "You dare speak thus to me, merely for a jest? Do you not fear that I might punish your entire clan?" Li Qing gazed at him in silence, his eyes icy and penetrating, his long hair gently swaying. In an instant, Zhu's fury, like a flame doused by cold water, extinguished, as he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a formidable entity. At that moment, he found himself unable to meet Li Qing's gaze, overwhelmed by a strange sensation that the man before him was an unfathomable abyss, ready to consume him should he falter, plunging him into an endless darkness. This unsettling thought, though inexplicable, was vivid and profound, instilling a sense of dread within him. After a long silence, Zhu Youzhuang spoke softly. "Upon inheriting the great dynasty, I have come to understand the difficulties of court affairs, the challenges of governance, and the burdens of leadership. I once aspired to soar like a great rock, riding the winds to greatness, yet I am aware of the maladies afflicting our reign, and find myself powerless to enact reform. It is truly inappropriate for me to entertain thoughts of retreat." Rarely did he concede his faults. Li Qing's gaze flickered, and he slowly lowered his eyes. "Indeed, it is arduous. However, retreat is not an option. I cannot dare to retreat." The sudden surge of emotion was overwhelming, rendering Li Qing, despite his 100 years of cultivation, momentarily unsettled. The intangible yet formidable aura surrounding him was profoundly captivating. Zhu Youzhuang felt a profound guilt swell within him, inexplicably believing he owed something to this man, even though he could not pinpoint the source of this feeling. After a considerable pause, he summoned the courage to lift his gaze toward Li Qing, whose eyes were filled with a timeless depth, shimmering yet imbued with a gentle sorrow that evoked heartache. Just as he intended to scrutinize further, the man rose, turning away from him, and inquired, "What is the era name?" "Zhengde," Zhu Youzhuang replied. Silence enveloped them for what felt like an eternity, as Li Qing appeared utterly fatigued, his voice low and weak, as if he were breathlessly asking, "What does it mean?" "Jiada has ambiguous connotations," Zhu Youzhuang replied glumly. "Jiada is false, Zhengde many, including myself, regard it as true." Jia means beauty, to signifies character, Li Qing interpreted. Zhu Youzhuang weakly added, "Zheng also means upright, lawful, and just." Li Qing remained silent for a long while before exhaling. "If you find it agreeable, then so be it." The coronation ceremony had passed, and the era name could not be altered, since Zhu Youzhuang established the Hongwu era to signify his great military achievements. The Ming emperors were not permitted to change their era names midway through their reigns. Once the era name was set, it accompanied one for a lifetime, immutable. After all, even the superstitious Jiajing did not alter the era name throughout his life. "Though I may not have fully adopted your proposed era name, I have utilized half of it. How does that sound? Is it not considerate?" Zhu Youzhuang attempted to inject some levity into the suffocating atmosphere that pressed upon him. However, his ill-timed humor failed to alleviate the tension, resulting in an even more rigid ambience, compelling Zhu Youzhuang to yearn for an escape. Ultimately, it was Li Qing who chose to depart. Before departing, he cautioned, "One must not act hastily. The primary concern at this juncture is stability. Only once stability is achieved can we contemplate further actions." After a brief pause, he continued, "I will be residing in Lianjiatun henceforth and shall frequently visit the palace. Should I not be present and you require assistance, do not hesitate to send someone to inform me." In contrast to his previous self, who would have openly criticized the closeness between himself and the military generals, Zhu Youzhuang merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Oh, understood." Li Qing remained silent, stepping out of the grand hall towards Lianjiatun. In the small courtyard, under the warm sunlight, Li Hong sat upon a small stool. His broad back, still sturdy, bore the signs of age, with dark hair now graying and silver strands glistening. Holding a handful of fodder, he observed as a donkey grazed contentedly, creating a picturesque yet bittersweet scene. Noticing Li Qing's return, Li Hong set down the fodder, affectionately patted the donkey's head, and turned with a smile, saying, "Godfather, this donkey is quite well behaved, not stubborn at all." Li Qing replied, "If you like it, you should keep it." Li Hong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "I won't be around much longer. It would be better if you took care of it." He wished for his godfather to have someone to converse with freely, even if it were merely a one-sided exchange. "No," Li Qing shook his head. "One is sufficient. I find it troublesome." With a sigh, Li Hong conceded, "Very well. Take it with you when you leave." "Yes, I shall rest for a while. I will prepare dinner when I wake. You have been up since early for the emperor's coronation. You should also take some rest." In the Qianqing palace, Zhu Youzhuang sat at the edge of his father's bed, using a fire tongs to adjust the nearby brazier, which brought a comforting warmth. "Father, focus on your recovery. I shall take care of state affairs," he assured. Zhu Youzhuang nodded with a smile, surveying his son with pride. "My son looks handsome in the dragon robe." "Does it?" Zhu Youzhuang scratched his head, feeling both delighted and somewhat bashful. "Indeed," Zhu Youzhuang replied with a grin, "not only handsome but also more mature." "You flatter me, father," Zhu Youzhuang chuckled awkwardly. He soon adopted a serious demeanor, sighing, "Now that I have ascended to the throne, I truly understand the challenges of being a sovereign. I owe you an apology, father." "Why do you say that?" Zhu Youzhuang inquired, puzzled. Zhu Youzhuang's mood darkened as he confessed, "I used to view matters too simplistically, naively thinking that change would inevitably lead to improvement. Now I realize the difficulties you faced. Some things cannot be forced to change. Attempting to do so may lead to even greater calamities. You were caught between conflicting pressures, diligently navigating them, while I failed to understand, even viewing you as weak." With remorse, Zhu Youzhuang reflected on his father's 2 decades of dedication, tirelessly worrying for the nation. He felt a deep sense of guilt for not comprehending his father's burdens, recognizing his own unfilial thoughts. What a surprise today. Father, you truly are unaccustomed to this," Zhu Youzhuang said with a hearty laugh, feeling a sense of relief. He took comfort in his son's understanding and growth, feeling lighter in entrusting the kingdom to him. With a proud smile, Zhu Youzhuang gently stroked his son's cheek, confident in the thought, "My son will surely surpass me." The young prince expressed his fears, fearing he might disappoint his father, the emperor. Zhu Youzhuang spoke softly, lacking the former brilliance and confidence he once possessed. In truth, being an emperor is not as daunting as you might imagine," Zhu Youzhuang sighed. "Father has ruled for nearly 2 decades. While there are commendable aspects, there are also shortcomings. The stability and gradual rise in national strength during the Hongzhi era cannot solely be attributed to your father. It is the solid foundation laid by the late emperor and our ancestors. Father can barely be considered a ruler of great achievements." After a brief pause, he added, "Your father has indeed been overly lenient. While this reflects a strategy of seeking progress amid stability, it also reveals a lack of capability. However, you are different." "What makes me different?" Zhu Youzhuang, now devoid of the self-assuredness of a favored child, even harbored some self-doubt. Zhu Youzhuang encouraged him, "You are intelligent and courageous. Your father believes that if you safeguard the legacy of Emperor Xianzong and strive diligently, you could perhaps catch up to Emperor Taizong." "Father, do you truly believe that?" Ha. How can a youth lose confidence?" Zhu Youzhuang laughed heartily. "Without lofty aspirations, how can one conquer the world? Does your father have faith in you? Do you have faith in yourself?" Zhu Youzhuang took a deep breath and nodded firmly. "Yes. That is the spirit befitting a young man," Zhu Youzhuang said, patting his son on the shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement, trust, and an undeniable affection. "My son is the most exceptional." Chapter 4. A wise ruler inspires loyal subjects. Li Qing faced the sun, his face alight with smiles like blooming golden chrysanthemums. At this age of understanding one's destiny, he felt invigorated, his ambition more fervent than that of the youth. The time had come for the surname Tan to finally see the clouds part and the moon emerge. The coronation ceremony had concluded, and the new emperor's position was unassailable. With his understanding of the young emperor, as long as he could cater to the emperor's preferences, he had no worries about a bright future ahead. What a smooth road lay before him. Zhang Yong shared similar sentiments, his closeness to the crown prince surpassing that of Li Qing, and the new emperor had promised to arrange for him to manage the imperial horse department. Among the 24 departments of the court, the Department of Rights and the imperial horse department were the most prestigious, wielding the greatest power. Figures like Wang Zhun and Wang Ji were renowned among the eunuchs. With maritime trade flourishing, the significance of naval power was increasingly evident. Perhaps he too would one day follow in the footsteps of the legendary eunuch Zheng He and lead troops to sea. That would be a splendid opportunity to etch one's name in history. At the entrance of Qianqing Palace, the two felt an exhilarating fervor as they immersed themselves in visions of a promising future, their blood stirring at the warmth of the sun. Ahem. What are you two pondering? Zhu Youzhuang emerged, noticing their unfocused gazes and slightly flushed faces. Clearing his throat, he said, "Don't just stand there foolishly. Go to the Eastern Palace and bring me my daily necessities." The two snapped back to reality and bowed respectfully. "We shall obey." Li Qing ventured to ask, "Your Majesty, where shall we move them to?" Zhu Youzhuang pondered momentarily before replying, "To the imperial study. I shall reside there from now on." "Your Majesty is truly diligent in governance." Zhang Yong promptly flattered. However, Li Qing surprisingly refrained from complimenting, his eyes darting as he contemplated something. The following day, before dawn, Zhu Youzhuang rose early. After washing and donning his dragon robe, he meticulously groomed himself before stepping out of the imperial study. Upon arriving at the Fengtian Hall, the ministers had already gathered. It was the new monarch's first audience after his coronation, and no one dared to show disrespect. Even those suffering from headaches and fevers forced themselves to attend. Zhu Youzhuang ascended the jade steps, and, amidst the chorus of "Long live the Emperor," took his seat upon the dragon throne. He calmly declared, "All officials, be at ease." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers rose and returned to their respective stations. Zhu Youzhuang exhaled softly and inquired, "Do any of you have petitions to present?" "I have a petition," announced the Minister of Personnel, Malacca, stepping forward. "With the new emperor's ascension, a universal amnesty is customary, and I implore Your Majesty to issue the decree promptly." "I second that." "We all second that," echoed the others. Zhu Youzhuang regarded the ministers with a cold gaze for a moment before releasing a sigh and stating, "Approved. In accordance with tradition, a universal amnesty shall be granted." "Your Majesty is wise." The ministers exhaled in relief. The young emperor was rational and not impulsive, providing them with a sense of solace. This indicated that he still relied upon them and had no intention of severing ties. The first tentative exploration yielded positive feedback, and the atmosphere began to ease, with the ministers responding with increased respect. Li Dongyang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Yang Yiqing has submitted a memorial stating that the repairs along the border in the Yanshui region are nearing completion, but the funds have been depleted. How much is still needed?" The memorial indicated that approximately 18,000 taels of silver were required. If the funds were to be allocated from the grain supply, it would necessitate further deliberation. Li Dongyang continued, "I have drafted the memorial. I request Your Majesty's decision." He then retrieved the document from his sleeve and presented it. Zhu Youzhuang accepted the memorial from the attending eunuch, perused it briefly, and remarked, "Transporting silver and grain is rather time-consuming. It would be better to issue banknotes instead. If expedited, they might reach the soldiers in time for the new year." Li Dongyang quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, such a course may not be advisable." "What is inappropriate about it?" Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow. "Are banknotes not currency?" His intentions were good. He wished to ensure the soldiers received their payments swiftly to enjoy a prosperous new year. Li Dongyang explained, "The soldiers toil daily, engrossed in construction. Banknotes are prone to wear and are inconvenient for expenditures. They prefer silver." "I can understand the issue of wear, but what do you mean by inconvenience?" Zhu Youzhuang pressed. "Is there truly anyone who would dare to reject the Ming dynasty's banknotes?" Li Dongyang looked somewhat awkward, as the reasons were rather complex. "If Your Majesty wishes to comprehend this matter fully, I shall elaborate after the court session." Zhu Youzhuang pondered for a moment and then nodded slowly. Li Dongyang withdrew, and shortly thereafter, the Minister of Revenue stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, several provinces have submitted their tax assessments, among which Shandong and Hunan have experienced drought in certain counties. And I humbly request Your Majesty's benevolence in granting partial relief." Zhu Youzhuang took a deep breath and replied, "Present the memorial." "Yes." The Minister of Revenue produced the document from his sleeve and offered it with both hands. However, Zhu Youzhuang merely glanced at it hastily before placing it aside, saying, "I will review it after court. Your Majesty is indeed wise." The Minister of Revenue uttered a perfunctory phrase, sighed softly, and returned to his position. As the hour of Chun approached, the court was adjourned. The ministers exited the Feng Tian Hall in an orderly manner, their steps light. Today's morning audience was far more harmonious than they had anticipated. The new monarch appeared to be quite composed, no longer bristling with defensiveness as before. It seemed that the future interactions between the sovereign and his ministers would not be too strained. In truth, they had no intention of causing trouble. If the new sovereign could uphold the governing principles of Hongji, they would extend the same respect to him as they did to Hongji. In the imperial study, Zhu Youzhuang perused the memorials with great care. Meanwhile, Li Dongyang patiently awaited his response. After a considerable time, Zhu Youzhuang set down the memorial and inquired, Li Qing, could you elucidate why the Great Ming banknotes are inconvenient for expenditure? Li Dongyang bowed slightly and replied, Yinsui is adjacent to the borders, a region teeming with diverse individuals. The tribes beyond the frontier are often active at the city gates. Your Majesty, do not misconstrue their presence. These tribes do not seek to provoke the Great Ming, but rather engage in trade. Their furs are both exquisite and affordable, and in such harsh climates. Our soldiers have a pressing need for these goods. Both parties benefit from this exchange. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhu Youzhuang's confusion dissipated, and he asked, I recall that tea and horse trade can be settled using Great Ming banknotes. Indeed, but this is confined to official transactions, Li Dongyang hurriedly clarified. Your Majesty, the borderlands are harsh, and our soldiers toil relentlessly. Certain realities should not be overstated. If all private trade were to be abruptly severed, it would not serve your interests. Zhu Youzhuang raised his hand to calm him, signaling him to continue. Very well, Li Dongyang said, relaxing slightly. The tribes beyond the border do not readily accept banknotes, preferring to conduct transactions in silver. Even silver notes are not widely accepted. Of course, banknotes can be used for trade, but at a premium over silver. If your Majesty were to allocate an equivalent value in banknotes, the soldiers would find themselves at a disadvantage and would inevitably harbor some grievances. After a pause, Li Dongyang reminded, the late Emperor Xianzong, and Emperor Zhongzong have all explicitly stated that banknotes must not be recklessly printed. Aside from replacing old notes to ensure market liquidity, the annual issuance should not exceed 200,000 taels. If the finances are not strained, it is best to refrain from excessive issuance. During the Hongji period, there was no overissuance of banknotes. 5 oranges, indeed. I remember hearing my grandfather mention this when I was young. Zhu Youzhuang interrupted, somewhat displeased. While I appreciate your concern for state affairs, I do not favor being treated as an ignorant youth. Understood, Your Majesty, Li Dongyang replied, his tone respectful. Zhu Youzhuang smiled, his perception of him improving significantly, and gestured. Please, take a seat. Zhang Yong, who was attending, hurriedly brought a chair. Lordly, please. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Dongyang expressed as he took a seat, feeling relieved. He had feared that the new sovereign might harbor excessive suspicion towards an elder like him, impeding communication. As long as rational discourse was maintained, there would be no significant upheaval in the court, regardless of any natural aversion the new sovereign might have. Now, it appeared that the new sovereign was not as petty as he had anticipated. Though there remained a sense of caution, he was not impervious to honest counsel. Your Majesty, you may frequently visit the cabinet to guide us, Li Dongyang humbly suggested. Zhu Youzhuang, discerning the underlying meaning, smiled and replied, it cannot be termed guidance. As I have just ascended the throne, I still need to seek counsel from the esteemed scholars on matters of governance. The saying a new emperor brings new ministers is merely a generalization. In reality, no emperor can replace all his ministers upon ascending the throne. This is impractical. Given that the cabinet has expressed a willingness to approach him, he would not dismiss them outright. However, Zhu Youzhuang would not divulge his innermost thoughts. He needed to test and observe for a while longer. How is your relationship with Yang Yiqing? He inquired. Zhu Youzhuang took a sip of tea, his gaze shifting to the memorial, and casually inquired, the friendship of gentlemen is as tranquil as water. Li Dongyang replied, adding, I indeed admire Governor Yang. Zhu Youzhuang paused, surprised by his candor, momentarily at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Li Dongyang smiled calmly, stating, as a minister, one must be loyal. When the sovereign is wise, the minister speaks straightforwardly. Thus I dare to voice all without reservation. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled. Your flattery is quite adept. Scholars are indeed different. It comes from the heart, Li Dongyang responded. Indeed, I believe you. Zhu Youzhuang nodded, feeling considerably relieved. The situation was far better than he had anticipated. At least not everyone was an adversary. Zhu Youzhuang, who had been designated the crown prince at the tender age of 2, had undergone imperial education from a young age. He was well versed in classics and histories, and had not neglected the subtleties of royal strategies, being deeply knowledgeable in the art of checks and balances, as well as the wisdom of dividing and governing. Li Qing need not worry about speaking plainly. You may express your thoughts without hesitation, Zhu Youzhuang remarked with a smile. A prime minister's capacity accommodates much. How much more so for me, the sovereign of a nation? Just like this currency issue, had it not been for your clarification, I would have remained oblivious. Zhu Youzhuang added that such an attitude was commendable and should be maintained, for one ought to offer counsel. It is the duty of a minister to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign, and as long as the emperor does not find it bothersome, I shall speak freely. Li Dongyang replied with a knowing smile. Not bothersome at all. Zhu Youzhuang laughed heartily, then shook the memorial in his hand, lamenting. It seems the droughts in Shandong and Hunan are rather frequent. Li Dongyang understood the underlying implication and, after a moment of contemplation, replied earnestly, Your Majesty, the 4 provinces have faced recurrent droughts. This has been the reality for several dynasties, while the southern regions fare much better. Fearing that his statement might be met with skepticism, he added, Local officials may have their own interests, yet they would not dare deceive the sovereign. For the truth of any disaster can be readily verified. Such matters cannot be concealed. Indeed, that holds true. Zhu Youzhuang nodded slowly, furrowing his brow. I observed that during the Han and Tang dynasties, such circumstances were non-existent. Is it possible that this is unique to our Ming dynasty? Chapter 5. The young emperor is indeed up to something. Li Dongyang would not dare to speak recklessly, replying only, as the Book of Documents states. Enough of that, Zhu Youzhuang retorted, slightly irritated. You just said that when the sovereign is wise, the minister speaks plainly. Why am I suddenly unclear? Your Majesty, forgive me. Li Dongyang apologized, pondering for a moment before stating, Then I shall speak without reservation. Now that is more like it. Li Dongyang carefully chose his words. The Book of Songs records that during the early Han period, the 4 provinces rarely froze in winter, and wheat could be harvested twice or even thrice a year. Emperor Wu's ability to project the might of the Central Plains dynasty was not solely due to his prowess, but also to the bountiful harvests. By the time of the late Han and the Three Kingdoms period, the warm climate had completely vanished. The warm climate returned during the Sui and Tang dynasties. In fact, such conditions are not exclusive to our Ming dynasty. After briefly outlining historical accounts, Li Dongyang asked, Your Majesty, are you familiar with the tale of Yanzi's mission to Chu? Of course, Zhu Youzhuang replied. Yanzi once remarked, Those born south of the Huai River are oranges, while those born north are trifoliate oranges, while he was sarcastically addressing the king of Chu. It also reflected the circumstances of the time, whereas during the Tang and Han periods, oranges could thrive in the north. Pausing, he concluded, from the results. It seems that cold climates lead to severe droughts. Zhu Youzhuang nodded slowly. Indeed, Master Li is truly erudite. Not at all, Your Majesty, you flatter me. Li Dongyang modestly replied. Scholarship is indeed scholarship. These matters, I am not well versed in. Li Dongyang chuckled, saying, Your Majesty's heart encompasses the realm, and it is inevitable that minor details may be overlooked. I refrain from speaking, but in due time, you shall come to know. Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brows and inquired. Our great Ming has the largest population in history. If this continues, what shall we do? Li Dongyang hesitated for a moment and replied. I believe it is not of great concern. Oh, why is that? With the high-yield crops of Yongla beans and Xuande sweet potatoes, we can easily compensate for any shortfall. Li Dongyang asserted. In the past, the eunuch Sanbao ventured far across the seas, seemingly believing such grand achievements should be attributed to the emperor. He then amended his words, saying, Relying on the great talents of Taizong, our great Ming need not worry about food supplies. Though disasters may frequently occur, they do not pose a threat of widespread famine nor endanger the foundation of our empire. But what if the population continues to grow? Zhu Youzhuang frowned. Now that commerce and industry are flourishing, they have encroached upon much arable land. The profits from trade far exceed those of agriculture. If we were to forcibly compel landlords and wealthy merchants to switch to grain cultivation, would they comply? Li Dongyang found himself at a loss for words, having not contemplated this deeply before. However, he grasped the emperor's intention and exclaimed, Does your majesty wish to suppress the development of commerce and industry? The people prioritize food above all. Zhu Youzhuang responded, indeed, but I have not suggested an abrupt shift. We can proceed gradually. Would you, my dear minister, be willing to support me? Li Dongyang was uncertain how to reply. Only then did he come to realize the true intentions of the young emperor. Having been in the court for many years, Li Dongyang's understanding of politics, while not supreme, was certainly profound. He recognized that the underlying reason for the young emperor's desire to suppress commerce and industry was to curtail the entrenched influence of the gentry and solidify imperial authority. While the flourishing of commerce and industry appeared prosperous on the surface, it genuinely posed a threat to imperial power. For emperors, it is tolerable if the common folk are somewhat impoverished or endure hardships, as long as they can fill their bellies and refrain from rebellion. However, the ever-expanding gentry would significantly challenge imperial authority. Li Dongyang understood this well. Yet, he was also aware that forcefully altering this developmental paradigm would disrupt the interests of many influential individuals. Your Majesty, the contribution of commercial taxes is increasingly significant, constituting a major portion of the Great Ming's financial revenue, Li Dongyang asserted. The treasury is now abundant, thanks to maritime trade. Do not be agitated, my dear minister. I merely fear that commerce might lead to a food crisis, leaving the people hungry. I do not intend to impose a blanket restriction on commerce. Zhu Youzhuang replied with a light laugh. Now, I must attend to state affairs. You may return to your duties as well. Indeed, the rapid development of commerce and industry instilled a sense of unease in him as an emperor. Nonetheless, Zhu Youzhuang understood that, for a long time to come, it would not threaten the very foundation of imperial authority. For now, he was simply signaling a message. Zhu Youzhuang was curious to see what ripples would be stirred by this stone cast into the waters. However, Li Dongyang was unaware of this. For given the young emperor's past behavior, sweeping reforms were not beyond the realm of possibility. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. The Ming dynasty is currently basking in peace, and it would be unwise to incite conflict. Li Dongyang, with heartfelt sincerity, remarked that the opening of maritime trade was a precedent set by the illustrious Taizong, and the prosperity of our dynasty today owes much to it. However, Zhu Youzhuang abruptly interrupted him, for he detested being admonished with the weight of ancestral expectations. Li Dongyang wished to continue, but Zhu Youzhuang preemptively commanded, "Depart." "Your servant takes his leave," Li Dongyang replied, bowing dejectedly, the earlier lightness in his demeanor having vanished, replaced by a profound heaviness. The young emperor was indeed poised to instigate upheaval. Li Dongyang realized that throughout this exchange, it was the young emperor who had led the discourse, leaving him feeling like a mere pawn in the game. The new sovereign, possessing greater capabilities than Emperor Hongzhi, may not necessarily herald a promising future. Gazing up at the heavens, Li Dongyang felt a deep-seated anxiety. What was about to unfold could not simply be termed the onset of war. It was akin to desecrating ancestral graves. Would the gentry and bureaucrats acquiesce? Certainly not. The very thought of the impending chaos sent a chill of dread through Li Dongyang. A veteran of court intrigues, he understood that the ripples created would not be mere splashes, but rather a cataclysmic deluge. "Zhang Yong, at your service." As Zhu Youzhuang reviewed the memorial, he inquired, "Would you like to undertake a task? If it means alleviating your Majesty's burdens, I would lay down my life without hesitation." Zhang Yong replied, bowing fervently, his face flushed with excitement. "There's no need for such extremes," Zhu Youzhuang chuckled, rising from his seat. "Yes, your Majesty." Zhang Yong scrambled to his feet, his heart brimming with anticipation. Zhu Youzhuang set down his brush, contemplating, "I need you to travel to Yensui and assess the border fortifications, while also making the acquaintance of Yang Yiqing." "Yes, your servant shall obey," Zhang Yong flattered, recognizing that the emperor aimed to gain control over Governor Yang, and thereby the border forces of Shaanxi and Gansu. Zhu Youzhuang's expression darkened, and he stated coolly, "Do you understand the difference between yourself and Lu Jin?" Your servant spoke out of turn. I was too verbose. Zhang Yong, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped the impropriety of his words and reprimanded himself internally. His familiarity with the young emperor had fostered a casualness in their exchanges, and the transition from prince to emperor had not fully registered in his mind. It was no wonder he acted so. Just days prior, during a game of Kuju, the young emperor had mingled freely with him, but today felt markedly different. It was in this moment that Zhang Yong truly comprehended the adage that serving a sovereign is akin to navigating the treacherous waters of a tiger's den. His respect for the young emperor surged to unprecedented heights. Zhang Yong silently admonished himself. The emperor may engage in camaraderie, yet he remains the emperor, and one must never again commit such a grave error. Enough, Zhu Youzhuang waved his hand. Focus on your duties. I shall not neglect you. Indeed, your majesty, rest assured. Your servant shall not disappoint. Zhang Yong suppressed his trepidation and expressed his solemn commitment. Very well, I shall provide you with a confidential edict. Zhu Youzhuang continued. However, upon your arrival in Yanshui, do not make a grand display. Simply engage with Yang Yiqing and convey my goodwill. Yes, your servant shall exercise utmost caution. Zhang Yong paused, then inquired, Your Majesty, should we bypass Wang Bandu? That is unnecessary. You may first glean insight from old Wang before approaching Yang Yiqing. Understood. Zhang Yong tentatively asked, Shall I depart tomorrow? Zhu Youzhuang nodded and instructed, Very well. Prepare for a moment, and I shall summon the secret edict shortly. Yes, I shall take my leave. The maid replied. Wait, Zhang Yong halted. Please, Your Majesty, command me. I harbor no intention of reproaching you, so why burden yourself with fetching a hot towel? Zhu Youzhuang remarked. Indeed, Zhang Yong felt a warmth in his heart, his apprehensions transforming into gratitude, and he bowed once more before taking his leave. Not long after Zhang Yong departed, Li Qing arrived. His bloodshot eyes were filled with reverence as he bowed and said, This servant pays respects to Your Majesty. Is there something to discuss? Zhu Youzhuang inquired, not lifting his gaze from the memorials he was reviewing. His demeanor was not directed at Li Qing. Rather, he intended to utilize him, employing a strategy of praise through initial restraint. Li Qing spoke respectfully. The new year of the first year of Zhengde is approaching, heralding fresh beginnings and new policies under a new sovereign. Get to the point. Zhu Youzhuang interjected. Yes, this servant has contemplated a few matters that I wish to present to Your Majesty. What matters? Zhu Youzhuang asked, his skepticism evident. Yet he soon grasped Li Qing's intent and chuckled. Do you know the consequences of eunuchs meddling in governance? I would never dare. Li Qing exclaimed in shock, hurriedly adding, I merely wish to provide some insights, hoping to please Your Majesty. I bear no ulterior motives. As a mere eunuch, having read only a handful of books, what insights could you possibly offer me? Zhu Youzhuang scoffed, shaking his head. Yet, recognizing Li Qing's value, he decided against being overly harsh, stating, Let me see what you have. Yes, please review it, Your Majesty, Li Qing said, presenting the insights he had painstakingly crafted through sleepless nights. Zhu Youzhuang accepted the document and unfolded it. To his surprise, there were indeed some intriguing ideas. Suggestions included auditing the treasury, regulating salt distribution in the two Huai regions, surveying military settlements, and correcting the numerous errors in agricultural records. While many of these were merely general principles, some were quite novel, such as encouraging widows to remarry and imposing salary deductions for officials who took excessive leave. Zhu Youzhuang found these ideas quite amusing. Chapter 6. The unfolding discontent. Li Qing squinted, perceiving a sense of being singled out, and turned to Zhu Youzhuang. The emperor, sipping tea with an air of tranquility, gestured for him to continue reading. Li Qing exhaled deeply, returning his gaze to the manuscript. After a moment, he slowly closed it, remaining silent. What do you think? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. Your Majesty's handwriting is commendable, Li Qing assessed. I inquired about the content, Zhu Youzhuang replied, his expression darkening. What is your impression? Quite petty. Li Qing replied, his brows furrowing in mild disappointment. This hardly aligns with your character. Haha, this is not my idea, Zhu Youzhuang chuckled. It was conceived by a servant, and I found it amusing, so I decided to share it with you. I see, Li Qing responded, relieved. But what of Li Qing? Zhu Youzhuang paused, astonished. You could discern that. Li Qing smiled, thinking to himself that his intuition was indeed correct. It appears he possesses some insight. Just moments ago, you called it petty. Now he is insightful? Zhu Youzhuang retorted, displeased. Huh, and you dare to compare yourself to a eunuch? You. Zhu Youzhuang, flustered, slammed his teacup onto the table, muttering. You have quite the sharp tongue. With a fierce glare directed at Li Qing, Zhu Youzhuang muttered. Do you believe there exists any feasibility in the suggestion of encouraging widows to remarry? It is impractical now, and it will remain so in the future, replied Li Qing. What do you mean? While the principles of Chengzhu Neo-Confucianism possess many commendable aspects, they also harbor some detritus. The notion of a woman maintaining her chastity is regarded as honorable. Although remarriage does not contravene the law, it clashes with societal morals, at least for the time being. Li Qing sighed. This is an era dominated by men, where they perceive a widow's remarriage as shameful, and thus women adopt the same sentiment. Alas, he added with a wry smile, until there is a shift in ideology, even the strongest support from the court would yield little effect. The resistance from the scholars pales in comparison to the weight of societal perception, which stands as the greatest impediment. After a moment of silence, Zhu Youzhuang inquired, "What do you mean by no need for future enforcement?" "This brings us to the topic of industry and commerce," Li Qing responded with a smile. Although the profits from maritime trade no longer match those of decades past, the scale continues to grow and mature. The advancements in handicrafts have gradually empowered women to achieve self-sufficiency, liberating them from total dependence on men. In such circumstances, women's status will naturally rise. In the realms of textiles, embroidery, and sewing, women hold a significant advantage. When economic independence is achieved, their standing will inevitably improve, Li Qing remarked with a smile. By that time, the outdated notions will be cast aside, and even the esteemed scholars will be powerless against the tide of progress. What if it were I? Zhu Youzhuang pondered aloud. What do you imply? Zhu Youzhuang elaborated. Since my childhood, I have heard my grandfather discuss the climatic issues facing the Ming dynasty. The increasingly cold reality, coupled with historical evidence, makes it clear that a decline in grain production is unavoidable. Furthermore, the burgeoning industry and commerce are encroaching upon far too much arable land, are they not? Your Majesty need not fret. There is ample time to address these matters. Li Qing reassured him. Regions like Jiaoji and Malacca enjoy warm, humid climates, yielding considerable agricultural output. The granaries of the Ming need not be confined to its borders. You are overly idealistic, Zhu Youzhuang interjected. Setting aside the feasibility of your aspirations, consider the vast population of the Ming. Is it sufficient? Moreover, have you contemplated the costs of transportation? Costs? Li Qing paused, then chuckled. Are you unaware of the immense cargo capacity of the court's grand treasure ships? The cost of maritime transport is remarkably lower than that of land transport. There is no need for horse-drawn carriages or drivers. Nor do we have to contend with inclement weather or poor roads. Are you suggesting that costs are high? The present Ming is a far cry from its historical self. The navigational maps have not been lost, nor have the designs of the treasure ships. As maritime commerce flourishes, it becomes increasingly refined and powerful, significantly reducing transportation costs. Today's treasure ships are more formidable than those during the era of Zheng He, and if the emperor so desires, they could easily reach new heights. Suddenly, Li Qing grasped a realization. These are mere pretexts. You are intent on stifling the development of industry and commerce, are you not? Zhu Youzhuang felt a flush of heat rise to his face and retorted, I fear the people may go hungry. Spare me, Li Qing replied coolly. Setting aside the fact that current grain production is sufficient, even in the event of a future decline, excluding overseas granaries will not lead to widespread famine. Why so? Quite simply, the populace prioritizes sustenance above all. Prosperity is founded upon the assurance of basic needs, and the pursuit of sustenance remains the foremost goal. Li Qingdao remarked, moreover, merchants are driven by profit. When the time comes, they will undoubtedly cultivate grain voluntarily, even without the court's encouragement, will they not? By then, I fear a rebellion may have already erupted, Zhu Youzhuang countered. Li Qing fell silent for a moment, then sighed. To adopt a pessimistic view is not necessarily erroneous. To be candid, I too possess a pessimistic disposition. Thus, the idea of overseas granaries has already been set in motion. Set in motion? Who is orchestrating this? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. I am, Li Qing replied. You. Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You truly have an audacious face. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing. He was nearly beside himself with mirth. Li Qing, however, remained solemn, silently observing him. After a while, when Zhu Youzhuang seemed to have laughed enough, a hint of wariness crossed his features as he gradually suppressed his laughter, saying lightly, You need not utter such words merely to placate me. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the gravity of this matter and will not act rashly. I shall deliberate on it at length. Li Qing exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration and calmly stated, No one can defy the tides of the times, not even you. Not I? Zhu Youzhuang retorted. Indeed. Li Qing affirmed. I refuse to believe it. Zhu Youzhuang's anger flared. prompting Li Qing to inquire, "Your Majesty, are you aware of Wang Mang?" Zhu Youzhuang hesitated and then fell silent. He certainly knew of Wang Mang's deeds, a swift and forceful rise to power, leading to alienation and disgrace. Observing his reaction, Li Qing's ire slightly subsided, and he continued, "I believe your Majesty's intentions are noble, but was Wang Mang's original intention malevolent?" Pause for a moment. "Who do you think holds the upper hand when comparing you to Wang Mang?" "Impudent." Zhu Youzhuang fumed. "How dare you compare me to that traitorous minister?" "Such a label is a later assessment," Li Qing responded. "However, Wang Mang's ascension was once met with public expectation. Do not forget that he was elevated by the people, the gentry, and the bureaucratic class. His authority at that time rivaled that of the founding monarch. Preposterous. He was merely a usurper." Zhu Youzhuang could no longer tolerate being likened to Wang Mang. Even if you speak the truth, he still was. His designation as a traitor arose from his reckless actions. Otherwise, it would have been seen as a divine mandate, Li Qing remarked coolly. At that time, the populace believed in him, supported him, and obeyed him, did they not? And consider this, Li Qing interjected, "Your Majesty's inheritance is in accordance with the heavenly mandate, yet should you act contrary to the will of the times? Who can predict how history will recount your reign?" "Li Qing, you scoundrel." Zhu Youzhuang erupted in fury. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to execute you?" Li Qing ignored his outburst, continuing, "In terms of ministerial support, you cannot compare to Wang Mang. Regarding public reputation, you fall short as well. To speak frankly, you possess neither the fortune of Wang Mang nor the wisdom to avoid his fate." With a crash, Zhu Youzhuang, in a fit of rage, overturned the table, scattering memorials, inkstones, paperweights, and brushes across the floor. His face twisted in fury, his eyes ablaze. He glared fiercely at Li Qing. Suddenly, palace guards rushed in, startled by the commotion. "Your Majesty, withdraw. Who permitted you to enter?" Zhu Youzhuang shouted, seething with rage. "Yes, I obey your command," the guard leader replied, his face etched with concern yet unwilling to defy the emperor. With a reluctant gesture, he signaled for the others to retreat. The imperial guards arrived swiftly and departed just as hastily, leaving only the heavy sounds of Zhu Youzhuang's breathing in the hall. Li Qing, observing him with calmness, spoke, "I can comprehend your emotions. You desire to be a commendable ruler, to rectify the flaws of the Ming dynasty, to leave behind a legacy of significance. Youthful and brimming with ideas, you consider yourself exceptional, yet often, the outcomes diverge sharply from one's intentions." Pausing for a moment, he sighed, just as Wang Mang, who could not have foreseen that his prohibition of land sales, abolition of slavery, and control over rising prices, policies ostensibly beneficial, would lead to his downfall. Indeed, Wang Mang was a man of egregious sins, yet he likely believed until his last breath that he was in the right, and that the fault lay with the world. Li Qing earnestly expressed, "I do not wish for you to follow that path, nor do I desire for the Ming dynasty to suffer such cataclysmic fate." Zhu Youzhuang fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, hoarsely uttered, "You may leave now." Li Qing sighed, recognizing that words at this moment would be futile. It was better to allow him time to reflect. He took his leave. Zhu Youzhuang sat on the ground, cradling his shins, resting his chin upon his knees. Engulfed in sorrow, loneliness, and desolation, murmuring, "Why is everything wrong? Why is everything met with denial? Am I truly so inadequate? Am I truly fit to be an emperor? Yet, do I possess any alternatives?" The youth is often a time of vigor and arrogance, a time when young men fantasize about academic accolades and splendid fortunes, some envisioning lives of luxury adorned with beautiful wives and concubines. Among these youths stands one who is inherently distinct. This young man was destined from birth to become an emperor. Though he indulged in mischief and displayed a reckless demeanor, he was not devoid of knowledge. Born with a silver spoon, he thrived on the finest resources. Intelligent and self-assured, he aspired to emulate his illustrious ancestors. However, reality came crashing down upon him like a chilling torrent. The challenges of reform were formidable, his ideas naive, and his vision tragically short-sighted. His confidence, pride, and sense of superiority were shattered by the harshness of truth. The young man murmured to himself, feeling helpless and wounded. As tears streamed down his cheeks, confusion clouded his expression. Chapter 7. What grievances do you have? The imperial garden lay in desolation. A father and son strolled together, exchanging familial pleasantries, embodying the warmth of paternal affection. It was nearly the end of winter, yet the chill persisted. The son supported his father, the emperor, as they returned to the palace. No need, the emperor replied. It is rare to have such fine weather. Let us walk a bit longer. Zhu Youzhuang smiled, recalling Mr. Li's words about the benefits of exercise for the emperor's health. Then let us continue. Zhu Youzhuang nodded, inadvertently noticing the increasing grayness of his father's hair at the temples and the back of his head, causing his heart to ache. He quickly averted his gaze. The affectionate father, perceptive to his son's feelings, chuckled lightly. Do not worry, my health is not so dire. After a moment, he added, as long as you take care of yourself and the Ming dynasty remains prosperous, I shall have no regrets, even if I am no longer here. With pride and joy illuminating his face, the father declared, though I may be ordinary, I cannot deny the excellence of my son. Lowering his head, Zhu Youzhuang responded, I shall strive to be a worthy emperor and not disappoint you. You have my confidence, Zhu Youzhuang nodded, adding, but do not overexert yourself. Balance work and rest, and take care of your health. Indeed, I shall. Zhu Youzhuang smiled, though his expression was somewhat forced. Observing this, Zhu Youzhuang gently placed his hand on his son's arm, embodying a father's pride in his son's growth, yet also a father's concern for him. In a warm tone, he advised, take your time, do not burden yourself too heavily. Time rewards those who are earnest. Yes, I understand, father. Zhu Youzhuang tightened his father's cloak and gazed at the desolate garden. Taking a deep breath, he said, Father, the wind has picked up. It would be best to return to the palace for some rest. I must attend to my official duties. Very well, Zhu Youzhuang chuckled heartily, teasing. It seems it is the emperor who lacks understanding. Not at all. Such words from you leave me at a loss, Zhu Youzhuang replied, half joking. Zhu Youzhuang, in high spirits, felt as though the forlorn garden had gained a touch of vitality. You go on with your tasks. I shall linger a while longer. All right then, Zhu Youzhuang cautioned. But do not stay too long. Understood. Zhu Youzhuang nodded obediently, a hint of treating his son as the head of the family in his demeanor. I shall heed your advice. Bowing slightly, Zhu Youzhuang said, I take my leave. Just then, Li Qing approached. But Zhu Youzhuang did not give him the chance to greet him, and they brushed past each other. Why is the Grand Emperor out here? Li Qing inquired as he walked closer, greeting him naturally. Did you not say that moving about is beneficial for one's health? Zhu Youzhuang replied, making his way towards the flower bed's retaining wall, where the attending eunuch hastily set down a chair he was carrying. Zhu Youzhuang sat down and beckoned, Please, join me, sir. The chair was singular, but Li Qing, being robust, chose to sit on the wall beside him. Have you had a disagreement with Youzhuang? Zhu Youzhuang asked with a smile. Speaking in a tone akin to a father conversing with a teacher about his son, there was no hint of reproach, only a desire for harmony. Youzhuang can be a bit stubborn. At times, when emotions run high, he becomes quite single-minded. However, he generally does not hold grudges, and things will pass, Zhu Youzhuang explained. Youzhuang is not the type of child who cannot discern right from wrong. He just needs a little time. Sighing, Zhu Youzhuang reflected, in my youth, I believed I could emulate the late emperor, but only after becoming emperor did I realize the disparity between ambition and ability. An emperor, too, is merely a person. Without this mantle, he is not significantly different from the common folk. Youzhuang was born in the 4th year of Hongzhi, and now, it is only the 18th year. Indeed, he is but a 15-year-old boy. Smiling gently, Zhu Youzhuang continued, I am aware of the extraordinary wisdom you possess, sir, yet do not hold him to excessively high standards. Indeed, he has just turned 14. He is still a middle school student, Li Qing mused quietly. Zhu Youzhuang's gaze softened with hope. I hope you can be more forgiving and invest more thought in him. He is more astute than I, and I believe he will surpass my accomplishments. Li Qing nodded gently, managing a smile. As one who serves the emperor, it is my duty to alleviate his burdens. Rest assured, Grand Emperor. Then I shall feel reassured. Zhu Youzhuang replied cheerfully. The new year approaches. Have you not yet visited the market? Not yet, Li Qing responded, engaging in casual conversation. General Li has procured quite a number of festive goods. I simply benefit from his generosity. It seems you have enjoyed a pleasant rapport with the Duke of Yongqing. Indeed, it has been quite enjoyable, Li Qing admitted candidly. Zhu Youzhuang nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, and instead sighed. In this life, nothing ever goes entirely smoothly. There will always be an array of unexpected events that shatter our preconceived notions. Yet, as we stitch and mend, we come to realize that it is not so dreadful after all. While it may be arduous, the sense of fulfillment derived from our efforts can soothe our fatigue. Li Qing chuckled softly in agreement. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, touching upon matters without delving too deeply, which added a delightful charm to their exchange. In the palace of Qianqing, after Zhu Youzhuang's acupuncture session, Li Qing turned towards the imperial study. Within the hall, the voice of Zhu Youzhuang could be heard, calm rather than angry. Upon entering, Li Qing bowed and announced, "Your humble servant pays his respects to His Majesty." "No need for formalities," Zhu Youzhuang replied, his tone indicating that whatever displeasure had previously existed had been resolved. After scribbling a reply, he looked up and said, "Take a seat." Lu Jin promptly brought over a chair and placed it opposite the imperial desk, discreetly withdrawing afterward. Li Qing pulled out the chair and sat down, inquiring, "Is your mood any better?" "I remain magnanimous and not petty," Zhu Youzhuang responded coolly. "As the emperor of the Ming, how could I not consider the empire?" However, Zhu Youzhuang's expression turned grave, and his tone resolute. "If the development of commerce and industry continues unchecked, the Ming will surely perish." "Surely not," Li Qing countered. "While the advancement of commerce may impact imperial authority, it will not lead to the downfall of the empire. Yet, if one were to act contrary to the natural order..." He paused, adding, "Acting contrary to the natural order does not imply that your Majesty is enforcing harsh policies, but rather moving against the current. You have never spoken sweetly, but I have grown accustomed to it, so there is no need for such decorum," Zhu Youzhuang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Continue." Li Qing nodded. "The strength of the Han and the prosperity of the Tang are universally celebrated, yet neither dynasty enjoyed an eternal reign, did they? The Ming has existed for 138 years, and 138 years, indeed." A smile of delight and pride spread across Li Qing's face. "After 138 years, do we see the splendor of the Ming comparable to that of the Han or Tang?" "Certainly not." Zhu Youzhuang shook his head, and a surge of pride welled up within him. "Indeed, since the unification under Qin, which dynasty has matched the Ming's longevity after 138 years? The notion of lasting glory is merely a slogan. Emperors of all eras understand that it is an ideal, perhaps even a fantasy. The Ming's climate is far less favorable than that of the Han and Tang, yet its population far exceeds theirs. Despite the passage of time, our level of prosperity surpasses theirs. Why is that?" "Why?" Li Qing posited. "Because the times are advancing." He continued, "This current trend of development, accepted by all, surely attests to its validity?" Zhu Youzhuang remained silent. "I understand your grievances, but what right do you have to feel aggrieved?" Li Qing sighed wearily. Did the founding emperor not endure hardship in his youth, rising to power amidst peril? Was that not a grievance? When the Jiangwen emperor curtailed the feudal lords, did the Taizong not suffer in madness and folly, sacrificing 3 sons, and once crowned, dare not relax for a moment, living his life without a single day of joy? Was that not a grievance? The Ren and Xian emperors toiled diligently, their health deteriorating, with barely over 10 years between their reigns. Was that not a grievance? The Zhong emperor was forced into the role of emperor, dying young. Was that not a grievance? The Xian emperor sought reform but faced the ire of his ministers. Was that not a grievance? Your father ruled with diligence and benevolence, yet all you perceive is weakness. Does that not evoke a sense of grievance? Li Qing spoke in a somber tone. Even the legitimate emperor is not as incapable as you imagine. He has his faults, yet he possesses commendable qualities as well. Including Jiangwen, you have witnessed the dangers posed by the feudal lords to the court, but at that time, the threat from the feudal lords was even greater. If we were to empathize, would his actions in curbing the feudal lords truly be erroneous? With a deep sigh, Li Qing asked, "Now please tell me, what grievances do you have?" I, Zhu Youzhuang, felt my face flush crimson, yet I found myself at a loss for words. Li Qing continued coldly, "You believe your struggles are severe, but who among us has it easy? You feel that no one comprehends your suffering. Yet have you ever sought to understand the sufferings of others?" I merely, Zhu Youzhuang stammered, nearly on the brink of emotional collapse, exclaiming, "I am overly ambitious yet lacking in ability. I am young and impetuous, and I understand nothing." Li Qing, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, spoke slowly. "My intention in saying this is not to force you to acknowledge your faults, but rather to make you realize that your grievances, your hardships, appear trivial in the eyes of others. Do you truly expect everyone to empathize with you? You are merely beseeching others for pity. Do you understand?" Li Qing scoffed. After delivering this harsh truth, he settled into a tranquil demeanor, stating, I apologize for my bluntness. Please bear with me, Your Majesty. Zhu Youzhuang took a considerable amount of time to steady his wildly fluctuating heart before muttering, "It matters not. I can endure it." The emperor possesses great magnanimity. Li Qing clasped his hands respectfully and continued, "With the year-end approaching, soon it will be the first year of Jingda. I hope Your Majesty will contemplate the new policies of Jingda thoroughly before proceeding." "I understand," Zhu Youzhuang replied softly. "I am the emperor of the Ming dynasty, a father to my subjects. How could I ever wish for the downfall of my realm and my people?" "I have never doubted your original intentions," Li Qing asserted. Perhaps due to being frequently challenged, Zhu Youzhuang felt a surge of emotion at Li Qing's words, as if this man before him were the one truly wronged. Regaining his composure, Zhu Youzhuang suddenly smiled and declared, "The past is behind us. From this day forth, let us start anew. By the way, you won't take this to heart, will you?" "I shall not," Li Qing nodded. "A prodigal son returning is priceless. Moreover, Your Majesty, you have yet to undertake any actions detrimental to the Ming." "That is reassuring," Zhu Youzhuang replied with a light laugh. "I suddenly find Lu Jin's idea rather feasible." "What is it?" "Those who engage in deceitful behavior shall have their respective salaries deducted." Li Qing, Chapter 8, Naivety. "Deduct away. It won't matter if you take a few trifles from the imperial treasury." Li Qing exhaled deeply, the warm mist dissipating into the air. He sighed again, his brow slightly furrowing before gradually relaxing once more. "The arrangements have begun. It is not particularly challenging. The young emperor is the same. It is not surprising for the only son of a doting father, raised in a honeyed environment, to possess such a temperament." In fact, Li Qing felt a sense of relief that the young emperor was not overly mischievous. At the very least, he is receptive to advice. Li Qing held low expectations for Zhu Youzhuang's psychological maturity, thus he did not feel disappointed. How could a 14-year-old boy bear the weight of such a vast empire and the lives of countless subjects? Dressed in the dragon robe, he is an emperor. Stripped of it, he is merely a middle schooler, and one might even say he is still a child. At such a tender age, what maturity might one expect from him? Although Zhu Youzhuang possesses a capricious nature, reveling in amusement and often neglecting the consequences of his actions, he also exhibits commendable qualities, such as the discernment of right and wrong, as well as ambition. To speak candidly, had another individual grown up enjoying the privileges he has, they might not surpass him and could very well fare worse. It is quite satisfactory. Let not Li Qing be discontented, finding solace in self-reflection. With a light chuckle, he strides with newfound buoyancy. In the days that followed, Zhu Youzhuang ceased his whimsical notions, adhering to a more methodical approach. The ministers, though still vigilant, felt a slight lifting of their worries, yet remained cautious, for the little emperor might still be concocting a grand scheme. Despite his youth, the small emperor had been the crown prince for over a decade, and with only one son, Hongji held no defenses against him. The ministers, having frequent interactions with the young emperor, were well acquainted with his character, recognizing that he was far from a complacent individual. This was especially true for Li Dongyang. When the young emperor contemplated actions against commerce and industry, Li Dongyang was seized by panic, yet he dared not voice his anxieties. Even Lu Jian and Xie Qian from the cabinet remained silent, each grappling with their own unease. Finally, the new year arrived. The resounding chimes rang out melodiously, heralding the dawn of the Jingda era. Lu Jin, instinctively bowing, faced the east as the fiery dawn illuminated his visage, making him appear significantly younger in that moment. At last, it is the first year of Jingda. Lu Jin murmured softly, his face aglow. Now, having left the Bureau of Music, he served in the drum and bell office. Although he had not received a promotion, Lu Jin sensed that his springtime had finally arrived. At the drum and bell office, his hours were more flexible. Aside from ringing the bell at dawn, he could utilize his remaining time freely, thereby increasing his opportunities to engage with the new monarch. Lu Jin was convinced that the emperor's arrangement was intentional. As the palace gates swung wide open, the ministers entered slowly, uttering blessings for the new ruler, their faces adorned with jubilant expressions, regardless of their inner thoughts. Today was not a day for business, no matter how significant the matter. It could not surpass the sentiment of the new year. As the hour of Qin approached, Zhu Youzhuang arrived fashionably late to receive the ministers' congratulations and distribute red envelopes. The ministers expressed their gratitude. Everything unfolded in harmonious delight, a collective celebration. In the days that followed, this vast machinery of power would momentarily halt. Ministers would not attend court, nor would the ruler engage in governance. How many red envelopes did you receive, Honga? 100 taels and silver notes. And you, godfather? Damn it, I received only 10 taels. Li Qing grumbled, convinced that this little rascal was targeting him. After all, he was the grand tutor to the crown prince. A first-rank official. Surely, the red envelope should not be so meager. Li Qing, while not lacking in wealth, was quite dissatisfied with the young one's attitude. Li Hong, with a helpless smile, replied, Godfather, it would be wise to temper your words. One should not speak lightly of the emperor's mother. Ah, I merely spoke in jest. It has become a habit. Li Hong asked, when shall we depart after the new year? Perhaps after the 15th, Li Hong replied with a smile. This time, I won't be busy. When you return to Jinling, I shall accompany you. Li Qing sighed softly. I wonder when the next trip to Jinling will be, with Hongji's health. I cannot leave easily. Pausing, he continued, do not concern yourself with that. Simply enjoy your life. With me around, the sky shall not fall. Li Hong nodded in understanding and reassured. The emperor is embarking on his reign, filled with ambition. Perhaps after this phase, he will adopt a more prudent demeanor. Do not feel overly pressured, my dear godfather. Rest assured, this burden is trivial to me, Li Qing replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. He continued, upon my return, have someone send a letter to Tang Bohu inquiring about the progress. Once completed, I wish to receive a response. Additionally, have Xiao Hao gather some learned yet disheartened scholars to assist Tang Bohu. Understood, Li Hong agreed, rising with a smile. I shall prepare a couple of dishes. Let us enjoy a drink together at noon. I shall take care of it. It is the new year after all, Li Qing insisted. What are you speaking of? At over 60, why boast of strength? Li Qing shot him a glare, urging him to simply wait to be served. Li Hong smiled wryly. Dear godfather, my health is still robust. I am far from being feeble. Humph. Li Qing did not share this sentiment and proceeded to the east kitchen. Spring had arrived, yet warmth lingered in the distance. As the sun gradually disappeared, the sky darkened, and soon snowflakes began to fall. Observing this, Li Qing decided to prepare a hot pot instead. The father and son sat across from each other, enjoying food and casual conversation, with the pot bubbling with slices of meat and cups filled with warm wine. Reminiscing about past joys. Perhaps due to their advancing years, they both relished this intimate and leisurely way of celebrating the new year. As noon approached, Li Hong retired for a nap. Li Qing, unable to sleep, ventured into the courtyard to watch the snow. The snowfall persisted. On the 6th day of the lunar calendar, there were no signs of green willows. Everything in sight, from the earth to the branches, rooftops, and walls, was draped in a silver cloak. The biting wind howled, and the snowflakes danced chaotically, seemingly endless. Li Qing added some charcoal to the fireplace in the side room and settled under the eaves in a reclined position. Watching the snow, he maintained a stillness akin to a statue, with only the rising white vapor from his breath indicating he was still a being of warmth. At the initial hour of Shun, the courtyard door was knocked upon, revealing Zhu Youzhuang. The young emperor, brimming with energy, appeared unfazed by the cold. His hands were crimson, and he had rolled up his sleeves, as if he had just finished a snowball fight. Why, on such a festive occasion, would the emperor venture here? The palace lacks excitement. I thought to wander about, Zhu Youzhuang replied, strolling leisurely in the courtyard, seemingly unable to remain idle, quickly filling the snow with his footprints. Where is General Li? Still napping, I presume. Is that so? Zhu Youzhuang nodded, then suddenly called out, General Li, Duke Yongqing, I have arrived. Are you not quick to greet me? Li Qing was taken aback by this unanticipated outburst and retorted, what nonsense are you shouting about? However, it was too late. As Li Hong's voice soon echoed from the side room, I shall be there shortly. Before long, a hurriedly dressed Li Hong appeared. No need for formalities, Zhu Youzhuang cheerfully exclaimed. It pains me to see General Li, at such an age, unable to celebrate the new year with his family. Not at all. Serving the emperor is my duty. Li Hong thought warily about the young emperor's unexpected visit, wondering if he was regretting his earlier decision to allow him some leisure. Li Qing shared this concern and seized the opportunity to add, General Li is indeed of advanced age. It is unwise for him to overexert himself. That is out of line. Zhu Youzhuang glared at him. I am conversing with General Li. It is not your place to interject. Li Qing was left speechless. Li Hong hastily played peacemaker, inquiring, Your Majesty, have you come to my humble abode on the first day of the Lunar New Year with instructions? Not quite instructions. Zhu Youzhuang replied with a smile. As it is already the onset of spring, Yet the capital remains quite frigid. I imagine the esteemed General Li, being of southern origin and advanced in years, finds this weather rather harsh. It is tolerable, Li Hong responded, somewhat perplexed. However, Li Qing understood the underlying intent and couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused. Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang remarked, given the cold, it would be prudent for the old general to return to Jiangnan soon, lest he suffer from the chill. I shall obey your command, Li Hong replied, now comprehending the young emperor's purpose. He asked, when does your majesty suggest I depart? Considering today is a grand celebration, perhaps it would be best to set off tomorrow. Zhu Youzhuang suggested with a grin. I have arranged for transportation and attendance for the old general's journey. Li Hong let out a quiet sigh of gratitude. Clasping his hands in respect, I thank your majesty for your kind consideration. I shall depart early tomorrow. Indeed, someone will come to inform the old general. Zhu Youzhuang added with a smile. It is cold, so please return indoors to rest. I shall take a stroll. After a pause, he inquired, Li Qing, would you care to join me? No, Li Qing replied. There are orders. If there are, I must comply. Then why do you ask? Li Qing thought to himself, wishing he could give Zhu Youzhuang a good scolding. Was this not akin to a fool's errand? Given their previous discord, and now a slight thawing of relations, it was best to refrain from conflict. The young emperor, after all, still possessed a childlike nature. If he were to become thoroughly displeased, no amount of persuasion would sway him. As they exited the courtyard, the two strolled aimlessly through the village, with Lu Jin trailing a couple of paces behind his company, followed by the palace guards. Thankfully, in this icy weather, there were no common folk wandering about, thus sparing them any disturbance. One must maintain a sense of propriety. Boundaries must be respected, even in servitude. Zhu Youzhuang remarked nonchalantly, if all civil officials were as you are, I fear my reign would be quite unsettled. I hope you will act accordingly in the future. Li Qing felt an unnameable anger rising within him, but found no outlet for his frustration. From the emperor's perspective, Zhu Youzhuang was not wrong. I wish to employ your talents, but you must also strive to be worthy, exhibiting both respect and self-restraint, Zhu Youzhuang said, his youthful face now bearing a serious demeanor as he placed a hand on Li Qing's shoulder, earnestly asking, do you comprehend my good intentions? One cannot deny, your skill in rhetoric has indeed improved. You are beginning to spin tales, Li Qing thought. Seeing Li Qing remain silent, Zhu Youzhuang sighed softly, adopting an air of magnanimity. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the distance, his voice deep and calm, laced with a hint of misunderstood frustration. I do this for your benefit. To leave you without vulnerabilities, to shield you from criticism. Do you understand? Li Qing mused. The good news is that the young emperor's demeanor has become more earnest. The bad news is that he is perhaps overreaching in his efforts. Li Qing, unable to disregard the performance required of him, resorted to a clumsy display. Oh dear, your majesty, your intentions are truly commendable. I had thought you were suspicious of me. I am ashamed. If I truly harbored suspicions about you, would I be so forthright? Zhu Youzhuang chuckled, shaking his head. You possess remarkable cunning, which is your strength, yet you lack experience in the court, leading to a style that is somewhat misaligned with its workings. That is your weakness. Very well, I acknowledge my immaturity, Li Qing nodded. Your majesty speaks wisely. Chapter 9. It is no longer feasible to withhold certain cards. Zhu Youzhuang's tactics appear rather juvenile in front of Li Qing, and even amongst the esteemed figures. However, this is merely a relative observation. Moreover, such juvenile behavior is not without its effects. After all, Zhu Youzhuang is an emperor, wielding immense power, making his actions rather marketable. Were he a novice in the bureaucratic arena, the impact would be exponentially greater. Yet, Li Qing does not fall into this category. Nevertheless, he endeavors to view Zhu Youzhuang with objectivity. Frankly speaking, it is commendable that Zhu Youzhuang, at the age of a middle school student, can achieve such feats. He should not be ridiculed. This sentiment contributes to Li Qing's dissatisfaction, as he finds it quite childish, yet he still cooperates. After all, who among us has not grown from immaturity? Furthermore, Zhu Youzhuang's naivety is not without merit. On the contrary, it possesses considerable feasibility. It can serve as a suitable motivation. Though one must be cautious not to overly discourage. You understand, I trust. Zhu Youzhuang smiled with satisfaction, though it was unclear whether his pleasure stemmed from Li Qing's response or from his own performance. He continued to feign profundity. The era has changed. In a few days, the court will reconvene, and I shall unveil new policies. Li Qing nodded, continuing the charade, pondering what the emperor's new policies might encompass. Perhaps they would follow the usual procedures, initiating the civil service examinations, reducing taxes, albeit with some minor adjustments. Zhu Youzhuang deliberately left things ambiguous, inviting Li Qing to speculate. Will there be a deduction of salary for taking leave? Li Qing inquired. Haha, that one is indeed to be included, Zhu Youzhuang replied, though he had more in store. Losing interest in guessing, Li Qing asked, so if one does not take leave, there will be no deductions? Unjustified absences will incur double deductions, Zhu Youzhuang stated, effectively quashing Li Qing's fanciful thoughts. Oh, Li Qing responded, his enthusiasm waning. While he was not in need of money, the notion of working without compensation was quite disheartening. He reminded the emperor, Your Majesty, do not forget, in addition to my role as the crown prince's tutor, I also serve as the chief physician to the retired emperor, and my salary should be calculated accordingly. Rest assured, it will be settled fairly. Zhu Youzhuang shot him a reproachful glance, exasperated. Do you think I am a petty emperor? Alas, I merely wish for you to shed your laziness. Why do you appear so addicted to this performance? Li Qing felt wearied and nodded, steering the conversation elsewhere. With the new year brings new beginnings. It is only fitting that new policies are announced as we transition into this new era. However, as you ascend the throne, Your Majesty, it is prudent to seek progress through stability. You worry too much, Li Qing. Governing a great nation is like cooking a small fish. I would not overlook the necessary timing, Zhu Youzhuang retorted, leaving Li Qing speechless. After some time, as the snowfall intensified, seemingly marking the end of their playful banter, Zhu Youzhuang declared, Let us conclude our discussion for today. Tomorrow, after I attend to the retired emperor's medical needs, I shall visit the imperial study. Li Qing was taken aback. During the new year, Your Majesty also intends to manage state affairs? I shall remain in the imperial study. Zhu Youzhuang cleared his throat and replied with an air of nonchalance. The ancestral empire. How could I dare to be negligent? Regardless of whether this was an act, Li Qing found his attitude satisfactory. As you command, Your Majesty. As he watched the imperial carriage depart, Li Qing muttered softly to himself, It appears the young lad's heart has settled, although his nature may be hard to change. He will not act recklessly. Well, at least things may become a bit easier. In the small courtyard, Li Hong was already preparing dinner. Foster father, I shall depart tomorrow. Allow me the honor of cooking once, Li Hong said, wishing to fulfill his filial duty while he still could. Li Qing paused and acquiesced to his request. What has the emperor mentioned? There is nothing of significance, merely a collection of insipid remarks, Li Qing murmured, suggesting that one is now in a semi-retired state and no longer needs to exert oneself so fervently. He advised to return home, rest adequately, and only then resume work. After all, both Wanqing and Hongji are aware, and even the young emperor understands that there is no need for excessive caution in every matter. Li Hong smiled and nodded, affirming, Very well, I shall heed my godfather's counsel. The following morning, as they rose, the guards escorting Li Hong back to Jinling arrived. Though Li Hong had initially considered staying with his godfather for the Lantern Festival, he sighed helplessly, offered an apologetic smile to his godfather, took the donkey by the reins, and set off on the journey back to Jinling. Li Qing had grown accustomed to farewells, experiencing little emotional upheaval. After bidding farewell to his godson, he proceeded to the imperial palace. Perhaps due to the biting cold that rendered leisurely strolls impossible, Hongji's pulse showed signs of weakness after lying down for an extended period. Li Qing prescribed an additional restorative concoction. After discussing the patient's condition with the Ji and Zhang families, Li Qing made his way to the imperial study. Zhu Youzhuang was not engaged in dealing with memorials. The emperor's desk was devoid of any documents. It was unclear whether there were no matters to address or if he was simply indulging in idleness. When Li Qing arrived, Zhu Youzhuang was engrossed in a game akin to modern shuttlecock kicking. The young emperor appeared to possess a natural talent for physical activity, having played for a full quarter of an hour, stopping only when he felt fatigued. You are rather late today. Zhu Youzhuang stretched and settled into the main seat. Bestowing seats upon those present, Lu Jin served the tea. Lu Jin, with a sycophantic smile, brought forth a chair and said, Please, esteemed minister. He then proceeded to pour tea, displaying not only attentiveness but also a keen sense of timing, quietly retreating once he had completed his task. Are there no memorials to address? Zhu Youzhuang remarked, I finished my work ahead of time last year. There are surely matters to consider, though they have yet to arrive. With a playful grin, he added, Perhaps I have merely been indulging myself. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and ceased his laughter. Lifting his teacup to sip thoughtfully as he asked, "How fares the Grand Emperor's health? These frigid days have taken a toll, and his constitution has weakened somewhat. I have prescribed a warming restorative decoction. Overall, there is no cause for alarm," Li Qing replied. Zhu Youzhuang frowned and inquired, "Why not prescribe several more doses of restorative medicine? Is it due to the principle that one who is weak cannot endure excessive nourishment?" "Indeed. But it is not solely that," Li Qing explained. "The human body thrives on balance and moderation." "I see," Zhu Youzhuang responded, though he appeared only partially enlightened. In truth, it was not that one could not replenish, but rather that one should not overindulge. Li Qing subtly vented his frustrations, asking, "Your Majesty summoned me for what purpose? What are your thoughts on Lu Jin?" Zhu Youzhuang inquired, candidly admitting, "I intend to employ eunuchs." Zhu Youzhuang acknowledged, "You must recognize that I am unable to foster harmonious relations with my ministers as my father did. While you are capable of earning trust and wielding influence, I do not wish for you to isolate yourself from the civil officials, as your capacity is ultimately limited." With a serious demeanor, Zhu Youzhuang continued, "Eunuchs are not without their merits. This was perfectly exemplified by Emperor Xianzong. Even Wang Zhun of the Zhengtong era was merely a scapegoat. The emperor has always been the one leading the charge. How could a mere eunuch wield such power? You need not doubt, Emperor Xianzong himself has articulated this." Li Qing nodded slowly, holding no animosity toward the eunuch faction. "I had thought you would be as resistant as the other ministers," Zhu Youzhuang remarked. Upon witnessing his support, Zhu Youzhuang was quite taken aback. Frankly speaking, eunuchs are merely tools, not fearsome beasts. However, Li Qing gravely remarked that if utilized wisely, they become figures like Wang Zhi. But if mismanaged, they turn into the likes of Wang Zhun. This is something you ought to comprehend. Naturally, Zhu Youzhuang nodded confidently, asserting that a mere eunuch could not alter the heavens. When needed, they wield tremendous power, but when dismissed, they are reduced to mere words, a simple note. Li Qing had no doubts about this. Indeed, the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty could not overturn the world. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested that a stick must be sweetened with dates. Employing eunuchs would inevitably provoke public outrage, and it was essential to win the favor of the civil officials simultaneously. "I have considered this as well. What do you think about convening the Grand Assembly? This is a commendable approach, yet it is insufficient." Li Qing gently shook his head, insisting that a degree of sincerity must be demonstrated. Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow, inquiring about his insights. "I wouldn't call them profound. Merely the need to win over some high-ranking officials," Li Qing replied. "By securing one of the 6 ministries or the cabinet, one could effectively pacify a faction. Is it unnecessary to win them all over? Attempting to do so would only yield counterproductive results." Li Qing smiled, explaining that by gaining the support of one side, the civil officials would engage in infighting, while attempting to win overall would render efforts futile. Zhu Youzhuang grasped the essence of the argument and praised, "Indeed, you are correct. Your thoughts are quite thorough." After a pause, he continued, "I believe it is better to win over the cabinet. My father once clearly stated that the grand scholars of the cabinet must not hold other official positions. Although they currently seem powerful, they are, in truth, quite hollow. Once they lose their influence, they may find themselves irretrievably lost. In contrast, the 6 ministries, although their voice has diminished, remain fundamentally intact, and with a little support, they could regain their former glory. What do you think?" Li Qing pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the soundness of the argument. "I have another thought. Please share it." Li Qing exhibited no impatience. It was indeed a positive sign that the young emperor sought his counsel on matters. "I believe I must maintain my own image," Zhu Youzhuang stated. Li Qing chuckled, questioning what sort of image he possessed. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized they could be hurtful and intended to offer some soothing remarks, only to hear Zhu Youzhuang say, "You have hit the nail on the head. In the eyes of my ministers, I truly lack an image. However, it is precisely for this reason that I must uphold it." Li Qing was taken aback and asked, "Are you attempting to lower the expectations of your ministers to prevent them from becoming overbearing, thus avoiding a recurrence of the Hongzhi era? Ah, how well you understand me." "Li Qing," Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, patting his chest and pointing at Li Qing, "You know me well." Li Qing furrowed his brow. While Zhu Youzhuang's intentions were commendable and feasible, he feared that if not handled with care, it could lead to discontent and estrangement. "It is human nature to be dissatisfied, and your thoughts are not misguided. But you must also recognize that all of this is founded upon the principles of governance. Li Qing spoke earnestly, asserting that there must be a sense of boundaries between ruler and subject, yet there should not be an insurmountable chasm. Indeed, your words hold truth, rest assured. I shall not act impulsively anymore. How can I truly be at ease? Li Qing took a deep breath and asked, Your Majesty, do you trust me? If I did not trust you, would I bare my heart so openly? Zhu Youzhuang retorted, Since you trust me, may I take the reins in this matter? Zhu Youzhuang hesitated. So, this implies a lack of trust. It is not merely that you are unfamiliar with court politics, Zhu Youzhuang replied, somewhat discontented, as this is not your area of expertise. Sigh, it seems that revealing some hidden cards has become imperative. After a brief silence, Li Qing suddenly stated, Shaoji is currently undergoing extensive reclamation. In the future, Shaoji will supply grain to the Ming dynasty. Li Qing elaborated further. This is still confounding Zhu Youzhuang. Is this true or not? We are discussing court affairs here. Li Qing responded earnestly. These developments are largely attributed to my efforts. My journey overseas was not merely to treat the barbarians, but rather to remedy the ailments of the Ming. Zhu Youzhuang was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 10, Playing with Fire. The conversation had veered dramatically, leaving Zhu Youzhuang in profound psychological turmoil, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. After a while, he collected himself, gazing at Li Qing with a complex expression, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. He seemed unsure of how to respond. Shocked, absurd, and incredulous, none of these terms could adequately encapsulate his current emotions. There is no doubt. I have no reason to deceive you, nor do I wish to, Li Qing asserted. Some matters cannot be concealed. If you remain skeptical, feel free to send someone to investigate and ascertain the truth of my claims. Zhu Youzhuang swallowed hard, lifted his tea cup, took a sip, but found no relief for his parched throat, so he drank it all in one go. The slightly scalding tea coursed through his stomach, calming his tumultuous thoughts. He exhaled a warm breath imbued with the fragrance of tea and inquired, Shaoji is indeed undergoing large-scale reclamation? Indeed. Shaoji intends to cultivate grain on a grand scale and supply it to the Ming? Precisely. Are you spearheading these efforts? Correct. Zhu Youzhuang fell silent once more, momentarily unable to digest this information. From what he knew of Li Qing, he was a loathsome yet capable individual, one whose words were often harsh, yet who was not prone to deceit. Crude, rude, and audacious. These were Li Qing's shortcomings, yet none could overshadow his merits. The emotions of youth are often rich and subjective, heavily influenced by personal likes and dislikes. Given Li Qing's actions, Zhu Youzhuang should have long harbored an intense aversion toward him, casting him aside without hesitation. Yet, that was not the case. For he understood that Li Qing was not his adversary. He recognized that Li Qing could genuinely assist him. After a full quarter of an hour, Zhu Youzhuang finally spoke. For the time being, I shall trust you. He then added, However, I wish to know how you intend to accomplish this, and what motivates you to do so. I am a physician, Li Qing replied. Let us dispense with the trivialities and get to the point. Zhu Youzhuang took a deep breath and said, Speak of matters that can inspire trust. Li Qing responded, In the Ming, I have treated the Emperor Emeritus on 2 occasions. In Shaoji, I serve as the chief physician to the King of Shaoji. The King of Shaoji is the Han Wang, correct? Zhu Youzhuang queried. These dusty tales of yours were unknown to the common folk, yet as a monarch, Zhu Youzhuang was well aware. The lineage of the Han Wang had been expunged from the family tree and was not recognized by the court. Yet it could not alter the fact that the Han Wang's bloodline originated from the Zhu family. Zhu Youzhuang was, of course, privy to these secrets. I recall that the current king of Shaoji is Zhu Qijin. Is that right? Indeed, he is from your great-grandfather's generation, Li Qing remarked. Although the Han Wang's bloodline has somewhat diluted over time, it still traces back to the Taizong, does it not? Li Qing sighed. After all, they still bear the surname Zhu. Zhu Youzhuang remained noncommittal and inquired, Is the king of Shaoji unwell as well? Perhaps I am improving his health. Is it unreasonable to make some requests? Li Qing retorted, Isn't that rather reasonable? Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow and said, He is the local emperor of Jiaoji. Can he not find a physician? He abruptly halted his words, realizing that even the legitimate emperor of the Ming dynasty could not find a suitable doctor, as the Imperial Medical Institute was filled with incompetent individuals. Your medical skills are indeed exceptional. Yet it is unlikely that the king of Jiaoji would look to you with such reverence, Zhu Youzhuang continued. Gold, beauty, and even power. I am certain he could offer you all of these. However, such an enormous sacrifice, which does not align with the interests of our nation. Why would he agree so readily? Do not mention the Zhu family, Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. How long have the vassal kings been gone? You have previously experienced their selfishness. Even if the Han lineage were acknowledged, they would never make such sacrifices. Li Qing smiled. Your Majesty, have you heard the story of Yanzi's mission to Chu? Zhu Youzhuang paused, puzzled. Is it about the oranges from Huainan and the trifoliate oranges from Huabei? Such a statement might be disheartening, yet it is the truth. Li Qing replied earnestly. The climate of Jiaoji is far superior to that of the Ming dynasty. Oh, I would be eager to hear more, Zhu Youzhuang remarked, somewhat sullenly. As he harbored lingering thoughts about the climate of Huabei while being more curious about that of Huainan. Li Qing elaborated. Jiaoji has both northern and southern regions. During the coldest winter months, frost and snow may fall in the north, though they rarely freeze. As for the south, there is no winter, only spring, summer, and autumn, allowing for 3 harvests a year. Consequently, their grain production far exceeds their consumption, with surplus sold to the Ming, aligning perfectly with the interests of the Han prince. Li Qing continued, it is undeniable that the initial investment for large-scale reclamation is substantial, but the benefits reaped are immense and enduring, which is why it is not surprising that the Han prince would agree. Zhu Youzhuang frowned slightly. No, there is one crucial point you have not addressed. What is it? Why would he trust you? Zhu Youzhuang seized upon the crux of the matter. What you say is indeed irrefutable and logical. However, you are but a minor figure. How could you earn his trust? Li Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It must be said that the young emperor was quite astute, accurately identifying the pivotal issue. I possess the token of Emperor Xianzong, Li Qing declared. What token? The palace entry plaque and the jade pendant worn by Emperor Xianzong. Zhu Youzhuang regarded him with skepticism and asked, you cannot possibly mean to suggest that your endeavors in Jiaoji were undertaken at the behest of Emperor Xianzong? Thank you for providing me with a rationale, Li Qing nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Do you believe in your own words? Zhu Youzhuang responded, dumbfounded. If it were truly at the behest of Emperor Xianzong, would he not have informed my father? Furthermore, Emperor Xianzong has passed away. Who knows of your hardships or sacrifices? Who understands? How would you realize any return? Li Qing fell silent for a long while before finally saying, I require no one to know, no one to understand, and I need not seek a return. I do these things solely for my own satisfaction. Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. Is this amusing? Zhu Youzhuang ceased to laugh, for whether true or false, it should not be ridiculed. Zhu Youzhuang, bewildered, honestly stated, I still cannot fully believe it. To be candid, I find it hard to accept that such selfless individuals exist in this world. Li Qing nodded. I understand. So you may dispatch someone to investigate and see if my words ring true. This is only natural. Such a significant matter cannot be judged solely by your word. However, Zhu Youzhuang cast a penetrating glance at Li Qing and remarked, for some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that you are speaking the truth. Li Qing chuckled softly. Trust your instincts. I have no reason to deceive you, do I? Yet, I fail to comprehend your motivations. Zhu Youzhuang retorted, it is not that I distrust you, but rather that your reasoning is implausible to anyone. Starting from the premise that human nature is inherently wicked, it is only natural to harbor disbelief. Indeed, your perspective is not entirely flawed. The virtuous are but a rare breed. Li Qing acknowledged Zhu Youzhuang's line of reasoning and added, as for myself, I happen to belong to that select few. Zhu Youzhuang was tempted to accuse him of self-aggrandizement, but refrained, instead stating, you express these thoughts out of concern that I might undermine commerce and industry, am I correct? Li Qing candidly agreed. The way of heaven compensates for the surplus by aiding the deficient. The way of humanity diminishes the needy while benefiting the affluent. The way of heaven is the foundation of all existence, while the way of humanity encapsulates the rise and fall of history. It is not to say that this path is infallibly correct, but rather that there exists no superior alternative. Do not quibble over words. Speak in a manner I can comprehend, Zhu Youzhuang interjected. Li Qing pondered momentarily and replied, in simpler terms. The relationships formed among individuals invariably evolve into a dynamic where the insufficient are harmed while the affluent are nurtured. This is unavoidable and immutable. Do you understand? Are you referring to land consolidation? Zhu Youzhuang asked. Yes, but it is not solely that. It encompasses various facets, Li Qing sighed. Moreover, pursuing commerce and industry can soften this harsh reality and even, to some extent, replenish the deficient. You are playing with fire, exclaimed Zhu Youzhuang. If this continues, chaos will inevitably ensue. Li Qing did not dispute this. Instead, he praised, your metaphor is indeed apt. We are indeed playing with fire. Taking a sip of warm tea, Li Qing drew a comparison. On a frigid day, a cup of hot tea warms both body and spirit. Yet is it not the fire that brews this tea? The same applies to commerce and industry. Li Qing continued enthusiastically. To this day, maritime trade has enabled everyone, from the rulers to the common folk, to enjoy the warmth of tea, has it not? At this point, Zhu Youzhuang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, despite his reluctance to admit it. The core reason for the continuous strengthening of the Ming dynasty was indeed the flourishing of commerce and industry. This was an undeniable fact. Yet, Zhu Youzhuang remained unconvinced. He persisted with the metaphor, stating, this fire is destined to blaze ever brighter, ultimately leading people to live in dire straits. While such a possibility cannot be dismissed, it does not signify that this is the only outcome, Li Qing countered. How can we resolve this? By lifting the pot from the boil. Zhu Youzhuang immediately grasped the meaning, yet he still harbored reservations and pondered, the evolution of circumstances to that extent will take considerable time, and neither of us will witness it. If future rulers are wise and capable, then that is fortunate. However, have faith in posterity. Li Qing smiled. Circumstances give rise to heroes. Are you even listening to yourself? Zhu Youzhuang retorted in anger. Li Qing laughed. Why should you be upset? While future turmoil is indeed unavoidable, it will not spell the end of the Ming dynasty. The advancement of this developmental model is epoch-making. Li Qing's expression turned serious as he stated earnestly, trust me. As long as the Ming dynasty does not reverse the course of history, its legacy will surpass that of all other unified dynasties. Zhu Youzhuang pondered over Li Qing's words in silence. Li Qing, unhurried, granted him ample time for contemplation. After a considerable interval, Zhu Youzhuang spoke. I shall refrain from suppressing commerce and industry. However, I shall not ardently support their development either. It is best to let this pot of water simmer gradually. Your Majesty is wise, Li Qing nodded, appreciating that such an approach would avert upheaval and mitigate systemic risks arising from hasty growth. Zhu Youzhuang nodded pensively, then curiously regarded Li Qing, hesitatingly inquiring, can you speak honestly to me? What is your relationship with the Duke of Yongqing? Zhu Youzhuang asked, adding, I am referring to the former Duke of Yongqing. Chapter 11. All right, I confess, I am indeed Li Qing. Li Qing felt a shiver run through him, but maintained his composure. Your Majesty, I do not fully grasp your meaning. His knowledge of the emperors and the history of the Ming dynasty was limited, save for Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di. He knew a bit about Zhu Youzhuang, given his notoriety. To his understanding, Zhu Youzhuang had never pursued immortality. Li Qing was not particularly concerned that revealing the truth would lead Zhu Youzhuang down an irreversible path of cultivation. Rather, he feared that should the young emperor learn the reality, he might swing to an extreme. Zhu Youzhuang was well aware of his penchant for playfulness. Even setting aside historical conclusions, the current Zhu Youzhuang was not vastly different. If he were to gain some support, he might fully unleash his true nature. Li Qing, what troubles you? Zhu Youzhuang clarified, I am not speaking of you, Sir Li, but of a certain Li Qing, the previous Duke of Yongqing. Have you heard of him from the Zhengtong era? Not at all, Li Qing replied. Is he still alive? Theoretically, he is no longer with us, Zhu Youzhuang remarked, pausing abruptly, scrutinizing Li Qing with a peculiar gaze. There was indeed a Li Qing during the Hongwu era, who was also conferred the title of Duke of Yongqing. Are you aware of that? Li Qing shook his head. You are lying, Zhu Youzhuang asserted with conviction, suspicion growing within him. What are you concealing? Or rather, what are you afraid of? I do not comprehend your Majesty's intent, Li Qing said, maintaining a stoic expression, though internally he felt a deep unease. It was not a sense of shame that he wished to hide, but rather a fear that Zhu Youzhuang would uncover the truth, leading to dire consequences. This young man was truly unpredictable. Your Majesty knows me well. I am merely a simple countryman, unrestrained in speech and lacking reverence. I dare confront even the emperor. What is there for me to fear? Li Qing asserted. If I were afraid, I would not have repeatedly challenged the emperor. Had I been fearful, I would have remained in Jiaoji, believing that even with your extensive connections, finding someone overseas would not be an easy task. Zhu Youzhuang was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his conviction. You must know the Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing. Is it possible that my name, Li Chongqing, is the reason? Li Qing chuckled. Zhu Youzhuang shook his head. With your profound understanding of the history of the Ming dynasty, it is impossible for you to be unaware of the Duke of Yongqing, be it the Li Qing of the Zhengtong era or that of the Hongwu era. Both were illustrious figures. You should inquire, how many in the court are unfamiliar with the name of the Duke of Yongqing? Yet you, with your wise and bright eyes, clearly possess an extensive understanding of the illustrious history of the Ming dynasty, yet claim ignorance of him. Do you not find this rather amusing? The little one is quite clever. Indeed, the more he conceals, the more easily he reveals himself. Li Qing, though anxious within, maintained a facade of composure and inquired, Your Majesty, what do you wish to convey? You have inadvertently exposed yourself, Zhu Youzhuang replied with a cold smile. Li Qing, perplexed, stammered, What have I exposed? A typical individual in such a predicament would exhibit feelings of grievance, astonishment, or panic, certainly not such tranquility, Zhu Youzhuang remarked. Li Qing rubbed his nose and replied with a wry smile, I am rather thick-skinned. Few things truly move me. You are well aware of this, Your Majesty. What does this imply? Enough of the pretense. I have deduced the truth, Zhu Youzhuang stated, gazing intently at Li Qing, enunciating each word. There is but one truth. What? You are indeed Li Qing, and it is highly probable that you are both of the previous earls of Yongqing. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled. In the 15th year of Hongwu, you entered the court to treat Empress Xiaozi, and now you have returned to attend to the Grand Emperor. Maintaining such closeness with General Li, one cannot deny that history is astonishingly similar. Li Qing fell silent. With a long sigh, he finally admitted, All right, I confess. I am Li Qing, the Li Qing of the Hongwu era, the Li Qing of the Zhengtong era. They are all me. I knew it. I sensed Zhu Youzhuang's elation at uncovering a monumental secret, coupled with an admiration for the extraordinary and enigmatic. His face flushed with excitement, bordering on frenzy. Li Qing, however, remained exceptionally calm, observing him with an expression of bemusement. Why do you gaze upon me in such a manner? Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow and, realizing the gravity of the moment, exclaimed, Do you dare to silence me with violence? Li Qing offered a bitter smile, speaking to himself, I am Li Qing, both earls of Yongqing. Since entering the realm of governance in the 15th year of Hongwu, I have traversed through the reigns of Hongwu, Jiangwen, Yongle, Hongxi, Xuanda, Jingtong, Jingtai, Chenghua, and Hongji, and now I find myself in the Zhengde era. After over a century, I remain alive, still youthful. Throughout these years, I have known no fatigue, relinquishing high offices and wealth time and again. My original intent remains unchanged. I entered the court to heal and have returned to do so, without reservation, without disguise. Zhu Youzhuang listened quietly, gradually sensing something amiss. Indeed, if his suspicions were correct, the individual before him was no less than a being who had lived for at least 150 years. Yet, how could such an extraordinary entity so easily reveal himself? Furthermore, do immortal beings truly exist? Even the famed Zhang Xianren was declared deceased by the authorities during the Yongle period, and there remains uncertainty regarding whether he was even born in the Song dynasty. A flicker of doubt arose within Zhu Youzhuang, yet he quickly reaffirmed his conviction. There must be traces left behind. Even a remarkable being cannot conceal everything flawlessly. Zhu Youzhuang resolved that he was not mistaken. Stop with the evasions. You are merely concealing in reverse. Zhu Youzhuang fixed his gaze on Li Qing and declared, I trust my judgment. No matter how extravagant your words may be, I shall not waver in my beliefs. Li Qing internally sighed. This little one is indeed a formidable opponent. Why do you remain silent? Zhu Youzhuang pressed, his demeanor aggressive. Li Qing, with a nonchalant shrug, remarked, You see, if I deny it, you claim I am concealing the truth. If I acknowledge it, you suggest I am merely engaging in reverse concealment. You've already spoken your mind. So what more can I say? Speak the truth. Emperor Zhu Youzhuang fixed his gaze upon him, demanding, Look me in the eye and tell me. Li Qing internally scoffed at the audacity of such a commanding tone. He raised his eyes to meet the emperor's and replied, What I previously stated was nothing but the truth. Provide a straightforward answer. Zhu Youzhuang, visibly agitated, insisted, Are you or are you not Li Qing? Just tell me. Yes or no? Indeed, Li Qing responded calmly. Zhu Youzhuang was incensed. So you persist in your defiance? See how flustered you are. Li Qing, with a look of exasperation, raised his hands and stated, That is the answer. If you believe it to be true, then so it is. If you think otherwise, then it is not. There is simply no definitive answer. Just as when I claim I am not, you refuse to believe me, and when I assert I am, your doubts remain. This question lacks resolution. I demand you answer. Zhu Youzhuang was nearly beside himself. I have spoken. Will you believe me? Li Qing countered, leaving the emperor momentarily speechless. Continuing, Li Qing asserted, there is no answer to this. If I am not Li Qing, then the question itself is invalid. If I am Li Qing, I shall not divulge the precise truth. Thus a definitive answer will forever elude you. Whether it is true or false, you cannot verify. Zhu Youzhuang found himself at a loss for rebuttal, yet he remained unyielding. What if I consult generally for confirmation? You may certainly seek him out. He has just departed, and you may catch him if you hurry, Li Qing replied with a slight smile. But do you truly believe that General Li's words will assuage your suspicions? Even I, the person in question, cannot instill unwavering certainty in you. How could another? Frustrated, Zhu Youzhuang felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, yet he recognized that he was no match for Li Qing, who would not hesitate to retaliate. This fact had been proven on more than one occasion. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Youzhuang implored, cannot you provide me with a definitive statement? The seed of doubt has been sown. No matter what I say, it cannot dispel your suspicions, Li Qing replied coolly. The young emperor, possessing a sharp intellect, realized that mere deception was no longer viable. Li Qing had no choice but to retreat to a position where Zhu Youzhuang could not ascertain the truth. If certainty was unattainable, then he could not act with impunity. Is it true or false? Indeed. Begone. Zhu Youzhuang, exasperated, declared, your salary for a year shall be withheld. Ah, that is not fair. Li Qing protested. If you insist on such measures, I may as well cease my duties. Zhu Youzhuang's fingers trembled with indignation as he angrily waved his sleeves, exclaiming, you delight in provoking me. Li Qing remained composed, stating, in truth, there is no matter at hand. It is the foolish who create their own turmoil. Does my identity as Li Qing truly impact your role as emperor? It appears not to hinder your reign in any way. Zhu Youzhuang, suppressing his rage, clenched his teeth and nearly resorted to throwing a paperweight at Li Qing's irritating visage. Leave, and do so quickly, lest, he puffed, trembling with agitation, if you persist, one of us shall surely perish. Seeing that the emperor was genuinely enraged, Li Qing decided not to hold his attitude against him, acknowledging his own ungraciousness. I shall take my leave, but I have one final remark for your majesty. Speak quickly. You once declared that you would not suppress the industrial and commercial sectors, nor would you fail to support them. You must stand by your word. Li Qing stated with gravity. Rest assured. Zhu Youzhuang clenched his teeth, declaring, I am resolute in my distinction between public and private matters. I shall not allow personal sentiments to interfere with such significant affairs. Li Qing nodded slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. That is good. Now be gone. And one more thing. Why do you have to prattle so much? Zhu Youzhuang, holding a paperweight in his hand, gradually raised it towards Li Qing, warning, if you utter another word that angers me, I shall ensure your misfortune blossoms like 1,000 flowers. With gritted teeth, Zhu Youzhuang listened as Li Qing succinctly articulated. Whether it is the Li Qing of the Hongwu era or that of the Zhengde period, both have contributed to the esteemed tales of sovereign and minister, have they not? If your majesty is steadfast in my identity as Li Qing, then let us revive history together, with a united front, to benefit the people. Zhu Youzhuang hesitated, his grip on the paperweight loosening. Li Qing continued gently, whether I am indeed Li Qing is of little consequence to your majesty or to the Ming dynasty. What truly matters is the potential for Li Qing's legacy to be revived, is it not? Chapter 12. First and foremost, I have not wronged anyone. Zhu Youzhuang murmured to himself, reflecting on the Li Qing of the Zhengde era. Li Qing departed, yet the psychological impact he left on Zhu Youzhuang remained unresolved, intensifying with each passing moment. Both the Li Qing of the Hongwu period and that of the Zhengde were exceedingly detestable, particularly among the literati. Nevertheless, while they were despised, the audacity to openly lie was beyond their means. They harbored thieving intentions, but lacked the courage. Yet, the scholars did conspire against Li Qing, documenting his achievements with a biased pen, while simultaneously amplifying his alleged disrespect. For instance, in a certain year and month, the founder was enraged and wielded his sword against Li Qing. In another, the second emperor was so incensed that he cursed Li Qing's ancestors. As for the Li Qing of the Zhengde era, the records were more akin to, the emperor was greatly angered and declared, you have gone too far in deceiving me. In sum, The literati were quite adept at disparaging others. However, there were some deeds that could not be twisted or obscured, despite their efforts to simplify matters. They could not diminish Li Qing's brilliance. As the crown prince, how could Zhu Youzhuang not delve into the history of his dynasty? Especially after harboring doubts about Li Qing's identity, he began to explore Li Qing's legacy in depth. The more he learned, the more he admired and yearned for the illustrious Marquis Yongqing, envisioning himself as emperor, supported by such a formidable figure. After all, both Li Qings were exceptionally formidable, truly eclipsing all others. This assertion is no exaggeration. Putting aside their tangible accomplishments, consider Li Qing's demeanor towards the emperor. If he lacked true talent or significant contributions, would an emperor exhibit such remarkable tolerance? Absurd. One need only reflect on the personalities of the founding and second emperors, if they truly wished to eradicate Li Qing. Could he have escaped unscathed? The Li Qing of the Zhengde era was no less formidable than his Hongwu counterpart. It was commonplace for emperors to be driven to fury. Only the Zhongzong emperor exhibited a degree of leniency, allowing his anger to subside while still favoring Li Qing thereafter. Not to mention, punitive measures were seldom enacted. Even if sanctions were imposed, they would be compensated through other means. Surely, this is no ordinary relationship between sovereign and minister. It is akin to treating the minister as a favored servant. Why did the emperors behave in such a manner? The answer is singular. They were invaluable, not merely useful, but extraordinarily so. Zhu Youzhuang comprehended the nuances of Li Qing's portrayal within historical records, thus aspiring to have such a person by his side for support. And now, this individual has emerged. Remarkably, his strategies, insights, overall vision, and even his knack for inciting annoyance bear a striking resemblance to that of Zhu Youzhuang, who murmured to himself, "Is it him? Or perhaps, are they merely individuals with similar temperaments and capabilities?" Yet, the resemblance is uncanny. The uncertainty it brings torments him. However, upon further reflection, Zhu Youzhuang deemed this inner turmoil to be nothing more than an unnecessary source of distress. The distinction between truth and falsehood lies within his own thoughts. "Indeed, I hope you will not let me down," Zhu Youzhuang whispered, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In that moment, the youth's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, shedding the despondency and dejection that had previously gripped him, now filled with determination. He placed his trust in Li Qing, as well as in himself. "Lu Jin, Lu Jin." He called repeatedly, prompting Lu Jin to hurriedly enter, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, did you summon your servant?" "Assist me with a task," Zhu Youzhuang commanded. "Your Majesty speaks thus. How can your servant take her place?" Lu Jin replied, hastily kneeling, her face a mixture of fear and delight. "To alleviate the emperor's burdens is a privilege for your servant. I am but your humble servant, yet cannot presume to take on the title of helper." He was acutely aware of his position. In the Ming dynasty, eunuchs were merely household servants. Their authority stemmed solely from the emperor, and thus they could only serve him. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled, pleased with Lu Jin's understanding. "With spring upon us, you shall embark on a journey overseas," he instructed, specifically to Jiaoji, to investigate the various conditions of the region. "Overseas?" Lu Jin was taken aback. "What, do you not wish to?" "On the contrary, I would be more than willing," Lu Jin exclaimed, her face flushing with excitement. Quickly realizing her response might have been inappropriate, she added, "Whatever your Majesty commands, I shall comply." Setting sail on a treasure ship, does this not signify a step closer to my idol? Lu Jin's heart swelled with anticipation. Eunuchs in the Ming dynasty are indeed remarkable individuals. Wang Zhun and Wang Ji are both distinguished figures, yet, when it comes to idols, there is but one. The Sanbao eunuch. He remains the only one in the Ming dynasty to wield power, accomplish great deeds, and maintain a wholly positive reputation. It is known that even the literati, who generally despise eunuchs, dare not tarnish the name of the Sanbao eunuch. Eunuchs, aware of their lower status, found a semblance of dignity through Sanbao. Who does not know that Yongla beans, Yongla rice, Xianda potatoes, and Xianda eggplants were all brought back by our venerable Sanbao? This became their spiritual anchor, for through this individual, eunuchs gained the right to stand tall. Even the arrogant Wang Zhun and the brazen Wang Ji are mere admirers of Sanbao. Naturally, Lu Jin felt exhilarated. On this voyage, we must devise a way to bring back high-yield crops and leave a mark in history. Lu Jin, brimming with passion, began to envision his glorious return even before setting sail. "Your Majesty, when shall I depart?" "Why the haste?" At the very least, it must be after the first month. Zhu Youzhuang scoffed, jesting. What, upon hearing of the voyage, do you wish to emulate the Sanbao eunuch? Zhu Youzhuang was no stranger to the Sanbao eunuch. This was not solely due to his studies of the history of this dynasty, but also because the eunuchs around him frequently spoke of him. Such a remarkable individual, naturally. The eunuchs often mentioned him, aiming to foster a closer connection between the crown prince and the eunuchs. During Zhu Youzhuang's tenure as the crown prince, he frequently heard the eunuchs speak of Sanbao, thus becoming well acquainted with his deeds. Aspiring to emulate Sanbao, however, you are still far from that mark, Zhu Youzhuang remarked candidly. In the past, during the reign of Taizong, Sanbao the eunuch had rendered significant contributions, a feat that certainly surpasses that of Ymir's servants. Ah, indeed. Your Majesty speaks the truth. Sanbao is of such stature that we, as humble servants, dare not aspire to his heights, Li Qing said, awkwardly smiling, yet undeterred. To be compared to one's idol is a privilege. However, the emperor continued, yet, it is essential to note that Sanbao also began as a servant. At this, Li Qing's mind buzzed, his face flushed crimson with excitement, and he stumbled over his words, overwhelmed with gratitude. He fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head in profound reverence. Do be mindful of your head. Do not injure yourself. Now, you may withdraw, Zhu Youzhuang said, both exasperated and amused. Yes, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness, Li Qing replied, feeling utterly satisfied as he departed. Once outside the imperial study, a brisk wind revived him, and the pain from his enthusiastic bowing hit him, making him grimace. In a small courtyard, Li Qing had prepared a large pot of stew, consuming a hearty bowl, enough to last him for 2 days. In this bitter cold, he had no fear of it spoiling. A quick reheat would suffice. During the New Year festivities, both restaurants and brothels had closed their doors, leaving him with limited dining options. Fortunately, his adopted son had procured New Year goods, ensuring he wouldn't go hungry. Truly, the New Year feels less festive each passing year, Li Qing sighed, resigned to endure, believing that soon businesses would reopen. Having survived thus far, he continued to spend the remaining days in a daze. Fortunately, the New Year holiday in the Ming dynasty was brief, and the machinery of power soon resumed its operation. Subsequently, the restaurants and brothels reopened, allowing Li Qing to bid farewell to his days of stew, restoring normalcy to his diet. Lunch in a restaurant. Evenings spent enjoying fine wines. As for breakfast, he struggled to rise in time. Zhu Youzhuang announced new policies, which, while conventional, lacked any radical measures, easing the concerns of the court officials. However, one particular stipulation aimed at the officials mandated that absenteeism would result in salary deductions based on the number of days missed. The officials had no objections to this. It was reasonable and merely a trifling matter, not worth inciting displeasure in the new ruler. Li Qing felt a slight unease yet remained generally satisfied. The young emperor was receptive to counsel, tempering his impulsiveness. And the relationship between ruler and subjects was not immediately fraught with tension. The Ming dynasty, at this juncture, required stability most of all. The foundations of industry and commerce had been laid, and the rest was a matter of time. Nevertheless, the latent issues from the Hongzhi era needed addressing. These literati should not be overly indulged. In the first year of Zhengde, in the spring of March, Li Qing received orders to set sail. This action greatly provoked the literati, astute as they were. They quickly discerned the new ruler's intent to emulate Emperor Xianzong, seeking to use eunuchs to counterbalance their influence. However, before they could mount any pressure or unrest, Zhu Youzhuang's grace was bestowed upon them. The initiation of the imperial lectures. This would entail a 3-month spring session, held 3 times each month. The imperial lectures, an official event where emperors take ministers as mentors to learn the art of governance, serve as a mark of respect and affirmation for the civil officials. The irreverent young emperor, by engaging in such practices, has, to a certain extent, won back the loyalty of his ministers. However, the thought of his reliance on eunuchs unsettles them. They cannot forget the lingering dread instilled by Wang Zhi. The specter of fear he casts has not faded. How could they remain unperturbed by Jingsheng? Indeed, Wang Zhi's survival can be attributed to Zhu Jianshan's proclamation. Wang Zhi shall not perish, lest the Western Depot rise. Otherwise, he would have likely faced retribution. Zhu Youzhuang had contemplated employing Wang Zhi, but the latter's notorious reputation would incite an uproar among the civil officials. Utilizing Wang Ji would be tantamount to declaring war. In fact, Zhu Youzhuang had once considered engaging Wang Ji, but upon making any moves, the ministers reacted vehemently, compounded by his ill health, which led to the matter being dropped. Now that eunuchs have resurfaced on the historical stage, how could the ministers remain passive? It is March, the air warms significantly, diminishing the risk of old ailments. What are they waiting for? Kneel at the palace gate. Do they truly believe that just because he has ascended the throne, they can treat them so harshly? They are all of advanced age. Can a mere youth truly bear such disdain? Zhu Youzhuang possesses no virtues of elder respect. It is the ministers who kneel, not his elders. Psychological burden? None whatsoever. Li Qing, you see, they insist on kneeling. It is not I who stirs trouble. Zhu Youzhuang, too, is incensed, exclaiming, I have not offended anyone. In the imperial study, Zhu Youzhuang, filled with frustration, remarked, am I not courteous enough? With the lectures and bestowals of wealth, these impertinent individuals compel me to adopt a system of new rulers and their ministers. By heaven, a group of old men. And yet, they find me bothersome before I even glance at them. Li Qing leisurely sipped his tea, allowing Zhu Youzhuang to vent his ire. Without allowing the young emperor to release his frustrations, it would be impossible to engage in a calm discussion. After a time, Zhu Youzhuang, panting, finally paused. It was then that Li Qing set down his teacup and inquired, regarding your earlier mention of winning over the 3 members of the cabinet, have you taken any action? Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Am I one to speak idly? Zhu Youzhuang replied, and as his heart settled, a new fire ignited within him. The cabinet is no paragon of virtue. By heaven, they too are ungrateful. Li Qing raised his eyebrows, astonished. Did the cabinet reject your overtures? Not entirely. Zhu Youzhuang responded with bitterness. Li Dongyang accepted, but Lu Jian and Xie Qian are obstinate, insisting that I summon Lu Jin back, even threatening resignation to coerce me. Truly, they are overstepping. What did you do? What could I do? Shall I indulge their vile habits? Zhu Youzhuang scoffed repeatedly. I dismissed them. What? Li Qing nearly bit his tongue in surprise, asking, you dismissed them all? Not all. Since Li Dongyang recognized the situation, I naturally would not direct my ire towards him. But I did dismiss Lu Jian and Xie Qian, Zhu Youzhuang stated. They are merely 2 old ministers. Can the Ming dynasty not function without them? Hold on. Li Qing took a moment to regain his composure. When did this occur? After the morning court session today, in the imperial study, Zhu Youzhuang paused, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Surely, you do not intend for me to make concessions to them? Without waiting for Li Qing to respond, he asserted firmly, that is inconceivable. It is not that I lack resolve. Rather, once I relent, the eunuchs will wield their power uncontested. In the best-case scenario, we would merely perpetuate the political landscape of the Hongji era. Taking a breath, he continued, this seems contrary to your stance, does it not, Li Qing? Li Qing nodded. Indeed, conceding is not advisable. However, the departure of 2 out of the 3 members of the cabinet is detrimental to our governance. Zhu Youzhuang acknowledged, I understand. At worst, it means I must work harder and seek potential successors. The sky will not fall, he added, while it may not collapse. Have you considered that such a severe blow to the cabinet could lead to a complete loss of power? Li Qing stated solemnly, we cannot allow them to depart. At least not at this juncture. Although the cabinet has gained considerable power, it remains fragile. In this timeline, the Hongji era, though benevolent, was not devoid of wisdom. While supporting the cabinet, he imposed a restriction that forbade them from holding any office other than that of Grand Secretary, a precedent unheard of in the historical Ming dynasty. The current cabinet does not possess the formidable strength of its historical counterpart. Should it lose power, the 6 ministries would relentlessly pursue their downfall, leading to the inevitable unification of the civil officials. I have contemplated these matters as well, but this is our first battle. I cannot compromise. Zhu Youzhuang replied with equal gravity. To yield at the outset would render our path forward exceedingly arduous. I did not suggest you concede. You are simply too naive. Li Qing chuckled. You are the emperor. Most of the time, you need not make choices. What do you mean? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. Neither conceding nor allowing them to leave. Li Qing clarified. But I have already approved it. Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, his expression one of frustration, realizing he had acted impulsively when he need not have. You approved it? Yes. Did I not just mention it to you? Think again. Did I not hear you say it was approved? Zhu Youzhuang questioned, perplexed. Regardless, I did not hear you say it was approved, Li Qing shrugged. With Ma Wensheng and Lu Daxiao at their age still serving the nation, why should Lu Jian and Xie Qian not continue to contribute to the Ming? Since when do ministers resign without the emperor's consent? That is indeed the case. But there is no but here. You firmly deny having said anything. Li Qing smiled. They are the parties involved. Their words carry weight. As for the eunuchs present at the time, would they dare to contradict your statements? Is that feasible? Zhu Youzhuang frowned. Consider why Lu Jian and Xie Qian chose to resign in the imperial study. If they truly wished to step down, they could have done so openly in the court. At the very least, they would maintain a good reputation among the civil officials. Would they not? Li Qing smiled. When one attains such a position, who would easily relinquish everything they have? He continued with a critique. It is surprising that you, as the emperor, well-versed in history, do not comprehend the implications of repeated refusals. The moment someone expresses their intent to resign, you hastily approve it? How astute of you! How many truly resign from their posts? Is it not all about securing political advantages? Well, I was indeed provoked at that moment. I admit I acted impulsively. I shall correct this next time, Zhu Youzhuang conceded. In front of Li Qing, Zhu Youzhuang's imperial demeanor was notably less imposing. On one hand, Li Qing was inherently strong-willed and he sought to rely on him. On the other hand, Li Qing was not a member of the civil official group. So yielding before him did not undermine his own authority. It is not Li Qing's intention to compel the emperor to admit fault. Rather, his aspiration is to guide the emperor towards progress. Li Qing commenced his lesson. As a sovereign, one may exhibit cunning, be devoid of compassion, and display a lack of righteousness. An emperor may not love any individual, yet he must cherish his realm, his people, and the world at large. He posed a question. Was Emperor Jing of Han not a wise ruler? Zhu Youzhuang nodded in agreement. The era of Wen and Jing is indeed a revered chapter in history. He is undoubtedly a sagacious monarch. In his youth, Emperor Jing was impulsive and reckless, having once killed the son of the king of Wu in a fit of rage. During the turmoil of the Seven Kingdoms, he shifted blame onto his own teacher, leading to the annihilation of 3 clans. Following the suppression of the rebellion, he even forced the death of the esteemed General Zhou Yafu. Yet, Li Qing asserted, Emperor Jing remains a wise ruler, does he not? Under his reign, the treasury flourished, and the populace thrived. This is the assessment recorded in historical texts and echoed by future generations. As for personal virtue, have you ever encountered an emperor judged solely by such criteria? Li Qing scoffed. Cast aside your moral fastidiousness and your heroism. A desire to be an exemplary emperor often precludes one from being a true gentleman. Zhu Youzhuang silently nodded, sighing, I understand now. Observing this, Li Qing felt a sense of relief and joy. The capricious young emperor was gradually being molded, his character and mindset aligning more closely with that of a sagacious sovereign. Although his inherent nature remained unchanged, this was still a positive development. Perfection is a rarity, and as long as he remains clear-headed in significant matters, minor flaws can be tolerated. Li Qing was not so presumptuous as to believe that if he directed east, Zhu Youzhuang would inevitably follow west. The young emperor was astute. To persuade him, one must first earn his acknowledgement of one's correctness. A direct confrontation with his nature would lead to futility. Sometimes, it is essential to relinquish certain trivialities. One must understand that gains come with sacrifices, and an all-encompassing approach is unwise. People grow through their experiences. No one is inherently wise or competent, nor is there a naturally enlightened ruler. Your Majesty, do not belittle yourself. Li Qing offered a comforting word. Excessive criticism is counterproductive. Progress must be incremental, or it will yield the opposite effect. Frankly speaking, the current Zhu Youzhuang has already exceeded Li Qing's expectations. One should not be overly demanding. Zhu Youzhuang's expression softened as he remarked, for the sake of the realm, I do not mind sacrificing some face, but this matter cannot simply be resolved through insistence. Your Majesty is concerned. What do you mean? Li Qing inquired. The Grand Emperor. He continued, the cabinet was established during the Grand Emperor's reign, and the 3 scholars are obedient to him. If the Grand Emperor intervenes, a peaceful resolution is assured. The standing of Hongzhi among the ministers is unparalleled. Few emperors can compare. They are deeply indebted to Hongzhi and hold him in both respect and affection, particularly the 3 cabinet ministers, whose current power is largely due to him. It is no exaggeration. The dreamlike emperor is not merely a figure of idle renown. Emperor Zhu Youzhuang himself found this proposition feasible, sighing, my father, the Grand Emperor, is unwell, yet I must still burden him with state affairs. I have failed in my duties. Upon ascending the throne, how can one be expected to address every matter at once? Between father and son, there is no need for such formality, Li Qing reassured him. Every father wishes for his son's success. This is not an insurmountable challenge. The Grand Emperor's health is stable, and he will not be unduly burdened. Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang inhaled deeply, calming himself, and furrowed his brow. Li Qing, I still feel this is insufficient. I fear it will not silence the ministers. Li Qing pondered for a moment and said, Then let us pursue the path of the civil officials, rendering them unable to tread their own way. For instance, the emperor inquired. Conflicts between sovereign and subjects often hinge upon public opinion, but I currently lack control over the censors, Emperor Zhu Youzhuang sighed. This faction has become thoroughly infiltrated by the civil officials, seemingly transformed into their mouthpiece, no longer the original censors. Why must we insist on the censors? Li Qing smiled. The scholars of the Hanlin Academy can craft articles with aggression that rivals the censors. Emperor Zhu Youzhuang smacked his forehead. Indeed, how could I forget the Hanlin Academy? We ought to recruit newly inducted scholars. Those fresh to office can be easily swayed with a taste of favor and will fight valiantly. Seeing him grasp the concept so readily, Li Qing felt elated and clasped his hands, declaring, Your Majesty, you are truly wise. Ha ha, wise indeed. But you are wise as well. Emperor Zhu Youzhuang chuckled with delight. Come forth. As Li Qing exited the imperial palace, numerous civil officials remained kneeling, their faces adorned with righteousness, embodying the persona of loyal ministers. To future generations, such a scene might appear foolish. Yet, in reality, these individuals were far from simpletons. Their act of kneeling was a source of exasperation for any emperor. Despite Emperor Zhu Youzhuang's fierce words, he too felt troubled. Lord Li is the grand tutor to the crown prince and is regarded as a confidant by the emperor. How can he remain aloof? The 81-year-old Ma Wenxing thundered. Is Lord Li unaware of the dangers posed by eunuchs in power? What Minister Lu Daxia has stated is indeed true. He continued, urging, As one who feeds at the emperor's table, you ought to share in his burdens. As Confucius said, when one attains success, one should benefit the world. Since Lord Li enjoys the emperor's favor and possesses the ability to persuade him, why hesitate? Ah, so this is a direct attempt at moral coercion. Li Qing thought to himself, rendered speechless. Thankfully, he was devoid of such morals. Chapter 14. A crane among chickens. With the statements of the two elder ministers, sentiments quickly escalated. Though their words were courteous, the underlying implication was laden with reproach, as they elevated Li Qing to a pedestal that seemingly honored him, yet was, in truth, a form of emotional manipulation. Such tactics might work on ordinary individuals, but they had no effect on Li Qing. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Li Qing said with a cheerful demeanor. The emperor, endowed with heavenly virtue, will assuredly provide you with a response. Trust in the emperor, trust in the court. His promises were insubstantial, devoid of any intention to assist, and the entire discourse was a politically correct hymn of praise, yet no faults could be discerned within. What shall we do with a man devoid of morals? Even the esteemed elders, seasoned in the storms of the court, had never encountered such a rogue. They sought to admonish him under the guise of learned scholars and the wisdom of sages, but suddenly recalled that he was not of the scholarly class, leaving them in a state of discomfort. Ma Wenxing, unwilling to feign civility any longer, exclaimed, Is it so difficult to counsel the emperor to favor virtuous ministers and distance himself from the unworthy? What is Lord Li afraid of? Afraid of losing favor? Li Qing replied, Minister Ma, you too can counsel the emperor. I, Ma Wenxing, have indeed advised the emperor. He retorted, but the emperor refused to heed my counsel. Why did the emperor not heed your advice? Li Qing inquired. Does Minister Ma imply that the emperor is foolish? Ma Wenxing stood dumbfounded, unable to respond. While one may criticize the emperor, it must be done with subtlety. Direct contempt is deemed irreverent. The emperor is merely momentarily blinded by certain unscrupulous individuals. Ma Wenxing snorted, casting a piercing gaze at Li Qing, seemingly with a pointed intent. Li Qing, feigning ignorance, replied with a smile, If the emperor is not foolish, how then could he be so easily deceived? Minister Ma's words are self-contradictory. Moreover, has Minister Ma ever considered the reasons within himself? Ma Wenxing faltered, his embarrassment giving way to indignation. What reason should I seek? My loyalty is unwavering, as the heavens can attest. Li Qing interjected, So, Does that imply the emperor is indeed foolish? I did not assert such a claim, but you have implied it. Li Qing skillfully twisted the argument, highlighting the stark opposition between ruler and minister. If there is fault, it lies with the sovereign. If not, it must be the minister's sin. Does Minister Ma concur? For a moment, Ma Wensheng was rendered speechless, acknowledging the validity of Li Qing's assertion. Others, too, found themselves lost in contemplation, unable to counter his reasoning. Guilty? Nonsense. We are ever loyal. Where lies our fault? The emperor is at fault. Indeed. Yet such truths must not be spoken so plainly. How then to argue? Li Qing, sensing the sharp intellect of the assembly, took his leave before they could dissect his words further. With a respectful bow, he departed, indifferent to the uproar that would ensue once they comprehended the implications of his statements. In the imperial study, a young eunuch led the scholars of the 18th year of Hongji into the presence of the emperor. Among them were both youthful and elder figures. Yet their collective mood was one of unparalleled excitement. They were about to meet the emperor of the Ming dynasty. After a decade of arduous study, they had finally attained recognition, seemingly witnessing the clouds part to reveal the moon. However, this was merely the beginning. Entering the Hanlin Academy and being granted the title of scholar marked them as exceptional individuals, with promising futures ahead. Yet, this did not guarantee a prosperous path. Once within the depths of the Hanlin, the passage of time spent merely gaining experience could be exceedingly lengthy. Today, they had the rare fortune of an audience with the emperor. Should they capture his majesty's favor, their futures would indeed be boundless. The group held their breath, each fervently racking their brains to impress the emperor, knowing that even a fleeting thought of theirs might alter their destinies. Esteemed gentlemen, please wait a moment. The emperor is currently engaged in affairs of state and will meet with you shortly, announced the young eunuch before retreating into the inner chamber. The scholars, maintaining a composed demeanor, bowed respectfully, though internally they were brimming with anticipation and awe. They dared not even breathe, let alone survey their surroundings. After a full quarter of an hour, standing in their fixed positions, the scholars began to feel the strain, when finally, Zhu Youzhuang emerged from the inner chamber. The scholars, heads bowed, caught sight of a flash of bright yellow and immediately straightened their postures. At the eunuch's prompt, they respectfully knelt in greeting. We humbly pay homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise. Perhaps still in the throes of adolescence, the young emperor's voice lacked a certain mellifluence. Yet to these scholars, it resonated like celestial music. Thank you, your majesty. On the throne, Zhu Youzhuang surveyed the assemblage before him, a glimmer of delight illuminating his eyes. These individuals, whether young or old, were infused with vitality, a refreshing contrast to the aging figures typically found within the court. Zhu Youzhuang exhaled deeply and spoke in a somber tone. As I ascend to the throne, I increasingly perceive the arduous nature of state affairs. I yearn to invigorate our governance, to honor the legacy of our ancestors and the prosperity of our realm and its people. The scholars listened intently, their minds racing with thoughts. After a moment of formalities, Zhu Youzhuang shifted his tone, sighing. To govern a nation, one must adapt to the times and circumstances. Rigid adherence to dogma is untenable. However, the 6 ministers, 3 scholars, and many other civil officials in the court are overly cautious and insufficiently proactive. They not only fail to grasp my earnest intentions, but alas, I am aware of their good intentions. They are solely focused on the well-being of the Ming dynasty. Yet, as the Ming progresses and develops, both sovereign and subjects must strive for breakthroughs. Do you not concur, esteemed ministers? The address of esteemed ministers stirred a surge of emotions among the assembly. They were not jaded bureaucrats, nor were they indifferent to the emperor's vision, particularly when it came to his grand ambitions. Your Majesty is wise. The scholars chorused in reverent agreement. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice interjected. Your Majesty is indeed wise, but entirely dismissing the elders in court may not be prudent. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Was this person mad? The onlookers silently cursed, fearing the repercussions, and discreetly distanced themselves from the speaker to signal their stance, casting wary glances. Zhu Youzhuang had not anticipated such audacity and turned his astonished gaze upon the speaker. The individual, seemingly in his mid-20s, bore the marks of hardship, appearing gaunt and unkempt, and was unwittingly isolated from the crowd, standing out like a crane among chickens. Zhu Youzhuang felt a flicker of anger, but restrained himself from reacting too fiercely. Not wishing to appear intolerant as a sovereign, step forward, he commanded. The young man approached, performing a deep bow, standing straight with his head bowed, his body trembling slightly. "What is your name?" Zhu Youzhuang inquired. "I am Yin Song, your humble servant, paying my respects to your majesty," he replied, kneeling once more in reverence. Feeling a surge of regret for his earlier outburst, "I entered the county school at 9, passed the county examination at 10, achieved the title of Jurin at 19, and at 25. I attained the second place in the provincial examination, ranking 5th in the nation. I should have achieved great things, yet I found myself in such a predicament." Yin Song reflected on his arduous journey, overwhelmed with remorse for having drawn attention to himself in such a manner. "I should not have made such a bold statement." However, the words had been spoken, and there was no turning back. Yin Song trembled, forcing himself to appear composed, yet his quaking voice and slight shivers betrayed his anxiety. His years of hard work, childhood dreams, and the hopes of his family seemed on the verge of collapse, making it impossible for him to remain steady. "Now, speak of my shortcomings," Zhu Youzhuang commanded. Yin Song stiffened, bowing his head. "I am at fault, your majesty. Unless you articulate specific grievances, your punishment will be doubled." Zhu Youzhuang replied coldly. Witnessing the emperor's wrath, no one dared to remain standing. The room fell silent as they all knelt, including the young eunuch. As for the one directly involved, his mind buzzed, rendering him speechless, unable to articulate the emperor's faults, let alone even utter a simple count. He was utterly paralyzed. The fury of Zhu Youzhuang was not without cause. Firstly, Yin Song had disrupted his plans, leaving him feeling humiliated. Secondly, ministers ought to possess a sense of reverence. If even a member of the Hanlin Academy could brazenly contradict him, then what restraint could be expected from the civil officials? If the might of the dragon could not instill fear, then it ceases to be a dragon. Yin Song, struck dumb, could not utter a single word. Observing this, Zhu Youzhuang's ire subsided somewhat, and he commanded, "Stand outside." With a submissive "Yes, your majesty," Yin Song felt as if he had narrowly escaped a death sentence. Trembling, he rose and walked out, his legs quaking beneath him. Following this uproar, the minister's sense of reverence intensified. They bowed their heads even lower, fearing to follow in Yin Song's footsteps. Unexpectedly, Zhu Youzhuang burst into laughter, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never transpired, and he resumed his affable demeanor, engaging in lively conversation. Yet, none dared to display even the slightest hint of disrespect, acutely aware of the emperor's unpredictable temperament. At the entrance of the hall, Yin Song took a considerable time to regain his composure. He gazed up at the expansive sky, filled with a profound sense of desolation, particularly upon hearing the emperor's hearty laughter and the flattery from his colleagues, which only deepened his sorrow. His future lay in ruins. No, it was not merely his future. Most likely, the emperor would also seek to punish him. Contemplating this, Yin Song found himself in even greater torment. The new emperor, still in his youth, was brimming with vigor, unlike the benevolent Hongji emperor, who remained unmoved even when the 6 ministries and 9 ministers knelt at the palace gates. What could a mere Hanlin scholar achieve? Yin Song wished he could slap himself. While he had made his point, his career seemed to have reached its end. In the bright, clear days of March, the world around Yin Song was shrouded in gray. His intent in speaking earlier was to attract the young emperor's attention, to distinguish himself from the rest. Yet he had overlooked the fact that this young emperor was not the magnanimous Hongji emperor. The method was not flawed, but he had misapplied it. With vacant eyes, Yin Song stood beneath the bright sun, its rays reflecting off the glazed tiles in a blinding golden hue. The warm light cascaded down, but he felt no warmth at all. Time passed without his notice, as his colleagues emerged, each flushed with excitement, their faces glowing with aspirations for the future as they strode past him, not sparing him a glance, devoid of any semblance of camaraderie. The world was indeed a cold place, and Yin Song felt the weight of despair. At that moment, a young eunuch approached him and said, "The emperor requests your presence." Chapter 15. Zhu Youzhuang's condemnation of Yin Song upon the second audience with the emperor. Yin Song felt considerably more at ease. After all, it was merely the end of his official career, not a matter of exile or execution. Coming to this realization, he regained his composure. Seated on the throne, Zhu Youzhuang took a sip of tea, idly playing with the lid, and lazily remarked, "Speak, what was amiss?" The young emperor held grudges. Yin Song took a deep breath and, with hands clasped, said, "Your Majesty, the realm and its people rest in your hands. as well as in those of your ministers. Such a vast empire cannot be governed solely by you, no matter how wise and formidable you may be. Only through the shared governance of sovereign and ministers can our great Ming thrive. Having set down his burden, Yinsong spoke fluently, his thoughts coherent. A wise ruler values virtuous ministers and distances himself from the unscrupulous. This has always been the way of enlightened kings. However, Your Majesty's recent actions have indeed chilled the hearts of many. He unabashedly expressed his disdain for eunuchs, speaking at length. Eunuchs, the castrated ones, are physically flawed and mentally even more so. Throughout history, any dynasty that relied heavily on eunuchs inevitably found its court shrouded in chaos. This was true in the Han, the Tang, and the Song dynasties. Suddenly, Zhu Youzhuang burst into laughter. Yinsong, taken aback, paused and asked, "Your Majesty believes I am mistaken?" The outcome was favorable. Yet the cause was inverted. Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. It is not the emperor's reliance on eunuchs that leads to courtly disorder. Rather, it is the disorder itself that compels emperors to employ eunuchs. You profess the distance from petty men and closeness to virtuous ministers. Yet do you truly comprehend who the petty men are? Without waiting for Yinsong to retort, Zhu Youzhuang continued, "I ask you, since my ascension, have I acted recklessly?" Naturally, the answer was in the negative. Yinsong shook his head. Since the young emperor's enthronement, he had committed no transgressions, having reduced taxes, rewarded loyal ministers, and granted amnesty to the realm. Though not labeled as sagacious or martial, he was undeniably beyond reproach. I inquire further. Is there anything improper about my dispatching envoys to survey the vassal states? To which Yinsong replied, "That is certainly appropriate." He clasped his hands respectfully. However, it is the eunuchs who act as imperial envoys. Zhu Youzhuang coldly retorted, "What of it? Have you ever tasted yongla beans, yongla rice, or the sweet potatoes and eggplants of Xuanda?" "I have," Yinsong replied. "Pray tell, who was responsible for bringing these back?" A flush crept across Yinsong's face as he begrudgingly admitted, "It was thanks to the great talents of the Taizong." "Don't dodge the question," Zhu Youzhuang chided lightly. "When you indulged in these delicacies, did you ever think of the three treasures eunuch?" Yinsong found himself momentarily speechless, finally conceding, "Aside from the three treasures eunuch." "Huh. How disappointing," Zhu Youzhuang scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. "If all scholars of the Ming were like you, it would indeed be a tragedy. Why such humiliation?" "Your Majesty?" Yinsong exclaimed, visibly agitated. He was in his 20s, having passed the imperial examination in the 18th year of Hongji, entering the Hanlin Academy. He was not yet a seasoned bureaucrat. With the spirit of a scholar, he could not bear the emperor's disparagement. He accepted the charge of impiety, but could not abide being deemed incompetent. "I was a scholar by 10, a successful candidate by 19, and a genshur by 25. My ancestor served as a second-rank official, living with integrity, often subsisting on vegetables, and was known for his uprightness. Though he left no material wealth, he instilled in his descendants the virtue of loyalty to the nation. Now, though my family has fallen into decline, my heart still yearns to serve the country." His pride trampled upon, Yinsong lost his composure, forgetting the hierarchy, and spoke incessantly, recounting his ancestors' glory while also affirming his own. Zhu Youzhuang could do little but listen. After a while, as Yinsong seemed to have vented his frustrations and recalled the significance of rank, he lifted the hem of his robe and said, "I have offended your Majesty. Please punish me for my impiety. Let us set aside the matter of impiety for now." Zhu Youzhuang waved his hand, his temper rising as he vowed to strike at Yinsong's most cherished pride. "Your ancestor was known for his integrity and rectitude. That was your ancestor, not you." Zhu Youzhuang huffed. "A father may be a hero, yet a son is not necessarily a paragon. What of the generations that have passed? As for your ancestor, I shall refrain from comment. Let us speak of you." Zhu Youzhuang remarked, "Your diligence and achievements cannot be denied. However, excelling in the imperial examination does not guarantee success in governance." Zhu Youzhuang continued, "Civil officials view eunuchs as ferocious beasts, primarily due to their fear of being overshadowed. Take, for instance, the dispatch of eunuchs to sea. When Taizong sent the eunuch Zheng He on his voyages, he entrusted them with military authority. Why was there no outcry then?" Yinsong faltered. Zhu Youzhuang added, "Ultimately, it is a fear of losing influence and being subjected to the whims of eunuchs. The ministers regard the secret police with trepidation, constantly spreading malicious rumors, while the court's enforcers instill terror among the populace. But have you ever considered whom the court's enforcers target? Whether it is the Jinyui or the Dongchong, Their sole duty is to oversee the officials. Zhu Youzhuang scoffed, yet now, under their influence, these enforcers have become a bane to the common people. Local governance has always been the responsibility of local officials. When did the court's enforcers take charge of the provinces? It is understandable that the common folk, in their ignorance, heed only half-truths. But you, a scholar who achieved the rank of Shouzai at 10, Jiren at 19, and Jinshi at 25, are no different from the ignorant masses. To say you are merely bookish is an understatement. Zhu Youzhuang derided. You are even inferior to the common people. They either toil in the fields or engage in labor, diligently producing grain and goods, while you, what have you accomplished? A minister without the strength to lift a chicken, daydreaming of prominence while being a mere pawn. Susceptible to manipulation, what is there to take pride in? Zhu Youzhuang remarked coolly, cease your pretentiousness. Today's radical stance is merely a ploy to gain my attention. Ultimately, it is your ambition that drives you. In pursuit of your goals, you dare to show disrespect to the sovereign, and yet you speak of serving the country? Zhu Youzhuang had a keen understanding of the human heart, and his words shattered Lianjiatun pride, leaving him speechless. The remnants of his arrogance evaporated, and with a face ashen, Lianjiatun repeatedly murmured, Please, your majesty, punish me with death. Was it truly a matter of life and death? Zhu Youzhuang found it amusing. Having lived over 20 years without farming or working, merely consuming food for 2 decades, would it not be too lenient for you to die so easily? How your majesty chooses to punish me is of no concern, Lianjiatun declared. Punishment is indeed necessary. Zhu Youzhuang scolded. You cannot even comprehend the text you have read. Yet you aspire to advise me on governance. How utterly ignorant you are. Do you realize where you have erred? I do, Lianjiatun replied. Speak it. Zhu Youzhuang left him no dignity. Lianjiatun, on the verge of collapse, with reddened eyes declared, I should not have been blindly arrogant, nor should I have selectively believed. After a long pause, Lianjiatun finally ceased, feeling as if he had lost all his strength, collapsing to the ground, ashamed to continue living. In this era, reputation holds immense weight. Many have perished under the weight of gossip, let alone such heart-wrenching words, and there was no room for rebuttal. Well, it is good you understand. Zhu Youzhuang stated, I shall not punish you now. First, you must atone for your sins. As for your future arrangements, it will depend on your conduct. After a long silence, Lianjiatun hesitantly inquired, How may I atone? Your abilities seem limited to mere words. The so-called wise ministers, out of fear of losing their influence, spend their days kneeling at the palace gates, neglecting even the affairs of state. You boast of harboring a heart loyal to the emperor and the nation. Must I elucidate what is expected of you? Zhu Youzhuang scoffed, adding that if you are afraid of offending others, you may choose inaction and retreat to the prison. You cannot bear burdens, nor can you lift a hand. Even farming is beyond your capabilities. Zhu Youzhuang scolded for a while longer before dismissing him. Leaving the choice to him, Zhu Youzhuang sighed deeply, finishing the cool tea in one gulp, savoring its taste, and exclaimed, refreshing. It has been quite some time since I vented my frustrations so liberally. During this period, he had endured the vexations of his ministers and the relentless scorn from Li Qing, and today, he finally released all his pent-up emotions. He felt utterly unburdened. His spirits lifted. Come here, he called. A young eunuch hurried over, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, how may I serve you? Go check if those rascals have left. If they have returned to the yamen, prepare the dragon carriage. Zhu Youzhuang, still with a childlike spirit, yearned to flaunt his authority before Li Qing. The eunuch nodded and hastily departed. The young emperor reclined with his legs crossed, relishing in the vigor of his earlier display of authority, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. It's all about me, he mused, feeling quite pleased with himself. In a small courtyard, the fruit trees budded, and the bamboo leaves grew lush and green, infusing the air with freshness. Beneath the trees, Li Qing lounged in a chair, engrossed in a novel, his legs swinging playfully. Utterly relaxed, he was in high spirits as the health of Emperor Hongji improved with the warming weather. As he flipped through the pages, he hummed a little tune, savoring the leisurely moment. However, after a while, finding it uninteresting, Li Qing stretched lazily, contemplating a visit to the brothel for some entertainment. Just as he stood, a knock sounded at the courtyard door. Li Qing approached and opened it, momentarily stunned by the visitor before responding with surprise. What brings you here? Won't you invite me in for a chat? Li Qing's good mood evaporated, his expression darkening. What do you want? I have matters to report, the visitor stated. I shall not listen. Be gone. Li Qing raised his hand to shut the door. Wait. This is important, Li Shuer interjected, squeezing her head inside. You will praise me shortly. Li Qing retorted. You traveled all this way just for my commendation? Of course not. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Grandpa Li Shuer replied confidently. I have been quite busy in Jinling. You will surely be astonished. Speak then. After such a long journey. At least let me in for a sip of water, she grumbled. If it were my brother, you wouldn't act this way. Li Qing stepped aside, his face expressionless. You had better not be boasting, otherwise, I truly will break your legs. Chapter 16. Li Shuer's endeavor. Though the courtyard was modest, it was quite pleasant. Li Shuer surveyed the fruit trees and bamboo grove, wandering about without urgency for water. Let us hear it then, Li Qing said as he settled into a chair beneath the fruit trees, appearing nonchalant. If you want water, serve yourself. If not, stop dawdling. Are you in such a hurry? Li Shuer turned back, questioning. Off to the brothel to listen to some tunes, Li Qing replied. Li Shuer approached the stone table and took a seat. In recent years, I have devoted myself to the endeavor of expanding the cake, she remarked. My previous visits to Jiaoji and Malacca were spurred by a sense of stagnation, prompting me to seek inspiration from diverse sources. Li Qing, taken aback, glanced at her in surprise and inquired, Have you succeeded? There's progress, yet we remain far from the pinnacle of success, Li Shuer sighed. I fear that even a lifetime may not suffice to meet my aspirations. Intrigued, Li Qing asked, What exactly do you mean by expanding the cake? Essentially, it mirrors your situation, albeit with a different starting point, Li Shuer replied with a smile. In truth, it is rather akin to borrowing your creativity, Ming. Li Qing paused, then rose to sit across from her, asking, How did you go about it? That is a lengthy tale, Li Shuer began. Permit me to elaborate. Li Qing settled back into his seat, awaiting her narrative. To foster prosperity, one must first understand the plight of the impoverished. Thus, I ventured beyond the confines of Jinling City and spent 3 months exploring, Li Shuer recounted, her words flowing like a gentle stream. Li Qing, piqued by her story, instinctively reached for a teacup, only to remember, due to his own laziness, that there was none in the house. Observing this, Li Shuer promptly stood to prepare some tea. Please, do sit and continue your tale, Li Qing urged, gesturing for her to proceed. Very well, she replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. The primary reason for the poverty of the masses lies in their access to food. While the populace has largely escaped hunger, they still cannot achieve full satiety. In other words, they have enough to eat, but not to the point of being fully satisfied or overindulged. This insufficiency in nourishment adversely affects their physical strength and overall vitality, further constricting their economic opportunities. What was that term again? Li Shuer mused momentarily before exclaiming. A vicious cycle. How did you address this? Li Qing inquired. By providing them with ample food, she explained. At the time, I thought of it as an act of benevolence, believing that if I succeeded, it would yield significant merit. Did it resolve the issue? Li Shuer shook her head with a wry smile. Not at all. Where did the problem lie? I underestimated the extent of their suffering, she sighed. I offered assistance to some, ensuring they could eat until satisfied, even to the point of excess. However, upon observing them discreetly, I discovered they exchanged surplus food for salt, soy sauce, and other condiments, or even for fabric and cotton. Initially, I felt a surge of anger, deeming them as unworthy of support. Yet, after sampling their meager fare and experiencing the harshness of winter myself, I began to grasp the depth of their hardship. Pausing thoughtfully, I considered employing labor for relief methods to alleviate their poverty, but alas, that too proved unfeasible. Li Qing had always focused on the broader picture, lacking the energy to address such intricate details. After all, for countless generations, the populace had been struggling to survive. The Ming dynasty was vast, and the current population had reached an unprecedented level in history. With maritime trade flourishing, the implementation of land taxes, and years of efforts yielding high-yield crops, they had only just managed to escape starvation. As for furthering prosperity, he dared not even entertain such thoughts at this juncture. Li Shuer possesses an audacity that is commendable. She dares to dream and even to act upon those dreams. Though her boldness may appear akin to that of a naive calf unafraid of a tiger, it is indeed deserving of recognition. Li Qing's demeanor softened as he inquired, Where lies the issue? The low quality of production is a concern. Not only is the Li family, who aspires to pursue a path of exquisite goods, affected, But even the suppliers of the Li family are unable to meet the standards set by Li Shuer. They have no reason to neglect skilled workers. In fact, they would be willing to extend their support, as it would enhance their reputation. However, the potential losses incurred from employing these individuals are far too significant. Li Qing nodded slowly. And then? I relinquished them, Li Shuer replied. Although the Li family is affluent, it is akin to a bottomless pit that can never be filled. Of course, in the city of Jinling alone, it could be manageable, but one cannot exhaust their wealth solely for the sake of benevolence, can they? Furthermore, if the Li family's enterprises were to falter, the resultant repercussions would be even more profound. With a sigh, Li Shuer continued, Thus, I abandoned them and shifted my focus to supporting those who are relatively less impoverished. Li Qing sighed as well. Who do you refer to as not overly impoverished? Those who possess their own arable land. At this point, Li Shuer's spirits lifted, and she exclaimed excitedly, After changing my focus, I achieved significant results. Li Qing's interest was piqued. You succeeded? Surely it cannot be that simple. Li Shuer shot him a glance, then beamed, saying, With my sights set on arable land, I discovered the essence of expanding the cake. Li Qing scratched his head, unable to fathom how to further enlarge the cake after introducing and extensively cultivating sweet potatoes and potatoes. It is fertilizer. Li Shuer provided the answer. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Li Shuer awkwardly admitted, Truth be told, I am not well versed in agriculture. I had always assumed that fertilizer merely referred to manure. It was only after concentrating on the land that I came to understand these nuances. A series of loud knocks interrupted Li Shuer. Li Qing, open the door. Quickly, boomed the distinctive voice of Zhu Youzhuang. Li Shuer was startled. Who is that? The little emperor. Li Qing, intrigued, was somewhat displeased by the interruption. It's not a convenient time. Please come back another day. Impudence. Zhu Youzhuang huffed. Open the door swiftly, or I shall break it down. Suddenly, Li Shuer comprehended the situation and was taken aback, quietly asking, Grandfatherly, does he call you Li Qing? As in the Qing of Gongqing, noble officials. I see, Li Shuer relaxed, inquiring. Should I take my leave? Li Qing pondered for a moment. What progress have you made with your prosperous policies? That is a lengthy tale. Li Shuer sensed the shift in his demeanor and, no longer feeling intimidated, replied with a faint smile, It could take 3 days and nights to recount. Or at least a month. With your guidance, it would take a minimum of 3 months. Pausing slightly, she added with a hint of provocation. This has been the result of years of my relentless effort. With that, she raised an eyebrow. Li Qing, slightly irked, retorted, Are you taking liberties with me? Shall I take my leave now? Li Qing was filled with frustration, yet genuinely wished to comprehend Li Shuer's accomplishments. After all, in the grand scheme of things, Li Shuer's endeavors were akin to his own, albeit with differing emphases. He inhaled deeply and scoffed, If a brief stay is required, there is no need for concealment. The young emperor frequently visits me. One can hide from the first day of the month, but not from the 15th. Once he grasped the situation and devised a development strategy, he would swiftly send Li Qing away. With a deep breath, Li Qing suppressed his anger and went to prepare a pot of tea. The knocking on the door grew louder, accompanied by the impatient voice of Zhu Youzhuang. I shall count to 3. 1, 2, 3. If you do not open, I shall force my way in. Li Qing shouted in response. What is the urgency here? The emperor's dissatisfaction with his demeanor was palpable. Where is your courtesy? Li Qing, further incensed, raised his hand to shut the door, but Zhu Youzhuang managed to wedge half his head inside, quickly adding, Don't trap my head. The emperor's head truly was caught in the door, yet it was Li Qing who bore the brunt of the discomfort. Li Qing fully opened the door and inquired, Have you completed the memorial? Almost. Let us take a stroll first, Zhu Youzhuang replied, entering with an air of self-satisfaction. Do you know how valiant I was today? He held his head high, expecting praise. I do not know, nor do I wish to, Li Qing responded with a scowl. Everyone seeks my admiration. While I can indulge Shuer, you are the emperor. Do you truly require my encouragement? Zhu Youzhuang was displeased with Li Qing's reaction, retorting, You shall be astonished, I assure you. Today is indeed a day of surprises, Li Qing scoffed. What do you mean? Zhu Youzhuang queried, bewildered. Enough. Let me be astonished already. Li Qing said in a tone almost akin to soothing a child, simultaneously expressing his irritation. How increasingly audacious. Is this your attitude towards your sovereign? Zhu Youzhuang shot back, then lowered his voice. I am the emperor. At least grant me some respect, will you? When it is just the two of us, I can overlook your insolence. But with so many guards around, you leave me in a most awkward position. Li Qing, feeling weary and exasperated, thought, to worry and placate daily is truly vexing. With a blank expression, he gestured, "Your Majesty, please enter the hall." "Now that is more like it," Zhu Youzhuang said, satisfied. He turned back, stating, "I am discussing state matters with Li Qing. Without permission, none shall enter." "Yes, I obey your command." The captain of the guards outside bowed respectfully and gently closed the door. As Zhu Youzhuang walked into the hall, he remarked, "The plan to control the court's public opinion is underway." "Oh," Li Qing replied tersely, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Li Xuer's achievements, showing little interest in this predictable affair. "Oh." Zhu Youzhuang halted and turned to scrutinize him. "Your Majesty is indeed brilliant. Your words lack sincerity." Zhu Youzhuang glared. Li Qing, already furious, found Zhu's audacity intolerable. He coldly retorted, "If you wish to learn martial arts, I shall teach you without reservation." "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed in shock. Li Qing had no further words. Just then, Li Xuer emerged from the kitchen, having choked on the steam, and was astonished to see Li Qing confronting Zhu Youzhuang. Chapter 17. The Emperor's desire for revenge. Li Xuer had never met Zhu Youzhuang, but it was unnecessary. Only the Emperor could don the dragon robe. She stood frozen in place for a moment, even forgetting to mediate the conflict. Li Xuer was not unaware of Li Qing's temperament, but she never anticipated that he could be so fiercely aggressive as to strike the Emperor directly. If he dared to hit the Emperor, then breaking her legs would surely be a trivial matter. Why was he so violent? Li Xuer swallowed hard, her heart trembling. It must be said that this young Emperor was indeed a man of fortitude. Despite being struck so fiercely, he remained silent, showcasing remarkable resilience. Li Xuer pondered for a brief moment before realizing the gravity of the situation and quickly stepped forward to softly plead, "Please, do not continue fighting." "What do you mean by do not continue fighting? I have no strength left to retaliate," Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed in frustration. He then looked at Li Xuer in disbelief, his anger escalating. After a while, Li Qing ceased his assault and inquired, "Can we now converse properly?" Zhu Youzhuang, his eyes ablaze with fury, could only remain speechless. Li Qing raised his hand, paused, and added, "Surely, the Emperor does not wish for it to be known that he was struck?" Zhu Youzhuang pointed toward the guest hall, indicating they should speak there. Once inside, Li Qing regained his ability to articulate. The moment Zhu Youzhuang could speak, he pointed angrily at Li Xuer and gritted his teeth. "Is this your idea of inconvenience? Mind your tongue. She is your aunt." Li Qing interjected, momentarily unsure of how to define Li Xuer's position, and finally settled on, "She is my junior disciple." Zhu Youzhuang sneered, "If my eyesight serves me correctly, she is a woman, is she not?" Although Li Xuer donned the guise of a scholar, having removed her false beard, her fair complexion and delicate features made her easily recognizable. In Taoism, there is no distinction between genders, only between the principles of yin and yang. Hence there are no senior or junior sisters, only brothers. Li Qing explained, "If you do not believe me, test her and see if she is a match for you." Li Xuer was taken aback and then hastily knelt, proclaiming, "This humble disciple pays homage to your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live." Zhu Youzhuang scrutinized Li Xuer for a moment. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. "So familiar. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before." "Get up and come here," he commanded. Li Xuer, perplexed, responded, "What do you intend to do, your Majesty?" Zhu Youzhuang, startled by his own outburst, stammered, I do not even know what I am." He abruptly halted, then seethed with rage, "Li Qing, how dare you?" After a brief moment, the anxious voice of the head of the guards echoed from outside, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "Quite well, mind your own business," Zhu Youzhuang shouted back, turning to Li Qing. He fumed, "Am I too indulgent with you?" Li Qing took a deep breath and asserted, "She is a practitioner of the Tao." "And what of it?" Zhu Youzhuang replied, perplexed, before turning to Li Xuer, "You, come here." Li Xuer felt a pang of fear and cast a pitiful glance at Li Qing. "Senior brother, I am frightened." "Frightened of what?" "I do not bite," Zhu Youzhuang remarked. Noticing her reluctance to approach, he stepped forward, scrutinizing Li Xuer from head to toe. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Li Xuer grew more anxious. Li Qing, with his left hand gripping his right, prepared to correct the misguided Zhu Youzhuang. Just as he approached, he observed Zhu Youzhuang shaking his head. "Not her. You may step back." Li Qing halted, and Li Xuer, feeling relieved, performed a respectful bow and hurriedly left the room. At that moment, Li Qing realized he had misinterpreted the situation and asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Emperor Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed in anger, "How dare you say that? When I sought treatment from my grandfather, what happened to your assistant? She struck me." Though Zhu felt embarrassed to reveal it, he added, "She was disrespectful to me." Li Qing paused for a moment before chuckling. "After all these years, you still hold a grudge? A gentleman avenges himself, but not for a decade." Zhu calculated the time and replied, "The 10-year period is nearing. That woman was your assistant. Where is she now? Should I give her a beating?" Li Qing retorted, "Can you not behave more maturely?" Zhu shot back, "If I were immature, I would have long since severed your head. But do you treat me as the emperor? You have repeatedly laid hands on me." Li Qing interrupted, "What do you mean by how do you feel? Focus on your own body. Do you not sense a feeling of clarity and comfort?" Zhu was taken aback. Then he tuned into his body and indeed felt as if a newfound vigor coursed through his veins, a gentle yet palpable energy flowing along his meridians. The exhaustion from reviewing memorials and his earlier anger towards Lianjiatun seemed to dissipate, replaced by an unexpected vitality. Though still somewhat irked, his anger had lessened. It felt akin to having overexerted oneself in play, then waking from a deep, restful slumber, stretching one's legs in bed. He had been too preoccupied with his anger. But this newfound sensation was truly refreshing. "You are in the phase of growth. This is beneficial for your body," Li Qing elaborated, expressing his good intentions. For a moment, Zhu found his reasoning compelling. However, he quickly regained his senses and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. You simply wanted to vent your frustrations on me. Others would be reluctant to inflict punishment. Do you think this method is easy?" Li Qing replied, "To be honest, this is more exhausting than treating the late emperor. What do you think I'm doing this for if not for your own good? Otherwise, why would I risk inciting your wrath?" After this outpouring, Zhu seemed somewhat swayed, begrudgingly stating, "Setting aside your good intentions, do you not harbor any desire to strike me out of spite?" "Perhaps there is a bit of that," Li Qing said, adopting a posture of selflessness. "Your Majesty, you are still young and impulsive, yet you are the emperor. I resorted to drastic measures out of necessity. Consider this situation. Would anyone else act differently? They would either seek to curry favor for promotion or oppose you to enhance their own influence. But what about me? I strive to relieve your burdens while simultaneously offending you. What do I gain from this? I receive nothing but toil and your ire. I treat both the late emperor and the realm, yet the reward is estrangement." Zhu felt a flicker of guilt arise within him. Indeed, it appears he has gained nothing. "I have withheld the salary of the Grand Tutor, yet he continues to concern himself with the affairs of the court. He also remembers the promise made to him when he treated my grandfather, that he would be granted a noble title. After 2 treatments of the Grand Emperor, he has still not received his title." Zhu Youzhuang's expression softened as he muttered, "I am well aware of your character and know that you harbor no selfish intentions. However, your arrogance is unwarranted, and this must be amended. Should you continue to act so rudely, even with the best of intentions, I shall not be lenient." Li Qing offered a wry smile. "If it were possible, I too would prefer to avoid such roughness. Admittedly, my temperament is somewhat unpleasant. I beg for your understanding. Your Majesty, I empathize with you, yet you must remain vigilant and refrain from crossing boundaries." Zhu Youzhuang replied with a stern grunt. "There must not be a next time. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I will have no choice but to discipline you." Li Qing nodded. "Let us sit and discuss today's matters." At this, Zhu Youzhuang felt considerably more at ease, taking his rightful place and beginning to display his grandiosity. Under his exaggerated portrayal, the once haughty official, Lianjiatun, was transformed into a figure of remarkable wisdom and valor. Li Qing nodded frequently, recognizing Zhu Youzhuang's embellishments, but also acknowledging his commendable qualities, flawed yet brilliant. Zhu Youzhuang reveled in the praise, and his spirits lifted remarkably. After all, he was still young, his emotions shifting swiftly, and he chose not to dwell on Li Qing's impertinence. He spoke animatedly, his words flowing like a torrent until his throat grew dry, at which point he paused, dissatisfied. "Is there not even a cup of tea to be had?" "Here it comes." Li Shuer entered with a tea tray, her small face resembling a flowered cat. Clearly having exerted considerable effort for this pot of tea, she expertly set the cups, washed the tea, and poured it with grace. "Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea." After a brief pause, she added, "Senior brother, please partake as well." Zhu Youzhuang cast her a glance, seemingly displeased by her resemblance to the person who had once spanked him and referred to herself as his aunt, and ordered, "Depart." This nephew is truly impolite. Li Shuer muttered under her breath before exiting. After a short while, Zhu Youzhuang, feeling satisfied, returned to the palace in his dragon carriage. Only then did Li Shuer emerge, indignantly exclaiming, "Does this little emperor hold a grudge against me? This is our first meeting, and it is utterly perplexing." Li Qing chuckled. "There is a reason for it. Your mother once scolded him and even struck him." After a moment, Li Shuer replied hesitantly, "Mother is quite formidable, isn't she? Enough of that. Let us return to your path to prosperity." She continued, "I am quite fatigued." Li Shuer expressed, "After a long day and being startled by the little emperor, I nearly choked on the tea and wish for a good sleep." "Very well, I shall grant you rest. Go to the west chamber, where your mother once stayed," Li Qing said, waving his hand impatiently as he stepped outside. "Where are you going?" "Naturally to the pleasure quarters to listen to music," Li Qing replied, not looking back as he left the courtyard, locking the gate behind him. Li Shuer was left speechless, yet not particularly angry. She tidied up the west chamber briefly before lying down to catch up on sleep. After a long day of travel, she was indeed utterly exhausted. The next morning, as Li Qing returned nibbling on a bun, she finally rose to wash and freshen up. Li Qing set down the oiled paper bag and remarked, "Let us converse while we dine." Chapter 18. The hardship of livelihood. Li Shuer, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, "You are being utterly unreasonable. I have yet to properly start. Where did we leave off yesterday?" Li Qing retracted his raised hand and took a seat at the stone table, stating, "Fertilizer." "Fertilizer?" Li Shuer echoed, opening the oiled paper bag and taking a bite of the bun. Her cheeks puffed out as she inquired, "Does Grandpa Li know what fertilizer for farmland is?" "Manure." "I'm still eating," Li Shuer exclaimed in annoyance. "Who prompted you to ask me?" Li Qing replied, slightly disgruntled. "What else could it be besides manure?" "There's plenty more," Li Shuer remarked, seemingly losing her appetite. She set down the bun and added, "Indeed. Manure constitutes a primary raw material for fertilizer. However, it cannot be applied directly as it may scorch the roots, particularly pig manure, which necessitates fermentation." Li Qing was rather uninformed on this subject. Whether in the modern era or during the Ming dynasty, he had never farmed, and thus his understanding was naturally lacking. Though not entirely ignorant, he was certainly an outsider in this realm. "This surely isn't your discovery?" "Of course not. It's hardly a secret. Farmers have known this for centuries." Li Shuer responded with a roll of her eyes. "Common folk have cultivated the land for thousands of years. They are far more knowledgeable than us in this regard. Here I thought you had invented some epic-making fertilizer." "What a disappointment," Li Qing mused, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Reflecting on his status as a genuine time traveler, yet lacking the capacity to create fertilizers, while a native girl could, felt quite unfair. "Alas, I am but an ordinary person. I have no idea how such things are manufactured," Li Qing lamented, feeling both regretful and frustrated. "If only I had anticipated this predicament. I should have brought an entire encyclopedia with me, everything from physics to chemistry to architecture." Exhaling a sigh of despair, Li Qing urged, "Please, continue. In fact, there exists a vast array of fertilizers, for manure alone cannot meet the demands of the fields. For instance, compost can be made from decayed vegetable leaves, yongle bean skins, and schwanda sweet potato peels, which, after fermentation, can serve as fertilizer," Li Shuer elaborated. "This type of fertilizer has limited potency, yet it effectively loosens the soil and can enhance grain yields. Moreover, there are cake fertilizers, such as bean cake, cottonseed cake, and rapeseed cake," she continued. "Then there are green manures, like yellow flower grass and sesame, as well as mixed fertilizers, such as rice husks." "Such variety?" Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. "We're not done yet," Li Shuer replied, her tone brimming with pride. "Isn't it surprising? Please, go on. There are also charred earth fertilizers, mixed fertilizers, and lime fertilizers." She added in one breath, listing several types of agricultural fertilizers. Li Qing found himself perplexed by many of the terms and asked, "Can lime also be used as fertilizer?" "Lime can help eliminate pests to a certain extent, and when combined with fire manure, it can effectively prevent pest damage," Li Shuer explained. "Is it truly so?" Li Qing remarked, feeling as though he had gained a valuable lesson today. "Now, share your findings." "I have gathered numerous experts in crop cultivation and invested in their efforts to seek breakthroughs in fertilizers, while ensuring an adequate supply for the fields. We are striving to enhance crop yields through various fertilizer combinations. We have made modest advancements thus far," Li Shuer said, her excitement palpable. "When I arrived, the experimental field's yongle beans had just been harvested, with yields increased by 15%. Li Qing was taken aback, a mixture of surprise and disbelief washing over him. Such a significant breakthrough had come so swiftly. Do not underestimate the farmers, Grandpa Li. Although they may not be literate, their survival wisdom far surpasses ours, Li Shuai remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. Those experts possess a commendable understanding of fertilizers and their synergistic effects on crops. They simply lack the resources and time to delve deeper into research. I am offering a premium to purchase their labor, allowing them to focus on these endeavors. So it is not surprising that progress has been made. After a pause, she added, research is still ongoing. Li Qing's heart raced as he confirmed. Is the new fertilizer assured to be sufficiently supplied? Indeed. Li Shuai affirmed with a nod, then added with a wry smile. But do not celebrate too soon, Grandpa Li. What do you mean? It cannot be sold. Li Shuai replied glumly. Li Qing pondered. Is it because the price is too high? It is a price that barely covers costs. Li Shuai sighed. The pricing is so low that it fails to even reach half the value of the increased yield. I had hoped to expand production and recoup costs through a strategy of thin margins and high volume, yet no one is interested. Surely you are aware of the effectiveness of advertising? Li Qing asked, puzzled. Li Shuai rolled her eyes. The promotion began a month prior to harvest. Without the crops being gathered, people are naturally skeptical. Do not be disheartened. No, Grandpa Li, you are mistaken. She shook her head. For the farmers, the yield is evident long before the harvest. They trust in the high productivity of the new fertilizer. So why do they not purchase it? Li Qing was baffled. Because they are poor, Li Shuai explained. They would rather earn less than spend even a little more. Li Qing was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Li Shuai fell silent as well, and after a while, she sighed. This situation is difficult to evaluate. From our perspective, they are impoverished due to short-sightedness. However, from their viewpoint, extreme poverty hinders their ability to look beyond immediate concerns. After a moment, she continued, I have not entirely abandoned the plight of the extremely impoverished. On the contrary, while I have relinquished most of my efforts, the expenditure has increased slightly. Li Qing regained his focus and followed her lead, asking, what measures have you taken, and what results have you observed? I provided assistance to a small number of able-bodied individuals, directly giving them money on the condition that they engage in small businesses, such as selling vegetables or acquiring proper attire to work as delivery couriers. Li Shuai explained with a rueful smile. However, the results have been rather mediocre. Li Qing inquired, but did they not use the money? Not quite. Li Shuai shook her head seriously. In truth, they are very eager to escape poverty, and they indeed followed my suggestions. So why were the results underwhelming? Li Qing mused. Logically, this initial capital should be enough to alter their circumstances. Because they are poor, Li Qing remarked, rolling his eyes. Be more explicit. Li Shuai grinned mischievously. Grandpa Li, can you guess what poor people tend to do when they acquire a little money? They indulge themselves? Indeed, based on my observations, that seems to be the case. Li Shuai remarked. However, the vast majority of those I assist do not indulge in the luxury of returning to poverty. Their enjoyment is merely the occasional feast of meat, far from reverting to their previous days. Yet, it is indeed due to this very indulgence that they find themselves in such a plight. Li Qing, feeling helpless, retorted, could you refrain from being so convoluted? The second kind of indulgence is not what you, Grandpa Li, perceive as indulgence, Li Shuai explained. When the roof leaks, when illness strikes, when poorer relatives seek aid, when they have no money, they endure as best as they can, but once they have funds, they cannot simply ignore a leaking roof or neglect their health. With a bitter smile, Li Shuai continued, those impoverished relatives often fall back into poverty because of such circumstances. Li Shuai sighed. Grandpa Li, the close ties within a clan cannot be severed. You should understand this. If one does not lend a hand, they will face the scorn of many. I have exhausted myself trying to uplift these individuals, yet 60% are dragged back down by their kin. Weary, she lamented. In the end, we all remain poor together. The second form of indulgence I speak of is the recognition, appreciation, and gratitude that comes from one's clan. Of course, those involved may not wish to help, yet they cannot detach themselves from their lineage, nor withstand societal scrutiny. Perhaps they do not genuinely enjoy this burden. Li Qing fell silent. As Li Shuai articulated, they remain impoverished, unable to withstand even the slightest mishap, entirely lacking the capacity to mitigate risk. Ultimately, that meager startup capital is invariably consumed by a myriad of unforeseen occurrences. Li Qing began to comprehend why the impoverished would rather earn slightly less than spend a single coin more. Tomorrow and accidents. Neither can predict which will arrive first. Li Qing, no longer feeling pity for their misfortune or anger at their lack of ambition, found instead a deeper bitterness. They are neither lazy nor unmotivated. They strive with all their effort, yet remain ensnared in hardship. Alas, how many succeed? Fewer than 1 in 10. Upon hearing this, Li Qing fell silent once more. Grandpa Li, am I being too arrogant? Li Shwetter smiled ruefully. Li Qing, regaining his composure, replied with a gentle smile, do not be disheartened. Take your time. You are doing remarkably well, and the results you have achieved are indeed commendable. But there are no substantive gains. She exclaimed. Oh, there are indeed. Just the new type of fertilizer alone promises returns many times over. Li Qing raised his thumb in encouragement. With this alone, your name will surely be etched in history. It hasn't been implemented yet. Li Qing pondered. Perhaps it could be sold on credit, collecting payment after the harvest. With a promise that if the expected yield is not met, no payment is required, initially focusing on advertising. That is a plausible strategy, Li Shwetter acknowledged, shaking her head. But I fear it will all come to naught. My brother may support me, but I feel guilty having already spent over 10,000 taels of silver. Only over 10,000? A mere trifle. Li Qing chuckled, setting aside the knowledge gained from these endeavors. Just the new fertilizer alone is worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. Go ahead and pursue it. Your brother is far from stingy. I understand, but, Li Shwetter replied weakly, I consume from the family and spend from the family, earning nothing while continually expending money. If I were in someone else's home, they would surely scold me for being a financial burden. Our family does not adhere to such practices. Do not carry that psychological burden. Li Qing comforted her, saying, neither your parents nor I, nor your elder brother, are miserly individuals. Money is meant to be spent. Your expenditures are profoundly significant, indeed exceedingly meaningful. His affirmation was unwavering. It must be said that Xiao Shwetter truly surprised him this time. Li Qing had never anticipated that she could achieve such remarkable results. Chapter 19. A sharp cut and depart yet, Li Shwetter could only manage a bitter smile, sighing, you are right, Grandpa Li. It is far more arduous to effect change from the grassroots level than from the top down. As the aid programs progressed, I realized just how much the common people have suffered in the past. Their circumstances have improved considerably, yet, alas, for them to thrive, they must rely on the court and its sound policies. The impact of my efforts is, at best, negligible. That is not the case. The path you have chosen is undoubtedly correct. Do not lose heart, Li Qing encouraged. I have labored for over a century, while you have only just begun. If we were to equate our time spent, your accomplishments far surpass mine. Encountering and identifying problems is itself a form of achievement. Li Qing spoke gently. The vastness of the Ming dynasty cannot be transformed overnight. Throughout history, the common people have lived in poverty. Such circumstances cannot be changed easily. Do not be anxious, nor disheartened. After a lengthy discussion, he managed to restore Li Shwetter's confidence. Once she felt reassured, Li Qing stood up and said, I shall step out for a while and return before noon. Tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall bring it back for you. With such impressive achievements, it was difficult for Li Qing to maintain a stern demeanor towards her. Are you truly going to a brothel so early in the morning? Li Shwetter frowned. Aren't you concerned about your health? Preposterous. I am going to treat the Grand Emperor, Li Qing retorted, his face darkening. He produced a key from his pocket and added, if you feel bored, you may take a stroll. Very well, Li Shwetter replied, taking the key with a grin. I shall not go out today. I am still recovering from my journey. For lunch, let us have some crispy roasted duck, crystal shrimp, lamb spine, and perhaps a bowl of crucian carp soup. Quite the discerning palate, Li Qing chuckled. Fine, I shall bring it back for you at noon. Yes, take care, Grandpa Li. As he made his way to the palace, Li Qing's thoughts were consumed by Li Shwetter's path to poverty alleviation, a heavy burden weighing on his heart. Indeed, despite years of effort and various favorable policies, the populace had bid farewell to hunger, and a segment had become prosperous, yet the majority remained entrenched in poverty. The road ahead was long and fraught with obstacles. Li Qing couldn't help but reflect on the immense challenge of uplifting the impoverished. The population of the Ming dynasty was staggering, making the escape from destitution a formidable task. Merely the news he heard today left him feeling overwhelmed, even at a loss for where to begin. His thoughts of stepping down from his position resurfaced fleetingly, but were quickly suppressed. not to mention the instability of the Hongzhi reign. He could not afford to disregard the whims of the lively Emperor Zhu Youzhuang. Upon arriving at the palace gates, the hour was late. The morning court session had already concluded, yet a considerable number of people were kneeling before the gates, led by Ma Wenxing and Lu Daxiao, all arranged in perfect alignment. Upon seeing Li Qing approach, Ma Wenxing seized the opportunity to confront him, stating, "What you previously asserted, Master Li, is utterly erroneous." Lu Daxiao echoed, snorting, "What nonsense is this talk of a conflict between sovereign and subject? Either the fault lies with the ruler or the blame falls on the minister. It is sheer folly. The relationship between ruler and subject is founded on the pursuit of the empire and the well-being of the multitude. The principles of both are directed towards the grand state of the Ming dynasty and the welfare of the common people. Governance hinges on the discourse itself. The court is not merely a battleground for right and wrong." "Indeed," Ma Wenxing interjected, "I sensed the fallacy at that moment, and I was misled by you. Let me pose a question. If we discuss only right and wrong without addressing the problem, what good is that? I implore Lord Li to respond." Lu Daxia commanded in a deep voice, "I implore Lord Li to respond." A crowd of people echoed, glaring at Li Qing. Panic struck Li Qing as he realized they had discerned the essence of the situation. He felt a surge of anger as he recalled the hardships of the people, exclaiming, "What a splendid solution. Kneeling at the palace gates can solve our issues? You prattle on about serving the sovereign, yet this is how you demonstrate your loyalty? You consume the court's salary while undermining its authority. This is nothing short of repugnant towards the emperor. You avoid the court and engage in idle disputes. Yet you have the audacity to claim you act for the nation and its people? If you truly cared for the country and its citizens, you would return to your offices instead of putting on a performance here." Li Qing scoffed, "You speak so eloquently. Yet a mere eunuch setting sail sends you into a frenzy, as if the nation is on the brink of collapse. When the famed eunuch Zheng, he commanded fleets to the west, did the Ming dynasty falter? Today's uproar is merely born of fear of the eunuchs. Or perhaps it reveals your intent to usurp imperial authority, wishing to mold the emperor into your ideal ruler, one who serves your interests. Such thoughts are treasonous, impudent, bold. A loyal minister must not be insulted." The crowd seethed with indignation. Several elderly men trembled, struggling to maintain their stance, their eyes reddened with fury, as some rose unsteadily, seemingly ready to confront Li Qing physically. "I could dispatch you old bones with a mere finger," Li Qing retorted, voicelessly incredulous. As Ma Wenxing attempted to rise, he stumbled and fell to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to regain his feet. He pointed at Li Qing, his lips moving but no words emerging, his eyes rolling back in disbelief. "By heavens, are you feigning injury?" Li Qing exclaimed in shock, quickly adding, "Look, everyone witnessed this. I did not touch him. He fell on his own accord. It has nothing to do with me." Without waiting for a response, Li Qing hastily bowed and declared, "I must attend to the illness of the Grand Emperor. I take my leave." With that, he turned and made his way toward the palace. Damn it, how can one with such a high rank possess such a small temperament? Li Qing groused, "Do not let your anger lead to something dire, lest I bear the blame." At 80 years of age, with little time left, Li Qing wished to avoid any unpleasantness. However, the ministers kneeling at the palace gates were even more incensed. "To wound us and depart? There is no such courtesy. Come, let us debate for 300 more rounds." In the Qianqing palace, after announcing his arrival, Li Qing entered with a young eunuch, only to find Emperor Zhu Youzhuang seated at a banquet, flanked by Lu Jian, Xie Qian, and Li Danyang. The atmosphere among the sovereign and his ministers was cordial, smiles gracing their faces. Lu and Xie, who had submitted their resignations and expressed intentions to retire, showed no signs of departing. Upon seeing Li Qing, they nodded in friendly acknowledgement. The emperor's intervention indeed produced commendable results, and a sense of relief washed over Li Qing. It is indeed the fault of Zhu Youzhuang. He never truly intended to depart, yet as soon as someone spoke, he would criticize, leaving others in an awkward position. All the esteemed officials were present. Li Qing responded with a kind smile. Li Danyang jested, "The Grand Emperor substitutes tea for wine and has not touched a drop. Dr. Li, please do not take offense." Li Qing touched his nose and chuckled. "How could I dare to be angry with the Grand Emperor? I have heard that Dr. Li possesses great skill, but also a formidable temperament." Xie Qian also joined in the playful banter. It seemed that there was no intention of resigning. Lu Jian, too, was present. Hongzhi cheerfully invited, "Come, sit, and joined the three gentlemen for a few drinks. The three promptly adjusted their chairs slightly to show respect. In truth, it was not just these three. The courtiers generally held Li Qing in high regard, primarily because he was the chief physician to the beloved emperor in their dreams. Unfortunately, Li Qing's sharp tongue had already offended a group at the palace gates. Yet he had not clashed with the cabinet, at least not yet. Consequently, the three treated him with courtesy. With a feast laid out, he naturally did not hold back. Although the banquet had been ongoing for a while, the dishes had hardly been touched, leaving ample opportunity for Li Qing to indulge. He had dined on imperial cuisine many times before and did not find it particularly rarefied. Rather, he simply relished the atmosphere of the banquet. Hongji intended to foster a closer rapport between Li Qing and the three scholars, urging him to drink more, saying, "Today, there will be no acupuncture. A massage later will suffice." The three scholars were more concerned about Hongji's health, insisting, "The Grand Emperor's well-being is paramount. There will always be time for wine." Li Qing found himself caught in a dilemma and could only eat heartily. However, after a long banquet, some warmth had indeed developed. As the hour approached the end of the SI, the feast concluded. The three scholars had consumed little alcohol, and with the beverages being light, they were not intoxicated. So they proceeded to draft documents. Li Qing and Zhu Youzhuang retreated to the inner chamber. On the couch, Zhu Youzhuang rested his head on his arm and inquired, "Was it you who advised Hou Zhao to take the lead?" "Indeed, the emperor is sensitive and prideful. Without some persuasion, he would struggle to lower his face," Li Qing replied, gently manipulating the silver needles. "Are Lu and Xian not leaving?" "No, they are staying," Zhu Youzhuang chuckled. "It is better to encourage him, if you can persuade him. It indicates that Hou Zhao holds you in high regard. Hou Zhao is indeed admirable in many respects, yet his temperament leaves much to be desired. He never seems to mature." Observing Zhu Youzhuang's kind and indulgent countenance, Li Qing thought to himself, "Isn't it your pampering that has led to this? By the way, I heard that the courtiers knelt at the palace gates when you arrived. Have they knelt again?" "I did not see," Li Qing lied, both to deflect blame and to spare Zhu Youzhuang further worry. It is only natural for the newly enthroned emperor to have some friction with the courtiers. "Do not be overly concerned. Focus on taking care of your health," Li Qing smiled, adding, "If any real issues arise, I will inform you, even if you do not ask." Zhu Youzhuang nodded slowly, sighing. Hou Zhao is still youthful and impetuous, with a strong sense of self-respect. When interacting with him, you must approach with gentleness. Do not let him grow weary of you. Li Qing refrained from comment. Although Zhu Youzhuang had his best interests at heart, it was precisely due to his excessive indulgence that Hou Zhao had developed such a character. "Rest assured, I understand the nuances." Li Qing removed the silver needles one by one, while remarking that with the weather warming up, it was an opportune time to venture outside more and avoid laziness. Zhu Youzhuang nodded in agreement, then suddenly inquired, "Would you care to join the cabinet, sir?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, I am not suited for the role of a grand scholar in the cabinet. Is it a matter of suitability or desire?" Zhu Youzhuang pressed. "Both, I suppose," Li Qing admitted candidly. Zhu Youzhuang sighed with a wry smile. "You are indeed honest, sir. Joining the cabinet would diminish your private interactions with the emperor and could lead to his resentment. It is far more beneficial to maintain our current relationship, one that balances both camaraderie and counsel." Li Qing concurred. In such a case, he may be more receptive to advice. Wouldn't you agree? Zhu Youzhuang paused thoughtfully, then gently nodded. "That seems reasonable." After a brief silence, he added, "Sir, I shall trouble you more in the days to come." Li Qing chuckled. "It is far too early for final words. What is the rush?" Zhu Youzhuang shook his head with a pained smile. "You are indeed audacious. I find myself increasingly concerned for your well-being. What do you fear for me? That you may find yourself surrounded by foes." Li Qing merely smiled in response. Chapter 20. The key to breaking the vicious cycle. As Li Qing exited the palace gates, he discovered that the ministers had long since departed. Their advanced age rendered them incapable of enduring prolonged kneeling. Moreover, the young emperor was stubborn, unlikely to yield in a matter of days, necessitating a protracted struggle. Li Qing smirked inwardly and turned to a guard from the imperial guards, asking, "What has become of Minister Ma?" The guard replied with a peculiar expression. "It appears Minister Ma has encountered difficulties. He was carried back in a sedan chair, unable to walk." "Oh, is that so?" Li Qing nodded lightly, furrowing his brow slightly before departing. "Is that all?" The guard stood in a daze, observing Li Qing's retreating figure, swallowing hard as he mused. This esteemed physician and tutor to the crown prince is truly remarkable. Having stirred such chaos, he remains utterly unfazed. Is he genuinely unafraid or simply oblivious? In the courtyard, Li Qing pushed the door open to find Li Shui'er practicing Tai Chi upon seeing him return. She completed a final movement and approached. Is the former emperor feeling better? She inquired. The last time Li Qing had left in haste, she learned from her mother the truth, that he had rushed to attend to the former emperor's ailment. It is as it is, a cure is impossible. But each day lived is a blessing, Li Qing stated as he set the food box on the stone table. How has your cultivation of inner energy progressed? I feel somewhat improved, though I cannot quantify it precisely, she replied. Li Shui'er opened the food box, revealing an array of dishes. Noticing only one pair of chopsticks, she exclaimed, "Aren't you eating? I had a good meal in the palace. The former emperor hosted a banquet. I managed a few bites. You should eat," he replied. Li Shui'er puffed her cheeks in curiosity, asking, "Is the imperial cuisine delicious?" Having grown up in luxury, she had yet to experience the royal feast. Li Qing laughed. "It is nothing extraordinary, really. It is akin to the fare at a fine restaurant, primarily a matter of presentation, with little difference. But that is what the emperor eats," Li Shui'er exclaimed, her eyes filled with longing. Li Qing chuckled. "If you wish to try some, I can bring some back for you another time." "Do you really have such influence?" she asked, astonished. "Of course. Do not forget, I am the attending physician to your cousin. Requesting a few dishes from the royal kitchen is but a matter of words," Li Qing replied with a grin. "What would you like?" Li Shui'er pondered for a moment and said, "Let us keep it simple. I would like some crystal shrimp dumplings, candied yellow peaches, peppery vegetarian meat, crab-stuffed oranges, and guanhan cake. I can't eat any more than that. You, on the other hand, can indulge," she added. "Of course. It's not that I've never tasted pork. I've simply never seen a pig run," Li Shui'er boasted. "I even have my grandfather's recipe book at home. I am well aware of what the imperial kitchen can prepare." Li Qing replied, "Just eat your food." Li Shui'er giggled and nodded, quietly enjoying her meal. Noticing Li Qing was about to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment." "For what? Could you help me check something?" "What do you need me to check?" "My true energy," Li Shui'er said. "All right then." Li Qing settled himself in a nearby chaise longue, pulling out a book to pass the time. "Grandfather, will I ever reach your level?" Li Shui'er asked, taking advantage of his apparent disregard for the customary silence during meals. "No," he replied. "That has nothing to do with true energy." Li Shui'er felt a twinge of disappointment and inquired, "Then can I reach the level of the immortal Zhang?" "You certainly have the audacity to dream." Li Qing set down his book and shot her a glare. "Do you have any idea how formidable your master is? Surely, he cannot surpass someone who has achieved immortality like you." "Of course," Li Qing replied. "Let me put it this way. Even I do not know the full extent of that old man's power when he unleashes it." His words were not an exaggeration. Even in the final moments, the old man could strike with the force of a child. Though Li Qing had never retaliated, he knew that even if he did, the outcome would remain unchanged. "What if I put in the effort?" Li Shui'er asked. "Then by all means, put in the effort." Li Qing chuckled, shaking his head, before returning to his book, immersing himself in his entertainment. A quarter of an hour later, Li Shui'er pulled out a silk handkerchief to dab her mouth and asked, "What should I do with these?" "Just wash them. I'll be heading out soon to return them," Li Qing replied without looking up. "Really? In this vast capital, there isn't a courier service?" Li Shui'er exclaimed incredulously. "In Jinling, you could just order takeout at home." "There is, but it costs money," Li Qing retorted. "You are far too spoiled and have never experienced hardship. You lack the sense of frugality." "Back in my mountain days." Li Shui'er was unimpressed by his hard-knock education, but refrained from interrupting. Once he finished, she retorted, "Yet you still frequent the brothels?" "One must know when to save and when to spend," Li Qing replied. "After all, it's on my way. If I can save a coin, why not?" Li Shui'er rolled her eyes in exasperation, muttering, "You certainly know how to live. All right then, come here and let me take a look." Li Qing sat up. Li Shui'er stepped forward, extending her fair wrist. Li Qing placed his hand upon hers, releasing a thread of true energy while simultaneously guiding her internal energy, concentrating to feel its flow. After a while, he withdrew his hand and nodded slightly. "Not bad. It's much better than I anticipated. You indeed possess a remarkable talent in this regard." "How do I compare to you?" she asked. "Well, purely in terms of talent, you are somewhat better than I," Li Qing replied. "If the old man were to teach you personally, you would surpass me by a slight margin in the same amount of time." Li Shui'er beamed, saying, "So, There is hope for me to surpass you? Dream on. Li Qing chuckled. I cultivated my true energy during the Hongwu era, and it has been over a century. Do you think you can surpass that with mere effort? That's hard to say. Li Shuer huffed, as the saying goes. It's not the pace that matters, but the fear of stagnation. You are perpetually preoccupied with court affairs, the welfare of the populace, and the allure of the brothels. Yet, I have never witnessed you engage in any form of cultivation, not even once. How naive you are. What I mean is, once one's vital energy reaches a certain level, there is no need for deliberate practice. Even eating, sleeping, and breathing become a form of cultivation. Li Qing chuckled softly, stating that he had attained this realm as early as the Hongwu era. Li Shuer exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a hint of dissatisfaction. But you just claimed that my talent surpasses yours. I did not deceive you. The reason I could reach this state so rapidly is largely due to the generosity of Master Zhang, along with your mentor's guidance of my vital energy, Li Qing explained. Is that so? Li Shuer nodded, somewhat reluctantly. By the way, how have I performed in these past 2 years? You have done remarkably well. Li Qing replied with a gentle smile. Go on. As long as it isn't too excessive, I shall grant your request. These words, often spoken by the emperor, felt refreshing when uttered by him. Li Shuer's heart fluttered. Really? Indeed. Is it truly so? Or is it not? Are you feeling mischievous? Li Qing retorted in irritation. Yes. Li Shuer shrank her neck and hurriedly said, Then I want the Master's elixir, and I want you to guide me with your vital energy. You've made a vow, Li Qing replied, his expression darkening. Where do you expect me to procure the Master's elixir for you? You just said you would grant anything. Li Shuer protested. When has I shall grant anything ever been fulfilled? Li Qing mumbled. Why are you like this? Li Shuer, feeling aggrieved, said, You clearly said you would reward me. You are being untrustworthy. Cough. That is quite audacious of you. Li Qing shot her a glare. I lack the ability to acquire the Master's elixir for you. You know I cannot leave the capital. I will concoct some imitations for you later. As for guiding your vital energy, that is quite time-consuming. It will take at least 3 months, so let us address it when I have time. I was already planning to wait 3 months. Li Shuer replied. Li Qing scoffed. If you're in such a hurry, quickly report back, then rush back to your work. All right, so this is how it is, huh? Then I shall not work anymore. Li Shuer exclaimed in frustration. Even a dog deserves a bone, does it not? How can you be like this? Do not forget, you are at least half a member of the Zhu family, Li Qing retorted. Chao Laogong's mother, Li Wenzhong, and the founding emperor are siblings. In that regard, you are even a member of the Zhu family. Everything you have enjoyed since childhood has stemmed from this. How can you not contribute? Li Shuer, feeling discontented, responded, Fine, I will continue my work, but do not expect to gain any further progress from me. Let us resolve the current progress first. You are being unreasonable. Li Shuer stamped her foot. What have I done to annoy you? Did we not clear the air in Jiaoji last time? Why are you behaving this way? Li Qing paused and said, Once you return, focus on your career. Oh, instantly. Li Shuer's anger dissipated. I will go tidy up the dishes. Li Qing reclined back in his chair, covering his face with a book, and soon fell asleep. In the early hours of the night, Li Qing awoke with a start and washed his face. He sat down opposite Li Shuer and said, Let us continue discussing the matter of enriching the populace. That can wait. Let us first address the sale of fertilizers. Li Shuer closed her book and said, I came primarily to seek your advice. Relying solely on advertisements is insufficient. Even if everyone is aware of the benefits of the new fertilizer, it will not sell well. Li Shuer remarked. Without large-scale sales, it matters not how excellent the new fertilizer is. She seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness of noon, adopting a demeanor of official business, stating, How to prevent the populace from being short-sighted. It is imperative to enable them to invest in visible benefits, as this is the crux of breaking the vicious cycle. Li Shuer's expression was serious. This is a necessary condition for enriching the people. Li Qing nodded slowly, pondering. You articulated the reasons for the populace's short-sightedness quite thoroughly yesterday. The root cause lies in their poverty. They can discern the benefits and drawbacks. We need to find a way to coax some of their funds to purchase fertilizers. How can we alter their behavioral logic? Li Shuer inquired. Pre-sale. Li Qing replied. Advanced sales? Indeed, we should conduct fertilizer pre-sales before the harvest, even before the fertilizers are produced, Li Qing explained. At that time, the populace generally has money in hand. We should sell the fertilizers before they are depleted by various small misfortunes. Pausing for effect, he added, if they wait until after the harvest season, the prices will double. The price increase isn't the goal. The aim is to compel them to purchase before the prices rise, Li Qing stated. The most effective promotional strategy isn't today's price reduction, but tomorrow's price increase. Will this work? We shall see. It is highly likely to succeed, Li Qing assured. Of course, the prerequisite is that we must effectively publicize the benefits of the new fertilizer, ensuring that the message of its ability to enhance grain yield resonates deeply. This approach will not only facilitate sales, but will also allow us to produce fertilizers according to orders, achieving a twofold advantage, Li Qing declared solemnly. This vicious cycle begins to be broken here. With a deep exhale, Li Qing remarked, the most challenging part is the beginning. We must take this step. Li Shui'er pondered for a moment, frowning as she said, we cannot collect money before delivering the goods. Payment and delivery must occur simultaneously, necessitating early production. Early production is feasible, Li Qing asked, but are there drawbacks? There are two drawbacks, Li Shui'er replied. Firstly, it may somewhat affect efficacy. Secondly, we cannot accurately estimate sales. The second issue is not a problem. When the time comes, we can increase production by half based on market response. Losing a little money is acceptable. As for the first issue, Li Qing suggested, let's see if we can overcome the technical challenges. Since we have already developed the new fertilizer, extending its shelf life should not be too difficult, right? Li Shui'er nodded slowly. When I return, I will have them make an effort. It should be manageable. Indeed. Li Qing glanced at her, feeling an increasing urge to hasten her departure. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Li Shui'er said pensively, actually, I am also a poor person, though not in material terms. Li Qing was at a loss for words. Little Shui'er, if you were to encounter someone particularly exceptional, would you change your mind? No. She replied emphatically. So certain? Li Shui'er nodded, timidly asking, are you feeling guilty? Well, somewhat, he admitted. I apologize. Li Qing smiled wryly and shook his head. I am not particularly affected. The main concern is you. I am not particularly affected either, Li Shui'er quickly clarified. In fact, even without you, I would likely be the same. My feelings towards you stem more from admiration. To be blunt, it is a psychological inclination towards the strong. After a brief pause, she cautiously remarked, in truth, I wish to befriend you, much like Wang Shouren and Tang Bo, a fondness that transcends mere affection. Given your clarity of heart, why do you not seek a suitable gentleman to settle down with? I have no desire for marriage, nor do I wish to lead a life devoted to domesticity. And there is no man who captures my heart, Li Shui'er replied. Li Qing inquired, what if he possessed talents akin to Tang Bo, was unmarried, and embodied charm, elegance, and warmth? Li Shui'er chuckled and shook her head. Even if he were a man identical to you, I would not be swayed. I genuinely cherish my current lifestyle, which has little to do with you. She added playfully, do not indulge in excessive self-love or guilt. Otherwise, how am I to navigate my own existence? Li Qing sighed and shook his head. Ultimately, it is a matter of education. The current era of the Ming dynasty is ill-suited for a woman of your progressive thoughts. He did not oppose women's independence. In fact, he aspired for their status to rise. However, Li Shui'er was far ahead of her time. Even in the future, such sentiments would be held by only a scant few, and they did not align with Li Qing's values. That may not be incorrect, Li Shui'er smiled. Yet, I am grateful for such an upbringing. Otherwise, I would lead a dull and pitiful existence, which I certainly would not want. Li Qing chose not to elaborate further, and, taking up the prepared food box, stated, I shall not return tonight. You may dine out. I am not hungry yet. I shall go later, she replied. Well then, I shall take my leave. The spectacle of kneeling at the palace gates continued, but public opinion was no longer overwhelmingly one-sided. The Hamlin Academy had intervened. Though these new officials were novices in the political arena, their writings were commendable, even surpassing those of seasoned statesmen, as they were more pure in their intentions, unfettered by the intrigues of power. This situation was akin to a college student who, having just completed their examinations, possesses knowledge superior to that of someone who has worked for years post-graduation. In the realm of composition, these new officials were indeed formidable. Notably, the essay on the cultivation of a worthy minister by the official Yin Song stood out, flowing with over 1,000 eloquent words that even Li Qing found commendable. He could find no fault with it. Indeed, he doubted he could craft such a splendid yet pragmatic piece himself. With public sentiment no longer overwhelmingly in their favor, and under the mediation of Hongji, the cabinet entirely aligned with the emperor, leaving those intent on challenging the new ruler in dismay. Soon after, Ma Wenqing resigned. After 3 refusals, he ultimately chose to retire. Ma Wenqing genuinely wished to return to his hometown. Despite the young emperor's repeated entreaties, he remained steadfast in his decision to retire and enjoy his twilight years. Being already 81 and with few years left to live, the young emperor was not like Hongji. It was time for him to step back. His departure, the cabinet's stance, and the support of the new officials' public opinion dealt a severe blow to those who wished for the new ruler to continue Hongji's governance. Before they could recover, Liu Daxiao also submitted his resignation. Not being particularly young himself, Ma Wenqing's exit inspired him to consider a graceful withdrawal. Emperor Zhu Youzhuang fervently tried to retain him, but could not sway Liu Daxiao's resolve. The consecutive departures of these 2 prominent figures plunged morale, already low, to a freezing point. Simultaneously, the vacancies in the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War shifted the focus of the great lords elsewhere. In just a few days, the number of people kneeling at the palace gates dwindled, and the tension between the sovereign and his ministers significantly eased. In the imperial study, Li Qing and Zhu Youzhuang sat across from each other. Choose either the Minister of Personnel or the Minister of War, Zhu Youzhuang suggested. Li Qing shook his head. Do not pretend to be lofty with me. Zhu Youzhuang rolled his eyes. I will help you decide. Let it be the Minister of Personnel. The Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince is quite satisfactory. I have no desire to hold another official position, Li Qing replied earnestly. If I were to assume the role of a minister, it would not bode well for either of us. Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow. Then you should join the cabinet. Let us forego the cabinet as well, Li Qing chuckled. I am content to serve as a strategist. You are quite a character, Zhu Youzhuang said, slightly irritated. Do you think I am unworthy of your assistance? If that were the case, why would I even be here? Li Qing countered. Would it not be better to be a purely ceremonial regent? Zhu Youzhuang muttered. That will not do. I must hold an official position. Li Qing sighed, conceding. Do not forget, the health of the regent is of utmost importance. Surely, you would not want me to be distracted? Zhu Youzhuang fell silent. After a moment, he reluctantly acquiesced. As you wish. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty, Li Qing smiled. I shall take my leave to visit the regent. Wait a moment. Zhu Youzhuang interjected. I wish to add some personnel to the cabinet. What do you think? That may not be wise, Li Qing said, frowning slightly. The cabinet has only just aligned with you. Such a move might seem like a betrayal. One addition should suffice, Zhu Youzhuang sighed. It is time to infuse some fresh blood. The 3 of us are no longer young. Whom do you wish to bring into the cabinet? Yang Tingyi, Zhu Youzhuang replied, surprised. Your tutor during your time as crown prince? Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang nodded. Though I do not particularly like him, he possesses commendable abilities. He has a close relationship with Li Dongyang, which should mitigate any resistance within the cabinet. Very well, Li Qing agreed. Do you have a recommendation for the Minister of Personnel? Li Qing chuckled. I am not well acquainted with the court officials. You may decide. Very well, Zhu Youzhuang sighed. I have been rather exhausted lately. Let us declare a day of rest tomorrow and indulge ourselves. Alas, is it starting already? Li Qing exclaimed. Your Majesty, the affairs of state are of utmost importance. Is my health not important? Zhu Youzhuang retorted. I am still growing. I cannot afford to wear myself out. Besides, even ministers take leave, and I have been on duty for nearly a year without a single day off, aside from the festivals. Am I not entitled to a day of relaxation? Your Majesty, you would not want to disappoint the regent, would you? However, that argument does not hold this time. My father also took breaks from court meetings, Zhu Youzhuang asserted. He even spoke of the need for balance between work and rest. I am only 16. Yet I have not even married, and I have lost weight. After a pause, he added, which emperor can work without rest year-round? I cannot afford to take even a single day off. Li Qing was left speechless. To be candid, Zhu Youzhuang's demands were not unreasonable. Am I being overly sensitive? Li Qing mused. Let us first have the Grand Secretariat present the memorials that need addressing. After reviewing them, we can declare a day of rest. Just one day? Only one day. Zhu Youzhuang nodded, raising an eyebrow. You must come tomorrow. I have some personal matters to attend to, and will also be taking a day off. Li Qing refused. He had no desire to join the young emperor in frivolity. The young lad was inherently playful. How could one address his growing addiction? It seems your taking leave is the norm, is it not? Zhu Youzhuang expressed his dissatisfaction. I may take leave, but you withhold my salary. Come tomorrow. And I assure you there will be no deductions this month. I shall not come, Li Qing declared resolutely. I can alleviate your burdens, yet I shall not indulge in your frivolities." After a brief pause, Li Qing earnestly added, "I hope you can temper your penchant for play. While it is natural to seek relaxation when weary, one must not allow amusement to impede one's duties. You truly lack spirit, if that is your stance. I have nothing further to say." Li Qing rose and took his leave. Sighing, he turned to depart. Zhu Youzhuang swallowed his words in frustration and muttered, "Such audacity. Truly spoiled by the Qinqing palace." After the acupuncture session, Zhu Youzhuang turned over, comfortably leaning against the headboard. With a smile, he said, "Sir, please wait a moment. The delicacies you requested should arrive in about half an hour." Li Qing, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "If it doesn't come, then so be it. There's no need to make a fuss. It is a rare occasion for you to speak. How could I not devote myself to it?" Zhu Youzhuang waved his hand with a smile, saying that the delay was primarily due to the absence of crab-stuffed oranges, which he regretted. "But now that he knew of your fondness for them, I have instructed my servants to prepare them daily henceforth. It is merely for novelty's sake. Such extravagance is unnecessary." "There is no extravagance involved, just a few simple dishes." Zhu Youzhuang shifted the topic, feeling a bit bashful. "I have been feeling quite well these past few days. May I?" "Not at all. Are you thinking of indulging again? Surely, you do not wish to trouble the Imperial Medical Institute, do you?" Zhu Youzhuang inquired. Li Qing, exasperated, retorted, "Do you not realize that changing doctors midway is a grave taboo? Just one dose." Zhu Youzhuang assured him. "Last month, you said the same thing. Is once a month excessive?" Zhu Youzhuang felt quite aggrieved. As Zhu Youzhuang gazed at the medicinal prescription, envisioning the knight's vigor, he could not help but smile broadly and declared, "Sir, this prescription seems quite different from the previous one. Is it an enhanced version?" "Indeed." Zhu Youzhuang beamed with joy. "In that case, since you intend to take it back, I shall not keep you any longer. Ha! You may keep this medicine. Just one dose will have you sleeping soundly." Li Qing cupped his hands in respect, taking his leave. As he turned with the food box in hand, a smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 22. What enchantment does the Li clan possess? Early in the morning, under the influence of his biological clock, Zhu Youzhuang arose early, stepped outside the palace, stretched, and called out, "Gao Feng, Luo Xiang, Gu Daong." Several attendants, who had been waiting, rushed over upon hearing his voice, bowing, "Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." "No need for formalities, no need for formalities," Zhu Youzhuang said cheerfully. "What are you still lingering for? Let us begin." Zhu Youzhuang yawned, feeling particularly sprightly, though his mood was somewhat gloomy. Beside him, Empress Zhang helped him don his garments. Her lips pursed in concern, but she said nothing, wishing only for her husband to maintain good health and spend more time with her. "My lord, the weather is quite pleasant today and has warmed up. Shall we not take a stroll? Dr. Li said that movement is beneficial for one's health." Zhu Youzhuang felt a bit awkward but nodded, saying, "That sounds reasonable. I will have someone prepare. Let us first pay our respects to Mother." "Indeed," Empress Zhang nodded, tidying the edges of his attire, and with a radiant smile, added, "By the way, the selection of the beauty candidates is nearly complete. Would you like to take a look?" Zhu Youzhuang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "There's no need to watch. It's not as if I am selecting consorts. You and the Empress Dowager can oversee it." Empress Zhang pouted. "Are you having second thoughts? Regretting what? Regretting not taking in more consorts?" she said with a hint of jealousy. Zhu Youzhuang laughed heartily. "After all these years as husband and wife, you still do not understand me?" After a moment of silence, Empress Zhang replied, "In truth, if you were to take a consort, I wouldn't say anything." She chuckled lightly. "All right, let us not dwell on such matters." Zhu Youzhuang gently patted her hand and said, "Come, let us visit the Empress Dowager for a while. Every parent in the world deserves respect. Do not act out of spite in the future, and always show filial piety to her." Empress Zhang's eyes reddened at once, and she nodded softly. "I shall remember." "Very well, let us go," Zhu Youzhuang said cheerfully. "Has the wedding date been set?" "Not yet," Empress Zhang replied with a forced smile. "I estimate that the grand wedding will probably be around August." Zhu Youzhuang, with his chest puffed out and knees bent, skillfully tossed the leather ball into the air. After a series of graceful movements, he took a deep breath and struck the ball with precision, sending it soaring into the net. "Impressive, Your Majesty. What a display of prowess." Several eunuchs exclaimed, their praises echoing around. Zhu Youzhuang, hands on his hips, laughed with pride. However, his amusement was short-lived. He soon found the activity dull and his interest in playing waned. Observing this, Gu Daong quickly suggested, "Your Majesty, shall we engage in another game?" Zhu Youzhuang shook his head slightly and sat on the stone steps, appearing listless. Ma Yongcheng, with a glint in his eye, said, "Your Majesty, the selection of maidens has concluded. Since we have free time today, how about we take a look? What is there to see?" Zhu Youzhuang mumbled, feeling disinterested. While engrossed in affairs of state, he often yearned for leisure, yet now that he had the opportunity to indulge, he found it no more satisfying than dealing with official documents. "Your Majesty, our esteemed empress is among those maidens," Ma Yongcheng prodded, believing that the young emperor, now 16, would have some curiosity in that regard. Once you experience it, you are sure to be captivated. Surprisingly, Zhu Youzhuang remained unmoved. Although he held a vague intrigue towards women, it was exceedingly limited. "Prepare the dragon carriage. We shall go to Lianjiatun," Zhu Youzhuang grumbled. "I wish to see what they are busy with." "As you command," Ma Yongcheng replied with a resigned expression, turning to make the arrangements. The eunuchs exchanged glances, feeling a profound sense of unease. Having known Zhu Youzhuang since childhood, they understood his character well and were aware of his love for play. Yet ever since the arrival of the esteemed physician, Li, the young emperor had undergone a transformation. He had become more serious and less inclined towards merriment. This shift left the eunuchs, who were eager to curry favor with the emperor for their own advancement, feeling at a loss. Was it possible that this Li was more captivating than the future empress? What was his charm? They could not fathom it. Zhu Youzhuang too was perplexed, unable to comprehend why he felt no joy. Even his beloved game of kuju no longer brought him the same freedom. It felt as though he were bound by invisible shackles, leaving him in discomfort. As the sun began to set, the dragon carriage came to a halt in front of a modest courtyard at Lianjiatun. Zhu Youzhuang approached and knocked on the door. With a creak, it swung open, unlatched. After just 2 knocks, he turned and said, "There's no need to follow me. You can wait here." The attendants, reluctant to act as mere sentinels, were eager to seize any moment with the young emperor, unwilling to squander a single second. "What could I possibly require your assistance with?" Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. "Just stay put." With that, he entered the small courtyard. The ambience of spring was palpable, with the fruit trees budding in vibrant green and the bamboo glistening with freshness, exuding a lively energy, while the air was suffused with a rich fragrance. Zhu Youzhuang inhaled deeply. What a delightful scent! It was neither floral nor culinary. Rather, it bore the essence of medicinal herbs. "Is my father busy concocting medicine?" As this thought crossed his mind, his earlier displeasure gradually dissipated. In the eastern kitchen, smoke billowed from the chimney, occasionally accompanied by the sound of coughing, which further tugged at Zhu Youzhuang's heartstrings, making him feel increasingly ungrateful. The fire crackled vigorously, sending sparks flying and producing a dark smoke that made Li Qing weep, yet the intoxicating aroma made it all worthwhile. "Turn the heat up a bit," she urged. Li Qing, while adding pre-boiled hot water to the pot, deftly fished out the medicinal ingredients that had already released their essence, simultaneously introducing new herbs. With continual simmering, the concoction within the iron pot gradually thickened. The kitchen was enveloped in a haze of smoke, rendering visibility almost non-existent. Li Qing's coughs, combined with the crackling of the firewood, enveloped Li Qing, who was wholly engrossed in her task, completely unaware of Zhu Youzhuang's arrival until he spoke up. "Do you need assistance?" "No need." Li Qing paused, then looked up in surprise at the doorway. "What brings you here?" "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to come?" Zhu Youzhuang retorted, taking a breath of fresh air. "You could have let the Imperial Medical Bureau handle this." Li Qing smiled. "I prefer to do it myself. It's more reassuring." "Is there something you require, Your Majesty?" "Not particularly," he replied. "Then you should go back," she insisted, unable to break free from her tasks. "The court session has been adjourned. Make the most of your time. Don't waste it." Zhu Youzhuang stepped inside, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, "Assign me a task." Li Qing was at a loss for words. "There's nothing here for you to do. Move aside." Zhu Youzhuang pointed at Li Qing with an authoritative tone. "Didn't you hear?" she retorted. Zhu Youzhuang frowned, his expression darkening. "Indeed, I heard. It appears I must obey." Li Qing sighed in relief. This nephew is quite a good soul. It seems he is a warm-hearted individual beneath his cold exterior. After Li Qing curtsied, she exited the eastern kitchen. Zhu Youzhuang took a seat before the stove and began adding firewood. As spring drew to a close and the weather warmed, he soon found himself sweating profusely from the heat. Yet, he found it all rather amusing, or perhaps even meaningful. With the fire now roaring, tending it posed no challenge. He merely needed to add wood in accordance with the flame's intensity, and Zhu Youzhuang excelled at stoking the fire. Perhaps it was due to his affinity for the element of fire. Approaching midday, after consuming 3 bundles of wood, the medicinal broth finally reached a thick, paste-like consistency. "That's enough," Li Qing said. "Step outside for some fresh air. I'm almost finished here." Zhu Youzhuang stood, stretched his limbs, and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. "Can this pot still be used for cooking?" "There are no vegetables at home," she replied. "I instructed someone to procure wine and delicacies so that we might indulge in a drink at noon." "Indeed, the young emperor has a day of rest today. 2 cups would do no harm, and could even serve to strengthen our camaraderie." For the emotionally immature Zhu Youzhuang, Li Qing could only coax and gently guide him. Zhu Youzhuang nodded, stepping out of the eastern kitchen, breathing in the fresh air outside, feeling utterly at ease, which in turn lifted his spirits. "Your Majesty, please have a seat." Seeing him emerge, Li Qing, practicing Tai Chi, hurried to welcome him to the stone table beneath the tree, pouring tea and water. Zhu Youzhuang slowly sat down, fixed his gaze upon her, and asked, "Are you truly a Taoist?" "Indeed, without a doubt," Li Qing replied with a cheerful smile. "The eunuchs outside have gone to purchase wine and delicacies. Soon, your Majesty may drink a few cups with Lord Li. Can you command them?" "What?" Suddenly, Zhu Youzhuang slammed the table and admonished, "What audacity! How dare you act under my name to pursue your own desires?" Li Qing was taken aback, stammering, "I initially intended to run an errand myself, but they insisted on going. I possess no such authority." "Humph, I doubt you would dare." Li Qing, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Are you unwell?" Seeing her flustered, Zhu Youzhuang felt a sense of satisfaction, akin to avenging a decade-long grievance. "I shall take my leave," she announced. "Stop. Stay and chat with me. What would your Majesty like to discuss?" "Ah, mother, you are enjoying yourself, yet I suffer," Li Qing lamented. "As a woman, why would you aspire to be a Taoist?" Out of passion, Zhu Youzhuang looked her up and down, remarking, "You hardly appear to be of humble origins. Would your family consent to this?" "My parents are quite open-minded." "Indeed, they must be remarkably progressive." Zhu Youzhuang scoffed, reclining in a nearby chair, crossing his legs. "Now, repeat that amusing act you performed earlier to entertain me. That is too much to bear," Li Qing replied indignantly. "Is it?" Zhu Youzhuang raised an eyebrow. "Very well." Li Qing, feeling resigned, began to practice Tai Chi once more. Delightful. Zhu Youzhuang suddenly felt joyful. This day of leisure was not wasted after all. Does this not constitute a breach of protocol? Li Qing mused while performing Tai Chi. True, he is the emperor, yet by familial ties, I am his distant cousin. Fortunately, matters had not devolved into something worse. Reflecting on this, Li Qing felt a mix of anger and relief. Chapter 23. The young man grows upon witnessing this scene. Li Qing's expression darkened considerably. "Is this not sheer folly? Cease at once." He approached, scolding, "He may be ignorant, but do you not share in that ignorance?" "What am I to do? He is the emperor," Li Qing replied, equally distressed. Zhu Youzhuang, dissatisfied, frowned and remarked, "What is wrong with asking your junior to lift my spirits?" "Leave." "Hey," Zhu Youzhuang protested. Although the medicine was for his father, he felt he was assisting Li Qing, and questioned, "How can you behave in such a manner?" "What do you mean, for your father?" Li Qing inquired, puzzled. "Isn't the medicine prepared within the palace?" "Well, you prepared it for me," Li Qing said with a chuckle, finally managing to gain some ground. With Li Qing present, she felt emboldened. Zhu Youzhuang paused, then defiantly rushed toward the eastern kitchen. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I intend to upend the pot," Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, furious. "What status does she possess that warrants my preparing medicine for her?" "Let bygones be bygones. After all, you are a Taoist. Why concern yourself with monks and Buddhas?" Li Qing interjected with a chuckle, "Regardless of your stance, I've toiled for half the day. Grant me this favor. Let us retreat indoors for a conversation." Without regard for Zhu Youzhuang's reluctance, Li Qing firmly ushered him into the room. In the parlor, the two sat opposite each other, savoring exquisite delicacies and pouring wine. After a couple of cups, Zhu Youzhuang's temper began to subside, and he grumbled, "Why didn't you mention it was for her beforehand?" "You never inquired," Li Qing shrugged, deftly shifting the topic. "I have been preoccupied with the reports of ministers kneeling at the palace gates, neglecting state affairs. You have ascended the throne for nearly a year. Surely, by now, news should have reached beyond the borders. Have you received any updates?" Zhu Youzhuang took a swig of wine before responding. "Not long ago, Yang Yiqing sent a memorial stating that the Tartars had engaged in minor skirmishes before retreating, with no casualties on either side. At this point, he suddenly perked up, exclaiming, "Why not lead an imperial expedition myself?" "Absolutely not." Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback, bewildered by the outburst. "Why are you shouting?" Li Qing inhaled deeply, his voice grave. "It is imperative that you do not lead an expedition. Is it not enough that the previous emperor faced complications during his campaign?" Zhu Youzhuang, dissatisfied, retorted, "I have been well versed in military strategy since childhood. How could I be unaware of warfare? If you choose to go to battle, our bond would be irrevocably severed." Li Qing declared resolutely. "Is that not excessive?" Zhu Youzhuang's irritation grew. Observing the developments of northern powers, he noted, they have always been inclined to turn inward when unable to extend outward. The might of the Ming dynasty deters the nomads, compelling them to encroach from within. It is only a matter of time before a leader emerges among them. Even now, there are signs. Shall the Ming dynasty remain passive? Zhu Youzhuang continued. The Ming is gradually transitioning towards commerce, yet this does not preclude warfare. He paused, reflecting on how the previously submissive northern factions had begun to find their footing. Now that they have provided justification for military action, I must respond in kind. Furthermore, what do you mean by saying that if I lead the expedition, you would sever ties with me? Zhu Youzhuang added, "Do not forget, I am the emperor and need not make such choices. These are your own words." "Oh, how adept you are at turning words against me," Li Qing retorted through gritted teeth. "These matters are mere remnants of the past. Do not let a single snake bite make you fearful of the rope for a decade." Zhu Youzhuang scoffed, "With your intelligence, you must understand the strategic advantage of leading the army personally, especially when faced with a cadre of civil officials attempting to obstruct me. Why must you be so obstinate? I have regarded you as a trusted confidant. Why can you not consider my perspective? I am not against the idea of battle, but leading the army in person is unfeasible," Li Qing stated with gravity. "On the battlefield, weapons are indiscriminate. Should anything happen to you, what then? I have trained in martial arts as well," Zhu Youzhuang countered. "Moreover, if I were to lead the expedition, I would assume the role of a great general, commanding the entire army rather than charging into the fray as a mere foot soldier." Li Qing took a deep breath and replied, "You cannot go. The Ming dynasty is not devoid of capable generals. What of the governance of state affairs?" After a brief pause, "You have neither offspring nor brothers. The retired emperor has but one son, and not to mention the uncertainties of your well-being, simply your presence on the battlefield would surely cause him great concern." Zhu Youzhuang hesitated, then fell silent. He understood how deeply his father loved him. Commanding the military does not necessitate personal involvement in battles. Li Qing continued, asserting that through the management of military affairs and the rewards of merit, one could still win over military officials and, thereby, exert control over the army, could one not? "Very well, I shall not go," Zhu Youzhuang replied, irritated, taking a swig of wine. "You have not once allowed me to feel at ease. I comprehend your feelings. Yet I am also in a difficult position," Li Qing sighed. "What troubles you?" Li Qing offered no answer, instead stating, as the adage goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure the internal. You have just ascended to the throne, the rift between sovereign and subjects has yet to close, and considering the retired emperor's frail health, do you truly find it suitable for you to lead the charge? Zhu Youzhuang fell silent. Let Yang Yiqing take up the mantle of retaliation instead. Now, that is the mark of a wise ruler, Li Qing praised, feeling somewhat relieved. Zhu Youzhuang shot him a glare and muttered, "Do you have any sound strategies regarding the outer territories?" "Indeed." "Oh, what might they be?" "Gradual assimilation," Li Qing replied. "Crops such as Yongla beans and Xuanda potatoes have already reached the steppes, while much of the grasslands remain unsuitable for cultivation due to insufficient rainfall. There are regions where farming can thrive. Their age-old customs are quietly transforming. The advantages of agriculture are too significant. Even if arable land is scarce, they would never relinquish it. A settled existence inevitably brings forth vulnerabilities," Li Qing explained. Zhu Youzhuang pondered. The barbarians are not fools. They are well aware of this. And what of it? Are they willing to abandon their ways? Li Qing chuckled. This is, in itself, an open strategy. Their awareness of their weaknesses renders them hesitant to confront the truth, does it not? That is a valid point, Zhu Youzhuang remarked, looking at him intently. You seem to possess an excessive understanding of the outer territories and the political landscape. Some matters are not secrets, while others I gleaned during casual conversations while attending to the retired emperor. Zhu Youzhuang regarded him with skepticism, but soon dismissed it. Turning to the matter he cared about more, How long do you believe it will take to subdue the steppes? Purely violent means have proven ineffective. This has been validated. Gradual assimilation requires considerable time, yet it is the least costly, most effective, and most feasible approach. Li Qing contemplated before responding. At most, another century. A century is too long. I cannot afford to wait. Zhu Youzhuang shook his head. Li Qing inquired, do you truly wish for the glory of the Ming dynasty? Or do you yearn for personal martial prowess? Zhu Youzhuang's face flushed, leaving him momentarily speechless. Li Qing sighed gently. Each generation must address its own challenges. The trees planted by our predecessors offer shade to their successors. The current situation is a consequence of past actions, and regrettably, you arrived too early to reap the rewards. Zhu Youzhuang remained silent. Li Qing recognized that he had once again stirred the young emperor's ire and could not help but smile wryly, asking, am I truly such a source of annoyance to you? Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang nodded. However, upon reflection, though you may be bothersome, your intentions are purely for my benefit and the good of the Ming. I am not ungrateful, yet that does not lessen my irritation with you. Then why do you still summon me here? Shall I take my leave then? Ah, that is not necessary. Li Qing chuckled, raising his cup. As it is a rare day of rest, allow me to indulge in a few more drinks with you. Zhu Youzhuang cast him a piercing glance and remarked, because of you, I can no longer enjoy myself. The young man, Li Qing, smiled reassuringly. This is a good thing. It signifies your maturity, your majesty. As you have transcended base pleasures. Base pleasures? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. Indeed, finding joy in mere amusement is not comparable to deriving satisfaction from achievements. Li Qing continued. What is your immediate feeling after attending the morning court and reviewing memorials? Refreshing, Zhu Youzhuang replied. Precisely. Such endeavors are meaningful, though the process may be arduous. The rewards that follow are truly exquisite. Li Qing added, just as today, when you stoked the fire in the eastern kitchen. Did you not feel a surge of satisfaction upon leaving? Indeed. Zhu Youzhuang nodded, then shook his head. Not really. I knew it was for brewing medicine, and I had to spit into it. Li Qing was at a loss for words. That is not the point. The crux is that you thought it was for the Grand Emperor. As a son, you labor for your father, thus deriving joy from your efforts. As an emperor, the ease that follows diligent governance brings you pleasure as well. These are indeed refined delights. Li Qing smiled. However, pure indulgence devoid of achievement offers no sense of fulfillment. Your dissatisfaction with amusement stems from your growth. You have become acutely aware of your responsibilities and are accountable for what you bear. As a son, when your father can no longer bear the burden, the son must step up. As an emperor, the realm and its people rest upon your shoulders. Li Qing generously commended Zhu Youzhuang for his development. Zhu Youzhuang felt a sense of comfort, yet he also felt a bit embarrassed, stammering. I am not as commendable as you portray. In truth, I still fear hardship and enjoy play. It is just that I have no choice. Since you cannot evade responsibility, it is better to confront it head-on, Li Qing gently inquired. Is it truly so terrifying? Zhu Youzhuang replied gloomily, not as fearsome as I had imagined. Indeed, there is nothing to fear. One simply has to grow accustomed to it. Li Qing smiled lightly, with gradual effort and tackling one task at a time. One day you will look back and realize how much you have accomplished and how well you have done. Zhu Youzhuang nodded slowly, then lamented. You always manage to irritate me, yet you invariably find a way to soothe my ire, making me feel you are right and that I should follow your lead. Huh. You may consider me a loyal subject or a schemer. That is up to you, Li Qing replied. In my view, you are neither a loyal subject nor a schemer, Zhu Youzhuang remarked. Li Qing, surprised, asked, then what am I? A strategist, compelling me into a corner, Zhu Youzhuang said, feeling exasperated. Li Qing, ever candid, raised his glass and laughed. Yet this is built upon the foundation of your wise rule, is it not? Zhu Youzhuang, feigning annoyance, rolled his eyes but clinked his cup against Li Qing's. With the wine flowing and the dishes savored, Zhu Youzhuang felt a sense of fulfillment. Finally sensing that this day's court session had not been in vain. I shall soon issue an edict to Yang Yiqing, instructing him to show those barbarians a thing or two, Zhu Youzhuang declared. Even if we cannot engage in battle, we must at least intimidate those ruffians. How dare they provoke us when the Ming has yet to mobilize? Li Qing nodded in agreement. By the way, what do you think about appointing old Wang as a supervisor? Li Qing paused in surprise, then gently nodded in affirmation. Li Qing would ordinarily decline such a request, but if it were Xiao Yun, he would acquiesce. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. Tomorrow, I shall issue a decree, declared Zhu Youzhuang, his mood considerably lifted by the rare occurrence of receiving agreement from his companion. He chuckled heartily. Today has been rather pleasant. I shall take my leave. Your Majesty. Walk carefully, Li Qing said as he rose to escort him. Upon reaching the door, he added, the morning court cannot be interrupted frequently. Zhu Youzhuang laughed. If you do not permit me to indulge in idleness, you too should refrain from laziness. After attending to the Grand Emperor's health, is it truly so difficult to visit the imperial study? Li Qing rubbed his nose, a wry smile on his lips. Very well. Now, that is the spirit. Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed with a hearty laugh before turning to board the dragon carriage. As Li Qing closed the door and turned, he was met with the sight of Li Shuai, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. What troubles you? He inquired. You all have feasted, while I am yet to eat. She lamented. Fear not, the medicinal broth from the eastern kitchen has cooled. Simply fetch a bowl, he reassured her. Are you serious? She questioned. Why, of course. That broth was prepared specifically for you. If you do not consume it, my efforts would have been in vain. But can medicine serve as sustenance? She queried, perplexed. Certainly not for an ordinary person, yet you, as a practitioner, are an exception, Li Qing replied with a smile. The herbs are nourishing and beneficial for you. Do not worry, they will not harm you. Though he lacked the capability to concoct the heavenly master pill, he compensated for its inferior quality with quantity. Even if this large pot does not match the efficacy of the heavenly master pill, it is likely quite comparable. Hurry and eat. Li Qing stretched his neck and added. Once you finish, retire for the night. Upon waking, I shall assist you in channeling your vital energy. I will take a brief rest myself. The bitter and pungent concoction made Li Shuai grimace. Despite its earlier enticing aroma, it nearly turned her stomach. Yet, she pinched her nose and swallowed as the hour approached the end of the afternoon. Upon waking from his nap, Li Qing found Li Shuai still engaged in her oral hygiene, her demeanor reflecting utter discontent. Unable to suppress his amusement, he approached the stone table and inquired. By the way, do they have toothbrushes in Jinling? Indeed, they have had them since last year, she replied, spitting out mouthwash. Must I finish an entire pot of medicinal gruel? Li Qing shook his head slightly. Not necessary. Li Shuai beamed. Really? Not enough. We will likely need 2 more pots to suffice, he stated. With a look of disbelief, Li Shuai reached out her hand. Let us begin then. As evening fell, Li Qing withdrew his hand and exhaled deeply, saying, upon reflection, altering the behavioral logic and thought processes of impoverished citizens will require an extensive investment of time. Nonetheless, we must persist in our efforts while focusing on the next generation. And what does that entail? Li Shuai inquired, feeling the changes in her internal vital energy and relishing the invigorating sensations it brought. You previously mentioned that the impoverished suffer from inadequate nourishment, which affects their health. While this holds some truth, it is not entirely accurate, Li Qing explained. Currently, food supplies are not strained, and considering children's small appetites, there is no issue of insufficient meals. The real problem lies in the monotony of their diets. Li Shuai furrowed her brow, questioning, what do you mean by that? It means that a consistent diet of the same food leads to a deficiency in the various micronutrients essential for the body, he elucidated. Li Qing remarked that humans are omnivorous beings, necessitating a diverse array of sustenance, such as yongla beans and schwanda potatoes. While these may satiate hunger, they fail to provide the requisite nourishment, particularly during developmental stages. Although Li Shuai grasped little of the discourse, she found it quite logical and inquired about specific provisions. Li Qing enumerated fruits, vegetables, and proteins from fish and meat, suggesting the establishment of a dedicated dining hall to serve at least 1 meal daily, ensuring that children, especially girls, receive adequate nutrition. In this era of gender bias, mere distribution might not suffice for them to benefit fully. Parents would not be allowed to collect on behalf of their children, as the dining facility would only cater to the young, with strict prohibitions against taking food off the premises, as Li Qing delineated various stipulations. He further proposed enlisting skilled physicians to investigate common ailments among children and to develop targeted remedies, ideally crafting preventive medications to minimize mortality rates during their growth. Li Shuai listened intently, asking about the age limitations. Li Qing specified the range from those who could walk up to 14 years old, pledging support for all eligible individuals. Li Shuai expressed her astonishment, pondering the financial implications for a widespread initiative. Li Qing suggested initiating the program to allow the populace to experience its benefits firsthand before implementing any fees, ensuring that costs remained affordable and that preventive medicines remained free of charge. Li Schwerer raised concerns about the sustainability of such expenditures, acknowledging the Li family's considerable wealth, yet recognizing that such largesse could not persist indefinitely without a means of recouping costs. After some contemplation, Li Qing suggested focusing on fertilizers. Once the fertilizer business flourished and the common folk began to profit, prices could be adjusted accordingly to achieve a financial equilibrium. Li Schwerer nodded slightly, wryly commenting that, based on his plan, it might require an outlay of several 100,000 taels before achieving balance, rendering her an apparent financial liability. Li Qing chuckled, suggesting that if she feared reproach, she could attribute it to him. You speak so lightly of it, Li Schwerer retorted, rolling her eyes. Father, mother, and my elder brother would not hold me accountable, but the younger generation might. Should I divulge your affairs to them? Li Qing faltered, then sheepishly suggested that her elder brother could take charge instead. Never mind, he is busy enough. Let him focus on earning, Li Schwerer sighed, resigned to bearing some inconvenience. Li Qing solemnly assured her that her efforts would not go unrecognized. As a woman, I have no aspirations for historical renown, Li Schwerer replied with a smile, shaking her head. Just a little kindness in your demeanor toward me would suffice. Have I been unkind to you? Li Qing retorted. Is my reprimanding you not considered kindness? In truth, I have chastised your brother even more severely. But when you refrain from chastising him, at the very least, you wear a pleasant countenance, she countered. Meanwhile, Wang Shoren entered the governor's mansion. Greeting, has Governor Yang summoned me? Please, have a seat. Yang Yiqing gestured lightly, allowing his personal guard to bow and exit. Wang Shoren, slightly taken aback, settled into a chair, awaiting further dialogue. A letter has arrived from the capital, delivered with utmost urgency, Yang Yiqing announced. The emperor has commanded us to mobilize our forces. We? Wang Shoren inquired, astonished. Indeed, along with Zhang Yong. The emperor has appointed you both as military supervisors. Yang Yiqing retrieved the letter and handed it to Wang Shoren. As he unfolded its contents, his brow furrowed, and after a prolonged moment, he closed the letter and remarked, the Tartars never intended to engage in battle. They merely sought to gauge the court's stance. They are likely already en route to their headquarters, and any military action would yield no results. Indeed, Yang Yiqing lamented. They arrived swiftly and departed even more hastily, merely flitting before our eyes without revealing their allegiance. How can we retaliate under such circumstances? After a pause, he added with a frown, I surmise that their intent is deliberate, aimed at crafting a narrative of a Ming threat to expedite their unification of the grasslands. Wang Shoren nodded slowly, acknowledging, if that is the case, we can ascertain that it is indeed the main force of the Tartars testing the waters. That is not the crux of the matter. Yang Yiqing shook his head. The pressing issue is the prospect of military action. At this juncture, it would be unwise for the Ming to deploy troops. Such a decision would hasten their unification. And not only would we achieve nothing, but we would also be inadvertently aiding them. So, Governor Yang summoned me to advocate for a return to the capital and convey the implications to the emperor? Precisely. The unification of the grasslands is inexorable, yet we must not assist in their endeavors. Yang Yiqing nodded sheepishly. The emperor has specifically appointed you as military supervisor, indicating his trust and favoritism towards you. If you can persuade him, he is likely to heed your counsel. After a brief pause, he continued, with the fortification efforts essentially concluded, your return to the capital is quite reasonable. At that moment, a soldier outside called out, Governor, Master Zhang requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Yang Yiqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Allow Master Zhang to enter. Moments later, Zhang Yong strode in. Since arriving at the border, his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. One could hardly associate him with a eunuch if unaware of his background. I pay my respects to Governor Yang, Zhang Yong greeted, then turned to Wang Shoren, offering a respectful gesture. Master Wang, I extend my greetings. Wang Shoren promptly returned the courtesy. Yang Yiqing chuckled, you are not here simply for tea, are you? Certainly not. Zhang Yong replied, clasping his hands. I presume Governor Yang has received a secret missive from His Majesty? Yang Yiqing's smile faltered as he nodded, indeed. Then why the delay? Let us muster the troops. Zhang Yong urged eagerly, displaying even greater enthusiasm than Governor Yang himself. Ah, Master Zhang, this matter requires careful deliberation. Yang Yiqing replied with a forced smile. Military endeavors are perilous. We must proceed with utmost caution. Haste is not our ally. Logically speaking, as a dignified governor, Yang Yiqing should not regard a eunuch with such gravity. However, this particular eunuch was a favored confidant of the emperor, sent to monitor him, which altered the dynamics considerably. Zhang Yong frowned, speaking with solemnity. While matters of war may not fall within my purview, I do understand one thing. Loyalty to the emperor is paramount. His Majesty has issued orders. Does Governor Yang dare to defy them? Yang Yiqing felt a heavy weight upon his shoulders. Despite his high office and significant authority, he lacked direct communication with the emperor, making it difficult to confront Zhang Yong. Master Zhang, the emperor is newly ascended to the throne and lacks comprehensive understanding of military affairs. Thus, a deployment at this moment is ill-advised, Yang Yiqing asserted, casting a pleading glance at Wang Shouren for support. Wang Shouren sighed inwardly and interjected, Master Zhang, let us return to the capital. Return to the capital? What do you mean? Zhang Yong inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Continuing, he seemed to grasp something and said, Master Wang, may I have a word? Wang Shouren glanced at Yang Yiqing and replied, Governor Yang is not a stranger. If you have something to say, please feel free to speak. Zhang Yong, feeling frustrated, cast a resentful glance at Wang Shouren and muttered, It's nothing. Observing this, Yang Yiqing let out a bitter smile, rose, and said, I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me. With that, he departed directly. Zhang Yong looked outside and then remarked, Master Wang, you truly are something. To speak so openly in front of the official is rather disrespectful. Wang Shouren sighed, acknowledging that regardless of the circumstances, Yang was indeed the governor of Shaanxi and Gansu, making such words inappropriate. Let us not dwell on this, Zhang Yong insisted. We are dispatched by His Majesty, and now that he has ordered troops to be mobilized, we must align ourselves with the emperor. Yang Yiqing is clearly one who seeks to avoid blame rather than earn merit, but we cannot afford to be complacent. Zhang Yong was filled with zeal, asserting that the emperor had entrusted them with this mission to monitor Yang Yiqing and to empower them. This time, we must secure a resounding victory, he exclaimed, but we lack the necessary conditions for battle. Do you truly believe Yang Yiqing's words? Zhang Yong scoffed, then encouraged. He may be the governor, and he may not seek glory, but we must strive for progress. We cannot merely drift through our days. The emperor appointed you as the supervising general and me as the deputy to nurture our capabilities. If we achieve great merit this time, the emperor will surely reward us handsomely. Pausing for emphasis, he added, to put it bluntly, even if the battle does not go well, it is not our concern. We are the supervising generals. What responsibility do we hold? Zhang Yong laid bare his thoughts, stating, in short, if we succeed, we gain merit. If we fail, Yang Yiqing bears the blame. It's a situation with only benefits and no drawbacks. Why can't you see that? Wang Shouren shook his head with a wry smile and patted Zhang Yong on the shoulder, saying, Your intentions are commendable, and I appreciate it. However, this battle cannot be fought. There are complexities involved. In any case, I must return to the capital to report to the emperor about the details here. Would you care to join me? Zhang Yong, exasperated, responded, What are you thinking? We are perplexed. This is clearly a significant opportunity. What kind of enchantment has that Yang bewitched you with? Wang Shouren replied earnestly, My dear official, we are not well versed in military matters and should not overly interfere with Governor Yang. Governor Yang? Can he surpass the emperor? Can he overshadow us, the imperial envoys? Zhang Yong retorted angrily. Today, I have grown bold. When Yang is pleased, I shall call him governor, and when he is not, I shall call him by a lesser title. What can he do? Wang Shouren countered, You surely understand the nature of arrogance. As for the official, I shall not intervene. However, I must return. I came here in my capacity as a minister to oversee the construction of defense works, which is now complete. I must report my observations to the emperor and take my leave. Stop, Zhang Yong said sternly. Do not forget. The decree was for you to serve as the supervising general, not to return to the capital. Then you may file a complaint against me, Wang Shouren replied, losing patience. And with that, he strode away, leaving Zhang Yong in a state of exasperation. Wang Shouren was not concerned about any complaints, after so many years of friendship as classmates. He had confidence that the young emperor would not easily punish him. Besides, Li Qing was still in the capital. Upon returning to his residence, he tidied up his belongings and bid farewell to Yang Yiqing, urging him to remain steadfast, assuring that he would report the truth to the emperor. Subsequently, Wang Shouren left Zhang Yong behind and hurried towards the capital. On a brisk, early summer morning, Li Qing returned from an evening spent in a brothel. His body enveloped in a mist of humidity. He set down an oiled paper bag containing meat buns and, yawning, said, "I shall rest for a while. You go to the market to procure medicine and brew it yourself. After a couple more treatments, it should suffice. Once back in Jinling, focus on your work and do not squander my reward." Understood. Once Li Qing entered the chamber, she could only express her indignation. The betrayal of trust is overwhelming. How dare they dismiss me so soon? She ground her teeth and stomped her feet in acceptance of the harsh reality. They had agreed on 3 months. Yet less than a month had passed before they sought to send her away, which was indeed excessive. However, upon receiving more practical and feasible strategies for enriching the populace, Li Shuer was eager to take swift action. She ventured out to purchase herbal medicines and prepared cooked dishes and wine, all the while brewing the medicine and munching. Murmuring to herself, "I shall have the chicken leg while you take the chicken backside." Clang, clang, clang. Here it comes. Li Shuer was further baffled. To arrive just at mealtime is one thing, but to bring nothing to share? How miserly for an emperor. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find the weary Wang Shouren standing before her. "What brings you here?" she exclaimed. "What is Miss Li doing here?" Wang Shouren was equally surprised. Both were aware of each other's identities, and thus exchanged no further formalities. Wang Shouren inquired, "Is the gentleman at home?" "Indeed. He stayed at the brothel last night, and is still catching up on his sleep." Li Shuer replied. "Is it of utmost urgency?" "Yes, it is quite pressing." Wang Shouren affirmed. "Shall I wake him?" "That would be prudent." Wang Shouren took a seat at the stone table, just as a voice from within the room exclaimed, "Do you believe I shall slap you with my ear?" Has Wang Shouren returned, claiming it is of utmost urgency? "Is Xiaoyun back?" "Good, good. It appears midday. Have you procured the wine and dishes?" At that moment, Li Qing emerged. "Ah, it is truly you. Your courtesy is appreciated," Wang Shouren replied, rising to bow. "Come now. There is no need for such formality between us," Li Qing said with a smile as he settled into a seat. "What is this urgent matter? While it may not seem overly significant now, I have just emerged from the palace and have already informed the emperor. It is prudent to relay it to you as well," Wang Shouren explained, primarily concerning the military deployment from Yinsui. Wang Shouren detailed the local circumstances and Yang Yiqing's concerns to Li Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing asked, "You have been there for some time. Have you gleaned any insights?" "What aspect do you mean?" "The invasion of the Mongols beyond the borders. It is unlikely to escalate into conflict." Wang Shouren shook his head. "At least not within the next decade. The current status quo will persist for an extended period." "And the reason for this?" "Smuggling," Wang Shouren replied. "Both sides engage in frequent clandestine trade, reaping substantial benefits. Thus there is no incentive for war. Neither party desires it." "Is Yang Yiqing unconcerned about this?" "This matter is beyond his purview," Wang Shouren stated. Wang Shouren elucidated that not only the generals, but also ordinary soldiers were engaged in smuggling, with private transactions becoming increasingly rampant. This practice yielded tangible benefits and contributed to the stability of the border regions. He lamented that the frontier towns were already impoverished, and the soldiers received meager pay. During their idle hours, they were compelled to partake in military farming. Honestly, it would be more profitable to engage in manual labor. If the situation became excessively stringent, it was uncertain whether Yang Yiqing could suppress the soldiers' sentiments, and a significant decline in morale was inevitable. "Sir, the military system of the Ming dynasty requires reform." Li Qing hesitated, acknowledging that the military differed from other institutions. The court could be subjected to arbitrary changes. Although the civil officials were flawed, most adhered to certain protocols. The military, however, was not bound by such decorum, and a single misstep could indeed lead to chaos. "I am aware of this. Yet if we continue to procrastinate, the situation will only worsen, becoming irreparable." Wang Shouren spoke with a grave tone, stating that in the past, life was austere and military service provided a sense of security. Now that the Ming dynasty had become prosperous, the advantages of serving in the military had diminished, to the point where soldiers were worse off than some civilians. It is essential to recognize that they are the ones who must fight on the battlefield. He sighed, noting that as the Ming dynasty continued to develop, the psychological disparity would only grow. To quote the gentleman, "The last straw that breaks the camel's back will inevitably arrive." Yet, by that time, it would be too late to remedy the situation. Li Qing's expression sharpened. "Is it truly that dire?" "Not exactly," Wang Shouren replied awkwardly. I am merely analyzing the future. You nearly startled me, Li Qing retorted with a glare. Wang Shouren scratched his head, feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, I am not indulging in alarmism. When the costs and rewards are disproportionate, and the ratio continues to dwindle, it will ultimately become unbearable. Li Qing nodded slowly, recognizing the gravity of the issue. Have you discussed this with the emperor? Not yet. Convincing him to temporarily abandon thoughts of military action has already consumed considerable effort, and I worry he might reconsider. That is why I am hastily seeking insurance from you. Wang Shouren chuckled bitterly. The young emperor, after all, has an affinity for military achievements. Pausing for a moment, he added, as for military reform, I dare not broach the subject with him. He is still young, and should he act too hastily, the consequences could be unpredictable. Wang Shouren smiled sheepishly. Thus, it falls upon you to bear the burden of concern. Li Qing felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. Alas, I had proposed military reform to the Hongwu emperor long ago, but regrettably, my suggestions went unheeded. Li Qing pondered. To rashly alter the military household system would undermine the very foundation of the Ming army. Yet, as you have indicated, without reforming the military household system, the ongoing development will lead to diminishing combat effectiveness due to the psychological toll. Wang Shouren asserted, if one is willing to let go, appropriate changes can still be made. Enhancing the benefits, I presume? Li Qing inquired with a smile. Indeed, alleviating the psychological disparity will gradually elevate morale. If we can maintain high standards of compensation, the Ming army is numerous, Wang Shouren replied. Li Qing interjected, certainly, improving compensation is essential. But merely raising benefits will not address the fundamental issues and may even foster arrogance. A comprehensive system is imperative. He paused and sighed, in truth. The military household system and the military farming system, while seemingly providing cost-effective support for national defense, have also significantly restricted the army's combat prowess. Old Zhu was indeed too frugal, Li Qing silently lamented. However, it must be said that the system employed at the inception of the Ming dynasty was indeed practical and substantially reduced expenditures. Yet, as the years progressed and the nation flourished, the lives of the common people improved significantly, while the soldiers experienced little change in their circumstances. Such a psychological disparity is both understandable and inevitable. The sentiments of the soldiers cannot be disregarded. If their frustrations accumulate to a breaking point, the consequences could be dire. Li Qing murmured, indeed, we must appease them. Chapter 26. On the advantages and disadvantages of the military and recruitment systems. Li Qing sighed, and then inquired, upon your return, do you plan to stay for a while, or depart soon? Wang Shouren shook his head slightly. I do not intend to go to the border towns. My path does not lie there. He continued, thus far, I have observed no signs that the Ming Empire will face invasion. Perhaps in the future, there may be some challenges, but I believe they will not be insurmountable. Sir, I am already in my 30s, not far from the age of understanding. Time, like flowing water, cannot be squandered, Wang Shouren lamented, a hint of melancholy in his voice. What do you wish to accomplish? I do not know. Wang Shouren replied with a bitter shake of his head. If I were aware, I would not be troubled. Li Qing paused before teasingly asking what? Still unwilling to give up? What do you mean by unwilling to give up? Li Schwerer interjected, eager to join the conversation. Seeing Li Qing glance at her, she quickly clarified, I have already purchased the food and drink. Li Qing chuckled, to become a sage. Li Schwerer paused, suppressing a laugh, and remarked, Bian, you truly have lofty aspirations. Li Qing responded with a quizzical expression. Wang Shouren also regarded Li Schwerer with curiosity. Your mother calls me by my courtesy name. And you do as well? The hierarchy seems rather muddled. Huh. If it is ambition, let it be grand, Wang Shouren responded with a smile. Seek the highest and you may attain the middle, seek the middle and you might achieve the lower. Li Schwerer lightly tapped her chin, sagehood, establishing merit, virtue, and words. I wonder, Bian, which aspect do you wish to pursue? Wang Shouren sighed, shaking his head. At present, I have no set plans. I wish to find tranquility and thoughtfully chart a course for my future. Perhaps in the court then, suggested Li Qing. The young emperor holds you in high regard. Here, you could realize greater value. Li Qing desired a confidant. Wang Shouren was different from Tang Bohu, who was ill-suited for officialdom. His talents were better suited for expressing poetic sentiments and being a charming talent. However, Wang Shouren was indeed a man of governance. I will consider that. Wang Shouren replied neither affirmatively nor negatively, as he felt somewhat lost. Now in his 30s, the fervor of his youth had faded. Yet his aspirations had not diminished in the slightest. With maturity came a deeper understanding of the challenges inherent in becoming a sage, but his original intentions remained steadfast. Li Qing refrained from further persuasion. He felt it inappropriate to impose his will upon Wang Shouren any longer. After years of guiding the young emperor, who had come to discern right from wrong, Wang Shouren had contributed significantly to this development. Furthermore, Wang Shouren was no longer young. Let us speak of other matters. After a long separation, we ought to enjoy a drink together, Li Qing said with a smile. Shuer, where are the food and drinks you procured? All that remains are the chicken backs, Li Shuer replied sheepishly. I did not anticipate guests today and was insufficiently prepared. Wang Shouren rose with a smile, saying, There is no rush, for I have yet to return home. I shall come again tomorrow. Very well, he continued. I shall personally prepare a feast for you to welcome your arrival. Li Qing stood up and offered, I will see you off. Li Shuer also followed them to the door, watching the two depart in cheerful conversation, feeling a pang of jealousy. What is going on here? Why the secrecy? A wicked thought crossed her mind, and she suddenly smiled, her expression cunning, resembling a clever little fox. In the imperial study, Li Qing entered with the young eunuch, only to find the cabinet members Lu Jian, Xie Qian, Li Dongyang, and the newly appointed Grand Secretary Yang Tingyi present, engaged in deliberation. The group was in the midst of discussing matters, and with Emperor Zhu Youzhuang's annotations, differing opinions were addressed directly, eliminating the need to refer back to the cabinet, thus enhancing efficiency remarkably. This approach not only fostered closer ties with the pragmatic cabinet, but also saved valuable time, proving to be a dual advantage. The young emperor indeed possessed a sharp mind. However, such closeness to the cabinet might leave the 6 ministries feeling quite uneasy. Li Qing's thoughts swiftly traversed these considerations as he preemptively announced, I, Li Chongqing, pay my respects to your majesty. No need for formalities, Zhu Youzhuang replied reflexively, lifting his gaze to see Li Qing approach with measured steps, without even the slightest gesture to lift his robe. Zhu Youzhuang remarked with mild annoyance, What brings you to my presence today? I have some thoughts I wish to convey to your majesty. Very well, bring a chair. The 4 cabinet members glanced at Li Qing before returning to their tasks, yet their ears were perked up, eager to hear what he had to say. They were acutely aware of the weight Li Qing's words held before the young emperor, even having considered enticing him to their side, but to no avail. Li Qing was impervious to their advances. The 6 ministries had similarly faced setbacks. The young eunuch brought a chair, and Li Qing took a seat before Zhu Youzhuang, stating, It concerns military matters. He succinctly outlined the situation as explained by Wang Shouren. Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow, slowly setting down his brush. The scholars present exhibited expressions of astonishment, their brows knitting together. Yang Tingyi, being a newcomer, felt compelled to voice his concerns, saying, Your Majesty, military affairs are of utmost importance, and altering regulations is a grave matter that requires the utmost caution. What do you suggest, Yang Qing? Zhu Youzhuang inquired, looking at him. Caught off guard by the question, Yang Tingyi pondered briefly before responding, The ancestral laws should not be altered lightly. I concur, Lu Jian added. I too agree, noted Xie Qian. Li Dongyang, however, appeared troubled, caught in a dilemma, and chose to remain silent. All of them were distinguished political figures, standing at the pinnacle of power. And these matters were not lost on them. They understood the magnitude of altering military regulations. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Consequently, such topics had remained unspoken. They were not blind to the flaws within the military system, yet the cost of failure was far too great. Li Qing remained silent. In matters of governance and debate, revealing one's true intentions too early only leads to passivity. It is the delayed reveal that can manipulate others, while the early reveal only subjects oneself to their control. Zhu Youzhuang mused. Is it your intention to propose a conscription system, Li Qing? Your Majesty, that is simply out of the question. Yang Tingyi quickly interjected to dissuade him. Zhu Youzhuang frowned slightly. Li Qing, however, maintained a cordial demeanor, smiling and saying, Your Majesty is open-minded. I encourage Grand Scholar Yang to speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youzhuang suppressed his anger and murmured, Speak on. Yang Shintong, a scholar of vast knowledge, promptly cited historical precedents, stating, History demonstrates that the system of provincial troops is the optimal choice. Under the conscription system, the emperor regrets the scarcity of soldiers only when they are needed. Throughout history, it is rare for a unified dynasty to adopt conscription from the outset. The shift to conscription later occurred due to the inability to sustain the provincial troops. Yang Tingi took a deep breath and remarked, "Of course, the Song dynasty did indeed implement conscription from the beginning, but there were reasons for this. At the inception of the Song, their control over land and household registration was weak, necessitating the adoption of conscription. This was also influenced by the personal sentiments of Emperor Taizu towards this system." Yang Tingi continued his analysis. It is undeniable that the conscription system does enhance military capability to some extent, yet its disadvantages far outweigh its benefits. Yang Tingi asserted, conscription significantly undermines the loyalty of soldiers to the emperor, and over time, the emergence of regional warlords cannot be ruled out. Indeed, Liu Jian responded solemnly. Should such a situation arise, our splendid lands will surely be in peril. The calamities of the late Tang dynasty must not befall the Ming. Xie Qian interjected, saying, the conscription system often arises during the twilight of a dynasty, characterized by severe land annexation and peasant uprisings. In such times, it expedites recruitment and addresses the plight of some refugees, thus serving a dual purpose. However, in the present context of the Ming's peace and prosperity, adopting the conscription system is a grave error. As the first to stand in opposition, Yang Tingi became increasingly fervent. To sustain troops for 1,000 days only to employ them for a moment. Such a simple truth seems lost on the emperor. It appears you lack military understanding. Zhu Youzhuang felt a surge of heat in his face and retorted indignantly, nonsense. I have studied military texts since childhood. Suddenly enraged, he slammed the paperweight and rebuked. Yang Tingi, you overstep. Discuss policy as you will, but why resort to personal attacks? Startled, Yang Tingi realized this was not a classroom setting. The youth before him was no longer a student or a prince, but a sovereign, an emperor. As a subject, his words had indeed been too hurtful. I am at fault. Yang Tingi hastily rose and bowed in apology. Zhu Youzhuang's chest heaved with emotion as he glared at Li Qing, commanding, speak your thoughts, Li Qing. Help me regain my dignity. Li Qing cleared his throat and said, Scholar Yang's arguments hold merit, yet they lack objectivity. Oh, Yang Tingi, still prostrated, lifted his head and inquired, what insights does Grand Master Li possess? Li Qing smiled and replied, regarding the adage of sustaining troops for 1,000 days only to employ them for a moment, Scholar Yang's assertions are fundamentally flawed. Delightful. Zhu Youzhuang sipped his tea, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Tingi. Yang Tingi, wary of further inciting the young emperor, felt no trepidation toward Li Qing and retorted, what do you mean? While the provincial troop system is indeed a standing army, sustaining troops for 1,000 days does not guarantee their effective deployment at a moment's notice. Scholar Yang, with your vast knowledge, surely you are aware that during periods of turmoil throughout various dynasties, the phenomenon of military households fleeing was exceedingly prevalent and often the norm? Yang Tingi faltered. Li Qing continued, if we are to engage in policy discussions, we must remain sufficiently objective. You have stated that the conscription system enhances military capabilities compared to the provincial system, have you not? I have indeed mentioned this, and I do not dispute it. Thus, we are in agreement. Li Qing interrupted him and continued, as the saying goes, born in adversity, perished in comfort. Now, the great Ming enjoys peace across the seas, with the nation prosperous and the people secure. However, in times of tranquility, one must remain vigilant. The reality is that the military strength of the Ming's garrisons is increasingly waning. What if, one day, conflict arises? Liu Jian furrowed his brow, ready to interject. Li Qing, not allowing him the opportunity, raised his voice and declared, the system of provincial troops indeed serves as a safeguard for a standing army. Yet, even aside from the diminishing combat capability and the flight of military households, the fixed and limited number of military families is a fact that cannot be denied by the esteemed scholars. Liu Jian hesitated, reluctantly closing his mouth. Li Qing continued, the system of conscription can remedy the issue of insufficient manpower. Under this system, as long as the court has funds, it can recruit soldiers. Is there any fallacy in this? Yang Tingi frowned, Liu Jian contemplated, and Li Dongyang remained silent. However, Xie Qian spoke up. Master Li's assertions may appear reasonable, yet they are fundamentally flawed. Chapter 27. The way of the sage Li Qing, unfazed, smiled, and said, pray, enlighten us, Scholar Xie. With our great Ming boasting 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, who would dare to invade? Why should we resort to a conscription system? Xie Qian retorted, moreover, while it is true that our treasury is ample, wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. He scoffed. Your statements are mere fantasies devoid of any basis. Just because of a phrase about preparing for the worst, you would have the court expend vast sums? As Li Qing was about to respond, Xie Qian preempted him, saying, I know your intentions. You merely wish to gain favor before the emperor to secure a promotion, motivated by selfish desires. That is not the case, Scholar Xie, countered Zhu Youzhuang. Earlier, I intended to appoint Li Qing as the Minister of Personnel, but he graciously declined. I offered him a position in the cabinet, and he again refused. If he sought advancement, he would have already achieved it. Setting aside such matters, merely for the sake of treating the former emperor's ailments, he could have soared to great heights. Why would he need to go to such lengths? Xie Qian was taken aback. The emperor had actually wished to include him in the cabinet? What? Do you believe he is unworthy? I did not say such a thing, replied Xie Qian, somewhat disgruntled. Shifting the topic. The drawbacks of the conscription system are far too significant to be implemented. Zhu Youzhuang turned to Li Qing and asked, Do you wish to refute Scholar Xie's assertions? Li Qing nodded lightly and addressed Xie Qian, Scholar Xie, do you claim that the Great Ming has 1,000,000 soldiers? Xie Qian felt a flush rise to his face, but stubbornly retorted, What is wrong with that statement? Li Qing chuckled, setting aside whether the number is accurate. Even if it were true, may I inquire, Scholar Xie, how many of these 1,000,000 soldiers are actually capable of fighting in battle? That is not within my purview. How could I possibly know? Then allow me to boldly inform you. Not even half are fit for combat. In fact, Li Qing sighed, many have become mere farmers, utterly reduced from warriors to peasants. If conflict does not arise, it is well and good. But should it, the truth will be laid bare. Li Qing lamented. Given the system of agricultural garrisons and years of peace, are you not aware of the severe decline in military capability? Yes, even so, the Great Ming remains unrivaled. But this is merely the present. The future cannot be guaranteed. As circumstances shift, who can assure that the Great Ming's supremacy will remain unshaken? Xie Qian dismissed him with a scoff, such alarmist rhetoric. Li Qing laughed derisively, remarking, A grand scholar such as yourself, unable to adhere to the truth and instead blinded by arrogance. Do you truly honor the court's investment in your education and the emperor's trust in your capabilities? Enraged, Xie Qian retorted, While the military strength of the garrison may have waned, the border garrisons are not similarly diminished. The nomads of the grasslands could never breach the defenses of the Ming dynasty, should they dare to act unlawfully within our realm. I would gladly wager my head on their failure. Li Qing replied coldly, This is a discussion of state affairs. I implore you to temper your personal emotions. Do you genuinely believe the Ming can withstand the onslaught of the Tartars? Xie Qian stifled his fury. Li Qing continued, The relentless degradation of our climate, coupled with the might of the Ming, will inevitably lead to their gradual encroachment upon our territory, culminating in unification. Have I erred in this assessment? And if so, how? I surmise you would argue that the Ming possesses formidable fortifications and artillery, and merely needs to hold its ground to prevent their advance. Is that not correct? Xie Qian felt a flush of heat on his face and countered, Is that not the case? Li Qing scoffed, It appears you are utterly ignorant of military affairs. The Ming may have sturdy walls and powerful cannons, yet the enemy can strike at a single point. The balance of strength remains uncertain. After a prolonged silence, Li Danyang interjected, Master Li speaks wisely, yet from my perspective, the northern threat still seems unlikely to escalate into a significant conflict. He paused before adding, Of course, it is prudent for Master Li to remain vigilant, but Scholar Xie is not blindly optimistic either. Let us maintain a calm demeanor and analyze the situation rationally. Li Danyang pondered aloud. At present, the prevailing dynamic between the Ming and the tribes beyond our borders is one of mutual dependence. As long as this relationship persists, hostilities are unlikely. The barbarian tribes are not like our Han people. Even if they were to unify, their Khan could never rival our emperor. If the common folk are unwilling to fight, their Khan would have no recourse. Xie Qian began to regain his composure and nodded. Indeed, these tribes are not foolish enough to jeopardize a lucrative trade for the sake of conflict. I recall during the reign of Emperor Xianzong, they were restless. But what was the outcome? He chuckled coldly. The outcome was a humble admission of error and acceptance of the title of Little Prince. Alas, it seems you have not heeded my earlier words. Li Qing was at a loss for words. when the climate deteriorates to its utmost extremes? Will they still concern themselves with economic sanctions? Recently, the emergence of armed tribes in Yinsui, was it not a test of the court's resolve? Li Qing sneered, indeed. Since the founding of the Ming dynasty, our comprehensive national strength has consistently risen, and the nation has flourished, yet the military's efficacy has been gradually declining. Was the Song dynasty not affluent? And what was the result? Li Qing stated coldly, can money be allocated for reparations, but not spent on the military? A future conflict in the north is inevitable. For the Ming, this need not spell disaster. If managed appropriately, it could fundamentally resolve our northern dilemmas. He added, however, this hinges on maintaining the military's strength, at least sustaining its current capabilities. If it continues to decline, the outcome will be unpredictable. Taking a breath, Li Qing sighed. The times have changed. Opening the seas to trade and fostering exchanges with myriad nations has brought benefits to the Ming, yet it has also exposed our wealth to outsiders. Our potential adversaries are no longer solely from the north, but encompass the entire world. When survival becomes precarious, plunder may appear as a justifiable recourse. Li Qing cast a glance at a few individuals and remarked, to stand idly by as the military's strength wanes would result in a fate far worse than that of the Song dynasty. Everyone would be eager to take a bite. Without formidable armed protection, excessive wealth becomes a double-edged sword. Innocents may suffer while possessing great riches. Before anyone could retort, Li Qing continued, you speak incessantly of foreign barbarians. Yet are they truly inferior to the Ming in every aspect? The formidable General Pao serves as a prime example. Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang replied somberly, the military must undergo reform. It is imperative. The members of the cabinet exchanged worried glances and quickly prostrated themselves, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please do not act in haste. Li Qing was taken aback, feeling a twinge of regret. No, do not take it to heart. I only aim to temper their dissenting fervor. That Your Majesty needs no further elaboration. Zhu Youzhuang declared resolutely. My mind is made up. You, who partake of the Emperor's bounty, must share in his burdens. Formulate a feasible plan. He paused, adding for now, let this matter remain undisclosed. Once a viable course is charted, we shall present it publicly. Zhu Youzhuang smiled and said, you are all ministers whom I hold in high regard. I understand your intentions are for the good of the Ming. Set aside personal sentiments and invest your efforts. Should the military reform prove successful, I shall bestow titles upon each of you. The ministers replied, Go. Zhu Youzhuang urged them to leave, eager to boast to his father later. Your servant takes his leave. At the entrance of the Wang residence, Li Qing, donned in male attire with a binding chest wrap and a faux mustache affixed to her lips, presented a delicate appearance akin to a young gentleman. Who does this young master seek? Ahem. This young master is looking for Brother Bowen. Kindly inform him, Li Qing said in a rough voice. The young servant, suspecting nothing amiss, replied, Please wait a moment, before departing. Moments later, Wang Shoren approached. Is that you? Brother Bowen, may I have a word? Wang Shoren chuckled and nodded, walking a short distance before asking, What is the meaning of this, Miss Li? Brother Bowen possesses lofty aspirations and remarkable talents. I believe your ideals shall ultimately be realized. Let us get to the point, Wang Shoren interjected. You have come to see me. Does the teacher not know? Truly, he is a person of exceptional caliber. Li Qing admitted shyly. It is a matter of mutual accomplishment. This is not the place for discussion. Shall we find a private room in a tavern? Wang Shoren glanced up at the sun, noting the time was still ample for conversation, and agreed, very well. In the private room, Li Qing ordered a few small dishes and a pot of tea, dismissing the waiter before stating, I am devising a plan in Jinling that benefits the nation and its people and wish to collaborate with Brother Bowen. She then conveyed the critical points of her plan to Wang Shoren. Wang Shoren listened intently, bowing in respect. A woman's resolve rivals that of man. The endeavors you pursue are indeed commendable, leaving countless men in shame, even the esteemed officials in the court. Li Qing felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, eager to downplay it, but recollected the matter at hand and earnestly continued, Brother Bowen, do you believe this path is worthy of the sage's teachings? Absolutely. Wang Shoren affirmed with seriousness. Li Qing felt a surge of joy and quickly pressed on. Would you be willing to assist me? She sighed, my abilities are limited, falling short of Brother Bowen's brilliance. This endeavor is fraught with challenges. If I could enlist your help, I believe success would be more attainable. Li Qing sincerely said, Brother Bowen, come with me to Jinling. With him in the capital, what do you have to worry about? He is in the halls of power. While we dwell among the people, both possessing the heart of a bodhisattva. Utilizing bodhisattva means to alleviate the suffering of the populace and enhance the nation's wealth and strength. Despite Wang Shoren's resolute spirit, at this moment, he felt a flutter in his heart. He had finally found it, the path he had been searching for, a direction worthy of his efforts. Li Shuer rejoiced inwardly. Once I persuade your little cloud to join us, I cannot believe you would not return to Jinling. After gathering her emotions, she earnestly inquired, Brother Bowen, would you lend me your support? Of course. Splendid. Li Shuer clapped her hands and exclaimed. Brother Bowen possesses the qualities of a sage. Pausing for a moment, she continued, in just over 10 days, I shall return to Jinling. You may prepare accordingly. And you can bring your esteemed wife and children. I shall make the necessary arrangements for you. Wang Shoren gently shook his head. Not bringing them. That is acceptable. Whenever you wish. No, miss, you misunderstand. Wang Shoren smiled. I shall not go to Jinling. Li Shuer exclaimed. What do you mean? She grew anxious, questioning whether he was being fickle. Miss Li, please do not rush, he replied calmly. You are quite a character. Do enlighten me as to why you refuse to go? Wang Shoren took a deep breath and stated, the true essence of the people's poverty lies in their understanding, or rather, the flaws in their behavioral logic. If this issue cannot be resolved, no matter how hard you strive, Miss Li, you will not achieve great success. I do not deny that. I ask why you are being untrustworthy? Li Shuer retorted angrily. You just expressed your willingness to help. Why are you acting this way? Wang Shoren, with a strained smile, replied, Miss, you truly are fickle. Please answer directly. Li Shuer responded with a frown, her previous politeness evaporating, becoming more aggressive. Her lengthy arguments yielded nothing but refusals, a pure waste of emotional investment. With Miss Li and Jinling, my presence would merely be a superfluous embellishment of little value. Wang Shoren pondered, I have my own plans. What plans? That is best left unsaid for now, he replied, shaking his head. He clasped his hands and said, Your words today have truly enlightened me, for which I am grateful. After bowing once more, he turned and exited the private room. Li Shuer found herself in the residence of Li Dongyang. Seated in the guest hall, several individuals were arranged in a line, with host Li Dongyang making some polite remarks. After tea was served and the attendants departed, he finally said, The emperor wishes to accomplish something significant, yet his temperament is somewhat impatient. Not to mention the military reforms, even if they are to be enacted. They must be approached gradually. What do you think, Master Li? Li Qing nodded in agreement. Li Dongyang then relaxed somewhat, allowing others to express their opinions regarding the battlefield. Yang Tingyi, freshly entered into the cabinet, was eager to gain the favor of his seniors. He took the lead, declaring, the system of provincial troops must not be altered. This is non-negotiable. Indeed. Well said. Lu Jian and Xie Qian expressed their agreement, their gazes filled with intensity directed at Li Qing. This is the attitude from the cabinet. You may proceed as you see fit. Li Qing, with a stern expression, replied coolly, If this is your stance, then there is no need for further discussion. Then let us not proceed. Do not truly consider yourself a significant advisor. At least the current cabinet is not worthy of such a title. Li Qing is not one to indulge. It suffices to coax a child, but must one also placate an elder? Master Li, please remain calm, Li Dongyang hastily interjected. As summer approaches, the weather becomes arid, and it is natural for tempers to flare. In discussions, one must maintain a tranquil demeanor. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Lu Jian and his companions. The trio slightly tempered their aggressive stance, fully aware of the formidable influence this grand tutor wielded before the young emperor, as well as the emperor's temperament. One dares to speak, while another dares to act. If they truly push the envelope, who knows what chaos might ensue? After all, it concerns the military. Yang Tingyi took a deep breath and remarked, I have never shied away from acknowledging the merits of the conscription system, yet Master Li refrains from addressing its shortcomings, instead launching a fierce critique of the Fubing system. What rationale underpins this? If fairness is the goal, then let us pursue it to the fullest. Xie Qian sipped his tea and urged, Master Li, please elaborate on the challenges posed by transitioning to a conscription system. Indeed, the conscription system has its drawbacks, Li Qing conceded. Is that all? Just a single statement to conclude? Lu Jian, somewhat irked, diverged from decorum and began extolling the virtues of the Fubing system. Under the Fubing system, military households are exempt from all taxes and corvée labor, and the court provides them with land, ensuring the soldiers' livelihoods while alleviating the financial burdens on the court. Furthermore, military status is immutable and cannot be bought or sold. Everything they possess is bestowed by the emperor, thus ensuring their loyalty to him. To put it bluntly, even if a military commander harbored rebellious intentions, the soldiers would not acquiesce. After a pause, he shifted to criticize the conscription system. However, if we were to adopt the conscription system, the latitude available to military commanders would expand significantly. Everything would be predicated on monetary considerations, eroding the emperor's control over the soldiers. The fragmentation of power among regional warlords during the late Tang dynasty can be traced back to the conscription system. Can Master Li acknowledge this? Li Qing nodded. I do not deny it. Then why do you continue to extol the conscription system? Lu Deshuesher questioned, implying that one should not discard the viable for the flawed. Li Qing retorted, is it your assertion that we should forsake progress due to potential pitfalls? Lu Jian furrowed his brow and replied, the drawbacks of the conscription system are glaringly evident. While the Fu Bing system also has its flaws, they are not insurmountable. Moreover, not only our founding emperor, but also successive sovereigns have championed the Fu Bing system. Does Master Li consider their decisions to be those of fools? This argument not only implicated Zhu Youzhuang, but also ensnared numerous emperors throughout history. Who among us would dare to refute that? Political correctness remains the foremost principle in discourse and action. Lu Jian could not believe that Li Qing would unwittingly step into such a transparent trap. However, Li Qing indeed stepped forth. Was the founding emperor necessarily wise? At this utterance, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Even Li Dongyang's face betrayed shock and concern as he solemnly cautioned, Master Li, I implore you to tread carefully. Li Qing chuckled lightly and replied, times are changing. The so-called immutable principles ultimately cannot withstand the erosion of time. The current Ming dynasty is not the same as that of the founding emperor. Even the sages' governance philosophies would largely prove ineffective today, would they not? This statement was undeniably audacious, not only criticizing the founding emperor, but also implicating the sages. Should this reach the ears of the censors and scholars, Li Qing would undoubtedly face severe backlash. The others were equally astonished and incensed. What audacity! Such words are indeed profoundly heretical. However, they all remained silent, well aware of the truth yet too timid to voice it. Simultaneously, they could not bring themselves to argue against their own conscience. Setting aside this digression, the emperor has summoned us to deliberate on military reforms. Xie Qian remarked coolly. As for military reform, my stance remains unchanged, no alterations. I share your sentiment, Lu Jian concurred. Yang Tingyi nodded in agreement. Li Qing turned to Li Dongyang, who stated, if the military reform entails shifting to a conscription system, I too find it inappropriate. Indeed, Li Qing mused, sipping his tea. To hastily implement a full transition to conscription is certainly ill-advised. What if we were to execute both the conscription and the current military system simultaneously? Li Qing had not intended for an immediate overhaul. Such a drastic move could jeopardize the stability of the situation, and the repercussions of any ensuing chaos would be dire. Little did he anticipate that his mere suggestion would be fervently embraced by Zhu Youzhuang. Simultaneously, Li Dongyang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Previously in the palace, Scholar Xie remarked that our great Ming possesses 1,000,000 valiant soldiers. The reality is well understood among us. Xie Qian flushed slightly and retorted, I acknowledge that this assertion may be somewhat biased. However, has Minister Li considered that implementing two distinct policies could create a stark disparity for the soldiers? Li Qing shook his head. If executed properly, such disparity can be avoided. How would this be managed? By aligning the current benefits for soldiers with a modest enhancement, which would serve as the basis for the conscription system, Li Qing explained. Lu Jian resolutely shook his head. This will not work. Setting aside the financial burden, even if we raise the compensation slightly, it is doubtful anyone would be inclined to enlist. He abruptly fell silent. Li, Xie, and Yang felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The soldiers' treatment is indeed woeful. Li Qing sighed. This is precisely why the combat effectiveness of the Ming army has waned. If we do not remedy this in a timely manner, it will only continue to decline. Yang Tingyi awkwardly reminded, we are discussing feasibility here. It is feasible, Li Qing asserted. Once benefits are enhanced, there will undoubtedly be individuals eager to join the military. Is that so absolute? Absolutely. Li Qing smiled. In truth, with such a vast population in the Ming, as long as the compensation is reasonable, How could there be a lack of volunteers? Alas, under the constraints of the current military system, many who wish to serve find themselves unable to do so. If restrictions were lifted, the scenario would be entirely different. What of the financial expenditures? Lu Jian frowned. Indeed, while the Ming treasury is currently robust, and I do not oppose increased military spending, there must be limits. Regardless of whether we boast a million-strong army, the number of soldiers we support cannot be less than this figure. Adding the costs of a conscription system may be manageable for a year or two, but what about 10 or 100 years? This is indeed a significant issue. Li Dongyang added, with benefits come drawbacks. Should finances tighten, Minister Li must understand that the military is not like other sectors. While officials may defer their salaries, military pay cannot be neglected. Unless the dynasty is on the brink of ruin, no regime dares to withhold soldiers' wages. Yang Tingyi remarked, under a conscription system, the loyalty of the army to the emperor may be diminished. In the event of severe wage arrears, even if they do not dare to revolt, they may well turn to banditry, wreaking havoc upon the populace. The consequences of such a situation would be unpredictable. Li Qing pondered for a moment before suggesting, we should streamline personnel. What audacity! The others gasped, visibly shaken, their hearts racing. To propose such a measure for the military was indeed a bold declaration. Li Qing smiled and said, esteemed scholars, there is no need for undue concern. As I just mentioned, under the military household system, while some may wish to enlist but lack the means, similarly, there are those who wish to abstain from military service yet cannot. This is too risky, Xie Qian stammered, his breath heavy enough to ruffle the hairs on his lip, his heart racing. You, young man, are exceedingly bold. Li Qing replied, we could conduct a small-scale trial. If it proves unfeasible, we can deliberate further. He continued with a calm demeanor, if we lack the courage to change the status quo, how can we hope to eradicate corruption and innovate? However, there is no however in this matter. I ask you only this, Li Qing stated, if the trial succeeds, would you be willing to assist? The gathered men exchanged glances, remaining silent. Those whose paths diverge do not collaborate. Li Qing, losing his patience, stood to take his leave. Please, wait a moment, Master Li, Li Dongyang interjected. Li Qing turned to him. There is one most challenging and fundamental issue. How to ensure the loyalty of ordinary soldiers to the emperor under the conscription system. Li Dongyang continued. If this issue can be resolved, I would be willing to assist. Li Qing nodded. What say the rest of you, esteemed scholars? The three hesitated for a considerable time. Until Lu Jian spoke. If this issue can be satisfactorily resolved, we are willing to lend our strength, all for the good of the Ming. We are not mere pedants. Matters of service to the state cannot be dismissed. Chapter 29, Short-Term Nobility, Long-Term Military Academy. This conundrum is indeed difficult to resolve. Li Dongyang sighed softly, raising his teacup to his lips, then setting it down again, asking, do you have any good strategies? Xie Qian chuckled. Bingji, you cannot be harboring any illusions. Can you? Li Dongyang paused. Lu Jian stated emphatically, it is impossible. This is a deadlock with no solution. Indeed, it is unsolvable. Yang Tingyi mused. Under the military household system, the emperor can genuinely influence each military household. The conscription system fundamentally fails to achieve this. Although Master Li's intentions are good, he is ultimately being overly idealistic. Li Dongyang sighed again and fell silent. In a small courtyard, Li Qing reclined in a chair, feeling rather disheartened. While Li Shuer was also sulking. Did you buy dinner? I am too full of anger to think of eating, Li Shuer huffed, turning to retreat to her room. Li Qing stared blankly, then chuckled and shook his head. I truly have been too indulgent with her. If the conscription system is to be implemented, the military household system cannot be discarded. The concerns of the cabinet members are not without merit. The composition of the military structure must not be recklessly altered. Li Qing murmured to himself, is establishing a military academy a feasible option? After weighing the pros and cons, he shook his head slightly. Indeed, while establishing a martial academy could further enhance the combat efficacy of the Ming army, it does not guarantee the soldiers' loyalty to the emperor and might even yield adverse effects. Even if the emperor were to serve as the headmaster, it would be difficult to prevent the emergence of factions. The simple truth is that the emperor lacks the capacity to manage everything effectively. In that moment, Li Qing found himself at a loss for how to address the issue of loyalty, despite its inherent nature as a false dilemma. Even with an extensive conscription system, the likelihood of rebellion remains minimal. Yet, the typically pessimistic Li Qing still aspired for perfection. In the era of feudal dynasties, it is imperative to ensure a strong imperial authority. This is not blind loyalty. A strong imperial power results in suffering for the populace, while a weak one leads to even greater suffering. The current state of the Ming has not yet reached the point of transcending feudalism. Should the imperial authority wane, the current prosperity would swiftly collapse, leaving only the passage of time to nurture the growth of capital, awaiting a day when commerce and industry flourish immensely, and the populace is liberated from millennia of intellectual servitude. The imprint of such bondage runs deep, necessitating a lengthy period, perhaps a century or even longer. The road ahead is long and arduous, mused Li Qing with a sigh. At present, he can only assist the imperial power, for its existence is universally accepted. A stable imperial authority is essential for a tranquil realm. After much contemplation, Li Qing finally conceived a compromise: the nobility. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. The rugged and unrefined can act without hesitation, yet the nobility, being intertwined with the Ming dynasty, would not act recklessly. Thus, entrusting the military authority under the conscription system to the nobility appears to be the sole, transitional approach. However, this decision is likely to incite a furious reaction from the scholar officials. Of course, eunuchs present another option, but if military power were indeed surrendered to them, the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty would rise to a stature akin to that of the Han and Tang dynasties. After much deliberation, Li Qing still deemed the nobility more suitable. Alas, another uproar is imminent. He could almost envision the scholar officials in a state of turmoil. A growling stomach interrupted Li Qing's troubled thoughts. Rising slowly, he donned a cheerful demeanor and muttered to himself, "The world is vast, but the greatest concern is filling one's belly. Enough of this. I shall dine first." As dusk fell, a satiated Li Qing returned, only to be met with a look of astonishment from Li Shuer. "You didn't bring me anything, did you?" she exclaimed. You truly forgot to bring something? You claimed you weren't hungry." Li Qing shrugged, somewhat irritated. "I haven't even scolded you, and yet you blame me. Such audacity. I bring you delicacies nearly every day. Missing one meal won't kill you. Go to sleep. You won't feel hungry then." Li Qing settled onto a lounge chair, attempting to devise a feasible path for the establishment of a military academy. In the short term, he considered the nobility, but for the long term, he still yearned to develop the military academy. "When will I depart?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, gathering his thoughts before replying, "After one more treatment. I estimate that in 10 to 15 days, you will be able to harness your true energy independently. Oh, and you still need to oversee matters in Jinling. So do take care." Li Qing spoke gently. "I understand," Li Shuer nodded. "By the way, I heard from Mother that the ideal state of industrial and commercial development is to achieve an industrial revolution. What does that entail?" "It represents the pinnacle of industrial development," Li Qing explained. "And how is that manifested?" Li Qing pondered briefly before responding. "Through efficient production, which drastically reduces the cost of goods, thereby benefiting the populace." Li Shuer furrowed her brow, asking, "Isn't it sufficiently efficient now?" "Far from it. Only through assembly line operations and mechanized production can we achieve true efficiency." "I don't quite understand. Please explain further," Li Shuer said playfully, "since I have nothing else to do. While you are idle, I am far from it." Li Qing shot her a disapproving glance. "My mind is racing, and I am on the verge of leaving. Could you not adopt a more amiable attitude?" "All right then," she replied. Li Qing set aside matters related to the military academy and remarked, "The concept of assembly line production is characterized by a clear division of labor. Take the current silk industry as an example. From the extraction of silk to the dyeing of fabric, each step involves individuals specifically responsible for production. However, we have yet to reach the stage of true assembly line production." He elaborated. "The essence of assembly line work lies in standardized production speed according to the product's craft process, eliminating redundant time costs, and coordinating production across various sites." "I see." Li Shuer inquired, "What about mechanization?" Li Qing replied, "It refers to tools that replace human labor, assisting, or even substituting humans in production." "Is that even possible?" Li Shuer gasped in disbelief. Li Qing chuckled. "There are numerous ways to harness power, such as through hydraulic systems. In fact, steam would be even more effective, with broader applications. Unfortunately, I lack knowledge of the specific structures, and our current Ming dynasty has yet to truly achieve industrialization. Even if I understood steam mechanisms, it would be impossible to produce them." Alas, how regrettable. Steam can be utilized? She asked. In theory, yes, Li Qing explained. Just as you have been using a clay pot to brew medicine, steam can push the lid off and escape. He briefly outlined the principle, adding, these concepts are still far off. The processes of iron smelting and construction require significant advancement and prolonged exploration. Li Shuer, though perplexed, was still awe-inspired and exclaimed, how do you know all this? I have encountered even more advanced concepts, Li Qing admitted after a moment of silence. Really? Well, let's not dwell on this any longer. He continued with a smile. We are still far from that point. Once conditions in the future are ripe, I shall endeavor to develop in this direction. But don't you claim to know nothing about construction? Indeed, I do not possess that knowledge, Li Qing replied earnestly. However, I trust in the collective wisdom of the people. How long do you think that will take? She asked, intrigued. It will likely be quite a while, he sighed. Li Shuer rolled her eyes. At least how long? It will take time for the common folk to improve their living conditions, and for capital to grow to a certain extent, Li Qing explained with a sigh. It requires prosperity to have surplus resources, energy, and courage to invest in industrial transformation. Li Shuer pondered. Can the Li family be a pioneer in this endeavor? Not nearly enough, Li Qing shook his head. Revolutionary inventions require a comprehensive leap forward, significant craft innovations, and the prosperity of all classes. Alongside the impetus of society as a whole, it is a mere fantasy for one family to achieve this. With a wry smile, Li Qing added, as you can see, the common people have yet to secure their basic needs. How can we pursue such advancements? Moreover, even if we were to develop such innovations now, it may not necessarily yield positive outcomes. Consider this. If such advanced technologies existed, would merchants still employ workers in large numbers? Li Shuer was momentarily speechless. Thus, we must take one step at a time, Li Qing asserted. Just like constructing a building, if the foundation is not solid, no matter how grand and beautiful the structure, it remains nothing but an illusion. He sighed softly. Patience is essential. We cannot rush this. Li Shuer nodded slightly. Are you truly a celestial being descended to Earth? Indeed. I once lived in an era of divine existence, Li Qing quipped, finding humor in his predicament, having ended up in the Ming dynasty. Well then, the sky has darkened. Let us rest. Li Qing, after speaking, leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes. Li Shuer, hesitant with her words, murmured, it's night, and there are mosquitoes. Perhaps we should return to our rooms to sleep. I have tough skin. The mosquitoes cannot bite me. The following afternoon, Zhu Youzhuang arrived. Upon entering, he inquired, what is the progress? The main concern is the loyalty of ordinary soldiers to the emperor. Li Qing replied, my thought is to temporarily entrust this matter to the noble families, for the following reasons. First, the rivalry among the civil officials and nobility has been ongoing since the establishment of the nation. The current détente is due to the weakened power of the nobility. Should their influence expand, conflicts will arise again. This mutual check can ultimately benefit the stability of imperial authority. Second, the nobility has received the nation's grace and stands alongside the Ming dynasty. It is unreasonable for them to be disloyal to the emperor. Third, although the nobility is currently weak, they still possess considerable influence. Their involvement will be essential in countering the opposition from the civil officials. Zhu Youzhuang nodded slowly, playfully punching Li Qing's chest and laughing. It is indeed you. Li Qing, maintaining a stoic expression, pushed his hand away and replied, if you continue like this, I may not be able to restrain myself. He was not fond of the young emperor's lack of boundaries. How audacious! Zhu Youzhuang retorted, this is my affection for you. If it were someone else, I would not behave this way. If your affection involves hitting, I would rather you refrain from it. Nonsense. What? Does the emperor wish to learn martial arts? All right. Look at your inability to take a joke. Zhu Youzhuang huffed and said, now, tell me about the long-term plan. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing replied, establish a military academy. A military academy? Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, intrigued. This is no trifling matter. It could even determine the fate of a dynasty. Li Qing's expression turned serious. However, this is contingent upon the success of future conscription. The time is not yet ripe. Do elaborate. Zhu Youzhuang moved to a reclining chair beneath a tree, comfortably stretching out. I must say, your chair is more comfortable than my dragon throne. I shall have one made for myself. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, sat opposite him and pondered, asking, you have read the records of the great ancestor, have you not? Isn't that a given? Zhu Youzhuang replied, Not to say I can recite it backwards, but I certainly have not missed much. Then are you aware that the great ancestor established martial schools in his later years? Zhu Youzhuang pondered for a moment and nodded. I have some recollection. It seems it was abolished by some scoundrel, was it not? He shared the surname Zhu. Does that not reflect poorly on you? Li Qing remarked with a deadpan expression. Victory and defeat define the victors. Often, even the title of the minor disciple is not bestowed. Zhu Youzhuang scoffed and asked, is the military academy you mentioned the martial school referenced in the records of the great ancestor? To be precise, it is an upgraded version, of course. You may interpret it as such for now, Li Qing explained. After Taizong inherited the throne, due to his own faction, he did not prioritize this matter. You seem quite knowledgeable, Zhu Youzhuang interjected. I had previously borrowed the records from the Taishang Huang, covering from the great ancestor to the Xinzong, and, coupled with information that is not particularly secret, I have acquired a general understanding of the political landscape of the Ming dynasty over the past century. After a brief pause, he continued, during the reign of Emperor Taizong, which lasted over 2 decades, the empire was vigorously developed. Campaigns were launched against Jiaoji in the south and the nomads in the north. Canals were constructed, and the Yongle Encyclopedia was compiled. However, this emphasis on construction led to the neglect of certain aspects of development. By the time of the Renxian era, the two emperors focused their energies more on compensating for the excessive consumption resulting from Taizong's remarkable achievements. At that time, the civil official group had been severely repressed by both Emperor Taizu and Taizong, leaving them on the brink of despair. To appease their sentiments, and in light of the formidable presence of Taizu and Taizong, the barbarian tribes beyond the borders dared not invade the Ming, retreating at the mere mention of it. Moreover, with the aspiration for national prosperity, this aspect was not pursued. Subsequently, there was a young ruler beset by doubts about the state, and it was a challenging task to restore the situation, as one might understand. Li Qing remarked, in fact, Emperor Xinzong harbored thoughts of reopening military academies at the outset of his reign. However, in order to prevent societal turmoil, he initially established only military examinations for selecting officials. Later, with the reform of land policies, military campaigns against the northern tribes, and the purging of excess personnel to avoid reopening military academies from becoming the last straw, he had to set those plans aside. By the way, these were topics casually mentioned by Xinzong during our travels. Changing the subject, Li Qing chuckled. Things have changed now. How so? During the Hongzhi era, the emperor managed to win the hearts of the civil officials. Li Qing said slyly, they can be suppressed again. They can endure it. Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, I had no idea my father had such thoughtful intentions. Are you perhaps overinterpreting things? Li Qing replied, your father is undoubtedly a commendable ruler. But he truly did not consider all these aspects. Li Qing fell silent, unable to articulate the truth. To be candid, Li Qing did not wish to hasten the establishment of a conscription system or military academies, as the Ming dynasty was not yet suited for such measures. However, the alarming information he gathered through Xiao Yun instilled a sense of urgency within him. The military preparedness at the border strongholds was alarmingly lax, and the defense forces were likely in an even worse state. This era of prosperity must not follow the path of the Song dynasty, Zhu Youzhuang declared. If military academies are to be established in the future, I aspire to be the greatest general. Shouldn't you be aiming to be the principal instead? Li Qing could not help but ask, what kind of general? The mightiest general in the realm. Zhu Youzhuang boasted, how about that? Isn't it impressive? Since you've already mentioned might, how could it not be impressive? Li Qing chuckled, that title sounds quite familiar, doesn't it? Wasn't he the mighty General Cannon, a name you coined? He suddenly recalled this detail, remembering that during the time in Manchuria, Li Hong was known as the invincible General Cannon. Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang beamed. How do you find my choice of name? Mighty. Li Qing shot him a glance, then burst into laughter. After a moment, he adopted a serious tone. The matter of military academies cannot be rushed, at the very least. We must wait until the conscription system is implemented smoothly and the nobility takes over complete control. How long will that take? If all goes well, perhaps 7 or 8 years. If not, maybe a decade, Li Qing replied. Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback, exclaiming, it will take that long? Do you think this is child's play? Li Qing retorted, setting up the conscription policy alone will require a lengthy period of negotiation. I know what you are implying. Zhu Youzhuang began. Li Qing interjected, the emperor must also adhere to the rules. Such a significant matter cannot be resolved with a single imperial edict. Sometimes it can be used, and at other times it cannot. Zhu Youzhuang nodded in resignation. Having ascended to the throne for quite some time, he has gained a certain understanding of the court and is naturally aware that Li Qing's words hold truth. The emperor cannot act solely according to his whims. However, a decade seems rather excessive. Might it be possible to shorten this period? This is not merely a matter of duration, but rather one of whether the timing is ripe. Li Qing, feeling helpless, remarked that it is optimistically 7 to 8 years and pessimistically over 10. Yet, you seem impatient. At the final 3 words, Li Qing felt a surge of frustration. Zhu Youzhuang sighed and said, "Yesterday, I discussed the recruitment system with father, and can you guess his response?" "I presume the Grand Emperor is not particularly in favor," came the reply. Zhu Youzhuang, taken aback, nodded. "Indeed, my father's perspective aligns with several grand scholars, who believe that under the recruitment system, the emperor loses direct influence over ordinary soldiers, which is detrimental to the stability of imperial power." "And then? What? Given your character, I cannot imagine you would simply relinquish this," Li Qing responded. Zhu Youzhuang, somewhat shocked and apprehensive, replied, "You truly understand me." Li Qing, weary and with a bitter smile, remarked, "Are you afraid? Or do you doubt me?" "Not at all. It has already been established." Li Qing raised his voice, asserting, "I can entirely eliminate such sentiments from you, and I possess numerous methods to foster your trust and closeness. Yet, I chose to offer my sincere heart. And what did I receive in return? Distrust? Suspicion?" Observing Zhu Youzhuang's awkward expression, he then masked his unease with anger. "You dare to shout at me, bold and arrogant." Li Qing abruptly stood up. "Just be mindful next time. Please sit down," Zhu Youzhuang said dryly. Li Qing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Let us discuss the outcome. I stated that military preparedness has waned, and I cited your arguments, which rendered my father silent," Zhu Youzhuang explained. After much contemplation, he ultimately agreed to try it out. Li Qing was not surprised by Hongji's reaction or final decision, saying, "If so, let us bring this to the forefront. Allow the scholars to act as a voice and test the waters. You must attend court," Zhu Youzhuang insisted. "The cabinet cannot be relied upon in crucial moments. The court needs someone to rally support for me. I do not ask for much. If you can be as effective as General Li was back then, that would suffice. I am not afraid of them. I simply," Zhu Youzhuang quickly added, "I only have a voice, and I cannot outshout them." "No problem," Li Qing agreed. "I will come to court and speak on your behalf." "That is reassuring," Zhu Youzhuang relaxed, then added, "The day for issuing salaries is approaching. Could you at least put on a semblance of effort? Frankly, the way you've been working, I feel compelled to penalize you." "In that case, I will frequently visit the Qianqing Palace," Li Qing replied. Zhu Youzhuang appeared alarmed. "Is my father's condition serious?" "Not at all," Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Didn't you say I was slacking off?" "You startled me. I meant for you to go to the imperial study," Zhu Youzhuang said, his expression darkening. Li Qing nodded. "I will go, under the circumstances. When will you be available?" "When I can." Zhu Youzhuang, astute and discerning, had been appointed crown prince early on. And with Hongji having only this one son, he had begun nurturing him for this role. Zhu Youzhuang indeed showed no significant flaws in handling state affairs. Li Qing had perused the memorials reviewed by Zhu Youzhuang on multiple occasions, and indeed found them to be just and reasonable. Consequently, Li Qing found himself enjoying a leisurely existence. However, what troubled him was Zhu Youzhuang's temperament rather than his governance skills. Zhu Youzhuang was generally quite efficient in handling memorials. Otherwise, he would not frequently visit Li Qing. Nonetheless, youthful exuberance often leads to a propensity for idleness. "Since you often visit the imperial study, I shall discreetly augment your salary," Zhu Youzhuang jested. Li Qing chuckled. "Do you truly believe I care about my salary? Then shall I withhold it?" Zhu Youzhuang challenged. "Go ahead and try," Li Qing retorted, his voice rising. Zhu Youzhuang was left speechless. Li Qing calmly stated, "Let us settle the matter of the conscription system for now. Do you have anything else on your agenda?" Zhu Youzhuang replied, "There are indeed a few other matters. Let us indulge in a couple of cups." With a cheerful demeanor, he added, "Let us discuss military academies. I find this topic quite intriguing." Li Qing scoffed. "What does a youth like you know of wine? Regarding military academies, it is premature to discuss this now. Mentioning it will only increase your impatience. Let us first establish the conscription system before addressing other matters." In truth, he had yet to devise a flawless plan, feeling that his ambitions were overly grandiose. Having arrived, Zhu Youzhuang remained seated and pointed to the young lady beside him. You? Prepare a pot of tea. Li Qing, filled with indignation, reluctantly complied. Why must I hurry? You should act promptly. Zhu Youzhuang insisted. Li Qing, maintaining a stoic expression, made her way towards the eastern kitchen, muttering, this capital is hardly worth the trouble. Zhu Youzhuang turned his attention back, shedding his frivolous demeanor, and pondered aloud. In light of recent events, the civil officials' wariness and suppression of the scholars may soon follow. Do you have a strategy? Zhu Youzhuang continued. The censorate has been severely infiltrated. At present, the scholars are my sole means of controlling public opinion, and I cannot afford to lose them. A major card must protect a minor one. Li Qing suggested. The Cabinet. Chapter 31. Let the bullets fly for a while. Let us discuss this in detail. There is a stipulation regarding the selection of cabinet ministers. Only those from the Hanlin Academy may enter the cabinet, especially after the late emperor supported the cabinet. A decree was issued stating that cabinet members could not hold any other official positions. Li Qing elaborated. This has resulted in a lack of successors within the cabinet. Take Yang Tingyi, for instance. He was appointed to the cabinet by your decree. Zhu Youzhuang remarked slowly. Are you suggesting that the cabinet will go to great lengths to protect the Hanlin scholars to ensure a steady succession? Certainly, Li Qing affirmed. A strong and continuous succession aligns with the cabinet's interests. Li Qing smiled, praising, indeed, your majesty is wise and discerning. Zhu Youzhuang, suppressing a smile, replied, continue. Li Qing continued, there exists an unwritten rule in the officialdom. New officials do not account for the deeds of their predecessors. In fact, this is a conservative view. To be precise, new officials not only disregard the past, but will also strive to extol and celebrate it. Take the three Yangs as an example. Even now, the cabinet continues to publicly and privately laud their governance, does it not? While it is true that scholars may belittle one another, they largely remain united within their specialized circles, for all will eventually transition to new roles. Li Qing concluded, nurturing the younger generation is highly beneficial to their interests. Zhu Youzhuang contemplated, with many scholars and even more Hanlin members, yet only a handful of cabinet ministers. Indeed, you have identified a blind spot, Li Qing acknowledged. Li Qing chuckled, suggesting that you should assist the cabinet in selecting suitable candidates. At the very least to provide them with a sense of who might succeed them in the future. With a clear objective and motivation established, there would be no need for you to articulate it explicitly. They would undoubtedly exert themselves to support these individuals. This approach would not only prolong their influence post-retirement, but also enhance their legacy. How could they possibly remain indifferent? Li Qing inquired with a smile, what do you think? Zhu Youzhuang nodded thoughtfully, yet soon furrowed his brow, voicing his concern that such closeness between the new and old cabinet could lead to entangled relationships. Li Qing's smile vanished as he retorted, have you forgotten what I previously shared? What do you mean? The emperor can be capricious, even deceitful. Li Qing replied coolly, recalling how Emperor Taizong once advised Prince Han, the heir is often unwell, you must encourage him. And what was the outcome? Is that true? Zhu Youzhuang asked, puzzled. This account is absent from the historical records. How do you know of it? Rumors, Li Qing responded, aware that Zhu Zhanji must have omitted this detail when compiling the official history. The young emperor had not yet had the opportunity to edit the records of Taizong's reign. Do you really believe such wild tales? Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. Establishing the crown prince, that scoundrel Zhu Gaoxiu, can hardly compare to Emperor Renzong in any regard. Zhu Gaoxiu had been erased from the lineage and was not recognized, allowing Zhu Youzhuang to criticize him without hesitation, given his rebellious nature. Li Qing scratched his nose, intending to defend the foolishness of the situation but opting against delving into those bygone events. Instead, he shifted the topic. Why not start with the lecture hall? Are you suggesting that I should appoint several lecturers and exhibit an overtly friendly demeanor? Zhu Youzhuang asked, his tone measured, so that it may appear they are future candidates for the position of Grand Counselor? Li Qing nodded. It is merely a title, without any substantial offering. Inviting them for a couple of lectures now and then is merely for show. One could even avoid additional salaries, yet inspire unwavering loyalty. While the cabinet safeguards these devoted individuals. What is not to like? Very well, Zhu Youzhuang pondered. However, if they prove deceitful, employing such tactics again may yield no results. Li Qing chuckled. What? Do you wish to deceive them for a lifetime? As long as it is effective now, we can devise new strategies later. Pausing, he added. Of course, if these individuals are indeed capable, It wouldn't hurt to turn pretense into reality, but we must not allow fear of potential pitfalls to hinder progress. Feeling parched, Li Qing instinctively reached for his teacup, only to remember that the tea had not yet been prepared. Observing this, Zhu Youzhuang turned and shouted towards the kitchen. "Where's the tea? Why does it take so long to prepare? What are we waiting for? It will be ready shortly," came the echoed response. "What is all this fuss about? Hey, this little servant dares to be insolent?" Zhu Youzhuang fumed. "She is accustomed to being wild and does not understand decorum." "Please be lenient," Li Qing remarked, exasperated, feeling both for Li Shuai and Zhu Youzhuang. Zhu Youzhuang took a deep breath and muttered, "This time, I shall grant you a favor." After a brief pause, he adopted a playful demeanor, exclaiming, "Li Qing, I truly wish to crack open your head and see what lies within." "Huh, I will be the one to crack open yours first," Li Qing retorted coldly. As the tea was served, the two engaged in a meticulous refinement of details, savoring each sip. After lingering for a considerable time, Zhu Youzhuang finally returned to the palace. Li Shuai murmured her grievances, expressing her dissatisfaction. Li Qing chuckled, remarking, "After all, he is the emperor. It is only natural for him to have a temper. However, in terms of seniority, I am his aunt." With a playful smile, she continued, "Even if you assert your identity, you still must follow orders, right? Not to mention, you're merely a distant aunt. Even if you were a close relative, what difference would it make?" Li Qing scoffed. "Even the younger brother of the retired emperor must tread carefully in the presence of the young emperor, don't you think? Who else can claim a lineage as illustrious as mine? Emperor Renzong called me Qing Go, and Emperor Xuanzong referred to me as Qing Bo." Li Shuai fell silent, a hint of frustration evident in her demeanor. "Your seniority isn't that remarkable. Didn't your mother call you Uncle Li?" She retorted. "That was merely your grandfather's way of taking advantage of the situation, teaching her to address me that way." Li Shuai grumbled, "Even without your grandfather's interference. With your father around, your seniority would be significantly different. Feeling a bit feisty, are we? Well, I shall venture out to procure some food. What would you like?" "Anything will do." "Specifically?" "Anything is fine." Li Qing reclined on the chaise, contemplating the forthcoming changes in the court. In the evening, after dinner, Li Qing assisted Li Shuai in channeling her energy, guiding her vital essence towards a state of automatic flow. "Just one more dose of medicine will suffice." He gently withdrew his hand, adding, "You should invest considerable effort in Jinling. If the pilot project succeeds, it could be gradually implemented, which would be a monumental achievement." "It's quite challenging. The pressure is immense," Li Shuai sighed. "The beginning is always the hardest. I do not expect you to produce results immediately. Take your time." Li Qing, uncharacteristically gentle, reassured her. "In fact, you have already achieved much. You have improved the fertilizer and identified numerous issues. Some can be addressed now, while others can wait. Eventually, we will find suitable solutions." Pausing, he reflected, "I too have grown through gradual honing. I remember when I first entered the court. I was merely a naive youth." Nostalgia washed over him as he recounted the past. Li Shuai, having read her mother's transcriptions of my life in the Great Ming, was well aware of many events, though the finer details eluded her. Li Qing shifted the topic, smiling. "After all these years, when I look back, I realize I have done rather well. In the process, I have also experienced significant growth. Our nation is vast, its civilization enduring for millennia. Consider the enduring issues that have persisted through the ages. How can they be easily rectified?" As he gazed up at the starlit sky, the cool night breeze tousling his long hair, he found a spark of light in his eyes as he continued, "It is inherently brilliant. The passage of thousands of years has rendered it extraordinarily mature. Thus, advancing further is a formidable challenge, yet I firmly believe in our eventual success, and that it shall arrive sooner than we expect." Li Shuai nodded slowly, wistfully reflecting, "If we were to place ourselves among foreign barbarians, I believe success would come more easily and perhaps ignite a rapid spread. Indeed, I once shared that sentiment and felt a sense of regret. What about now? Now, I believe the present is much better." Li Qing spoke softly, acknowledging that while the flames of a star can indeed be magnificent, the cost of radical upheaval is far too great, so immense that it becomes unbearable. In years past, your mentor often remarked that the tide of events is irreversible. As I have gained experience, I have gradually come to comprehend the true essence of that statement. The course of fate cannot be altered. The only viable path lies in gradually cultivating a minor influence to redirect the current of major events. With a light smile, Li Qing continued. This colossal vessel is exceedingly vast, brimming with momentum, and one cannot confront it head-on. To merely adjust the rudder ever so slightly towards a favorable course is a significant fortune. Through cumulative efforts, it shall inevitably navigate towards the boundless ocean. Listening intently, Li Shuer found herself captivated. Before she knew it, night had deepened. Suddenly, her face brightened, and she declared, "Tomorrow, I shall fetch more medicinal herbs. Once my vital energy can circulate freely, I will return to Jinling." Li Qing chuckled softly. "You should rest now." "Yes," she replied. Li Qing nodded but remained unmoved. Li Shuer pursed her lips and turned to her private chamber. The youth, resolute in his convictions, acted decisively without hesitation. In just 2 days, articles extolling the advantages of the conscription system began to circulate widely. The few grand scholars in the cabinet were already aware of the underlying situation, but for the others, it was a different story. They felt that the once docile young emperor was perhaps about to erupt. However, before they could devise countermeasures, the nobility entered the fray, staunchly supporting the conscription system. Zhu Youzhuang maintained a level-headed demeanor, choosing to observe from the sidelines, letting public opinion simmer. Even when discussions arose in the court, he deftly deflected the subject, opting to remain silent. Let the bullets fly for a while. Under Li Qing's influence, the young emperor's character had become more restrained, no longer as impulsive or anxious. Days later, an article entitled "On the 10 Advantages of the Conscription System and the Urgency of Military Reform" emerged. Upon its release, the already turbulent court was instantly engulfed in a tempest of controversy. In the imperial study, Zhu Youzhuang rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement, and inquired, "What do you think?" The prose was exquisite, highly provocative, and well-reasoned. Li Qing nodded, but upon seeing the signature, his gaze sharpened, recognizing it as familiar. Zhu Youzhuang smiled and clarified, "The previous piece, on the cultivation of worthy ministers, was also penned by this individual." "Ah, I see," Li Qing replied gently, pondering for a moment. Just as a palace eunuch hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, for grand scholars from the cabinet seek an audience." Chapter 32. The gambler Yensong. Zhu Youzhuang turned to Li Qing, asking, "Did you manage to handle it?" "No," came the swift reply. "Do not grant them an audience." Zhu Youzhuang decisively commanded, "Relay my decree. They are to return and draft their proposals." The young eunuch bowed and exited promptly. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Lu Jian echoed from outside, "Your Majesty, we have urgent matters to discuss and humbly request your permission to enter." "To see or not to see?" Zhu Youzhuang mused aloud, glancing at Li Qing. "Why are you looking at me?" "I am not the emperor," Li Qing replied. His focus fixed on the article on the 10 advantages of the conscription system and the urgency of military reform, which he held with great interest. With a gentle sigh, Zhu Youzhuang remarked, "Alas, we must confront this eventually. At least the cabinet is preferable to the 6 ministries." After a brief pause, he called out, "Let them in." Before long, 4 individuals entered, each wearing expressions of ire. Even the usually composed Li Dongyang appeared visibly agitated. The ministers paid their respects to His Majesty, who was seated, while Li Qing stood aside to avoid the formalities. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance. "My dear ministers, why do you appear so hurried? Is there a matter of great urgency?" They spoke of the recent uproar surrounding the conscription system. Lu Jian spoke candidly, "Your Majesty, the conscription system is unfeasible. Historically, when the phubbing system was effective, no monarch would dare to implement conscription. I implore you to reconsider." Xie Qian, casting a fierce glance at Li Qing, retorted, "Li Taisher, have you forgotten what you said at Scholar Li's residence?" Li Qing, looking perplexed, asked, "What did I say?" Xie Qian was left speechless. Li Dongyang, equally indignant, added, "It perfectly resolves the loyalty issue of ordinary soldiers to the emperor." "So what?" Li Dongyang was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such blatant defiance. Yang Tingyi interjected, "We agreed that if you could resolve this issue, the cabinet would lend its support. Otherwise, you must relinquish it. What is your justification for this stance today?" Li Qing found the exchange amusing. "Isn't it true that you two do not support it? Do not assume the role of the victim." Lu Jian, exasperated, replied, "If that is your stance, then the cabinet unequivocally opposes it. Opposition is futile." Zhu Youzhuang declared, "I tasked you with devising a viable solution, not with establishing conventions to make decisions on my behalf. Li Qing's words do not represent my views." Zhu Youzhuang huffed. When have I ever stated my intention to abandon conscription? Your Majesty, how can you act in such a manner? This is outrageous. Zhu Youzhuang erupted with anger. Each of you cries out about the humiliation of the sovereign, yet when I express my concerns, you not only feel no shame, but also direct your ire at me. Do you still regard me as your emperor? Lu Jian, caught in a mix of shock and anger, lifted the hem of his robe and declared, I acknowledge my fault. The other three followed suit, bowing deeply. Yet, they remained resolute in their stance. Conscription must not be implemented. What if I choose to proceed with it? Lu Jian slowly raised his head, removed his official hat, and prostrated himself once more, his silence speaking volumes. Xie Qian quickly followed. But I have only just entered the cabinet. I am still young. Yang Tingyi lamented inwardly, yet felt compelled to conform to the collective. The cabinet's position was unwavering, and the four men advanced and retreated as one. Zhu Youzhuang suddenly laughed, saying jovially, Please rise, my dear ministers. The four, filled with hope, wondered if the emperor was willing to retract his decree. Not at all, Zhu Youzhuang replied with a mischievous grin, I shall not retract it, nor will I allow you to resign. The ministers were left astounded, their anger swelling within them. Such blatant shamelessness was unprecedented, especially with the emperor's playful demeanor. He bore little semblance to the wise sovereign they expected. Despite their cultured and scholarly backgrounds, they felt an urge to curse. Who taught him such insolence? Is he not concerned about disappointing the Taishang Huang? Lu Jian asked solemnly. Zhu Youzhuang appeared unfazed, dismissing them with a wave. Go ahead and report it, if you wish. Very well. The four, infuriated, declared, We take our leave. As Li Qing watched them depart, he turned and remarked, The Taishang Huang has always been indecisive. Are you not concerned that he might heed their counsel and oppose the conscription system? They were resolute in their intent to report to the Grand Emperor, and I could not hinder them. It would be unreasonable to deny them entry to the palace or to confine the Grand Emperor. Zhu Youzhuang sighed, then smiled with a sense of self-satisfaction. I ask you, who is the emperor? Li Qing gave a thumbs up. Indeed, the only son possesses true resolve. However, his expression soon turned serious. The current situation is quite unfavorable for us. You must maintain your stance. Rest assured, once I have resolved on a course of action, no one can obstruct me, Zhu Youzhuang replied nonchalantly. Even if my father changes his stance, I have ways to bring him back to my side. As for the civil officials, their opinions are inconsequential. This matter will not proceed smoothly. Li Qing pondered for a moment. If the cabinet can be swayed, we must indeed try. Do you have any particular candidates in mind among the scholars? I have selected a few, Zhu Youzhuang nodded. Shall I summon them for your review? No need. Whether they will be of use in the future, and if they can maintain their positions is uncertain. You may decide. Li Qing gently shook his head. Standing up, I will visit the Grand Emperor to keep an eye on things. That is agreeable. In the Hanlin Academy, Yin Song held a scroll of text. His gaze unfocused, lost in thought. His two recent essays had sparked considerable attention, particularly the second one. Logically, such diligent service from the emperor should warrant not only a promotion but at least some acknowledgement. Could it be that the emperor still harbored resentment over previous confrontations? Yin Song was consumed by uncertainty. During this period, he had enjoyed a brief moment of glory, yet his circumstances were precarious. The Hamlin scholars remained watchful, intentionally or unintentionally distancing themselves from him. They were all well-versed in classics and histories, understanding the adage that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Moreover, Yin Song's actions had alienated him from the civil officials. While he had pleased the emperor, he had offended many powerful figures, leaving his future in doubt. To this day, the emperor had yet to respond, but the signals from influential figures were already apparent. As a reservoir of talent, the Hanlin Academy could not be devoid of involvement from the civil official faction. While they did not exert complete control as they did in the Ministry of Rights, their influence was nonetheless substantial. Many senior Hanlin scholars had received subtle hints, leveraging their seniority to isolate Yin Song socially. Yin Song was not surprised by this. He was taking a gamble, wagering that the emperor would not allow his efforts to go unrewarded. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed he might be losing that bet. Disheartened, Yin Song reflected on his family's illustrious past. Despite their earlier prominence, they had long since fallen into decline. Though they had not descended to the depths of poverty, their situation was far from comfortable. Having devoted himself to rigorous study from a young age, he aspired to restore his family's former glory, to illuminate their name, secure a prosperous future for his descendants, and etch his name in history. His aspirations were lofty. With the unwavering support of his family, he successfully passed the examinations, achieving the title of scholar, and later the title of Jinshi, ranking second in the second class and fifth nationwide upon entering the Hanlin Academy, where he was appointed as a scholar. Yunsong believed that this would be his springboard to success. However, upon entering the Hanlin Academy, he came to realize his naivety. Setting aside the murky nature of the political arena, the achievements he once took pride in were but commonplace within the academy. Although the comparison to the top scholar and the second-place rank seemed exaggerated, a second place, standing in the second class, could only be deemed satisfactory at best. Thus, during his first audience with the emperor, he sought to distinguish himself, hoping to attract attention, but alas, he miscalculated. Once again, risking estrangement from future colleagues, he revealed himself, still gambling on fate. Yet, no rewards came his way. Deeply disheartened, Yunsong pondered. Perhaps he should endure for a few more years, ideally. He could be appointed as a county magistrate. If that were not to be, he could return to his hometown, immersing himself in literature and painting, expressing his emotions through the landscapes. Yunsong, lost in thought, suddenly found himself startled. Lifting his gaze, he noticed a eunuch shouting in the distance, accompanied by two young attendants, along with several scholarly colleagues. In an instant, all his negative emotions ebbed away like a receding tide. He hastily closed the book, adjusted his robe, and approached. "I am but a humble student. What brings you here, esteemed eunuch?" His heart raced with anticipation. The next moment, the eunuch delivered the long-awaited news. "The emperor wishes to see you. Come, follow me into the palace." Filled with excitement, Yunsong rushed to the hall of supreme clarity. Emperor Hongzhi sat at the head of the table, sipping tea, while Li Qing silently polished a silver needle beside him. Observing the scene, the others refrained from speaking too forcefully, wary of burdening the frail health of the retired emperor. Each spoke with utmost decorum. Upon hearing their purpose, Zhu Youzhuang chuckled softly. "Your concerns are not without merit, yet they somewhat exaggerate the flaws of the conscription system. While it is true that in terms of loyalty, conscription may be slightly inferior, the situation is far from dire." Gently placing his teacup down, Zhu Youzhuang mused, "To attribute the fragmentation of the late Tang dynasty solely to the conscription system is indeed a one-sided view. The provincial army system has its advantages, just as the conscription system has its own merits. The decline in military strength is indeed my fault." The others quickly rose, cupping their hands in respect, insisting, "Your Majesty, please do not say so. This is not your doing." "Ah, please sit." Zhu Youzhuang gestured for them to take their seats and continued. "The conscription system is merely an experiment. The provincial army system remains in place and is still predominant. Why should you regard this matter with such trepidation?" With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Emperor Taizong of the Tang was both cultured and martial, establishing a flourishing era for the Tang dynasty, elevating the nation to its zenith. Emperor Gaozong also achieved remarkable feats. However, in my opinion, his accomplishments were largely built upon the solid foundation laid by Taizong. It was during the reign of Wu Zetian that the national strength began to wane. Nevertheless, even then, the early years of Emperor Xuanzong saw a revival of prosperity on that foundation. I believe all of this originated from Emperor Taizong. What do you gentlemen think?" "Your insights are profound, Your Majesty," they replied, bowing respectfully. Throughout history, the Han and Tang dynasties stand out distinctly, with both Taizongs of their respective eras held in the highest esteem by subsequent emperors. In the contemporary mindset, not only does Tang Gaozu pale in comparison to Tang Taizong, but even Han Gaozu and Han Wudi are regarded as less admirable than Han Wendi. Of course, founding emperors often empathize with one another. Yet, even among these founders, the two Taizongs of the Han and Tang dynasties receive unwavering praise. Following the second generation, their acclaim only intensified, to the point where it seems all achievements of a dynasty are attributed to their legacies. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled lightly, stating that the two illustrious emperors of the Han and Tang dynasties laid a solid foundation for their respective realms. However, he asserted that the foundations laid by our Ming Taizu, Taizong, Renzong, and Xuanzong, followed by his son, have propelled our nation's strength to unprecedented heights, far surpassing those of the Han and Tang. Could it truly be that a mere conscription system could lead to the nation's demise? Certainly not. Zhu Youzhuang remarked that the state is not so fragile. Even with the complete abolition of the phubbing system in favor of full conscription, the nation would not fall. Moreover, Which dynasty has ever collapsed solely due to the incompetence of one or two emperors? The rise and fall of dynasties invariably stem from the disintegration of propriety and music, leading to the suffering of the populace. If the fate of a dynasty hinged solely on a single imperial decision or whim, none would endure beyond 3 generations. Zhu Youzhuang smiled, urging not to be so sensitive. Chapter 33. Mutual admiration. Li Qing wholeheartedly agreed with Zhu Youzhuang's perspective. Indeed, while the emperor's decisions hold significance, they are not nearly as critical as the general populace believes. Every human is prone to error. Which emperor has never erred? Take, for instance, the most severe instance of nobility suppression, Han Jingdi's instigation of the Seven Kingdoms Rebellion and Zhangwen Emperor's turmoil during the Jingnan campaign. Such monumental disasters did not lead to the annihilation of their respective dynasties. Was it truly the case that Han Jingdi's assassination resulted in the fall of the Han? Or that Zhu Di's demise brought about the end of the Ming? Certainly not. As long as social order remains intact, a dynasty shall not perish. A system of conscription, especially one that does not abolish the phubbing system, could hardly precipitate a dynasty's downfall. Conversely, neglecting the declining military strength could indeed lead to severe consequences. In truth, the primary reason for the military's diminished efficacy lies in morale. The soldiers are not incapable, but rather discontented with their inadequate treatment. The cabinet remained silent. They understood these principles, and their motivations were not solely self-serving. Rather, centuries of adherence to the doctrine of moderation had become ingrained in their very essence, rendering them obstinate and traditional when it came to institutional reforms. Li Qing meticulously polished the silver needles with his silk handkerchief until they gleamed, stating, "Even with a mountain of gold at home, if the master lacks formidable military power, the threshold may well be trampled by guests." The cabinet remained reticent. After a long pause, Lu Jin spoke. "This matter is of great importance. It cannot be smoothly executed without the cabinet's approval. As long as they did not oppose, it would suffice," Li Qing mused. Zhu Youzhuang shared this sentiment and smiled gently, tilting his head and asking, "Sir, may I indulge in 2 cups?" Li Qing pondered for a moment before replying, "Just 2 cups? Indeed, just 2 cups." In the imperial study, after a hearty meal of large pancakes, several junior scholars were filled with enthusiasm, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they could see the cabinet ministers beckoning them. Certainly, Zhu Youzhuang did not merely paint an enticing picture. He also provided tangible benefits by appointing several of them to the position of zhongshusharen. While this was merely a minor 7th-rank office, it nonetheless signified their genuine entry into the bureaucratic system. Furthermore, the role of zhongshusharen is quite significant. Despite its lowly title, it holds great promise. Equivalent to the emperor's secretary, the office is responsible for drafting edicts, silver registers, and other official documents, connecting both the emperor and the cabinet. How could they not be exhilarated? Zhu Youzhuang, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Though I am burdened with the affairs of state, I have not neglected the pursuit of knowledge. Henceforth, on every 5th day of the month, I would like you to impart to me the teachings of the classics and historical records. The lectures will commence in the spring, and, as it is now summer, I shall trouble you, my esteemed ministers." With humble gestures, the ministers expressed their gratitude, uttering the customary phrases of serving the emperor and sharing his burdens. Once they had finished their displays, Zhu Youzhuang addressed Yin Song. "You shall be the first to present." "I obey your command," Yin Song replied, his breath quickening with fervor. "Victory is ours." The emperor remained sagacious, he thought, his spirit revived. After concluding the performance, Zhu Youzhuang rose with a smile and stated, "I still have some official duties to attend to. Shall Li, please escort them to the edict room for familiarization." "We take our leave," the ministers replied. Upon exiting the imperial study, Yin Song gazed up at the majestic palace, filled with ambition. However, as he noticed the expressions of his colleagues, a chill ran down his spine. Envy, jealousy, and wariness. His excitement ebbed away, and his heart sank. As the saying goes, there is nothing that cannot be resolved over a banquet. If there is, then 2 are required. After a simple feast, the attitude of the cabinet softened considerably. Although there remained a reluctance regarding the conscription system, no one spoke of vehement opposition. Once the ministers departed, Zhu Youzhuang sighed and candidly confessed, "In truth, I also harbor reservations about the conscription system." Li Qing paused before responding. When faced with 2 evils, it is prudent to choose the lesser one. Unification beyond the borders is inevitable. War is unavoidable. When that time comes, an opportunity will arise for the Ming to incorporate the northern grasslands into its realm. Subduing the grasslands is no easy feat, Zhu Youzhuang replied with a wry smile, fearing that even Zhu Youzhuang may not witness that day. The ancestors could not foresee the current state of the Ming, but without their sacrifices, how could the present Ming have come to be? Li Qing remarked. A solid foundation is essential for future prosperity. The tremendous gains achieved are worth the effort of several generations. Zhu Youzhuang nodded gently and added, Zhu Youzhuang holds great trust and reliance upon you, esteemed sir. In the future, do not hesitate to exert yourself further. Li Qing acknowledged with a nod. Picking up an acupuncture box, since we are here, let us proceed with some acupuncture. You just had a drink. It should not pose any issue, right? Fear not. I shall not miss. As Zhu Youzhuang walked toward the inner hall, he inquired, by the way, did you not prescribe the wrong remedy for me previously? What remedy? The one for strengthening my constitution. Zhu Youzhuang shot him a glare. I fall asleep the moment I touch the bed, and I haven't even coughed yet. You must have prescribed incorrectly. I did not, Li Qing refuted, displeased. You may doubt my character, but not my medical skills. Then why do I become so drowsy upon lying down? Zhu Youzhuang pressed. Medication often has side effects. It is quite normal, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Just tell me if there has been any improvement after eating. Indeed, the sensation is quite profound, yet it is of no practical use. Zhu Youzhuang inhaled deeply and stated, find a way to minimize the side effects. That will require time. I shall ponder it further. After leaving the Qianqing Palace, Li Qing returned to the imperial study. Upon learning that matters concerning the scholarly officials were resolved, he finally exited the palace. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for public opinion to reach a boiling point, at which time the emperor would intervene. The cabinet does not oppose, and the aristocrats vigorously push forward. Under the resolute stance of the emperor, it is highly probable that the 6 ministries and 9 ministers will not be able to withstand this. To this day, the influence of the aristocrats remains significant, and the cabinet is far from being merely a collection of a few academicians. Within the framework of the civil official group, they have not only established a firm foothold, but also completed their infiltration, wielding considerable influence. Otherwise, how could just a few individuals withstand the onslaught from the 6 ministries? In the context of increasing and decreasing factors, implementing a conscription system is not particularly challenging. Li Qing analyzed the situation and relaxed slightly. Let us first pilot this initiative with the border troops. Li Qing, in a cheerful mood, walked home with a light step. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, Li Qing's gaze sharpened. On the stone table beneath the tree, a bountiful array of dishes awaited, along with neatly cut fruits. Just as the meal was prepared, you have returned. What perfect timing. Ah, are you ready to depart for Jinling? Li Qing inquired as he stepped inside. It is time to return, Li Shui replied. My true energy has reached a level of self-circulation, and I have been away long enough. If I linger any longer, the foundation in Jinling may start to become complacent. Let us eat before we leave, she added. Li Qing took a seat at the table and said, that sounds fine. I too must begin to attend to my own matters. Indeed, Li Shui poured wine, raising her glass. Cheers. Li Qing clinked his glass with hers and drank, advising. Be cautious on the road. Are you not confident in my abilities? She teased. One must always remember that there are those stronger than oneself. Do not presume invincibility. There are many who could best you on Wudong Mountain, and even a good tiger fears a pack of wolves. Li Qing replied with a hint of annoyance. Do not be overly self-satisfied. Rest assured, I will not place myself in peril, Li Shui laughed. So you do care for me. Is that not obvious? Li Qing retorted. What elder does not care for their younger kin? Li Shui pouted and then said, regarding what you mentioned, I will take action upon my return. However, I believe the assistance provided to children should not be overly generous. She continued, firstly, the financial outlay is substantial, and secondly, excessive charity can breed resentment. It is wise to bestow kindness, yet it must have its limits. Perhaps we could hold a meal on the 5th of each month. As Li Shui analyzed while pouring more wine, she remarked that establishing a daily meal for children, even if it were just one meal, could lead to issues of indigestion. It is not uncommon for adults to force children to eat excessively to save on expenses, potentially resulting in situations where the child might go a day without food. Holding a meal every few days would mitigate such risks, preventing long-term harm to the children. What do you think? Your reasoning is quite sound, Li Qing smiled. More thoughtful than I had considered. Indeed, right? Li Shui said, her pride evident as she raised an eyebrow. In truth, I have seen much. You have always stood on high ground and lack a full understanding of the common people. Li Qing sighed. It is not their fault. As the saying goes, when one is well fed, they think of desire. When one is hungry and cold, they think of theft. In extreme poverty, human nature can become a bit vulgar, which is quite normal. Proper guidance is essential. Your perspective is commendable, Li Qing praised with a thumbs up. Contemplating, one must adapt and act according to circumstances. As I mentioned, take my words into consideration, and as you say, my understanding of the lower echelons is insufficient. You need not heed all my thoughts. It is merely a matter of details. You possess the broader vision. Li Qing returned the thumbs up. Li Qing could not help but chuckle, playfully chiding. All right. Why are we flattering each other now? Let us eat. Qing raised her glass in salute. The spirits of the north were considerably stronger than those of the south. Though Li Qing had consumed only a modest amount, her cheeks flushed with a hint of intoxication. Observing her state, Li Qing suggested, let us depart tomorrow. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are, Li Qing laughed. If I linger any longer, I fear you might have to chase me away. She reclined on the lounge chair languidly, saying, I shall steady myself with some food, and then take my leave. Are the horses and carriage prepared? Li Qing smiled. With money, everything is readily available. Indeed. Li Qing nodded. I shall fetch some items for you to take along. Are these gifts you've prepared for me? Li Qing half sat up, her face alight with joy. Li Qing chuckled. There is something for everyone. Before long, he produced several volumes, saying, this is for you, primarily concerning the cultivation of true energy. This one belongs to your elder brother, aimed at strengthening the body. This is for your mother, to nourish and enhance her beauty. And this is for your father, to fortify his essence and vitality. Lastly, he retrieved 2 envelopes, speaking softly, your parents do not suffer from any chronic ailments. Yet they have reached an age where this is inevitable. These prescriptions, which I have developed over the years from treating the emperor and empress, may be utilized should their health suddenly decline. Follow the corresponding symptoms to prepare the remedies, alleviating immediate distress, and then notify me at once. Life is unpredictable, and Li Qing wished to leave no regrets. Qing received the items with utmost reverence, their weight a reminder of their significance. Chapter 34. Self-indulgence awakening from an afternoon nap. Li Qing felt parched and made his way to the parlor to pour himself some tea, only managing to fill half a cup. As he contemplated boiling a pot, he paused, chuckling softly. Ah, tranquility, sweet tranquility. He casually retrieved a novel from the bookshelf and settled beneath the eaves, allowing the cicadas chorus to accompany his idle moments. As summer reached its zenith, the incessant cicadas became irksome, yet added a touch of charm to the otherwise mundane existence. As the sun dipped low, casting a gentle glow, the breeze turned refreshing. Li Qing rose, preparing to venture out for a meal. After locking the door and taking a few steps, he spotted Xiao Yun approaching with food and drink. Li Qing turned back to open the door, jesting, it has been a while since I last saw you. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, but you seem excessively indulgent. Wang Shoren approached with a wry smile. I have been preoccupied with thoughts, indeed. I am about to embark on a journey. A journey? Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Come inside and speak. Closing the door behind them, he and Wang Shoren seated themselves in the parlor, at which point Li Qing inquired, where are you headed? To Yunnan and Guizhou. What purpose drives you there? Li Qing queried, puzzled, for in this era, those regions were not regarded favorably. Some might even label them as places of exile, to experience the trials of mortal existence. Wang Shoren sighed lightly. In my youth, as I delved into the tomes of the sages, I believed that if the sages were deserving, then so too was I. In my impetuous youth, I sought to walk the path of the ancients to forge my own way. Yet, whether through the study of things or Zen, none have truly resonated with my aspirations. Now, after several years, I look back and find only 2 words, hesitation. Li Qing pondered, and now you are enlightened? Still uncertain. Wang Shoren replied, but I can no longer afford to wait. So, practice in the world, and vanquish the thief of hesitation. Wang Shoren remarked, I have perused countless tomes, grasped numerous principles, and witnessed the intricacies of human affairs as well as the machinations of power. Although the years have not been squandered, I have yet to take that crucial step. What step, you may ask? The step to vanquish the thief of hesitation. He continued, these metaphysical matters. To which Li Qing chuckled and shook his head. As a mundane individual, I find it difficult to empathize. This is merely who I am. Another might quip, you must have some issues, huh? Wang Shouren laughed heartily. No need for others. My father holds the same belief. Li Qing poured more wine and sighed. In truth, I wish for you to remain here, for both personal and professional reasons. He then added with amusement, however, in the grand tapestry of life, it is best to leave no regrets. You are now in your middle years, yet you still cherish the ideals of your youth. How could I not assist you in fulfilling your aspirations? After a brief pause, he continued, the young emperor holds you in high regard, both personally and in acknowledgement of your capabilities, and he shall not easily let you depart. Wang Shouren replied with a smile, despite our age difference. We have been classmates for many years, and he is quite amiable. He has already granted his consent. If this statement were overheard, it would undoubtedly elicit a collective eye roll and sarcastic remarks. I can't believe that. The young emperor being agreeable is akin to the sun rising in the west. Yet Li Qing was unperturbed. The emperor's demeanor often hinged more on the interlocutor than on the emperor himself. With a gentle sigh, Li Qing inquired, have you truly made up your mind? Indeed, Wang Shouren affirmed, I shall depart tomorrow. Please do not see me off. I am not fond of that. What a coincidence. Neither do I, Li Qing responded, taking a sip of wine and picking up his chopsticks to serve himself some dishes. Is there anything I can assist you with? Wang Shouren nodded, pouring wine for Li Qing as he spoke. When parents are alive, one should not travel far without a plan. I am fortunate to have an open-minded father and a dutiful younger brother. If my father were to fall ill, I would appreciate your skilled assistance while you are in the capital. A trivial matter, Li Qing assured him. Will you be traveling alone, or will Xiaozhu accompany me? Wang Shouren smiled wryly. My father adamantly forbids me from taking him along, insisting that the Wang family cannot afford to produce another wayward rogue. Li Qing could not help but chuckle. Wang Hua is not open-minded. He simply finds himself at a loss with this son. Thankfully, there are younger siblings. And only by allowing the eldest to indulge in his whims does he relent. Nevertheless, Li Qing harbored some concerns, playfully chiding. You must not stray too far from the path, lest you end up pursuing ephemeral pursuits. Wang Shouren laughed in response. Who can predict the future? Perhaps. Let us drink. Let us not dwell on these trivial matters, Li Qing suggested, raising his cup. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. The next morning, Li Qing awoke with heavy eyes, lazily tending to his morning routine. The guest hall was in disarray, while the small courtyard, though untidy, still radiated warmth. Li Qing languidly tidied the cups and dishes, reclining in a chair with his hands behind his head, idly gazing at the lush green leaves, searching for the source of the vexing cicada chorus. Yet he spoke, a little noise is welcome. It signifies that everyone has their own affairs to attend to, their own paths to traverse. Yet, my journey feels excessively prolonged. Fortunately, the monotonous days did not persist for long, as the atmosphere soon grew lively. The conscription system had finally been brought to the forefront. In the hall of heavenly purity, the morning court session had extended into the afternoon, yet it continued unabated, with civil officials and nobles each asserting their views, embroiled in heated debate. Emperor Zhu Youzhuang, both mentally and physically exhausted, found the courtiers in a similar state. Yet none were willing to yield. As another hour slipped away, noon arrived. Suddenly, Zhu Youzhuang slammed down a paperweight, and the already muted sounds of the grand hall fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes turning toward the young emperor. Was the long-awaited eruption finally at hand? It would be advantageous. The young emperor's impatience could reveal a flaw to exploit. Yet, to their surprise, the emperor commanded, bring forth the food. The ministers, their tempers frayed, felt an intensified pang of hunger at his words. Secretly, they mused that the imperial feast would not sway their resolve, contemplating a strategy reminiscent of the past, akin to the Duke of Yongqing, who took bribes without fulfilling his duties. However, they were mistaken in their assumptions. The emperor's call for sustenance was solely for himself, with no intention of relocating. The imperial desk was cleared of official documents, replaced with a lavish spread of exquisite delicacies, filling the hall with an enticing aroma that made mouths water. Zhu Youzhuang seized his chopsticks and began to feast with unabashed delight, even smacking his lips. What a scandalous display! The courtiers simmered with indignation. Even the nobles appeared perplexed, swallowing their saliva as they thought, you may indulge, but must you be so tantalizing? In this era, the morning court was not akin to modern workdays. The officials arose before dawn, fasting to avoid any potential disrespect during the audience. The last meal had been the previous evening. After hours of bickering, a group of individuals, parched and famished, found it increasingly intolerable, especially with such provocative actions before them. One could ignore the emperor's gluttonous display, block out the sounds of his chewing, but breathing was unavoidable. The young emperor's indulgence was indeed excessive and cruel. Even the neutral members of the cabinet could no longer tolerate the scene. Xie Qian stepped forward, his voice resonating, "Your Majesty, the Fengtian Hall is a place for sovereign and ministers to deliberate. If you wish to dine, may I suggest a change of venue?" "Oh, matters of state are of utmost importance. How could I be negligent?" Zhu Youzhuang mumbled, continuing, "Gentlemen, please proceed." Xie Qian faltered, discontent evident, "Your Majesty, this hall is truly not suitable for dining. It lacks decorum." The emperor slurped a spoonful of bird's nest soup, swallowing audibly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He washed down his morsels with the delicate soup before wiping his mouth with a silk handkerchief and declaring, "I am but 16, still growing, surely. You do not wish for my health to suffer?" After a brief pause, he added, "I bear the weight of the Ming dynasty and its people. How can I neglect my well-being? For the sake of the nation, for the welfare of the populace." With that, another succulent piece of lamb found its way into his mouth. This was indeed excessive. Even the nobles could no longer stand it. Wishing they could rush home to devour an entire cow, Yang Tingyi surveyed the room and stepped forward, saying, "The court session has long since elapsed, and no conclusions can be drawn today. I implore your Majesty to grant us the favor of dismissing the assembly." His words garnered a significant wave of approval. Zhu Youzhuang, visibly displeased, shot Yang Tingyi a fierce glare but felt compelled to acquiesce, muttering, "Dismiss the court. Go and eat. Long live the emperor." The ministers, feeling a weight lifted, bowed and prepared to satiate their hunger. Soon, the grand hall fell into a tranquil silence. Yet, one remained. Li Qing did not depart. Zhu Youzhuang, aware of his intentions, chuckled and said, "Come, let us dine together." The startled eunuch promptly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, go fetch another pair of chopsticks and bring a chair, quickly." Zhu Youzhuang retorted, "Li Qing still needs to attend to the Grand Emperor. How can he do so on an empty stomach? Be swift." "Yes, your servant obeys," the eunuch replied, sensing the emperor's growing ire, and hastily departed. Li Qing took a seat opposite Zhu Youzhuang, who had nearly finished his meal. The table was laden with nearly 20 dishes, many of which remained untouched, much to Li Qing's advantage. As Zhu Youzhuang leaned back in his dragon chair, he patiently awaited Li Qing's completion. After a considerable time, Li Qing finally sat back, satiated, and remarked, "The neutrality of the cabinet has led some officials to exploit the situation, while the nobles are invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline. You must personally address the court tomorrow to resolve this matter definitively. Perhaps a banquet to placate their sentiments and some rewards for the prominent ministers of the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, followed by a public edict." Zhu Youzhuang suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "It seems after all this circling, we still rely on the central decree. Indeed, the art of circling is a profound wisdom." Li Qing replied earnestly, "By taking the roundabout route, we can diminish psychological disparities, lower dissatisfaction, and reduce resistance, thus rendering the circle's utility surprisingly effective." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "Whether it be a compromise or a strategic maneuver, ultimately, it all amounts to circling around, does it not? In the end, most matters return to their essence. Yet without this circumlocution, we may face 2 divergent outcomes." Zhu Youzhuang nodded slowly, chuckling in exasperation. "It is astonishing how naive these esteemed officials are." "Naive? What do you mean?" Li Qing paused momentarily before responding. "It is human nature." Chapter 35. The conservative's human nature is rather dull, Zhu Youzhuang mused to himself. "Oh, who truly contemplates my own nature?" He picked up his brush and opened the memorial, the ink brush lingering for quite some time over the densely packed script, which vexed him inexplicably. After several deep breaths, he calmed himself, excised the superfluous formalities, and began his review. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Li Qing noticed 4 sedan chairs waiting. "What brings you here?" he called out from a distance. Shortly thereafter, 4 cabinet members descended from the chairs, with Li Dongyang clasping his hands in a salute, saying, "We apologize for our impromptu visit. Please do not take offense, divine physician Li." The absence of official titles indicated they were not here for state matters, though it was not entirely dismissible that they intended otherwise. Li Qing smiled lightly. "No matter. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you all. Hearing his polite words, the visitors couldn't help but be a bit more cautious. They had known him well enough over time to understand Li Taishi's temperament. They had never heard a kind word from his lips. Unlocking the door, Li Qing invited, "Please, come in." The guests nodded slowly, and Yang Tingyi beckoned to the household servants, who understood the gesture and promptly lifted the sedan curtain to reveal a large food box. This surprised Li Qing. Yang Tingyi smiled and said, "We have some leisure today. Let us eat and converse." Pausing, he added, "No ulterior motives, just a casual chat." "I trust you as far as I can throw you," Li Qing replied. "Let us proceed to the guest hall." In the guest hall, there were 8 small dishes, a pot of wine, and all necessary cups, plates, and chopsticks, as the 4 gathered around the table. After taking a sip and sampling a few dishes, the conversation finally commenced. Xie Qian sighed lightly, remarking, "The implementation of the conscription system is inevitable. I presume Mr. Li must be quite pleased with this outcome? It is indeed a fortunate event for the Ming. How could it be solely my joy?" Li Qing interjected, "Scholar Xie, such a statement is rather inappropriate." Xie Qian, however, was not particularly angered. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "Do you truly possess a solution to the issue of troop loyalty under the conscription system?" The other 3 turned their gazes towards Li Qing. Xie Qian continued, "Do not say that the conscription system will be as stable as the local militia system. You must understand that once this policy is enacted, there will be no room for reversal, and the Ming will never escape its grasp." Li Qing scoffed, lamenting stability. "There has never been true stability in this world, nor a national policy that can remain consistently stable." Xie Qian faltered. Li Dongyang added, "In the prosperous eras of the Han and Tang dynasties, what followed was the collapse of the Han, the rise of the 3 kingdoms, the fall of the Tang, and the emergence of the 5 dynasties, resulting in rivers of blood. While the conscription system indeed addresses the issue of insufficient military strength, what lies ahead? If we do not resolve the present issues, how can we discuss the future?" Li Qing countered. Yang Tingyi furrowed his brow, stating, "Mr. Li, our purpose in coming here is not to prevent the implementation of the conscription system, but to strive for perfection." After a pause, he added, "Emperor Taizu of Song instituted the conscription system, but also applied preventative measures. Are you suggesting we suppress the military with scholarly pursuits?" Li Qing's anger flared as he retorted, "Indeed, while suppressing the military with culture may prevent the army from rebelling, what was the result? The Jingkong incident followed, leading to the rise of Qin Hui." Taking a deep breath, Li Qing questioned, "Isn't a man Jianghong enough?" After downing his drink, he forcefully slammed his cup down, declaring, "By suppressing the military with culture, the only outcome is foreign powers dominating the Central Plains. And what of suppressing culture with military might?" Yang Tingyi rebutted, "What do you make of the bloody examples from the end of the Han and Tang dynasties?" Li Qing fell silent, responding, "The meat has rotted in the pot." "You." Yang Tingyi was at a loss for words. "I know you inherently look down upon military generals, but have you ever considered how your cherished knowledge, talent, and elegance can be of any use when enemies are at your doorstep?" Li Qing remarked coolly, "Do you believe your eloquence can drive the enemy away?" Lu Jian interjected, "The military is a perilous weapon. It must be handled with utmost caution. I do not deny the contributions of military generals, yet what the nation needs most is stability. Without a formidable military, how can there be stability?" He continued, "The disasters at the end of the Han and during the Inshur rebellion were all due to the loss of control over warlords," Lu Jian asserted. Li Qing scoffed. "So according to your reasoning, all civil officials are utterly loyal? Then please elucidate the next line following. Duke Zhou feared the rumors of the day." Lu Jian replied, "One must choose the lesser of 2 evils." Xie Qian muttered, "The example of Wang Mang will certainly not occur in the Ming. Throughout the tides of dynastic change, imperial power has continually strengthened. Today's Ming is unlike the Han. I implore you, Dr. Li, to not disregard the facts. If that is the case, then why do you all still worry about the potential for rebellion among military generals under the local militia system?" Li Qing retorted. Li Dongyang interjected to mediate. "Let us all calm our tempers. Our purpose in coming here is also to prepare for the future. Indeed, for at least the next several decades. The conscription system will not lead to unrest. However, those of us in high positions, enjoying the emperor's bounty, must not ignore the lessons of history. Uncertain, one wonders whether history serves as a cautionary tale or merely as a means for the civil service to seek its own interests." Li Qing scoffed repeatedly. Xie Qian inhaled deeply and remarked, "Our illustrious founders, the great ancestor and the great successor, both favored martial prowess over literary pursuits. Fundamentally because they learned from the lessons of the Song dynasty. Is this not a valid assertion?" "Indeed, it is quite reasonable," Li Qing replied. "However, did the Song dynasty, which suppressed military might in favor of scholarly pursuits, not also learn from its predecessors?" He frowned. Xie Qian sighed and said, to speak irreverently, "Has the Ming not regressed to a state prior to the Song?" "I have a question, and I hope you will answer it candidly," Li Qing stated. "Today, do you come representing the cabinet or the civil officials?" Lu Jian interjected, "Neither the cabinet nor the civil officials, but solely as individuals. You should not presume that our visit is for the collective benefit of the civil service. If that were the case, would it not be more prudent to seek the emperor or the retired sovereign? You do wield influence before the new monarch. Yet you have not reached that level of authority." Xie Qian retorted angrily, "You underestimate the civil officials. Are all within the Ming merely treacherous sycophants who have ingested the teachings of sages?" Li Qing fell silent, acknowledging his own biases against the civil service. Li Dongyang, sensing the atmosphere had become excessively tense, sought to ease the situation and said, "Whether civil or military officials, it is not uncommon for individuals to possess questionable private morals or conduct. Yet, there are certainly loyal and virtuous ones among us. Even if an official has flawed personal ethics, who among them truly desires the downfall of the Ming dynasty?" Pausing, he continued, "We have never doubted your sincere intentions, and we believe you genuinely care for the well-being of the Ming realm. The disputes arise from your somewhat radical approach." Li Qing responded slowly, "I have exercised restraint consistently. The current state of the Ming is hard-won. Countless individuals have invested immense effort. How could I not cherish that?" Hearing this, the other's expressions softened. Li Dongyang remarked, "Whether through the military conscription system or the recruitment system, both are aimed at fortifying the Ming dynasty and serving the populace, are they not?" Li Qing smiled and replied, "You regard the recruitment system with trepidation, attributing it to the tragic endings of the Han and Tang dynasties, correct? Yet have you ever considered the circumstances of those eras compared to our current situation in the Ming?" Li Qing asserted, "The national conditions are vastly different. How can they be compared? If the late Han and Tang had experienced today's prosperity, would they have faced demise?" The others remained silent. Li Qing continued, "At no point have I or the emperor declared an intention to implement the recruitment system universally. The aim of promoting the recruitment system is to strengthen our military, not for its own sake. The present situation of the Ming is unprecedented in history. How can we draw parallels with the past?" He poured himself a drink and took a sip. "You often say that balance between civil and military is essential. Why then must we choose between suppressing one in favor of the other?" The others remained mute. "As for potential adverse outcomes following reform, I will consider them. However, it is premature to discuss such matters before the pilot implementation of the recruitment system has even begun. Once it is fully in effect, you may return, and I shall share my insights." Li Qing concluded. The others nodded gently in agreement. Xie Qian pondered. In truth, the implementation of a conscription system, particularly in a half-hearted manner, does not pose a significant threat to the civil officials as a whole. Otherwise, we would not merely be squabbling in the court. However, it cannot be ruled out that some may exploit our current concerns as a pretext to foster a situation that suppresses the military in favor of the civil. There are no fools in the court. The reasoning behind taking advantage of such circumstances is understood by all. The fact that Grand Scholar Xie can articulate such sentiments speaks volumes of his unwavering loyalty. Li Qing nodded, remarking, "Yet, this does not constitute a pressing issue. The nobility, when benefiting, will undoubtedly rally behind the emperor. Our young sovereign is not one to be swayed by partiality. His resolve is steadfast, and even the loudest dissenters cannot alter the course." Lu Jian cast a surprised glance at Li Qing, exclaiming, "It is truly remarkable how, despite your youth, you possess such profound insights into the intrigues of the court." "You flatter me," Lu Jian replied. "I am aging, and so are Bin and Xiao. The future of the court undoubtedly belongs to you and Jiefu. Although Li Taisher does not hail from the ranks of the scholarly, he is a rare talent in governance, and the emperor places considerable trust in you. Why not join the cabinet?" Xie Qian and Li Dongyang also turned their gaze towards Li Qing. Yang Tingyi remained silent. "The cabinet is rather small," Li Qing stated. "I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life. Should the world achieve stability, I would prefer to revel in nature rather than assume a cabinet position. Xie Qian furrowed his brow. How can one so young still harbor thoughts of retirement? Ah, everyone has their aspirations, Li Qing chuckled, pouring himself a drink. After a round of convivial conversation, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease, and the group's inherent biases against Li Qing diminished considerably. As midday approached, the group rose to take their leave. Li Dongyang remarked, "After the trial implementation of the conscription system, we shall return to hear your strategies, esteemed sir." Li Qing welcomed their return. After bidding farewell to the guests, Li Qing began to contemplate the establishment of military academies in the capital. It would be unwise to initiate such institutions hastily. A gradual approach is imperative. Otherwise, aside from the civil officials' potential grievances, significant challenges may arise from the abrupt changes. Radical? No. Li Qing had always been a conservative. Though the members of the cabinet were traditionalists, they possessed commendable integrity and could be harnessed effectively. Li Qing retrieved paper and ink, sketching his thoughts. Chapter 36. A compromise among all. Li Qing massaged his temples and scrutinized his notes, momentarily at a loss for further additions. He murmured to himself, "Let it be for now. Starting from the border garrisons, we must coordinate with the generals stationed there." Oh. Previously, there had been disturbances from the Tartars in the Yanxi region. Perhaps it would be prudent to address the situation there first. What of Yang Yiqing? Given the magnitude of this matter, it would be best to summon him back to the capital for a face-to-face discussion. Xie Qian and Li Dongyang's words echoed in his mind, prompting a sigh from Li Qing. I do indeed harbor biases against civil officials. However, my prejudices are directed at the collective, not at any individual. You have families, households, and complex networks of interests intertwined. How can you truly act from the heart? Indeed, no one desires the downfall of the Ming dynasty, yet often, your self-righteous patriotism leads to misguidance and the detriment of the people, while many remain lost in self-congratulation. Li Qing held no doubts that the majority of officials genuinely wished for the prosperity of Ming, and his critique was not aimed at the cabinet or the six ministries. He targets those seemingly loyal officials who, beneath their facade, harbor selfish motives, ultimately causing harm to the nation and its people, all while rationalizing their actions and erecting monuments to their own virtue. Undoubtedly, military generals also face numerous issues. However, the political landscape of the Ming dynasty has rendered their operational scope exceedingly limited, leading Li Qing to exhibit a greater degree of tolerance towards them. Given the circumstances, being overly harsh on the generals would only diminish the military's efficacy. Over the years, Li Qing has resolved many issues through compromise, yet in the end, he too has been ensnared by such compromises. Perhaps this world has always been a realm of negotiation, but fortunately, under Li Qing's diligent efforts, it is gradually shifting towards a more favorable compromise. Unbeknownst to him, dusk has fallen. Li Qing slowly retracts the preliminary plan he had established, freshens up, changes his attire, and skillfully dons a subtle guise before heading out to the streets. He can no longer afford to appear overly youthful. He has embodied the persona of the divine physician for many years and cannot present himself with the same youthful visage. Though he still retains an air of youth, it is not overly conspicuous. To the untrained eye, he appears to have just crossed the threshold of his 30s, a visage that, when paired with the identity of a physician, is unlikely to draw undue attention. Thus, on this journey to the capital to attend to Emperor Hongzhi, he has opted for a delicate disguise. The only complication lies in his previous encounter with Zhu Youzhuang before embarking overseas, where he met the young emperor in his genuine youthful appearance. Although he has attributed the changes in his visage to the sun and wind encountered abroad, he remains uncertain whether Zhu Youzhuang believes this explanation. Just as in their earlier convoluted discussions, Li Qing is unaware of the young emperor's true thoughts. He has never doubted the intelligence of the young emperor. The lad is quite astute, though his character is still maturing. To prevent the young one from solidifying the truth and becoming apathetic, Li Qing must tread carefully, biding his time until the boy matures and relinquishes his frivolous desires. As twilight deepens, the streets are nearly deserted, with most shops shuttered, although some establishments have only just begun to open for business. The following day, the Fontaine Hall Square buzzes with activity from early on, indicative of banquet preparations. Observing this, the ministers understand that the implementation of the conscription system is likely inevitable. The prevailing public sentiment is not in their favor, and the aristocratic faction has unleashed their full force. While the cabinet's neutrality has resulted in many officials merely opposing in words, not in action. After analyzing the situation over recent days, the prominent figures of the 6 ministries and 9 ministers must reluctantly accept their fate. After much deliberation, Zhu Youzhuang makes a decisive pronouncement. Before dissatisfaction can erupt, measures of appeasement follow in quick succession, with feasts and rewards. However, these benefits are reserved for the influential high-ranking officials. Naturally, this approach does not assuage the discontent of many dignitaries. They remain disgruntled, though it is somewhat more palatable now. In the Qingqing Palace, Li Qing continues his customary acupuncture treatment for Hongji. You may dine first and then come, Zhu Youzhuang remarks. Li Qing manipulates the silver needles, responding, I have nearly become a public enemy. It is best not to provoke them further. Zhu Youzhuang smiles. Later, accompany me for a meal. Then it would be disrespectful to refuse, Li Qing concedes. Have you devised any improvements to the prescriptions amidst your recent focus on the conscription issue? Not yet, he replies. Li Qing was exasperated. Does one not possess awareness of their own physical condition? Zhu Youzhuang shot a resentful glance at Li Qing and retorted. I fear the so-called side effects are mere fabrications by the master, deliberately intended, no doubt. If that is your perspective, there is little I can do, Li Qing shrugged. However, indulging in romantic pursuits is ill-advised for you at this juncture. What do you mean by that? Zhu Youzhuang questioned, visibly irritated. When have I ever indulged? Li Qing chose not to engage in further debate, methodically removing the silver needles, and stated earnestly, Your Majesty, your youthful exuberance lingers. It would be best for the retired emperor to observe you for a while longer. Even the most skilled physician is rendered ineffective when faced with a disobedient patient. Zhu Youzhuang fell silent, brooding for a moment before saying, In due time, Emperor Zheng will soon be wed. Perhaps thereafter things will improve. Let us hope. Li Qing thought to himself. After partaking in the imperial feast at Qingqing Palace, the banquet at the Fengtiang Hall had also concluded. In the imperial study, Li Qing remarked, We may summon Yang Yiqing to the capital with urgency. I have already dispatched someone. Zhu Youzhuang replied with a smile, as soon as the morning assembly adjourned. I sent for him. Well, what is your understanding of Yang Yiqing, Your Majesty? Li Qing inquired. Zhu Youzhuang responded. According to the information relayed by Zhang Yong and the observations of old Wang, he is indeed remarkable. Not only is he capable, but his conduct is exemplary. Despite holding such a significant position, he lives quite frugally. Li Qing, who held unwavering trust in Xiao Yin despite his skepticism towards Zhang Yong, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Zhu Youzhuang's words. In that case, Your Majesty, it is imperative to seize this opportunity. I am well aware of this. Zhu Youzhuang nodded, then asked, Has the recruitment system for soldiers been established? When will the military academy for the capital guard commence? Once Yang Yiqing arrives in the capital, Li Qing replied, Could you provide some preliminary details? It would aid me in better implementation, Zhu Youzhuang suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing agreed. Let us summon the cabinet as well. Them? Zhu Youzhuang frowned. The cabinet has been quite accommodating this time. Your Majesty must offer positive feedback, Li Qing asserted. Maintaining neutrality in such matters is a significant form of support. Inviting them is a sign of respect and a means to acknowledge their assistance. Very well, Zhu Youzhuang sighed. Let it be known to the cabinet that they are to convene in the imperial study. To re-establish the military academy for the capital guard, Li Qing clarified. It is more accurate to state that it is a revival, as the late emperor had previously initiated such an institution in his later years. Upon invoking the name of the late Emperor Zhu, the cabinet members exhibited a noticeable calm. Lu Jian mused, the military academy of the capital was but a fleeting phenomenon, and its detailed structure has faded into the annals of history. Reviving it will pose considerable challenges. The military academy must be established, Zhu Youzhuang firmly declared. The others nodded in agreement, and Xie Qian turned to Li Qing, asking, Do you have any insights, Mr. Li? I cannot claim to possess profound insights. I merely echo what has been said, Li Qing replied. In the Ming dynasty, there are county schools, provincial schools, and the national university. Thus, there should be a parallel for martial studies. Li Dongyang pondered, county schools, provincial schools, and the military academy for the capital? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. The civil examinations are linked to the civil academy, just as the military examinations should be associated with the military academy. This way, the Ming dynasty can flourish in both civil and military domains. Yang Tingyi frowned, setting aside the resources required to establish a military academy. From where will the student body originate? Through hereditary privileges. What? Yang Tingyi was taken aback, asking in astonishment, "Are you suggesting a hereditary system?" Li Qing chuckled lightly. Military households are destined to serve, yet they must bear the weight of responsibility without reaping the rewards. After a brief pause, he added, "The benefits here are not absolute. They must undergo scrutiny and meet specific criteria. With this pathway for advancement, wouldn't the soldiers be inspired to strive for excellence?" Li Dongyang responded thoughtfully, "If I understand correctly, these benefits are directed solely towards the upper echelons of the military, specifically the noble officers and those under the garrison system. Initially, this is the only feasible approach." Li Qing nodded, affirming that it would facilitate the fastest and most extensive development. Once the system matures, it can be fully opened. Zhu Youzhuang remarked, "I find this quite reasonable. Firstly, the treatment under the conscription system should be slightly more favorable, and since these recruits have yet to attain officer status, there will be no psychological disparity, thus soothing the military households under the garrison system." Yang Tingyi slowly interjected, "Your Majesty makes a valid point. However, as long as Yang Qing finds it reasonable, that suffices." Zhu Youzhuang interrupted, stating, "Emperor Xianzong reinstated the martial examinations, yet over the years, the number of participants and those appointed through examinations has been alarmingly low, a result of insufficient cultivation of martial arts. If we establish the capital's military academy, the situation would undoubtedly improve." Yang Tingyi fell silent, as did the three scholars. The emperor's words held merit, but would this approach be acceptable to the civil officials? "This sentiment encapsulates my bias against the scholars," Li Qing sighed. "If the esteemed scholars face difficulties, please feel free to voice them." The group exchanged glances, and eventually, Li Dongyang spoke, "Such a monumental change is bound to incite political turmoil. The nobility may fare well, but alas." Lu Jian seized the opportunity to continue. "Your Majesty, I urge you to reconsider. Establishing the capital's military academy is truly inadvisable. Power is a double-edged sword. If it does not wound others, it will inevitably harm oneself. The conscription system is manageable, but should the military academy be established without the cabinet's active support, it would alienate the civil officials. At that point, the cabinet would merely become a hollow entity, with only a few scholars holding sway. Aside from dutifully serving as the emperor's secretary, they would possess no real voice. Their intentions are noble. They wish to achieve greatness and contribute to the nation and its people. Yet this is contingent upon their ability to wield power. Without the support and obedience of their subordinates, their proposals and voices will dissolve into mere fantasies. They find themselves in a challenging position, caught between conflicting demands. In this vortex of power, they often find themselves at the mercy of circumstances. If they do not align with the grassroots momentum, they will be trampled, reduced to stepping stones. Ultimately, they can only strive for compromise, seeking to achieve the best possible outcome. Undeniably, they are making sacrifices and exerting efforts, but can true fulfillment be attained? It may only be self-deceptive self-commendation. Chapter 37. The gateway to a new world. In the realm of the world, one often finds themselves ensnared by circumstances. Indeed, how different is Li Qing's plight? As a model youth of the 21st century, he should have been an adversary of imperial authority, yet he has become a steadfast supporter of it. This is not by choice. Rather, without this alignment, he would have no avenue to realize his ambitions, and the Ming dynasty would not be what it is today. From the bottom up, aside from being assimilated into the prevailing order, one cannot fundamentally alter the structure of a feudal dynasty. Based on this, he chose a path that starkly contrasted with everyone else's, an approach from the top down. First, he safeguarded the emperor's interests, and then utilized top-down authority to instigate change. Essentially, Li Qing's method was more entrenched in corruption. However, its efficacy was undeniable. Conversely, individuals like Li Dongyang could not replicate Li Qing's success, not due to a lack of capability, but rather due to the constraints of their environment. Firstly, they lacked Li Qing's insight. Secondly, they ascended from the grassroots, inevitably forming alliances of mutual interest with certain individuals along the way. Thirdly, unlike Li Qing, they were encumbered by aspirations, seeking to secure titles and leave a legacy, which ultimately became burdensome. Xie Qian took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant has some candid remarks to present." "Speak," the emperor commanded. "Your Majesty, When one surveys the history of the Central Plains over the past millennium, it becomes evident that aside from the founding era, the prevailing trend throughout the dynasty's evolution has been governance by civil officials. Why is this so? He posed the question to himself and promptly answered. In times of national stability, civil governance is undoubtedly the most effective means of ensuring security and prosperity. I do not criticize military preparedness. After all, everyone understands that one must prepare an army over 1,000 days for one moment of deployment. Yet, this must be contextualized within reality, particularly in our current stage of the Ming dynasty. While it may be said that the realm enjoys peace, such claims are exaggerated. Nonetheless, external threats cannot undermine the foundations of our great Ming. Under Emperor Xianzong's reforms, the local chieftains have found stability. Presently, our agriculture boasts high-yield crops, and commerce is thriving, with the nation gradually transitioning. The political landscape of civil governance is not something that can be altered by mere human effort, not even by your majesty. Zhu Youzhuang did not take offense and replied, "So what? We must not dishearten the literati," Xie Qian cautioned. "I acknowledge that establishing martial academies in the capital would benefit the state. However, the potential negative repercussions are far more significant. As the Son of Heaven, your majesty, our vast Ming is such that there are times when even the emperor's reach is limited. The vested interests have long been entrenched, and if we forcefully intervene or turn a blind eye, the situation will only solidify further, descending into decay." Li Qing interjected. Xie Qian did not refute this, stating, "The intricate web of relationships among wealthy gentry, merchant gentry, local officials, and court officials, would they dare to rebel?" Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. "Rebellion may not occur, but the exercise of imperial power will become increasingly fraught with challenges." Li Dongyang sighed. "Your Majesty, we few can indeed support you, but we can only represent ourselves, and nothing more." Lu Jian clasped his hands, saying, "This old servant is quite aged, should your Majesty insist. I am willing to exert my final efforts to collaborate with you in a calculated ruse." "I have no intention of dismissing you," Zhu Youzhuang replied. Xie Qian continued, "This matter leaves no room for negotiation, nor is it feasible to implement it with the majority's support. It can only be enforced with the emperor's authority, which necessitates sacrifice from someone." Yang Tingyi let out a quiet sigh and solemnly declared, "The cabinet is willing to make sacrifices." At this point, he could only muster the courage to proceed. Zhu Youzhuang turned his gaze to Li Qing. Li Qing remained silent. Before the impending battle, the flag would be raised in sacrifice. This drama was unavoidable. He contemplated offering himself as the sacrifice, yet he found himself unable to do so. The young emperor was still immature, and Hongzhi remained unwell, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Alas, this was merely regarding the martial academies in the capital. Should a military academy be directly established, Li Qing felt a deep bitterness. Breaking the decay is indeed not merely a matter of words. Zhu Youzhuang cast a stern glance at him before turning to the 4 members of the cabinet, stating, "Your willingness to express your true feelings brings me great comfort. Rest assured, I am the emperor, and I need not make a choice." Li Qing offered a wry smile. "This time is different. Once the Jingwei Martial Academy is established and continues to flourish, the political landscape of the dynasty in its later years will be irrevocably transformed. It will no longer be a realm ruled solely by civil officials, even if the political environment favors them. The civil official faction will still struggle to maintain their standing in times of peace. For a healthier political structure, the civil officials must endure further hardships. I shall shoulder the blame." Li Qing continued, "At tomorrow's court assembly, I will present the matter of the Jingwei Martial Academy. Yang Yiqing has yet to arrive in the capital. There is no need for such urgency, Li Qing." Zhu Youzhuang was aware of the gravity of the situation and wished to shield Li Qing from the limelight. He then directed his attention to the chief assistant, Lu Jian. Lu Jian understood the young emperor's intent. "Allow me to speak on this matter." "Let it be me," Li Qing interjected. "You, esteemed scholar, have labored throughout your life. It would be unjust for you to face the scorn of the literati now." Zhu Youzhuang abruptly declared, "No one shall take the lead on this matter. I will handle it myself." "Your Majesty, that is entirely unacceptable," came the protests. "No need for further discussion. My mind is made up," Zhu Youzhuang replied coolly. "Very well. Let us proceed with our duties." As the hour approached, several high officials departed with heavy hearts. Li Qing remained, stating, "Allow me to take the reins. After all, you are not well regarded." "Preposterous," Zhu Youzhuang retorted, before continuing, How dare you utter such words? Do you believe yourself to be favored? As the chief physician to the former emperor, I am assured a place in the capital, Li Qing replied. Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. Is a mere Jingwei martial academy truly capable of inciting such upheaval? Not particularly, Li Qing chuckled. No matter how arduous the journey. Is the pursuit of merit truly so daunting? Establishing a Jingwei martial academy will hardly drive them all to resignation. It may bring about some temporary discomfort, and your reputation might suffer, but in a few years, or perhaps a decade, they will adapt. And then, we can establish a military academy? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. Indeed. One must take things one step at a time. Zhu Youzhuang nodded. Let it be as you say, but do not feign innocence. I hope you are not attempting to extricate yourself from this situation. Rest assured, I have no intention of leaving just yet. That is good, Zhu Youzhuang replied, somewhat glumly. The days are growing hotter. I shall arrange for ice to be delivered to you daily. A person of your stature likely receives no such offerings of ice or charcoal. Thank you, Li Qing acknowledged. Zhu Youzhuang grumbled, you are far too miserly. The court provides you with 2 salaries, yet you are unwilling to hire even a maid. Are you concerned about saving enough for a future wife? Ah, indeed. However, should you bestow upon me some gold, I would not be so frugal. Enough of this. I am well aware of your nature. You are akin to a greedy beast, taking in but never giving out. Let us not dwell on that. I shall speak on the morrow. Do not overexert yourself, Li Qing stated as he rose. Zhu Youzhuang asked, will you not wait for Yang Yiqing's return? This matter cannot be resolved in a day or 2. It is prudent to present it while the cabinet's stance remains unchanged, Li Qing sighed. By the way, the selection of the empress will soon be finalized. What are your thoughts on that? Zhu Youzhuang was momentarily taken aback by the question, stammering. What feelings? What expectations? Li Qing, with a hand to his forehead, mused. Could it be that there are issues in that regard? Surely, you are not. He then produced a booklet from his sleeve and waved it before the young emperor. You haven't seen this, have you? Zhu Youzhuang took the booklet, opened it, and his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This can't be real. It dawned on Li Qing that the young lad truly lacked exposure to such matters, and he felt a pang of regret for not addressing it sooner. With a wedding approaching, how could one neglect such education? If not today, another would surely present this knowledge to the young sovereign. Li Qing observed Zhu Youzhuang's reaction. He was aware that the emperor had no offspring, though the reasons remained obscure. Despite Zhu's robust health, one couldn't help but wonder if he was deficient in that particular aspect. Zhu's face flushed crimson, his heart raced. As if he had been granted entrance to a new realm, his gaze fixated. Suddenly, he squirmed uncomfortably, stuttering. Li Qing, I feel as though I need to relieve myself. Yet cannot. It aches down there. Li Qing swiftly intervened. Do not look, do not think about it. It shall pass soon enough. It was unexpected that, after such a prolonged selection of ladies, Zhu Youzhuang had yet to engage in this realm of experience, but thankfully, there were no inherent issues. Yet, he found himself unable to control his impulses. Like a restless monkey, Zhu fidgeted, feeling an incessant itch that he could not scratch, and queried, is it only through that means that one can find resolution? He felt a surge of desire, akin to the men depicted in the booklet. Li Qing remarked, at the tender age of 16, it is a time when certain hormones surge. Such reactions are not uncommon. He genuinely feared that in a moment of impulsiveness, Zhu might commit an embarrassing folly and suggested, since we've completed today's tasks, shall we engage in a game of kuju? After some vigorous physical activity, Zhu finally felt relief from his discomfort, though the images still lingered in his mind, now more as a yearning than an impulse. Li Qing, where did you acquire that booklet? Zhu inquired. A friend of mine illustrated it, came the reply. Who is this friend? Zhu asked eagerly. Alas, he resides far away and cannot be persuaded to create another, Li Qing explained. Is he deceased? Zhu questioned. No, he has ventured overseas, Li Qing replied, his expression darkening. Then would it suffice if I were to purchase it with gold? Zhu proposed. Li Qing probed further. Have you never entertained such thoughts before? Zhu, bewildered, shook his head. Then, blushing, he confessed, since last year, I have occasionally wet the bed, yet I dared not speak of it. Could it be that I was merely longing for such experiences? Zhu felt a vague awareness, yet had never encountered such a direct visual impact. Today, however, his eyes were truly opened. Li Qing, suppressing a laugh, nodded in affirmation, indeed. The realization washed over Zhu, and he exclaimed, but now it pains me again. Do you possess a remedy to alleviate this sensation? Li Qing chuckled. His son complained of pain, while he himself lamented the absence of it. Truly. Chapter 38. I am not targeting anyone. In the early morning, after washing up, Li Qing donned his official robe and hat, gazing into the bronze mirror once more. It is time to formally commence the martial arts of the capital guards, he mused. Having exercised caution and restraint for many years, he could wait no longer. As the twilight of his life began to fade, the long-lost fervor surged within him once again, and in a moment of reverie, he caught a glimpse of the impetuous youth he once was. This stagnant court, I shall shatter it, he exhaled softly, turning and stepping forward with wild abandon. In that instant, he felt extraordinarily youthful. Entering the Fontaine Hall, Li Qing walked slowly, passing by the assembly to stand at the forefront. The prince's grand tutor held a rank of first class, and while the ministers cast sidelong glances, they found it inappropriate to criticize his audacity. Meanwhile, Li Dongyang's gaze toward Li Qing sharpened slightly, and even Lu Jian, Xie Qian, and Yang Tingyi sensed something extraordinary about Li Qing today. It was difficult to articulate what was unusual, yet an inexplicable feeling lingered. Not only the cabinet, but also the 6 ministries and 9 ministers detected the peculiarity. They soon recalled the impending implementation of the recruitment system and relaxed their concerns. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Youzhuang entered the grand hall, ascending the jade steps to the dragon throne. With a turn, he sat down slowly. Today, Zhu Youzhuang was clad not in the conventional bright yellow dragon robe, but in a striking red robe, accentuating his youthful vigor and radiant demeanor. All subjects, greet His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. All ministers, be seated. Zhu Youzhuang's tone was calm. Compared to previous days, he exhibited less frivolity and more solemnity. Thank you, Your Majesty, the ministers replied, rising and returning to their places. Just as they settled in, some still lightly brushing their sleeves, a clear voice suddenly rang out. I beg to report to Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. The rich timbre of the voice was refreshing, causing the ministers to look up, only to see the prince's grand tutor stepping forward. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over them. Proceed, the emperor permitted. The ministers frowned, their eyes fixed on Li Qing. The paths of civil and military affairs require balance. While there have been many who entered service through the civil examinations, few have done so through military ones. The sage said, if one stretches without relaxing, neither civil nor military can thrive. If one relaxes without stretching, neither can be accomplished. If there is balance, martial arts must be revived. Li Qing's voice, though not loud, possessed a certain enchantment, resonating in the ears of all present, leaving them momentarily speechless. I earnestly request His Majesty to restore the ancestral system and reopen the Martial Academy of the Capital Guards. The grand hall fell into a profound silence, which gradually morphed into a rising clamor. Silence, commanded the attending eunuchs, attempting to maintain order. Their efforts proved largely futile. Silence. The eunuch raised his voice sharply. Where are the golden melon warriors before His Majesty? With a sound of footsteps, over a dozen golden melon warriors entered the hall, bowing deeply. Long live the emperor. The hall fell silent, and the ministers looked up in astonishment at Zhu Youzhuang. They understood that such a display could not occur without the emperor's sanction, which also indicated his stance. Zhu Youzhuang nodded slightly. Be at ease. Wait at the palace gates. Yes, the golden melon warriors retreated. Zhu Youzhuang then remarked, the court is a place for deliberation, not a marketplace. If the ministers find the words of Minister Li unconvincing, they may argue their case. Yet discourse must be grounded in reason and evidence. The standing eunuch scoffed, stating, anyone who dares to roar in the court and show contempt for the sovereign shall face unforgiving punishment. The ministers, astonished and enraged, refrained from confronting the young emperor directly, fearing to provide him with an opportunity for reprisal. The newly appointed Minister of Personnel, Jiao Feng, stepped forward, first bowing in respect, and then addressing Li Qing. The recruitment of soldiers and the establishment of martial academies in the capital are all well and good, but if officials conspire together, how can we find resolution? Li Qing retorted, what of the county schools, prefectural schools, and the imperial academy? How do the civil officials collude? This statement ignited the ire of many. The once quiet court erupted into a cacophony once more. A sharp sound rang out as the jade paperweight struck the desk, and the golden armored guards prepared to step forward to quell the uproar. Observing this, Lu Jian took a deep breath and asserted, I believe Minister Li's words are profoundly misguided. The county schools, prefectural schools, and the imperial academy serve to cultivate talent for the nation. In contrast, the martial academies in the capital, if fierce and arrogant soldiers gather in one place, united against a common enemy, the stability of the realm is inevitably jeopardized. Li Qing scoffed. Who is the enemy? What grievances exist? Why this enmity? Minister Li need not engage in pedantry. Although Minister Lu's choice of words may be inappropriate, the essence of his argument remains sound. Xie Qian took his turn, asserting that the establishment of martial academies in the capital is sheer folly. Yang Tingyi felt despondent, resentful, and regretful. He understood that the cabinet was to be sacrificed. Having finally entered the cabinet, he had yet to make his mark before being thrust from the political arena, which left him feeling greatly constrained. Yet he also recognized that he had no choice. With a soft sigh, he steeled himself to push forward. However, just as he moved, someone grasped his sleeve. Turning, he saw it was Li Dongyang. Yang Tingyi was perplexed. Li Dongyang subtly shook his head, saying nothing. Yang Tingyi understood, and his mood shifted from cloudy to clear. He decided to follow Li Dongyang's lead and observe the unfolding drama. Xie Qian spoke eloquently. Establishing martial academies in the capital while officials collude, how can governance be achieved? It can only lead to indulgence, which is to say, nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days to employ them in a moment. Xie Qian posed and answered his own question, offering no opportunity for rebuttal. While it is true that the treasury of our great Ming dynasty is prosperous, the implementation of the recruitment system has imposed additional expenditures upon the court. Over the years, natural disasters have been frequent. Though they have not incited turmoil, the future financial stability of the state remains uncertain. If the court lacks the resources to support these individuals, how shall we find resolution? Well said. The ministers felt invigorated, and even the many officials of the 6 ministries regarded Xie Qian with newfound kindness. Their attitudes towards the cabinet shifting as well. Ultimately, they were all civil officials, and in such matters of great consequence, they must unite against a common adversary. Casting unfriendly glances at Li Qing, Li Qing inhaled deeply, poised to retort. However, Xie Qian offered him no opportunity, continuing, as the saying goes, when a scholar encounters soldiers, reason cannot be clearly articulated. Minister Li stated that the existence of county schools, prefectural schools, and the Imperial Academy could lead to collusion. This may be granted as you claim, but what then? Xie Qian countered. When have civil officials ever instigated rebellion? When have they possessed the capability to rebel? Historically, it has always been military force that topples dynasties. After a brief pause, Xie Qian pondered his words. In the early days of our great Ming dynasty, even amidst the unresolved calamities of the northern Yuan, many valiant founders, who had contributed immensely to our establishment, acted with reckless abandon. Our esteemed Emperor Taizu, possessing a heart of compassion, chose not to overly scrutinize their actions. Yet what was the outcome? His tolerance only emboldened their audacity. The proud and fierce warriors have always resisted discipline. Otherwise, the Hanwu era would not have been plagued by such a multitude of noble families. Why did our founder behave thus? It is one thing to engage in conceptual subterfuge, but to involve the late Emperor Zhu is quite another. Li Qing, secretly amused, inquired. Has the esteemed scholar Xie finished? With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, Xie Qian exuded an air of arrogance. Since the esteemed scholar has concluded, allow me to express my thoughts, Li Qing said with a smile. The notion that proud and fierce warriors resist discipline is a fallacy in the Hanwu reign. Such occurrences were non-existent, and what scholar Xie posits is merely a figment of imagination. Before Xie Qian and the other officials could retort, Li Qing interjected. While scholar Xie spoke, I refrained from interruption, and I request the same courtesy in my discourse. It is a matter of basic etiquette. At this, the officials begrudgingly acquiesced. Li Qing continued. During the Hanwu era, the military never descended into chaos. While it is true that some nobles acted unlawfully, their defiance does not imply that the military followed suit. As for the late emperor's efforts to regulate the nobles, compared to his purging of the civil officials, it was merely a light drizzle. The officials, filled with indignation, fell silent, fully aware of the dark times their predecessors had endured. Li Qing remarked. The nature of civil officials then, compared to now, requires no further elaboration from me. The Ming dynasty has progressed significantly, both in power and treatment. The civil service has undergone a qualitative leap. As it stands, not only the military generals, but even the nobles cannot rival your capabilities. Yet what do? You speak of unrest among the military as a consequence of neglect. while you yourself are the ones stirring discord. With a deep exhale, Li Qing bellowed. Dissatisfaction is nothing but sheer nonsense. The sound reverberated through the hall, piercing the very depths of the soul. He strode toward the throne where Zhu Youzhuang sat, halting at the steps, then turned to face the gathered officials, exuding an almost tangible arrogance. I ask you, did our founder err? The assembly simmered with fury, yet none dared to respond. Was it a foolish act for the late emperor to establish the Imperial Guard Martial Academy? The hall fell silent. Even more effective than the watchful gaze of the Golden Gourd warriors, Li Qing pressed on. The decline of military readiness and combat effectiveness is evident. What are your intentions in opposing this? He gestured toward the throne. If our founder were seated upon this chair, would you dare to act as you do today? You profess loyalty to the sovereign and love for the nation, but to which sovereign are you loyal? What nation do you truly cherish? His rhetoric grew increasingly fervent, verging on invective. The emperor harbors aspirations for reform, yet you persist in obstructing him, which is no different from the actions of treacherous ministers. The proud and fierce warriors you speak of are none other than yourselves. Li Qing methodically named each faction, the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the censorate, publicly chastising them, not targeting any individual in particular. The audacious and reckless civil officials erupted in chaos. This time, even shattering the paperweight was of no avail for Zhu Youzhuang. A throng of individuals, blinded by rage, disregarded court etiquette and began to converge upon Li Qing. A full-blown melee was set to unfold, the situation spiraling completely out of control. It is no jest to say that they genuinely intended to kill Li Qing. Such acts of violence against the court were not unprecedented among the officials, and they believed that there would be no repercussions this time either. The state required their governance. Could the emperor truly dismiss them all? Eliminating this scoundrel would resolve everything. Perhaps even the conscription system could be abolished. The eunuchs on duty were startled. One of them sharply exclaimed, "Protect the emperor, quickly." Lu Jian and Xie Qian were equally taken aback, having not anticipated the situation would escalate to such an extent, their hearts seething with anger. The good news was that Li Qing had caught on to the performance they were staging. The bad news was that this farce had gone too far. Had he lost his mind? Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback. After all, he was only 16 years old, still in his youth, as the ancients did not count age in years, but regarded one as a year old upon birth. Ultimately, he was merely a child, unaccustomed to such grand spectacles. In his moment of shock, Li Qing was engulfed by the crowd. "Protect the emperor, quickly!" the eunuch cried out in despair. Zhu Youzhuang jolted back to reality, a surge of anger igniting within him, compelling him to charge forward. The eunuch clung to Zhu Youzhuang, his heart racing, refusing to budge despite the emperor's struggles, as if he were affixed to him. He turned and shouted, "Protect the emperor!" The Golden Melon warriors were equally taken aback, but the throng was too dense and frenzied for them to advance. Every official present in the Fengtiang Hall was of significant repute, most of them advanced in age. Not only was physical confrontation a possibility, but even a mere shove could lead to death. Particularly as they were certain that none would dare to lay hands on the emperor, they were even more apprehensive, fearing missteps would lead to severe consequences later. However, startling the emperor was a grave offense. Fortunately, they soon regained their senses, retreating from the tide of humanity, forming a line to shield the emperor. Whether Li Taisher lived or died was of no concern to them. The perpetrators were the civil officials, and the emperor was not the victim, regardless of the outcome. They would escape blame. "Stop! Everyone, cease this at once!" Zhu Youzhuang bellowed. Yet, the ministers were so consumed with hatred for Li Qing that they had lost all rationality, completely deaf to his pleas. In truth, amidst the tumult, many could not restrain themselves, being swept forward by the crowd. Bang! 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 The crowd crashed down like a stone hitting the water, ripples spreading as Li Qing re-emerged from the depths. The foremost leaders were sent flying, creating chaos as they toppled over, only to be trampled by those who followed. It was utter pandemonium. "Quickly summoned the Grand Emperor," cried the eunuch clinging to Zhu Youzhuang. "What do you mean, Grand Emperor?" Zhu Youzhuang retorted sharply, still trembling with fear. His mind, no longer paralyzed, quickly commanded, "You, separate them from me. If they do not obey, strike them down. Hurry. Protecting the emperor is our duty," the officials implored. "We beseech the emperor to take cover." The Golden Melon warriors dared not touch this scalding hot potato, fearing even the slightest mishap might befall the emperor. The eunuch on duty clamored, "Your Majesty, We must depart swiftly. Your life is invaluable and cannot endure the slightest risk. The noise caused by this outburst pained Zhu Youzhuang's ears. A man of such considerable stature. He found it arduous to move, let alone step forward for Li Qing, and he was filled with rage. Grasping the eunuch's head with both hands, he bellowed, "Get off me, you scoundrel!" The eunuch, taken aback by the emperor's fury, clung even tighter, leaving Zhu Youzhuang feeling increasingly suffocated. Fortunately, the imperial guards soon arrived. However, upon assessing the situation, they were momentarily stunned. In a brief lapse of clarity, they maneuvered through the throng, forming a human barrier to separate the ministers from the emperor. "Damn it, I'm furious!" Zhu Youzhuang shouted. "You bunch of worthless rascals, part them at once." Suddenly, losing his footing, Zhu Youzhuang fell back onto the dragon throne, exacerbating his discomfort and making it difficult for him to breathe. "Quickly, get off me. I can hardly breathe," he gasped, aware that he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. At this moment, the eunuch finally came to his senses and released Zhu Youzhuang. Kneeling before him and frantically patting his chest, pleading, "Your Majesty, please do not frighten me." The eunuch's terrified wail pierced the air, causing a sharp pain in the ears of those nearby. "Call for the physician at once." The eunuch's shriek was so piercing that it drowned out the tumult of the crowd, simultaneously calming the frenzied ministers, though they remained restless and agitated. After considerable effort, the chaos was finally quelled, leaving behind a symphony of lamentations. Li Qing dusted off his robe, adjusted his official cap, and pushed through the human barricade, swiftly reaching the steps and forcefully pulling the eunuch away. "Li, are you unharmed?" Zhu Youzhuang asked, but Li Qing interrupted, "Do not speak yet." He helped Zhu Youzhuang sit up and delivered several firm slaps to his back. With a grimace, Zhu Youzhuang finally released his pent-up fury, gasping for air until the pallor of his face began to regain its hue. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, seizing the last remaining jade paperweight from the imperial writing desk and hurling it down with force, shouting, "Disperse! Move aside!" The human wall parted, and the golden melon warriors along with the imperial guards retreated to the sides. Zhu Youzhuang surveyed the scene, witnessing the ministers in disarray, caps askew, some having lost their ornamental wings, and most appearing quite disheveled. He glanced back at Li Qing, astonished to find him seemingly unscathed. Not even a wrinkle in his official robe. No time for surprise, Zhu Youzhuang barked, "Get up and return to your positions." Gradually, the chaotic scene began to restore order, though some officials remained incapacitated, having been trampled by their peers in the struggle. Many were elderly and out of shape, nearly losing their lives. Zhu Youzhuang scolded, "Look at your disgraceful selves. Where is the semblance of wise ministers? Those who participated in the brawl will face a 6-month salary deduction and a demotion of half a rank, as a warning for future conduct." After a brief pause, the Jingwei martial arts were established by the founding emperor. "Today, I, the sovereign, am reinstating ancestral practices, which is both just and reasonable. Anyone who opposes this is opposing me, the founding emperor, and the great Ming dynasty. Your Majesty." The ministers were filled with shock and fury, especially upon seeing Li Qing, who seemed unfazed. Their anger surged. They exclaimed, "Your Majesty, do not heed the words of the petty." Li Qing's expression darkened. "Who is the petty one?" "The petty one is you." The ministers echoed in unison, glaring with indignation. Li Qing brushed off his robe, grinned, and praised. "Well said." The ministers were momentarily taken aback, but soon their rage intensified. Yang Tingyi, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately interjected, "You can only boast with words. Do you dare to challenge us again?" Aware of his own inability to win, he sought to rally the others. Li Qing scoffed dismissively, "If it came to blows, I could vanquish you all. Your Majesty, how can such a person be allowed to participate in governmental affairs?" One minister protested. Zhu Youzhuang retorted, "Enough with the nonsense. You too, step down. Return and reflect upon your actions." Dismissed. With that, he left no room for further dialogue and strode out, clutching his chest, feeling quite overwhelmed and vexed by the day's events. Li Qing descended the jade steps, casting a glance at the ministers before departing with measured grace. This incident, of course, could not be overlooked. However, the manner of handling it became apparent. Lu Jian and Xie Qian, who had taken the lead, were certain to be dismissed. Someone had to be sacrificed. This was both a deterrent and a declaration of the emperor's unwavering stance, and, of course, it also involved Li Qing. The animosity displayed today, where he berated the entire court, was also a strategic move for his own involvement. Li Qing understood that if he, the instigator, were not punished. His adversaries would not endure it. Thus, he compelled them to engage in a fray, both to place them in the wrong and to ease their resentment by sharing in the conflict. Naturally, Li Qing did not come away empty-handed. He managed to vent his frustrations by confronting those he detested. As for the positions of Crown Prince and Grand Tutor, he cared little. As long as the Jingwei martial arts could be reinstated, any perceived sacrifice was negligible. Li Qing had no desire to be entangled in the affairs of the Crown Prince, especially with the young emperor urging him to attend court. This served him well, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Being the chief physician to Emperor Hongzhi, no one dared to dismiss him, which would not affect his presence in the capital, nor hinder his mentoring of the young emperor. He was indifferent. However, it must be said, the cabinet displayed remarkable acumen this time. Li Qing could foresee that with the departure of Lu and Xie, the cabinet's influence and authority would ascend to new heights. In the Qianqing Palace, upon learning of the court's affairs, Emperor Hongzhi felt a mix of anger and concern, accompanied by a sense of guilt. He had not anticipated that his leniency would embolden his ministers to such audacity. After stewing for a while, he sighed, "As long as the gentleman isn't scathed, that is what matters. This is my dereliction of duty." Li Qing smiled and replied, "This matter cannot be executed smoothly. The departure of the two esteemed scholars is inevitable." Zhu Youzhuang remained silent for a long moment before sighing again. "Both gentlemen are loyal ministers. Such an outcome weighs heavily on my heart." In truth, it was not of great consequence. Li Qing remarked that they had gained a reputation. At least in the eyes of the literati, they were seen as loyal, forthright, and virtuous ministers. Consequently, this would elevate the status of the cabinet within the civil service, and in the future, the influence of Li Dongyang and Yang Tingyi would be significantly amplified. After a brief pause, he noted that the previous restrictions imposed on the cabinet had rendered their political ecology precarious, but perhaps this situation was not entirely unfavorable. Zhu Youzhuang slowly nodded, stating, "Both gentlemen have contributed greatly. I cannot allow them to feel disheartened. And as for you, if they can no longer remain in the court, you shall not be spared either." "I am indifferent," Li Qing replied. "What I desire is the establishment of the Jingwei Martial Academy, not my personal future." He added, "Of course, if the Grand Emperor feels remorse, I would not refuse a generous reward." Despite his deep concerns, Zhu Youzhuang found himself unable to suppress a smile, exclaiming, "Why are you so avaricious? Who does not cherish wealth?" Li Qing chuckled, saying, "If the Grand Emperor wishes to spare Lu and Xie's feelings, does he intend to chill mine instead? Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked." Zhu Youzhuang shot him an exasperated glare, suggesting, "Once the storm has passed, shall I restore your former position?" Li Qing did not respond directly, and instead shifted the conversation to his previous oversight. "By the way, with the Emperor's wedding approaching, should the Grand Emperor not instruct someone to impart knowledge regarding matters of intimacy?" Zhu Youzhuang paused, realizing, "This is indeed something I overlooked. Those matters ought to be taught." He then looked at Li Qing with eager anticipation, asking, "Will I be able to witness the birth of my grandson?" Chapter 40. The transformation of the young Emperor. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words. Hongzhi's health was tenuous but manageable. If he could endure for a few more years, it should not pose a problem. However, Li Qing was not a deity of fertility and could not provide assurances. Not to mention, it took years for Hongzhi to bear offspring. In fact, the more pampered one was, the lower their reproductive capacity tended to be. This applied to both men and women. Conversely, farmers, who toiled daily, often exhibited greater fertility. Zhu Youzhuang was indeed lively, but his physical exertion was limited, compounded by his youth. He had yet to reach the age of 16. The young emperor was still a child, and so too was the young empress. Both were still in the midst of their own growth. Additionally, there was the necessity of ensuring a male heir. The more one treasures their health, the greater the likelihood of challenge. This was all Li Qing could say. Slightly disheartened, Zhu Youzhuang inquired, "You possess considerable knowledge in this area. It must be said that Hou Zhao owes much to your skilled guidance." "Not at all," Li Qing responded. "In truth, I have done little. You both have no inherent issues and have been under care prior to my involvement. I truly have not contributed significantly." "Is that so?" Zhu Youzhuang sighed, barely concealing his disappointment. "I can only hope that heaven will grant me the chance to hold my grandson in the twilight of my life." Li Qing fell silent, pondering Zhu Youzhuang's progeny. If there were no physical ailments, and everything seemed normal, logically, there should be offspring, should there not? After all, The young emperor was hardly the most passionate contender for affection. After a moment, Zhu Youzhuang broke free from his reverie, smiling. The reopening of the Jingwei Martial Academy is indeed essential. Although the martial examinations have commenced, they have yet to gain significant traction. It is worth mentioning that a considerable number of military households have participated in the imperial examination, yet due to the lack of martial education, most have pursued the civil service path. Take Li Qing, for example. He hails from a military family. After a brief pause, Zhu Youzhuang continued. The neglect of military preparedness has caused individuals from military backgrounds to gravitate towards civil positions. If this trend persists, the imbalance between civil and military authority will only exacerbate. As for the establishment of martial academies threatening imperial power, I hold no concerns. The current political climate is stable enough that, regardless of support, significant issues are unlikely to arise. The civil officials have become excessively powerful. Li Qing responded cheerfully, indeed. The initiation of martial studies provides military households with a more accessible avenue for advancement, with benefits far outweighing drawbacks. It is a blessing for both the Ming dynasty and the state that the Grand Emperor thinks this way. Although Hongzhi has become the Grand Emperor and relinquished control over state affairs, he still wields considerable influence over both the ministers and the emperor. His stance is of utmost importance. Should Hongzhi express strong opposition, not even Zhu Youzhuang would dare to ignore his sentiments, perhaps even reconsidering his position. Fortunately, this benevolent ruler remains discerning when it comes to major issues. Zhu Youzhuang smiled, but his expression soon turned serious as he exclaimed, "It is entirely normal for civil officials to oppose, yet the uproar today has been utterly outrageous. Merely punishing Liu and Xie is insufficient to instill fear. Severe repercussions are necessary." Li Qing inquired. The emperor has imposed penalties on the officials involved in the brawl, including fines and demotions, to observe their future conduct. What do you think of the severity? Not enough. Zhu Youzhuang inhaled deeply, stating, "Half of the cabinet ministers have been dismissed. We must also apprehend several key figures from the 6 ministries." Dismissal? Li Qing furrowed his brow, pondering. Such a harsh measure might escalate the situation. He had never held a favorable view of the civil officials, but with the recent edict promoting a recruitment system and the martial academies yet to be established, pushing too hard could ultimately be counterproductive. Zhu Youzhuang paused and declared, "Let us administer the court's punishment." "That sounds feasible," Li Qing replied with a smile. "But will it be a genuine punishment or merely for show? If we do it, many of them are of advanced age. It would be better to dismiss them than to risk serious harm." Zhu Youzhuang fell silent, then asked, "By the way, were you injured? Do I look injured?" Li Qing shot him a sidelong glance. "One must not be careless. Remember that the Duke of Yongqing, during the Zhengde reign, was murdered by civil officials. And what was the outcome?" Li Qing inquired curiously. "A few were killed in retaliation," Zhu Youzhuang replied, fixing his gaze on Li Qing. "I wish to avoid such a scenario. Do you understand?" Li Qing's expression became serious before he relaxed with a smile, stating, "I cannot compare to the Duke of Yongqing. I dare not openly kill officials." He was acutely aware that such an approach would be disastrous, likely leading to the failure of the martial academies. At that moment, Zhu Youzhuang entered, feigning nonchalance. He had changed into a fresh set of clothes, showing no signs of having been startled, mindful of his father's concerns. "Father, are you feeling better?" "Much improved," Zhu Youzhuang replied with a benevolent smile. "What is there to hide from your father? The officials' uproar is not your fault. They have been excessively unruly. You may proceed with confidence, for your father will support you." Encouraged, Zhu Youzhuang's pride swelled as he declared, "Do not worry, father. I can handle this minor issue. My son, do not be careless." In a tender moment between father and son, Li Qing, unwilling to be a third wheel, gracefully exited the grand hall. Upon reaching the palace gates, he was met by a throng of over 20 individuals, their expressions hardened with malice, clearly unwilling to relent. Li Qing chuckled, "What is this? Do you desire another bout? Failing to kill, a good thrashing will suffice, and besides, it is merely self-defense. Calm yourselves, esteemed officials. The head of the brocade-clad 100 households is about to explode. You are all court officials, prominent figures. Do not tread the path of illegality." Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd, interrupting the head of the brocade-clad 100 households. Li Qing raised his eyes to see Yang Tingi. This fellow was truly reveling in his theatrical performance, tirelessly vying for favor, much to Li Qing's silent amusement. "Since you are so eager for a contest of strength, Esteemed scholar Yang, I shall oblige, Li Qing declared, assuming a fighting stance. Yang Tingi, fully aware he could not best Li Qing, was undeterred. Driven by the desire to gain political capital, like an enraged bull, he rolled up his sleeves, thrusting his neck forward, spouting flowery rhetoric. Bam! Bam! Yang Tingi received 2 swift punches, staggering back 2 steps. Dazed and bewildered, he turned to shout, esteemed colleagues, where are your colleagues? Li Qing retorted, delivering a sharp slap to redirect him. At just over 40, Yang Tingi was among the younger members of the elite, and thus, Li Qing felt no need for excessive restraint. In the midst of their exchange, several more slaps followed. This is intolerable. Let us settle this, someone roared, and the crowd surged forward. How lonely it is to be invincible. Li Qing dusted off his robes, singing a peculiar tune as he withdrew from the throng, leaving not a trace behind. In the ensuing days, unrest persisted. Lu Jian and Xie Qian retired to their hometowns, while the Minister of Rights, the Deputy Minister of Rights, the Deputy Minister of Works, the Deputy Minister of Personnel, and the Right Vice Minister of the Censorate each received between 20 to 40 strokes of the rod, and many prominent figures faced demotions and half-year salary reductions. Such upheaval was alarming. But even more shocking was the tacit approval of the Dream Emperor towards the little emperor's reckless antics. A slight comfort came in the form of Li Qing being relieved of his position as Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, losing his right to participate in court discussions. Yet, this did little to quell the public outrage. Thus, the spectacle of kneeling at the palace gates unfolded once more. However, this time, the long-ill Emperor Hongzhi made his appearance. The ministers, seeing him as kin, rushed forward, weeping profusely, resembling wronged brides. Yet, instead of the soothing words they sought, they were met with reprimands for lacking a broader perspective, for their preoccupation with power struggles. After a thorough scolding, the ministers were left questioning their very existence. This was no ordinary emperor. Given his prolonged illness, they dared not confront him. If they truly provoked Hongzhi, the consequences would only worsen. Some were filled with dread, while others found joy. The impending wedding brought happiness to Zhu Youzhuang, who discovered that the palace also housed exquisite albums, rivaling the quality of Li Qing's. Thus, Zhu Youzhuang found himself in a state of both bliss and torment. However, his suffering was short-lived, as his father arranged for 2 beautiful maidens to accompany him, along with the one he had already experienced intimacy with. The maidens were young, at the tender age of 16, and while they may not have been unparalleled in beauty, they certainly possessed delicate features and graceful figures. Though they were untouched, their theoretical knowledge of intimacy was extensive due to their participation in the selection process. Under the guidance of these maidens, Zhu Youzhuang underwent a remarkable transformation, leading him into a state of indulgence. For several consecutive nights, he reveled in the joys of being an emperor. Alas, this blissful period did not last long, as he was soon compelled to leave his haven of tenderness. His father had reassigned the 2 maidens. Nevertheless, Hongzhi was considerate and promised that after his son's wedding, the 2 maidens would be granted titles as consorts, which brought some comfort to Zhu Youzhuang. Hongzhi's thoughtfulness was also to prevent the 2 maidens from becoming pregnant, which could influence the appearance of the future heir. The principle of establishing a legitimate heir was paramount. Should the future empress prove inadequate, these 2 maidens could bear the crown prince. The mother of the crown prince must possess a recognized status. Before Zhu Youzhuang had even begun to settle his heart, he had already completed his endeavors. In the heat of summer, Li Qing languidly reclined in the shade of a tree, savoring iced treats and perusing novels, enjoying a respite from court duties. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, followed by Zhu Youzhuang's booming voice. Open the door. Annoyed, Li Qing bit down on the last piece of his ice treat and rose to answer. Zhu Youzhuang entered with an air of refreshment, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Li Qing, I am now a true man. Li Qing, with a furrowed brow, retorted, Are you quite all right? Is that the reason you came here? Zhu Youzhuang remained unfazed, lost in his delightful memories, and remarked, Today, I truly understand the joys of being an emperor. It is simply exquisite. Chapter 41. Zhu Youzhuang. Am I reading a false record? What is wrong with this fellow? He speaks so intimately about matters pertaining to his woman. While I am flattered by your openness, it is entirely unnecessary. Li Qing felt a mix of exasperation and a hint of gratitude. The young emperor's closeness was heartwarming. Yet Li Qing wished to convey, it would be prudent to maintain some boundaries. After a moment, Zhu Youzhuang calmed slightly and pulled Li Qing into the room. Li Qing, incensed, protested, "What are you doing? It is far too hot out here. We should converse indoors." Zhu Youzhuang was perplexed. "What is causing your anger?" Li Qing gritted his teeth, declaring that if it were merely matters of the boudoir, they need not be discussed. Li Qing settled into a nearby lounge chair, leaning back, and coolly stated, "Please close the door when you leave." How audacious! Zhu Youzhuang glared at him, but did not retaliate. He sat on a stone bench, fidgeting, hesitating to speak. Li Qing. Stop right there. Why are you shouting?" Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback, but soon his demeanor shifted again, and he stammered, I wish to ask you something." "What is it?" Li Qing's fists tightened, prepared to retaliate at any moment. "I am experiencing a dull ache, a persistent discomfort." Zhu Youzhuang, his face flushed, paused momentarily before adding, "It hurts when I walk, and it's painful to urinate." As he spoke, a wave of fear washed over him. Could it be serious? Li Qing, taken aback, soon grasped the situation and jested, "Is that truly the cause of your distress? It is entirely normal for a young maiden of 16 or 17 to experience such matters," he thought, while finding amusement in Zhu Youzhuang's embarrassment. "Despite your indignation, you still require assistance," Li Qing remarked, maintaining a light-hearted tone. "It's hardly a significant issue," he continued, suppressing a laugh. "After all, this is your first experience, and it has yet to be fully explored." Realizing his wording could be misinterpreted, Li Qing opted for a more subtle approach, stating, "The path ahead only widens. Do you understand?" Pausing for effect, he added, "Of course, your lack of restraint has played a substantial role in this predicament. At merely 16, one must not succumb to excessive indulgence. Otherwise, premature decline may ensue." Li Qing intentionally sought to frighten him, and indeed, the young emperor appeared alarmed. Having only just discovered the pleasures of life, he became increasingly aware of their significance and quickly inquired, "Is this truly concerning? If I refrain and take time to recuperate, will it not return to normal?" Li Qing, cautious not to overstep, understood the potential for lasting psychological effects on the young emperor. "The realm of desire can be both a sanctuary and a grave for the unprepared," he advised earnestly. "One must always maintain moderation. Do you comprehend?" Zhu Youzhuang nodded, visibly relieved, exclaiming, "As long as it's nothing serious, that's all that matters." After reassuring himself several times, he sheepishly confessed, "I can't seem to control my thoughts. The more I think about it, the more it hurts. What should I do?" "Stop fretting," Li Qing retorted. "I am not jesting. Apply a towel over an ice pack. It may alleviate your discomfort and diminish inappropriate thoughts, though not too cold." "Is that so?" Zhu Youzhuang nodded slowly, looking around. "Where are the ice packs? I must return to the palace. The pain has intensified, and I still need to discuss state affairs with you." "I'll ensure they bring more tomorrow," he declared assertively. "Do not be so miserly." As he hurried off, wrapped in a blanket, Li Qing expressed his disdain. "Just do not relieve yourself here." "How insolent!" Zhu Youzhuang scolded, flustered, as he took small, hesitant steps away. After a considerable time, Zhu Youzhuang returned, his expression considerably less pained and his stride more confident. "The ice has nearly melted. We should not waste it. Come, let us go inside." Li Qing shook his head. "It is no longer clean. I would rather endure warmth." "Are you insulting me?" Zhu Youzhuang retorted, exasperated. "Surely, it is I who has been offended." Li Qing, losing his patience, demanded, "Speak quickly, or I shall take my leave." Taking a deep breath, Zhu Youzhuang adopted a serious demeanor. "Ever since my father expressed his displeasure days ago, we have ceased kneeling at the palace gates. We attend court and fulfill our duties. Yet I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Has everything truly settled? And if not, what then?" Li Qing chuckled softly, remarking that after 10 years of arduous study and a lifetime of struggle, they have finally achieved today's glory. They would not rebel, nor would they dare. "I am fully aware of this," he continued, "but my concern lies in whether they might resort to underhanded tactics." Zhu Youzhuang interjected, "Such a commotion has arisen. 2 grand scholars have departed from the cabinet, and several ministers have been punished with corporal punishment, alongside salary deductions and demotions. This will inevitably intensify their animosity towards the capital's military academy. Would they truly let this slide? Psychologically, they would not. It is highly probable they might resort to dirty tricks. Nonetheless, overall, they cannot thwart the establishment of the military academy." Li Qing pondered deeply, stating, "The reopening of the military academy in the capital is not conducted through conventional means. Thus, do not become complacent. Nor should you think that a single successful strategy will suffice for all challenges. With a serious demeanor, he continued, although the civil officials may be detestable, they are still necessary. If pushed too hard, they possess myriad ways to give you headaches, and in this matter, you would not find peace. What do you mean? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. Firstly, they may become negligent in governance. Secondly, they will present you with an array of troublesome issues. Furthermore, Li Qing paused before adding, in the future, the county and provincial military academies might experience a fire. A fire? Zhu Youzhuang was momentarily stunned, then filled with anger. Are you suggesting they would dare to set fire? Huh. Do you truly believe they wouldn't? Li Qing responded. Do you think they lack the courage? During the Yongle era, the 3 grand halls caught fire. You cannot possibly believe it was merely a lightning strike, can you? Isn't it so? Zhu Youzhuang frowned, perplexed, but that is how it is recorded. He continued. Before the relocation of the capital, there was the rebellion of Tang's sire. After the capital's relocation, the 3 grand halls caught fire, followed by the establishment of the Eastern Depot. Li Qing scoffed. Contemplate that deeply, and you will understand. But how could they dare? Zhu Youzhuang still found it hard to believe. That was Taizong. Do not underestimate the resilience of civil officials. Even during the reign of Taizu, there were many officials who embezzled taxes, and some even dared to engage in smuggling, risking their lives. Such as in the Guohuan case or the case of the prince consort smuggling. Li Qing paused before clarifying. Of course, one cannot paint all with the same brush. There are good people among the civil officials, and military generals are not all foolish. Li Qing sighed. However, in comparison, civil officials possess a greater capacity for deception. Do not mistake them for merely weeping and kneeling at the palace gates like frail scholars. There are wicked individuals among military officials as well. But those with ulterior motives are far more prevalent among scholars. The reason is simple. Scholars possess greater knowledge and stronger desires. Zhu Youzhuang fell silent, pondering deeply. After a considerable time, he queried, if what you believe is true, why does the official record state it was a natural disaster? The official account of Taizong was compiled by Emperor Xuanzong, who was not young at the time of the fire in the 3 grand halls. Surely he would have verified the authenticity of Taizong's record. Li Qing chuckled, because the court requires a semblance of dignity, and imperial authority cannot be questioned. After you return, thoroughly examine whether anyone was executed after the fire in the 3 grand halls, and what their official titles were. Zhu Youzhuang hesitated, beginning to believe Li Qing's assertions. As for the military academies in the 2 capitals, do you think they would dare? They would not dare. Why not? Zhu Youzhuang pondered. I am far inferior to Taizong. And if they dare to set fire to the 3 grand halls, why would they not dare to act against the military academies in the 2 capitals? Because Taizong was excessively oppressive towards them. At that time, civil officials were heavily suppressed, not to mention the preference for military over civil matters. You should know how Taizong approached trade when the seas were first opened. Zhu Youzhuang recalled the content of the historical records succinctly. The interests were concentrated in the court. Indeed, too many had been offended. It was a pure case of pushing people to their limits. Li Qing nodded and remarked, although Taizong's achievements were remarkable, they also incurred immense expenditures. Throughout history, in terms of financial outlay and the burden on the populace, only Emperor Yang of Sui could barely contend with Taizong. However, while Emperor Yang's reign ended in ruin, Taizong established a flourishing era and laid a solid foundation for the Ming dynasty. Why did the common people not rebel? Because the court paid wages and provided food and housing. Where did the money come from? From the officials, the wealthy, and the merchants, in essence. It was carved from the flesh of the affluent. Li Qing sighed, stating that even a cornered rabbit would bite, so how could they remain calm? However, the situation had changed. The opening of maritime trade and the delegation of power to the populace had benefited the common people, while the gentry reaped even greater rewards. Based on this, they dared not act recklessly. Li Qing meticulously analyzed the situation, offering the young emperor a more intuitive understanding of the power structure. He said, do not assume their actions reflect Taizong's incompetence. In reality, Taizong was exceptionally capable. If it were a successor, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread unrest, and the nation would be engulfed in turmoil. Zhu Youzhuang listened intently. He had perused the historical records of the emperors of this dynasty and was somewhat familiar with the events that transpired. However, after hearing Li Qing's words, he felt as though he had wasted his time reading. He had not truly comprehended the material. In fact, he even harbored a suspicion that he had been perusing fabricated records. After a long while, Once he had consumed the meal that Li Qing had meticulously prepared, Zhu Youzhuang inquired, "How can we prevent issues arising from the martial academy? What do you think?" Li Qing countered. Zhu Youzhuang pondered for a considerable time and replied, "The factory and guards should all be mobilized." As soon as he spoke, he self-retracted, shaking his head. "That might not be feasible, at least not at this moment. If we resort to severe measures again, they might truly erupt. Moreover, there are the interest groups behind them to consider. Alas, I must confront not only these individuals, but also the substantial local gentry forces. The imperial authority does not shy away from the countryside. It is merely difficult to penetrate it." Zhu Youzhuang had already grasped this truth. Li Qing praised, "It is indeed commendable that your majesty has recognized this so swiftly." On ordinary days, Zhu Youzhuang would have been elated. But the terrifying energy behind this realization and the weight of responsibility rendered him unable to feel joy. "Li Qing, do you truly believe the capital's martial academy can be established?" "Certainly," Li Qing affirmed with conviction. "I have a plan." Chapter 42. Is there truly immortality? What plan? Li Qing smiled with self-satisfaction, saying, "Now is not the time, but since you have asked, I can divulge it to you in advance." "So?" Zhu Youzhuang inquired with eager anticipation. However, Li Qing raised his hand, rubbing his thumb against his index finger with a knowing expression. Zhu Youzhuang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, scolding, "Can you not be so greedy? This is what we call knowledge payment." Li Qing replied earnestly, "Has the court not provided you with a salary? Come on, with deductions every few days, how much is left at the end of the month? Now the positions of crown prince and grand tutor are also gone. Are you suggesting I live on nothing?" Li Qing glared. Zhu Youzhuang gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated. "Let us just say, is it possible that you Haven Tea attended court for more than a few days in a month? Haha, with your mindset. You'll never taste more than 4 dishes in your lifetime. How absurd. I, the emperor, have realized that you are belittling me," Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, indignant. "You claim I lack vision? Is that truly the case?" Li Qing chuckled, responding, "Though I have seldom attended court, I have resolved numerous issues for you. Would you prefer a daily presence at court, merely to observe, or an occasional appearance to tackle significant matters? What is your price?" 300 taels. Li Qing extended 3 fingers, indicating gold. Zhu Youzhuang retorted with ire, "As far as I am aware, when the 2 grand scholars Lu and Xie returned to their hometown, my father generously rewarded them. You were included in that, were you not? Fine, fine. After I have dined, I shall also feast upon my offspring. You are quite something. A sovereign of a great nation should not be concerned with such trifles. However, your manner of eating is most unbecoming." Sighing, Li Qing thought to himself, in those days, he was quite straightforward. Truly, each generation seems to decline. He waved his hand impatiently. "Please, do proceed." Zhu Youzhuang, suppressing his frustration, said, "Speak. I shall ensure the gold is sent to you." Imperial assessment. Zhu Youzhuang was taken aback, asking in astonishment, "Imperial assessment?" Li Qing nodded, explaining, "It is a comprehensive evaluation of all officials across the vast Ming Empire, encompassing provinces, prefectures, and counties. This assessment would directly link promotions and demotions to the imperial assessment, rather than merely being a formality conducted by the Ministry of Personnel. Is that feasible?" Zhu Youzhuang queried, alarmed. "If implemented, the ministers might erupt in chaos." "You are mistaken," Li Qing replied with a calm smile. "The imperial assessment was attempted during the reign of the founding emperor, primarily driven by the emperor's will, often enacted during times of celestial change. It was not until the Zhengtong era that it gained some semblance of order, albeit still lacking in scale and formality. To be fair, the 3 Yangs did not perform poorly in this regard." Pausing for a moment, he candidly remarked, "During the governance of the 3 Yangs, many substantial matters were addressed, even if they had personal motives. The same could be said for the imperial assessment." Zhu Youzhuang furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that the ministers would not oppose the imperial assessment?" "That depends on the ministers in question. Local officials would undoubtedly resist it. But when has the court ever sought the opinions of local officials on its decrees?" Slow down, Zhu Youzhuang said, struggling to comprehend. "If local officials perceive the martial academy as a threat, why provoke them further? Isn't that counterproductive? The martial academy operates at the county, prefecture, and state levels, and local literati may feel even more threatened than the capital officials, as both capitals are dominated by the literati," Li Qing explained. "Moreover, will the capital officials not oppose the imperial assessment?" Let us first address the capital officials, Li Qing stated. They are unlikely to oppose it. Primarily, the imperial assessment targets local officials. Additionally, due to the influence of the factory guards, capital officials have a vested interest in maintaining stability within the court. Typically, their opposition is minimal, often merely a formality, and they are minimally affected. Limited impact is still impact, Zhu Youzhuang remarked. Given the recent turmoil, to then pursue an imperial assessment would be even more radical than I consider myself a conservative, Li Qing replied. Are you suggesting I am too conservative? Zhu Youzhuang retorted. Enough of your banter. Let us speak seriously. Li Qing took a deep breath and said, the capital officials will not oppose it. Firstly, the imperial assessment presents opportunities for profit. Secondly, it can enhance the influence of capital officials, allowing them to exert greater control over local affairs. During the reign of the Three Yangs, the ability of the capital's officials to enforce regulations during times of celestial stability was primarily motivated by their desire to assert greater control over local governance. However, to say this may be a tad harsh, the enforcement of these regulations not only benefited the influential officials in the capital, but also served the emperor's interests. After all, promotions, demotions, dismissals, and penalties ultimately required the emperor's direct intervention. Li Qing's gaze was penetrating, realizing that this altered the dynamics of the battlefield significantly. Indeed, the capital officials and the emperor formed a united front to exert pressure on local officials. This analogy, though imperfect, conveyed the essence of the situation. Li Qing nodded, recalling the saying, the mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. A local official, even of minor rank, could amass wealth that would overshadow the capabilities of second or third-rank officials. While the capital officials enjoyed esteemed ranks and substantial power, their lives were not necessarily more opulent than those of local officials, barring the few who hailed from wealthy families and held significant power, for whom the ability to accumulate wealth was even more pronounced. Yet this was ultimately a small minority. Of course, local officials were also expected to pay tribute, with common practices including offerings of winter charcoal and summer ice. There were also covert arrangements, such as when disasters struck, local officials might exaggerate the situation, leading to increased financial aid from the court, which both parties would then divide. Nevertheless, when it came to the realm of wealth accumulation, local officials possessed greater latitude for maneuvering. Li Qing cited several examples, observing the darkening expression of Zhu Youzhuang, and added, my interpretations are based on the inherent flaws of human nature. The reality is not as dire. In our Ming dynasty, with its 2 capitals and 13 provinces, how could we lack virtuous and upright officials? There are certainly commendable individuals among the capital officials as well. Zhu Youzhuang exhaled, stating, there is no need to comfort me. Bureaucratic corruption is a pervasive issue throughout history, and I am well aware of it. Li Qing nodded. Continuing, the enforcement of regulations will incite conflicts between the 2 parties and further exacerbate tensions. However, the influence of local officials should not be underestimated. Consequently, capital officials must resolutely support the emperor. Only in this way can they rely on the divine authority of the emperor to suppress local officials. Zhu Youzhuang remarked, yet, this could lead to increased corruption among capital officials, possibly resulting in the exploitation of local officials, ultimately passing the burden onto the common people. Well said, Li Qing acknowledged. Such a scenario is indeed plausible. However, it would not manifest immediately. At least it would occur only after local officials had thoroughly experienced the exploitation by their capital counterparts, before the consequences were shifted onto the populace. In this process, the military and martial disciplines of the capital would have already gained significant momentum, leaving little room for retaliation. Li Qing pondered, stating, as per our usual practice, let us approach this from a pessimistic perspective. Thus, prior to the enforcement of regulations, we must first refine the system. Slow down. Zhu Youzhuang interjected, you speak too quickly. There are parts one have yet to fully comprehend. Li Qing paused, asking, is there anything the emperor does not understand? Please feel free to inquire. Zhu Youzhuang organized his thoughts and asked, why would it not be so from the outset? Desire expands incrementally, Li Qing explained. Initially, both sides will exercise restraint. It is not out of goodwill, but rather due to mutual distrust. Thus, neither party dares to overreach at the beginning. Indeed, there is a point to be made. Zhu Youzhuang pondered for a moment and inquired, how can it be explained that the officials in the capital have further tightened their grip over local magistrates, consolidating their power and turning their weapons towards me. This bears a resemblance to distributing losses among the common people. Through the refinement of systems, we must endeavor to minimize risks as much as possible, Li Qing remarked. Zhu Youzhuang inhaled deeply and responded, is it possible to perfectly rectify the flaws? Every matter possesses dual facets. If your majesty wishes to evade risks, inaction is the only recourse, Li Qing asserted. Moreover, the capital's inspections serve as a mechanism to restrain local officials, do they not? Even without the capital's military academies. We must devise a means to establish enduring regulations. We cannot allow minor setbacks to impede progress. The court dispatches provincial governors and inspecting censors, which inherently serves as a form of oversight, Zhu Youzhuang stated. Li Qing replied, over time, they may collude. Zhu Youzhuang fell silent. Share your proposal, he urged. Raise the difficulty of committing crimes and expand the costs associated with them. Li Qing suggested. Zhu Youzhuang's eyes sparkled with interest as he pressed for specifics. During the governance of the three Yangs, they concurrently held positions as ministers of the 6 departments, monopolizing the inspections. However, the situation has changed, Li Qing explained. The regulations established by the late emperor dictate that the grand secretaries of the cabinet cannot hold any concurrent official positions, which grants you a degree of operational latitude. The cabinet, the 6 departments, can be divided into 2. Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed. Li Qing shook his head. Not quite. No, it is insufficient. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Your Majesty must not forget the Court of Judicial Review. He understood the nature of his younger compatriot all too well. A fickle ally, swaying with the winds of fortune. Nevertheless, any entity that exhibits resilience can swiftly turn against you. The key lies in adaptability. With the cabinet, the 6 departments, and the Court of Judicial Review all involved in the inspections, their mutual checks and balances can mitigate risks to the greatest extent possible. A triangle is the most stable structure, and this principle applies to politics as well. This was vividly illustrated during the late Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. Zhu Youzhuang inquired, how shall we allocate these responsibilities? Li Qing contemplated, not all 6 departments should be involved, or else equilibrium will be disrupted. As per tradition, let the Ministry of Personnel take the lead. The Ministry of Personnel oversees promotions, the Court of Judicial Review conducts inspections, and the Cabinet holds the power of final decisions. Thus, the division of labor leaves no room for criticism. Li Qing added, before making a decision, the Emperor may inquire about the preliminary and final reviews and the case files. What does your Majesty think? Zhu Youzhuang closed his eyes, remaining silent for a long while, murmuring in astonishment, ingenious, simply sublime. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing intently at Li Qing, and asked, so, does a truly immortal being exist in this world? His tone oscillated between inquiry and affirmation as he fixed his gaze upon Li Qing. Li Qing was taken aback. Are you suggesting that I am the everlasting Duke, Li Qing? Are you? Zhu Youzhuang replied. Indeed. Chapter 43. Practice is essential. Silence enveloped the room for an extended period. It was Li Qing who broke the silence first, stating, the capital's military academies should be established after the conscription system, and the inspections should follow the military academies. Logically, I had not intended to disclose this to you so soon, but today, I speak without reservation. Do you know why? Because you have a fondness for wealth. For those 300 taels of gold, Zhu Youzhuang muttered. You think so little of me. Perhaps it is best to dissolve this master-servant relationship, Li Qing remarked, his expression cold and indifferent. From this day forth, I shall be but a wandering physician treating the supreme emperor, and matters of state shall be entrusted to someone more capable. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled, his demeanor unperturbed. There is no need for your evasions or pretenses. I have suspected your intentions for some time now, and have only just confirmed my suspicions today. Evasive am I? Li Qing scoffed. Without warning, Zhu Youzhuang abruptly rose, leaning forward, his hands swiftly reaching for Li Qing's face. Motionless as a stone, he locked onto his target, poised to strike with the swiftness of the wind. Ah! Thud! Zhu Youzhuang scarcely grasped Li Qing's movements. He merely perceived a flash before an overwhelming force propelled him backward. In the next instant, the surroundings blurred as he fell to the ground, rolling several times before he managed to regain his balance, looking utterly bewildered. My apologies. I have been subjected to frequent assaults of late, which has honed my reflexes for self-defense, Li Qing said, approaching with a semblance of regret. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Zhu Youzhuang glanced down to find a large footprint imprinted upon his dragon robe, the pattern of the shoe distinctly marked. Though it was not painful, it was exceedingly vexing. How dare you? Zhu Youzhuang fumed, gesticulating wildly like a child who has lost a fight, clearly exasperated. Look at you. I did not do it on purpose, Li Qing said, assisting him to stand. After all, you were the one who attempted a sneak attack, and now you are angry? Zhu Youzhuang remained irate for a moment longer, muttering, regardless of your acknowledgement, I have made my determination. Indeed, Li Qing replied, his tone nonchalant. Indeed? Zhu Youzhuang expressed dissatisfaction with his response. Are you not surprised? Li Qing chuckled lightly, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder soothing a child. As long as you are pleased, that is what matters. Zhu Youzhuang, still seething, grumbled, enough of this, let us discuss serious matters. Li Qing's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The reason I have shared so much with you in advance is to temper your character, do you understand? To act without knowledge is one thing. To know but refrain from action is another. One must strategize before acting. Governing a great nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. It must be ingrained in the heart, not merely spoken of. Zhu Youzhuang, still irritable, huffed, more lecturing? Is it tiresome? Or shall we speak of the pursuit of immortality instead? He said sullenly. Li Qing shook his head. Still unwilling to concede, Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. At this point, does stubbornness serve any purpose? Well, if that is how you wish to think, then you may find joy in it, Li Qing replied with a shrug. Throughout history, has any emperor truly achieved immortality? Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, Tang Zong. How many emperors have sought eternal life? Yet how many have succeeded? Li Qing shook his head. Immortality is but an illusion, a reflection in water. And you? Zhu Youzhuang inquired. How do you justify your existence? No one can escape death. We are all the same, Li Qing stated, maintaining an ambiguous stance. He neither confirmed nor denied, nor offered proof of his beliefs. In any case, yes, whatever you say is true. Zhu Youzhuang, stifled by his frustration, longed to give Li Qing a thorough beating. But he knew this man was capable of retaliating with equal force, rendering him unable to prevail. Finally, Zhu Youzhuang declared, you shall continue to be called Li Qing henceforth. For over a century, I, Li Qing, have been called by this name, almost as if it were a jest to take advantage of you. Li Qing chuckled softly. As long as you are happy, but do refrain from uttering that phrase again. Zhu Youzhuang bellowed. Li Qing, at a loss for words, retorted, why the haste? By heaven, you overstep your bounds. I shall not hold back. Enraged, Zhu Youzhuang strode forward, neck craned defiantly. Are you now at ease? Li Qing inquired, looking down upon him. Zhu Youzhuang lay sprawled on the ground, snorting through his nose, too lethargic to even move. Youth is often impulsive, and that is a flaw you must rectify. Li Qing remarked with a smile. As the old saying goes, when others are angered, I remain unperturbed, for if I let anger consume me, who will tend to my well-being? Look at me. I remain calm, despite the provocations. Young one, you still have much to learn. Zhu Youzhuang, no longer irate and disinclined to argue, gazed up at the azure sky, achieving a state of tranquility. After a while, he said, Li Qing, do you not tire? Every family bears its own burdens. Everyone feels fatigued, wronged, and aggrieved. Li Qing chuckled lightly. In truth, what one perceives as hardship may appear enviable to others. Are you implying I am pointing this out for you? Zhu Youzhuang countered. If that is how you wish to perceive it. Li Qing paused, adopting a serious tone. As the emperor, the sovereign of all lands, your thoughts and desires resonate throughout the vast realm of the Ming dynasty. The countless subjects weep or rejoice due to your actions. Is it not selfish to dwell on your own grievances? But I am but a man, Zhu Youzhuang replied. After all, I am merely 16. Li Qing scoffed. What kind of life did the great ancestor lead at 16? I find tending to cattle quite agreeable. Watching the grass grow and the orioles fly, carefree, unburdened, at ease, Zhu Youzhuang mused. The humble beginnings of the great ancestor were no secret. Future rulers, officials, and the populace alike were well aware that the founder of the Ming was born a mere cowherd. Yet, this was not a blemish on his character. Huh. You are lost in fanciful thoughts, Li Qing laughed. If the cattle fall ill or lose weight, it is your responsibility, should their growth be stunted. You would face the onerous ire, be it verbal reproach or personal humiliation, or worse, punishment and deprivation of food. Now consider your own existence. What life do you lead? You, the cherished darling of the Ming dynasty, have have enjoyed the utmost privileges since birth, feasting on delicacies, donning exquisite garments, with companions to amuse you and the finest scholars to educate you. Countless individuals struggle their entire lives to find enough to eat or wear, remain illiterate, and are unable to find a spouse. Yet you, when you basked in glory mere days ago, did you not feel the weight of hardship? Young, beautiful, with alluring figures at your beck and call, catering to your whims, such luxuries would be beyond the dreams of a commoner. You can only envy your own fortune, feeling unworthy. Yet now, with a mere thought, you can possess so much. Li Qing taunted, you relish your privileges without a second thought, yet when it comes to labor, you lament your toil? You have reaped all the benefits while others are left to suffer? You scold me. Zhu Youzhuang replied with a wry smile. I understand the reasoning. But even an emperor is but a man. It seems all expect me to be infallible, to embody wisdom and strength, to please everyone. Yet I cannot live up to such expectations. My heart is weary, and I detest this life. Li Qing sat beside him, legs crossed, and remarked, no one is ever truly satisfied with their current life. The desire for better is inherent to human nature. Everyone wishes to live their life in the manner they prefer. Yet how many can truly do so, guided by their own heart? We are all the same. Zhu Youzhuang remained silent, resting his head on his hands, gazing into the boundless azure sky. Perhaps he had been exhausted after being beaten by Li Qing, or perhaps he was simply too relaxed. Before long, he had drifted off to sleep. Li Qing did not disturb him, quietly channeling a stream of vital energy to cool him down, preventing him from succumbing to the heat of summer. In the vigor of youth, few obstacles seem insurmountable, no matter how arduous or oppressive life may be. A good night's sleep can set everything right. The abundant vitality of youth can wash away all unpleasantness. Zhu Youzhuang stretched languidly, his arms extending straight, his toes curling as if he might grow half an inch taller. After rolling over, he sprang up from the ground, feeling utterly refreshed, his earlier discontent evaporating. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he ambled over to the well, drawing a bucket of cool water. He splashed his face, the icy touch invigorating him further. It was already the afternoon. Zhu Youzhuang twisted his neck, and, noticing Li Qing still napping in the recliner, suddenly called out, Li Qing, wake up. It's snowing. It's a heavy snowfall. Li Qing jolted awake, startled. The sun blazed above, and cicadas buzzed incessantly. After a moment of confusion, he erupted in anger. What are you yelling about? Do you wish to practice martial arts again? Is that what you're in such a rush for? Zhu Youzhuang felt a rush of joy and laughed heartily. While others may be angry, I refuse to be. Distress harms the body and no one can substitute for it. Yes, the old adage rings true. He finally understood Li Qing's joy. Happiness built upon the suffering of others is doubled. As Zhu Youzhuang strolled outside, he assured, do not worry, I know my limits and will not be overly hasty. Yang Yiqing will arrive in the capital shortly. We must discuss the conscription system thoroughly. You are free now. Take the time to fill in the gaps. Li Qing reclined back in his chair, lazily responding, I have been relieved of my duties as the grand tutor to the crown prince and have no right to enter the palace to discuss state matters. That is all right. I can bring him here. Zhu Youzhuang replied cheerfully, pausing to share a story. In Zen, there is a parable about a master who demonstrated a method of moving mountains. After sitting for half a day without success, he declared, if the mountain will not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Thus, he stood atop the high peak. Zhu Youzhuang imparted, this story teaches us that in life and work, one must be adaptable. When a particular method proves ineffective, it is wise to change one's perspective and approach. You, my friend, still have much to practice. With a playful jab at Li Qing, Zhu Youzhuang's joy multiplied again, and he burst out laughing as he left the room. Li Qing sat for a moment, resting his forehead in his hand, chuckling softly. This little rascal. When did he start studying Zen? Could it be that he's been influenced by Shaoyin? With plenty of time before evening, Li Qing sat up and began contemplating the conscription system, the martial arts of the capital, and the relevant matters. In particular, he believed that if the examination system could be established permanently, the benefits would far outweigh the drawbacks. Chapter 44. The foolish son of the landlord. Li Qing's words quickly proved true, as various troubles began to flood in, leaving Zhu Youzhuang utterly occupied. Although his subordinates did not kneel at the palace gates and appeared to be diligent, they still managed to overwhelm Zhu Youzhuang with their multitude of issues. However, the youth, unyielding, found his competitive spirit ignited. Amidst the busyness of the annals of the Taizong, Renzong, and Xuanzong, Zhu Youzhuang immersed himself in the relentless pursuit of knowledge. Perhaps awakened by Li Qing, he developed a preconceived notion, leading to a profound new understanding of these historical records. Simultaneously, he frequently perused the novel-like chronicles of the Ming dynasty, a veritable treasure trove that not only brimmed with entertainment, but also enriched his intellect. Broadening his horizons without overwhelming him, Zhu Youzhuang began to harbor deep doubts regarding the authorship of this book, questioning whether it truly originated from the hands of the Orthodox emperor. He felt it far more plausible that it was penned by the eternal youth marquis, Li Qing. After spending such a considerable duration together, he was utterly convinced that Li Qing was indeed Li Qing, the same Li Qing who served during the Orthodox reign. Originating from the Hongwu era, mastery of medicine, martial prowess, and understanding of the human heart, and political acumen could not be attained without a century of experience and long-standing presence in the halls of power. Zhu Youzhuang trusted his intuition and judgment. Although the notion of longevity seemed preposterous, the alternative appeared even more implausible. How, indeed, had this longevity come to be? Zhu Youzhuang pondered. He had encountered numerous doctrines beyond the sages, dabbling in various academic sects such as Taoism, Buddhism, and Islam. While the concept of longevity had been mentioned, it was often dismissed as illusory and ethereal. Ideas of reincarnation and ascension to celestial ranks seemed inherently unreliable. In stark contrast, the tangible presence of Li Qing stood as the most compelling evidence. Lacking the supernatural means of cloud riding or radiant Buddhist light, he appeared rather ordinary. Save for a slight superiority in martial skills, which did not significantly distinguish him from the common person. Yet, this very ordinariness rendered him all the more striking. In the 15th year of Hongwu, while treating Empress Xiaozi, the captain of the Jinyui and the pacification envoy, Zhu Youzhuang attempted to synthesize his understanding of Li Qing over these days, yet he struggled to connect all the threads coherently, let alone rationalize them. Undoubtedly, many elements had been submerged by the river of history, or perhaps he had excised what he deemed insignificant, resulting in a profound sense of disconnection. Zhu Youzhuang murmured, suddenly feeling a pang of regret for his inability to extract the political intricacies of the Ming dynasty from this living history. Historical texts often overlooked crucial details, primarily chronicling outcomes rather than processes, and frequently employed the terse style of the spring and autumn annals. As Li Qing asserted, the court must maintain its dignity. Imperial authority is beyond question. This dictated that many truths would remain concealed, never to be revealed in their authentic form to future generations. For instance, he had never connected the dots between the Tang Sire rebellion, the fire at the three great halls, and the establishment of the Eastern Depot. Alas, Zhu Youzhuang sighed deeply. He understood that Li Qing would never divulge historical matters unrelated to current politics, nor would he ever openly acknowledge his true identity. A single phrase sufficed to convey Li Qing's stance. He would never hear the answers he yearned for. In late June, the cicadas fervently heralded the last throes of summer, stirring a sense of urgency in his heart. Li Qing, feeling a sense of ennui, suddenly realized that too much leisure is not necessarily a good thing. Of course, if he could live the life he envisioned, idleness would indeed be pleasant. However, he found himself unable to leave the capital, at least not for the time being. He must wait until the young emperor has matured, until the political climate no longer requires his presence, until Hongji has departed. Alas, how dreary. Leaning back, Li Qing covered his face with a book, intending to take a brief nap. Suddenly, there was a series of loud knocks at the door, followed by the booming voice of Zhu Youzhuang. Open the door. I have returned. Li Qing was not annoyed. He knew that it was likely Yang Yiqing returning. Rising to his feet, he opened the door, and indeed, behind Zhu Youzhuang stood not only the usual imperial guards, but also a man of considerable stature. This man, in his 50s, had a dark complexion and was tall, though not particularly robust. His serious demeanor suggested a lack of amiability, giving off an impression of being difficult to approach. Who is this? Asked Zhu Youzhuang. This is Yang Yiqing, the governor. After introducing him, he added, this is Li Qing, the chief physician to the Emperor Emeritus and former Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince. I am honored, Yang Yiqing replied stiffly, bowing with a stern expression. Li Qing returned the gesture with a smile, saying, you are too kind, Your Majesty. Governor Yang, please come in. The three men settled into the parlor, where Li Qing produced some ice to cool the air before inquiring. Your Majesty has brought Governor Yang here regarding the conscription system, I presume. Indeed, Zhu Youzhuang replied eagerly. Let us expedite this matter and also prioritize the military academies in the capital. I cannot wait another day. In contrast to Zhu Youzhuang's enthusiasm, Yang Yiqing exhibited a more composed demeanor. He asked, "Is the conscription system proposed by you, sir?" As a general stationed at the border, Yang Yiqing was certainly attentive to the significant affairs of the court and had already gleaned some insights through his acquaintance with Li Danyang. He had also developed a keen interest in Li Qing. He recalled that Wang Shoren had previously mentioned this Mr. Li. Though their time together had not been extensive, he found himself favorably inclined toward him, considering him a kindred spirit. Yang Yiqing was eager to ascertain whether this man lived up to his reputation. "Indeed, it is I," Li Qing replied with a smile and a nod. "Governor Yang, as the governor of Gansu and Shaanxi, you are responsible for enhancing defense, rectifying long-standing issues, and prohibiting illegal trade by unscrupulous merchants. You are a pillar of the Ming dynasty. The implementation of the conscription system is indispensable with your involvement." Yang Yiqing's face turned a shade of red, and he responded somewhat defensively, "You flatter me, sir. I cannot accept such praise." While he had indeed strengthened defenses and curtailed smuggling, it was not as commendable as Li Qing suggested. The smuggling of soldiers had become nearly habitual, and he felt inadequate in managing the situation. However, he had done what he could. The treatment of soldiers was woefully inadequate, and if further pressure were applied, the consequences of a potential uprising could be dire. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yiqing remarked, "The implementation of the conscription system at the border is indeed a sound strategy. Yet it must also consider the soldiers under the garrison system. Otherwise, the imbalance in morale may lead to unintended consequences." "That is only natural," Zhu Youzhuang affirmed decisively. "On the day the conscription system is put into practice, the treatment of border soldiers will be improved. Would you be willing to trial this in Yansui?" "I am willing," came Yang Yiqing's reply. Yang Yiqing clasped his hands together, then redirected his gaze towards Li Qing, stating, "The total strength of the border garrison is not insignificant. With the initiation of the conscription system, it is imperative to undertake a thorough cleansing of redundant personnel. Otherwise, it will impose a burden on our finances. The more recruits we enlist, the greater the surplus personnel will be. Does Mr. Li have any strategies in mind regarding this matter?" He proposed a temporary ratio of 1 recruit to 3 regular soldiers, suggesting that after a couple of years of stability and once the new troops are battle-ready, this ratio could be adjusted to 12 or even 11. Stealing a glance at the young emperor, who appeared unfazed, Yang Yiqing sighed inwardly and remarked, "The process of purging redundant personnel must be approached with utmost caution, if not managed judiciously. Even those not subject to removal may harbor feelings of resentment towards the court, fearing for their own positions." "Your Excellency speaks wisely," Li Qing nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the retirement welfare of the soldiers must be assured to maintain morale. Rising, he retrieved the prepared plan, asking Yang Yiqing to evaluate its feasibility. Yang Yiqing took the document and examined it item by item. Target demographic for redundancy: individuals aged 45 and above. Severance pay will be based on performance during service, with a maximum of 20 taels available. Suddenly alarmed, he exclaimed, "In this manner, those being purged may not object. However, it is daunting to consider that everyone might wish to be removed. Soldiers discharged will receive compensation based on average military farming land values and severance pay, and they will not be restricted from pursuing other livelihoods after leaving the military. This could be seen as, to some extent, liberating military households from their constraints. Though descendants remain within the military system, the individuals themselves would be free, and at 45, one is hardly of an age to be considered incapable." Yang Yiqing foresaw that such an arrangement would likely lead many to aspire for discharge from military service. "Please remain patient. Allow me to finish," he urged, continuing to read. "After reaching 45, anyone may apply to leave the military. For soldiers, an additional 3 dough of rice will be added to their existing benefits each month." Having completed the reading, Yang Yiqing slowly closed his eyes. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he stated, "In this manner, neither the redundant personnel nor the remaining soldiers will harbor grievances. Rather, they will be quite satisfied. However, what are the financial implications?" He turned his gaze towards Zhu Youzhuang and inquired, "Does His Majesty concur with this approach?" Zhu Youzhuang replied nonchalantly, "A trivial sum. Yet, what about the regions of Gansu and Shaanxi, and the entirety of the Ming dynasty? The additional expenses of the conscription system?" Yang Yiqing pressed. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled, I can afford it. And in the long run, can you sustain it? Yang Yiqing questioned. Zhu Youzhuang responded. Li Qing and I have analyzed this thoroughly. For the Ming dynasty, it is entirely manageable. What is taken from the populace is returned to them. What is utilized for the people will also, in turn, benefit the court. This is an economic calculation. While it may appear that the court is expending considerable resources, a portion will return through consumption via commercial taxes, simultaneously fostering economic development. After all, in future generations, there will be governments that directly distribute funds to the common people. Soldiers, who have long guarded the borders and served in military roles for decades, rightfully deserve increased welfare. This will, to a degree, enable a positive cycle within the industrial and commercial markets. At present, the treasury of the Ming dynasty is exceedingly affluent. Should comprehensive implementation occur, it could hardly be deemed a trivial sum. Nevertheless, it is far from sufficient to precipitate a fiscal crisis within the court. Yang Yiqing evidently fails to grasp this principle. He perceives only the immense financial expenditure, leading to an abundance of concerns. Originally apprehensive that the court might be parsimonious, thereby complicating his ability to command the military, he now finds himself pained by the very expenditures he once hoped would benefit the soldiers. Your Majesty, there is truly no need to elevate the allowances to such heights. Yang Yiqing lamented, feeling a profound sense of guilt. He believed he owed it to the soldiers beneath him. Yet, he was even more averse to witnessing structural calamities befall the Ming army and the empire. A reduction would not be amiss. I am still confident in executing national policies effectively. No, do not reduce, Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, embodying the folly of a wealthy landowner, exuding grandiosity. Can I not warm the hearts of the border soldiers? A wasteful extravagance, Yang Yiqing internally scoffed, feeling a lump in his throat, his face flushed with indignation. Chapter 45. Winning over Yang Yiqing. Governor Yang, do not be anxious. This matter has been deliberated upon extensively, and the repercussions have been meticulously calculated, Li Qing remarked, noticing Yang's discomfort, and began to elucidate the merits of such actions. His understanding of Yang Yiqing had only commenced after the decision to trial within his jurisdiction. While his knowledge was somewhat limited, today's encounter indeed left Li Qing pleasantly surprised. As the governor of Gansu and Shaanxi, Yang Yiqing's ability to overlook his own position and consider matters from the court's perspective is commendable. Typically, Yang Yiqing would have no need to act so. And if he were of a more self-serving disposition, he might even seek to extract further favors from the court for personal gain. His opposition, however, is a testament to his sincere heart. The Ming dynasty is not devoid of loyal subjects, nor should one underestimate their integrity, Li Qing silently reflected. Born of adversity, perishing in comfort, the current decline in the military prowess of the Ming army is a well-known fact, Li Qing stated with gravity. If frugality persists without enhancing the soldiers' treatment, their combat effectiveness will inevitably deteriorate. As the governor of Shaanxi and Gansu, having defended the borders for many years, you must have profound insights on this matter, correct? Yang Yiqing sighed in silence and replied, indeed, that is true. However, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, yet arduous to revert. Should the day arrive when the court fails to deliver, the consequences could be dire. Rather than pondering how to save, we ought to consider how to earn. Li Qing smiled. Money is not saved. Living frugally will only lead to greater poverty. In this prosperous and flourishing Ming dynasty, we must embrace ambition. Money sitting idly in the treasury is no different from worthless scrap metal. Let us hope that when fiscal strain arises, you will still uphold your convictions. Yang Yiqing retorted, harboring significant reservations about Li Qing's views. He even believed that Li Qing was being reckless, disregarding the future entirely. Li Qing remained unfazed, having encountered many conservatives before, and chuckled, if the Ming were to cling solely to tradition, would we have attained our current state? You see only the expansion of fiscal expenditures. Have you considered that if one day the frontiers were unified, and the barbarians amassed their forces to relentlessly assault your domain, would you withstand such an onslaught? Have you ever contemplated the calamities that would befall the common folk if the nomadic tribes were to breach the borders and invade the Ming dynasty? The plunder, the abductions, the atrocities, how many lives would be devastated? From a fiscal perspective alone, the influx of these invaders would undoubtedly lead to a mass exodus of displaced individuals. Li Qing remarked, given the swiftness of their cavalry, we could easily witness the emergence of hundreds of thousands of refugees. How much would the court need to allocate for disaster relief? Yang Yiqing remained silent. He, being the governor of Gansu and Shaanxi, was well aware of the situation beyond the frontier. Unification was inevitable. Upon introspection, should the nomads unite their forces and launch a concentrated assault on his jurisdiction, even fortified cities and superior artillery would prove insufficient. The plight of the nomads beyond the borders was dire. When pushed to the brink of survival, they would be relentless. In terms of overall combat effectiveness, although the Ming army had seen a decline in strength, it could still overpower the barbaric tribes outside. However, the lengthy border allowed the enemy to attack at a single point, and with their predominantly cavalry forces, breaching a single gap would grant them unfettered access to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, the Ming would require time to mobilize its resources, a luxury that would afford the invaders ample opportunity to pillage. Noticing Yang's silence, Li Qing continued. The enhancement of benefits comes with certain stipulations. Governor Yang has specific objectives to meet. Yang Yiqing inquired, what are they? To bolster morale and rectify military discipline. Zhu Youzhuang stated, with this arrangement, the soldiers will have hope and a sense of purpose. The allure of retirement benefits will ensure they do not wish to forfeit their privileges, thereby facilitating your management. Zhu Youzhuang added with a huff, I grant you 3 years to elevate morale and combat capability while enforcing strict discipline. We must curtail the rampant smuggling among the troops. Yang Yiqing, taken aback, quickly knelt, acknowledging, I bear the fault. Rise, Zhu Youzhuang replied with a measured tone, you cannot shoulder the blame entirely. Yet, should the benefits rise and you fail to maintain control, I shall hold you accountable. Yang Yiqing stood, awkwardly clasping his hands. Yes, I trust you, Yang Qing, Zhu Youzhuang said, patting him on the shoulder before calling out. Gu Deong, bring in the food and drink. Turning back, he added with a smile, let us dine and converse, and also discuss the martial academies of the capital. Yang Qing, having spent years in the military, possesses invaluable insights, and I wish to hear your thoughts. Your Majesty is too gracious. I shall speak candidly, Yang Yiqing replied, feeling his mental burden lighten. Indeed, the expenses were significant, yet if they were to economize further, a potential crisis could yield greater losses. As the feast was served, the three engaged in conversation, the atmosphere warming accordingly. There existed distinctions in civil and military examinations, with various academies for each. Yang Yiqing nodded in agreement as Li Qing concluded his exposition. Yang Yiqing then asserted, Your Majesty, I believe this plan is entirely feasible. To illustrate, I myself, though a military general, ascended through civil examinations. From a long-term perspective, this approach is not conducive to the nation. He continued, the separation of civil and military roles is essential. Even common households maintain distinct roles. A communal dining arrangement cannot compare to individual portions. The imbalance between civil and military domains must be addressed, and I offer my full support. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you, the emperor declared. Zhu Youzhuang chuckled heartily and remarked, after a few years, when the border garrisons have regained their former glory, I shall summon you to the capital. You may choose any position among the ministers of the 6 ministries or the prime minister of the cabinet. While Zhu painted a bright future, he endeared himself to the listener, saying, I am well aware of your contributions. Alas, you are no longer young. Endure a few more years of toil. And upon your arrival in the capital, I shall construct a grand residence for you. Yang Yiqing, the governor of Gan and Shan, concurrently in charge of military affairs and overseeing the defenses of several districts, initially listened with interest, but as the conversation progressed, he sensed a disingenuousness in Zhu's words. It is my duty to serve the emperor and alleviate his burdens, he replied. Let us first discuss the martial academies in the capital. Very well, Zhu Youzhuang said, his thirst apparent as he raised his cup to drink, simultaneously passing the conversation to Li Qing. Li Qing, you may speak to Yang Qing on this matter. Li Qing, adept at commanding attention, took a deep breath and stated, the treatment of military generals differs significantly from that of civil officials, not to mention the dangers of the battlefield. Even in peacetime, exercises and organizing military camps are far from easy. Thus, their remuneration should surpass that of civil officials. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing continued, civil officials receive certain privileges. Military generals should receive even greater ones. This serves 2 purposes. It rewards their contributions and fosters loyalty to the court and the emperor. Furthermore, every parent desires to share their knowledge without reservation, especially in combat experience and command skills, thereby reducing training costs. Li Qing took a sip of his wine and inquired, "What does Governor Yang think?" Yang Yiqing nodded slowly, his demeanor noticeably softened. While there are many military generals, their numbers pale in comparison to civil officials. Even if all were granted privileges, the impact would be minimal. I wonder, do you have any specific proposals regarding the extent of these privileges? Li Qing responded. For households with over 100 soldiers, one descendant may enter the county school. For 1,000 soldiers, 2 descendants. The district pacification commissioner may grant 1 descendant entry to the provincial academy, while the commanding officer may grant 2. Nobles with ancestral military achievements should also receive 1 entry to the provincial academy. Moreover, higher-ranking generals, whether through personal military accomplishments or distinguished ancestry, may enter the martial academy in the capital with a cap of 2 slots. Pausing momentarily, he added, as for the martial academies, they should be open to the populace. Of course, excluding merchants. Those from military households or with family members who have served will receive additional points when entering the county school for martial scholars. Li Qing elaborated on his plan. The more Yang Yiqing listened, the more he admired the brilliance of the proposal, feeling a deep respect for Li Qing. You are truly talented. The preferential treatment for those from military households will significantly soothe the hearts of the military populace. And the benefits for families with soldiers serve as a reward for the recruitment system. Although points have been added, with many receiving such benefits, it ultimately returns to relative fairness. As for farmers and artisans, they have long been liberated from restrictions and enjoy the dividends, so they will not feel aggrieved. Even if the children of farmers and artisans do not rise to prominence, it is of little consequence. The sheer volume of talent from military households and those under the recruitment system is vast enough to alleviate any concerns about a shortage of capable individuals. Such arrangements will also indirectly bolster the morale of the army, uplifting spirits from the highest command to the common soldier. Yang Yiqing foresaw that with the improvement of soldiers' treatment, the partial implementation of the conscription system, and the establishment of the Beijing Military Academy, the morale of the Ming army would undergo a significant transformation. In no more than a generation, or rather within 15 years, or even a shorter span, the combat strength of the Ming army would be restored to the levels of the reigns of the great ancestor and the great ancestor's successor. With the advancement of firearms, their prowess might even surpass that of the past. However, there was a cost. The court's military expenditure would be substantial, and this was a concern for Yang Yiqing. Is there a long-term strategy for maintaining peace regarding military funding? Yang Yiqing pondered, acknowledging that the treasury was currently ample and taxes sufficient. Yet one must not only consider the favorable aspects. Who could predict the future? Do not worry, Yang Qing, interjected Zhu Youzhuang during a moment of leisure. With a powerful army, what need do we have for money? Yang Yiqing was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Li Qing nodded with a smile, affirming, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Why should Governor Yang only focus on the Ming when foreign nations are ripe for the taking? Zhu Youzhuang showcased a piece of dompa pork, savoring the rich flavors. Yang Yiqing swallowed hard, feeling a surge of excitement, coupled with an odd sensation. These 2 figures, the emperor and his minister, seemed more akin to a cunning strategist advising a chief on a grand heist against wealthy bandits. It was sheer madness. Yet, it was also quite promising. Indeed, he found himself wanting to join in. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, What does Your Majesty require of me? Li Qing and Zhu Youzhuang exchanged smiles, finally managing to bring Yang Yiqing, a military giant, on board. Chapter 46. Poetry of Zhengde. Yang Yiqing not only wielded significant power, but was also a man of action. No matter how sound the theory, it required practical implementation. Otherwise, it remained an unrealistic fantasy. Fortunately, Yang Yiqing was both willing to accept and to act upon these ideas. The resistance within the court was largely mitigated, and with Yang Yiqing's eager support, Li Qing was confident that the issues regarding military strength could be effectively resolved during the Zhengde era. If all went smoothly, it may not even take an entire reign. Li Qing felt a surge of joy. Zhu Youzhuang was equally delighted, exclaiming, Yang Qing, your battlefield lies in the frontier. Here you need not do much. Just remember one thing. Please, Your Majesty, instruct me. Yang Yiqing responded respectfully. Stand firm in your position. Zhu Youzhuang stated earnestly. Upon your arrival in the capital, the 6 ministries and the 9 ministers, as well as the grand secretaries, will undoubtedly seek to win you over and persuade you. Do not become a mere reed swaying in the wind. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall uphold my word, Yang Yiqing solemnly promised. Such a matter, significant for the state and beneficial for generations, I fully understand. Haha, I truly did not misjudge you, Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed joyfully. Come, let us drink to this. The two raised their cups and drank heartily. Zhu Youzhuang laughed heartily. What joyous news this is. We must compose poetry to celebrate. Li Qing, noting the emperor's exuberance, felt a sudden pang of concern. He hurriedly said, Governor Yang is busy with military affairs, and I am not well read. Might Your Majesty compose a poem for us? So we two simple men might broaden our horizons? One must swiftly divert the little one's attention. Li Qing truly felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of laughter. This matter has its precedents. Yang Yiqing, on the other hand, could not concur with Li Qing's sentiments, pondering, why must you involve me in your declarations? As an official of scholarly distinction, how could I not compose poetry? However, he would never engage in the foolishness of overshadowing the emperor and thus awaited with eager anticipation. Ready to listen intently. Ah, to compose poetry, how delightful. Zhu Youzhuang, brimming with enthusiasm, began to contemplate. Noticing the absence of mirth upon his face, Li Qing's anxiety eased, and he toyed with his wine cup, eager to witness the young one's literary prowess. After a considerable pause, Zhu Youzhuang slowly began to recite. The illustrious name of Zhengde has spread far and wide. In conquering the south and north, I dare to lead the charge. Li Qing paused, savoring the words, unexpectedly finding them quite commendable. Though boasting might be involved, there was a certain grandeur in the lines. Yang Yiqing silently praised as well. Awaiting the continuation, Zhu Youzhuang poured himself another cup of wine, took a sip, and proceeded. In my lifetime, I have secured peace for the realm, eternally stabilizing the empire for countless years. Excellent. Li Qing applauded. Truly splendid. Such valor and majesty, worthy of an emperor. Yang Yiqing echoed his compliments fervently. While there was an element of flattery, the poem indeed stood out, for imperial poetry often prioritizes grandeur over literary finesse, and this piece was remarkably exceptional. From this composition, one could discern the young emperor's aspirations, which naturally brought delight to Yang Yiqing, a high-ranking official. The illustrious name of Zhengde has spread far and wide. In conquering the south and north, I dare to lead the charge. In my lifetime, I have secured peace for the realm, eternally stabilizing the empire for countless years. Yang Yiqing recited the lines, his eyes gleaming with joy, and inquired, Might I ask, Your Majesty, what title shall this poem bear? Zhu Youzhuang drained the remaining wine from his cup and declared, bestowed upon Yang Yiqing. Yang Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Li Qing nearly lost his composure, but managed to restrain himself, having undergone professional training. Such a title for a poem, indeed, was well worth the exchange. A poem that could secure unwavering loyalty from a high-ranking official was no small feat. Casting a sidelong glance at the young emperor, Li Qing mused. This grand gesture is truly remarkable. Yet upon reflection, it was not merely a grand gesture. Though Yang Yiqing gained no material wealth, he had secured a lasting legacy. Yang Yiqing was inexplicably thrilled. The emperor had bestowed a poem upon him, naming it after himself. What an immense honor. Even a century hence, or far beyond, this would serve as a political heritage for his descendants. A line proclaiming that the Emperor Zhengde had composed poetry for his ancestors would surely earn respect. Despite having governed the military affairs of Shaanxi Gansu for many years, Yang Yiqing could not help but feel his face flush with pride as he hurriedly poured wine for the emperor. Zhu Youzhuang raised his cup to his lips and drank, smiling as he queried, Do you understand the deeper meaning of my poem, Yang Qing? In his excitement, Yang Yiqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering. I am but a dullard. I humbly request your enlightenment, Your Majesty. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhu Youzhuang replied, The illustrious name of Zhengde has indeed spread, yet the south and north have only been conquered in boastful words. He then turned serious, stating, But I believe, Yang Qing, that you can train the troops well, strengthening our Ming army. I also trust that the boasts I make today will one day come to fruition. Moreover, whether I can achieve my ambitions greatly relies on your efforts. Li Qing inhaled sharply, silently praising, What a grand vision. Yang Yiqing was even more exhilarated. He was certainly aware that the young emperor harbored intentions to corrupt him, yet this did not deter the fervor within him. To be held in such esteem by a ruler, and to be equally valued as a servant, is a monumental grace and an unparalleled glory. Yang Yiqing rose and bowed. Speaking with reverence, I shall devote my heart and soul, and not fail your majesty. Ha ha, rise, rise, Zhu Youzhuang exclaimed, lifting him up, and continued with a smile. These years have indeed been arduous for you. It is rare for you to return, so let us drink heartily today. Li Qing poured wine, enlivening the atmosphere. All was stable, utterly stable. Despite the young emperor's antics, the eloquent words of the literati could not alter Yang Yiqing's stance, bringing immense comfort to Li Qing. Suddenly, Li Qing found himself rather fond of Zhu Youzhuang. The young lad had his flaws, spoiled, impatient, and playful, but his virtues shone just as brightly, and he was gradually correcting his shortcomings. Li Qing pondered if he had been a tad too harsh. After indulging in food and drink, it was already the early hours of the evening. The ice had long since melted, and the heat was rising again. Noticing Yang Yiqing showing signs of fatigue, Li Qing remarked, "Your Majesty, Governor Yang has traveled extensively and requires ample rest for a few days." "Oh, yes, yes," Zhu Youzhuang quickly replied, rising with a smile. Come, I have already made arrangements for you. Just outside the Donghua Gate, not far from the palace. Rest well for 2 days." The edict for the gradual implementation of the conscription system has been issued, though the details must still be discussed with the 6 ministries and the grand secretaries. "I shall build you a residence, Gudeong." Li Qing followed the two out of the guest hall, exchanged a few pleasantries at the door, and once they departed, he closed the door and reclined in a chair. Ah, how comfortable. Having resolved a significant matter, Li Qing felt a sense of relief. The details had already been settled with Zhu Youzhuang, and he was not needed anymore. Naturally, as the former grand tutor to the crown prince, he could not openly participate in state affairs at this stage. Following the implementation of the conscription system, the focus would shift to the capital's martial studies, and thereafter to the capital examinations. Li Qing estimated it would be prudent to wait a bit longer, allowing the literati a moment to catch their breath. Additionally, with Zhu Youzhuang's impending marriage, it would be wise to leverage the joyful atmosphere to alleviate the tensions among them, allowing them to regain some composure before resuming the agitation. Human patience is finite. Being overly aggressive is never advisable. Although the framework for the capital's martial studies had largely been established, fostering a more amicable approach was preferable, as Li Qing wished to avoid excessive conflict. Old Li is also a man of good character, he mused, somewhat moved by his own self-reflection. At Li Dongyang's residence, Li Dongyang and Yang Tingyi sat across from one another. Yang Tingyi said, "Sir, Yang Yiqing has entered the capital." "Yes, I am aware." Given your close friendship with Yang Yiqing, Yang Tingyi hesitated to speak further on the matter of the capital's martial studies. Li Dongyang smiled and replied, "Jiefu, in truth, I do not consider the establishment of the capital's martial studies to be a negative endeavor." Yang Tingyi fell silent, sighing, "How could I not know? However, the arrow is knocked and must be released. The resignations of Liu and Xie have propelled the cabinet forward. If we do not seize this opportunity, we may squander their sacrifices." This was a prime moment for the cabinet's complete ascendance, and Yang Tingyi was unwilling to let it slip away. Advancing would overshadow the 6 ministries, standing alone in brilliance. Retreating would mean returning to their previous state, neither here nor there. He is barely in his 40s, still in the bloom of youth. With only one senior left in the cabinet upon his entrance, he realizes that following Li Dongyang, the cabinet will soon belong to him. Yet, Li Dongyang is no longer young. Under such circumstances, how could Yang Tingyi refrain from exerting himself? His political life is still lengthy, should he succeed in this endeavor. The mere thought of it sends a thrill through him. Having governed for so many years, Li Dongyang is undoubtedly aware of Yang Tingyi's ambitions. He does not expose them, but instead remarks, "As ministers, we must prioritize the state and its people. Loyalty to this is true loyalty to the sovereign. If you believe that the military academies benefit the state, how then," Li Dongyang chuckled, "is this not a case of putting the cart before the horse?" Yang Tingyi felt a flush rise to his face and replied, "Sir, without sufficient authority, how can one realize one's aspirations? I may harbor personal desires, yet I also wish for the greater good. Well, since you have spoken thus, I shall naturally stand with you through thick and thin." Li Dongyang laughed lightly, saying, "I am growing old and shall not be able to serve much longer. The future cabinet is yours, and as someone who has walked this path, I offer you 2 words. Be good, be slow. Here, there are few fools. No matter how one adorns oneself or proves one's worth, The true intent cannot be concealed indefinitely. One may deceive for a time, but not for a lifetime. Furthermore, excessive self-promotion is unwise. Remember, a tree that stands out in the forest will be uprooted by the wind. Do not rush, take your time. As you slow down, let others rush. When they are anxious, your opportunity will arrive. Take this Mr. Li, who is currently in the limelight. Have you ever seen him rush? It has always been us who are anxious, yet he has succeeded, while the cabinet has lost 2 grand scholars. And several officials from the 6 ministries have faced punishment, with demotions and salary cuts. Li Dongyang chuckled, shaking his head, and said cheerfully, though we have covertly aided one another this time, even without such assistance, it is highly probable that his proposals would still succeed. Upon closer reflection, he has truly embodied be good, be slow. His intentions are noble, and his methods are astute, far surpassing you and me who have lingered in the political arena for so long. Li Dongyang sighed, recalling the last time he encountered someone of such caliber was the Marquis of Yongqing. Can he truly be compared to the Marquis of Yongqing? Yang Tingyi retorted, feeling disgruntled. That day, he had suffered a thorough beating from Li Qing, leaving him in pain for several days, naturally engendering a dislike for him. However, he could only admire the Marquis of Yongqing, as their paths had never crossed, and he had never felt the Marquis's harsh methods. Lacking personal grievance, he naturally viewed the Marquis in a favorable light. Li Dongyang remarked, in fact, the two of you are quite similar. Similar? Yang Tingyi responded, I perceive some resemblance. Li Dongyang gently shook his head before inquiring with a smile, how is young Yang Shun faring these days? Chapter 47. Congratulations and commendations. Yang Tingyi chuckled wryly, sir. You are being overly generous. He is but a mere youth, unworthy of being called your young friend. Among the 3 scholars in the cabinet, Li Dongyang's literary reputation is the most illustrious, with Liu and Xie trailing slightly behind. Li Dongyang stated, with Yang Shun's talents, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness surpassing both of us. You flatter me, sir, Yang Tingyi humbly replied. A child prodigy does not guarantee future excellence. My son is merely adequate. Despite his words, Yang Tingyi was indeed quite satisfied with his son. After a brief pause, he remarked, in 2 years, the spring examination will arrive. Yang Shun is diligently studying, and given the heavy bureaucratic atmosphere in the capital, I fear it might disrupt his scholarly pursuits, hence I have not summoned him to Beijing. Li Dongyang nodded in agreement, saying, this is indeed wise. At his age, it is the prime time for study. With Yang Shun's talents, he is certain to achieve a commendable rank in the upcoming spring examination, if not the top position. Yang Tingyi chuckled, and after a leisurely chat, he rose to bow, expressing, today, I have greatly benefited from your words, esteemed teacher. Li Dongyang also stood, responding, the cabinet currently consists of only the 2 of us. I am quite advanced in years, and I appreciate your diligence during these days. You are being too modest, esteemed teacher, Yang Tingyi quickly replied. Then furrowed his brow and inquired, in your opinion, will the cabinet welcome new members? That is certain, Li Dongyang affirmed. 2 members are indeed insufficient. The cabinet should ideally comprise 3 to 5 individuals. As for myself, my energy is limited, and I cannot serve for many more years. He sighed, adding, I estimate it 1 TB long before new members join the cabinet. Hearing this, Yang Tingyi could not help but feel anxious, asking, do you believe the new Grand Counselor will be Li Changqing or Yang Yiqing? He felt considerable apprehension towards both men. He believed he could not rival the former's cunning and capability, while the latter, a powerful regional official overseeing military affairs, wielded immense authority far beyond his own. The ascension of either into the cabinet would pose a severe threat to his position as the second in command. How could he not be nervous? Li Dongyang chuckled, in my view. Neither of them will join the cabinet. Why not? Yang Tingyi queried, surprised. Li Dongyang replied, Li Changqing has little interest in the court, and as for Yang Yiqing, do not forget that he is essential for implementing the recruitment system. If he enters the cabinet, who will carry out the recruitment? After a moment, he teased, earlier. You mentioned taking it slow. Why the sudden urgency now? Yang Tingyi, slightly embarrassed, stammered, I merely asked out of curiosity. After escorting Yang Tingyi to the door, Li Dongyang lingered for a while, sighing, Yang Jiafu possesses remarkable talents and political acumen, yet his temperament is somewhat lacking. After I depart, sigh. If only Li Changqing would join the cabinet and seize the opportunity to vie for influence. If that fails, Yang Yiqing would also be a fitting candidate. Though Yang Jiefu's abilities are commendable, he lacks the grandeur necessary to ensure future harmony. I recall lamenting to that young Master Wang that he needs someone to keep him in check. After Yang Yiqing, Li Qing ceased to concern himself with the recruitment system. He had done all that was required and could not always take the lead. Moreover, he now lacked the means to intervene openly. Aside from treating Hongji's ailments, he enjoyed a leisurely existence. The clamorous cicadas gradually quieted, perhaps due to the autumn chill settling over the capital. Li Qing's sleep quality improved significantly. The persimmons hung heavily from the branches, and the pomegranates blushed a delicate red, as the crisp air was infused with a subtle fruity fragrance, refreshing to the soul. Awakening from a deep slumber, he found the sun well above the horizon. Having indulged in too much wine the previous day, he felt no trace of a hangover. Yet his appetite was lacking. Approaching the fruit trees, Li Qing gazed upwards and, with a leap, plucked the ripest, reddest persimmon. After wiping it casually, he took a hearty bite. It was sweet with a hint of astringency, yet quite appetizing. Li Qing did not waste time. After finishing the persimmons, he clapped his hands and returned to the house to fetch a bamboo basket, beginning to gather the fruit. He recalled how Hongxiu, Lianjiatun, and Wanling had previously harvested them early and used apples to hasten their ripening. Persimmons cannot be allowed to fully ripen naturally, as most would fall and rot. Pomegranates, however, can be waited upon. Before long, he had filled a basket to the brim, picking one fruit up, transferring it from his left hand to his right, contemplating seeking advice from the villagers on how to make persimmon cakes, as he could not consume them all. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. Leaning back in his chair, Li Qing idly mused that the detailed regulations regarding the conscription system, along with the allocation of funds and provisions, were likely nearing completion. The little one's wedding is also fast approaching, another banquet to attend. Li Qing often found himself lost in thought when he had too much idle time, sometimes daydreaming for an entire afternoon. During this time, Zhu Youzhuang had grown busy. Having not visited for several days, he had grown weary of novels and tales, and had listened to all the tunes from the pleasure houses, finding them rather lackluster. However, today he was not lost in reverie for long, as he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Li Qing rose and walked to the entrance, surprised to see the visitor. "It's you? Well, how courteous of you." Lu Jin bowed with a beaming smile. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing stepped aside and said, "Come in." Closing the door behind them, he invited Lu Jin to sit at the stone table, asking, "Have you just returned from Jiaoji?" "I returned 2 days ago, and today I bring an imperial edict," Lu Jin replied. "How is Jiaoji?" Let us first convey His Majesty's message," Lu Jin said, standing. "No need for formality. You may speak while seated," Li Qing encouraged. Lu Jin, feeling slightly vexed, thought to himself, "It's not a matter of politeness. I am now an imperial envoy." Yet, recalling that even in the emperor's presence, Li Qing maintained this demeanor, he let it slide. 5 days from now, His Majesty's wedding will take place, and he wishes for you to serve as the envoy for the wedding procession," Lu Jin announced. "Is that all?" Li Qing inquired. Lu Jin nodded. "Isn't that rather thankless?" Li Qing expressed his dissatisfaction. "At the very least, there should be a red envelope, shouldn't there?" "That I can relay to the emperor," Lu Jin replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. "That would be troublesome," Li Qing mused, then continued. "The emperor sent you to Jiaoji to investigate the land reclamation efforts, correct?" "Indeed," Lu Jin affirmed. "Can you elaborate?" Li Qing prompted. "Given my relationship with the emperor, you need not withhold any details. In fact, I was the one who informed him about the situation in Jiaoji. But if you have reservations, you may remain silent." With a smile, Lu Jin replied, "The emperor stated that there is no need for concealment from you. My visit is indeed at His Majesty's behest." Li Qing nodded, saying, "Then please, do share. Land reclamation is indeed underway, and we have already achieved some results." Lu Jin explained. Some of the newly cultivated land is now being planted with Xuande sweet potatoes and Yongla rice, which have shown promising yields. The climate there is significantly warmer than our Jiangnan region, and the crops are thriving exceptionally well. That is indeed commendable," Li Qing responded with delight. Lu Jin lamented. "Unfortunately, there is not much of value to be found in Jiaoji. We had hoped to bring back high-yield crops for the Ming dynasty. But it turns out that the Yongla rice and Xuande sweet potatoes are merely varieties we had already introduced from our own lands." Li Qing could not help but chuckle, saying, "Given the proximity of Jiaoji to the Ming dynasty, if there were truly abundant crops there, How could it possibly be left to you to bring them back? Do you think that the esteemed Sanbao eunuch had not already surveyed Jiaoji in the past? Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate a response. Knock, knock, knock. There came another rapping at the door. Is Mr. Li at home? It is I, Li Dongyang. What day is it today? Li Qing inquired. The door is not locked. Please come in, esteemed Grand Scholarly. As Li Dongyang entered, he noticed Lu Jin's presence, and his gaze sharpened. Lu Jin, possessing a keen sense of observation, promptly rose and bowed, stating, with the emperor's grand wedding approaching, I have been sent to convey a message, requesting Mr. Li to serve as the wedding envoy. I see. Li Dongyang nodded, smiling lightly. It seems that eunuch Lu has taken on quite the arduous task for the emperor, inspecting overseas matters. Lu Jin was momentarily stunned. It was unexpected for a civil official to regard him favorably, especially someone of Li Dongyang's stature, the chief grand secretary, which moved him deeply. He quickly responded with courtesy. Not at all. It is our honor to alleviate some of the emperor's burdens. How could I speak of hardship? Pausing briefly, he added, I presume your visit is for official business, so I shall not intrude further. Please, continue your discussion. Having completed his errand, Lu Jin had initially intended to cultivate a closer rapport with Li Qing, but with Li Dongyang's arrival, he felt it wise to refrain from further conversation. Grateful for being regarded with respect, Lu Jin reciprocated the courtesy and made way for them. Li Dongyang smiled and nodded. Eunuch Lu, travel safely. Ah, such politeness. Lu Jin grinned, relishing the rare experience of being esteemed by a civil official, feeling as though he were floating. Li Qing made no effort to retain him. As the intricacies of Jiaoji's development could wait, he could always gather insights from Zhu Youzhuang. His curiosity was piqued by Li Dongyang's visit. Please, Grand Scholarly, have a seat, Li Qing invited. What brings such a busy man to my humble abode? Li Dongyang chuckled softly. I have come to inform you that the details of the military recruitment system have been finalized, and the funds have been allocated by the Ministry of Revenue. After Governor Yang attends the emperor's wedding, he will return to implement it in Yanshui. Truly, this is a cause for celebration. Indeed, a reason to rejoice. Li Qing replied with a light smile and nod, feeling pleased, though it had been within his expectations. But is this your sole purpose for visiting? I suspect you have more to discuss, Li Qing remarked. As I am currently idle, there is no need for you to make a special trip for matters of state. Li Dongyang replied candidly. There are indeed other matters I wish to discuss with you. Perhaps an invitation to the cabinet? Li Dongyang sighed with a wry smile. You are truly astute. Would you be willing? Not particularly interested, Li Qing responded. Li Dongyang was not overly surprised, contemplating, with your talents and capabilities, you would be more than adequate as Chief Grand Secretary. However, there are certain flaws in your character. Without proper restraint, one might fear the emergence of tyranny in the future. Your abilities, character, and wisdom surpass those of the current chief. If you were to accept the position. He sighed again. A gentleman does not force others into difficult positions. If you are unwilling to enter the cabinet, that is perfectly acceptable. I merely hope that you can maintain some semblance of balance in the future. The cabinet's reputation is at its zenith now, and further advancement is not beyond reach. Alas, I am growing old and shall not be able to serve much longer. Li Qing chuckled. I may not outlast you. You are still quite young, with your age. Entering the heart of the court, the future is bright. Li Dongyang expressed, taken aback. He understood that Li Qing was not overly concerned with power and status. Yet he was still taken aback by the extent of his nonchalance. The young emperor's favoritism was evident to any discerning observer, and Li Dongyang could hardly believe that Li Qing was oblivious to it. Given Li Qing's age and that of the young emperor, it could be said that, should Li Qing desire it, he could easily rise to a position of great authority, standing just below the emperor, a prospect that could last for a considerable duration, decades of wielding power. Li Dongyang found it perplexing that Li Qing would be so indifferent. Furrowing his brow, he felt a surge of displeasure, yet maintained a gentle and unhurried demeanor. With a light chuckle, he remarked, Ah, sir, you bear a striking resemblance to the esteemed Yongqing Marquis of your. Is that a compliment directed at me? Li Qing inquired. Indeed it is. However, from what I understand, the reputation of that marquis is not particularly favorable, Li Dongyang replied. Your interpretation seems misguided, Li Dongyang stated with sincerity. Every individual possesses a moral compass. Although the Yongqing Marquis may have offended many, none dare to publicly denounce his principles. While he is certainly disliked by many, it is only fair to say that he is both resented and respected. Li Qing smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying the sentiment. It was not that he disbelieved Li Dongyang's words. Rather, he did not harbor aspirations for anyone's understanding, whether it be resentment or admiration. Such sentiments held little significance for him. He was simply himself, true to his own heart. Li Dongyang sighed. I have navigated the tumultuous waters of court life for several decades, and believe my understanding of the political arena surpasses yours. Might you indulge me as I ramble? Li Qing inclined his head slightly. Masterly, feel free to speak. In the eyes of the common folk, individuals are categorized as either good or bad, and officials similarly fall into the categories of good officials or corrupt ones. In the emperor's view, there are only virtuous ministers and treacherous ones, Li Dongyang remarked. However, I find this perspective to be quite one-sided and lacking in rationality. In truth, genuinely benevolent individuals are exceedingly rare, as are those who are wholly malevolent. Li Qing nodded in agreement, stating, most people oscillate between good and evil, sometimes acting benevolently, sometimes malevolently, and at times, even their moral choices are beyond their control. Li Dongyang was momentarily taken aback and, after a pause, self-deprecatingly chuckled, I seem to have overstepped my bounds. After a moment, he curiously asked, given your profound insights, why do you harbor such animosity towards the civil officials? I am a pessimist, inclined to view matters from the worst-case scenario, Li Qing replied. In our previous conversation, you mentioned that civil officials and military leaders might harbor selfish motives or ethical shortcomings, yet no one wishes to see the downfall of our great Ming dynasty. While that assertion holds merit, it is precisely through their repeated oscillations between good and evil that the Ming dynasty may gradually decline or even face annihilation. Li Qing sighed. I admit, I do hold a certain animosity towards the civil officialdom and harbor biases against you. Indeed, military leaders also often engage in wrongdoing. Yet there must ultimately be a balance, mustn't there? As the saying goes, those who act justly often end up slaughtering dogs. While the disloyal are often scholars, this sentiment may be somewhat extreme, yet it is not without truth. Li Qing continued, I believe that the scholars who dedicate a decade to arduous study of the classics initially possess a heartfelt desire to serve their country and people. However, many inevitably stray from the righteous path along the way, ultimately forgetting their original intentions. Li Dongyang was left speechless, falling silent. Not to speak of others. Even he himself had not been able to consistently uphold his own principles. While he had not strayed far from the moral high ground, he was not without blemish. Such a talented gentleman, endowed with a sincere heart, how could he remain indifferent to the affairs of the court? Li Dongyang was perplexed, wondering if this was perhaps an excessive display of false modesty. Li Qing articulated his thoughts on the matter. Li Dongyang, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, in times of hardship, one may focus solely on self-improvement, yet in times of prosperity, one should strive to benefit the world. With your abilities and opportunities, why not serve the nation and its people? He felt that Li Qing's absence from the court was a significant loss. I have my own endeavors, Li Qing replied. Without waiting for further persuasion from Li Dongyang, he chuckled. Li Daxuishi is also a member of the cabinet and has long been on good terms with Yang Daxuishi. Why this insistence on my involvement? Are you not aware that my actual entry into the cabinet would not bode well for you, for him, or for the cabinet itself? Li Qing inquired. Are you not afraid that my maneuvers might leave you in a disgraceful position? Li Dongyang self-deprecatingly smiled. In the past, I may have harbored such concerns. But now, I find myself unable to act. It is time for me to step back. One might say the words of a dying man carry wisdom. After a pause, he continued, in truth, I also consider the cabinet's welfare. In the future, its status will rise further, which, in the long run, may not be advantageous. Humility brings benefit, while arrogance invites loss. Should it grow into a behemoth, monopolizing power, even the emperor may not tolerate it. Li Daxuishi understood this well. Yet one must also have faith in the successors. Li Qing smiled. If you can see this, others shall see it too. So, do you truly wish to remain distanced from the court? Li Dongyang was unwilling to accept this. Li Qing stated, my path does not lead here. Li Dongyang lamented, alas. You may be unaware that Zhang Yong has entered the Imperial Horse Department, and Lu Jin has recently returned, being assigned to the Palace Memorial Office, along with eunuchs who served the emperor during his time as crown prince, all given prominent positions. What does this signify? Li Qing pondered, the Palace Memorial Office. The Imperial Horse Department, and the Eastern Depot are departments traditionally held by eunuchs. Why would they need to employ scholars? Are the civil officials also aspiring to join the palace memorial office? Li Qing jested. Well, that is not impossible. One merely needs to consider the legacy. Li Dongyang's expression darkened. I fear the emperor may act out of personal interests. Li Dongyang sighed. He is still young, easily swayed by emotions, and quite playful. Those 8 sycophantic eunuchs may lead him astray. Li Dongyang remarked. The emperor holds you in such high regard. If you do not keep a watchful eye, Li Daxueshi can certainly keep watch. Li Qing interjected. Li Dongyang, despite his cultivated demeanor and depth of character, nearly lost his composure, entirely forgetting that he had just been lecturing Yang Tingi. It was not impatience that caused him to falter, but rather Li Qing's remarkable ability to provoke. There always seems to be a way to catch one off guard. Taking a deep breath, Li Dongyang said, I do not discriminate against eunuchs. Their upbringing has rendered them short-sighted and exceedingly selfish. The emperor is merely 16 and values loyalty. In such circumstances, Li Qing interrupted. You can keep an eye on him. Li Shini, please correct your attitude. Li Dongyang retorted, irked. Li Qing chuckled. Your concerns are not unfounded. Yet why must I bear the burden of your anxieties? Li Dongyang was left speechless, unable to refute. Li Qing chuckled softly and continued. The emperor employs eunuchs primarily to consolidate power. This is not inherently wrong. However, the potential hazards posed by eunuchs cannot be overlooked. If preventive measures are not taken in advance, when the venerable emperor passes away, the formidable civil officials may rise in rebellion. How shall the emperor withstand such a challenge? Li Dongyang fell silent. After a moment, he replied, I do not deny that eunuchs can be both beneficial and detrimental. Yet there must be a limit, mustn't there? I do not wish upon others what I do not desire for myself. Rather, it is that the emperor holds you in greater favor and trust. The emperor is not as immature as you perceive, nor do eunuchs possess the capacity to disrupt the realm. Li Qing smirked. If chaos were to ensue, the emperor could easily dispatch them with a mere command. Compared to the civil officials, eunuchs are remarkably easier to manage. Would you not agree? Li Dongyang bristled with indignation. I have one final request, though I cannot guarantee compliance, Li Qing stated. Li Dongyang took a moment to compose himself before saying, I fear I will not last many more years. Yang Tingi possesses the talent for governance, yet lacks the requisite magnanimity. While I do not wish to compel you to join the cabinet, surely you could assist in recommending someone. Recommend whom? Yang Yiqing. Unacceptable, Li Qing rejected firmly. The conscription system requires him. I do not refer to the present. Once the conscription system is successfully implemented and firmly established, would you be willing then, Mr. Li? Li Dongyang sighed softly. I merely wish to witness a healthy cabinet before my departure. Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, if circumstances permit at that time, I shall counsel the emperor before I leave. That would be well. Li Dongyang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had at least gained something. After regaining his composure, Li Dongyang inquired, how much longer can you remain? I shall stay until you understand the implications surrounding the venerable emperor. At that time, I shall depart. Li Qing calculated that he had approximately 2 years left, during which the young emperor would likely stabilize, and the court would also trend towards equilibrium. Li Dongyang reflected for a while and remarked, your profound understanding of politics and human nature is evident. As you stated, most people waver between good and evil. In my view, you possess the capability to guide them. Why then, do you exhibit such lethargy? Li Qing smiled wryly and shook his head. You believe I can lead? With your means, it should not be impossible. It is not a matter of possibility. It is a certainty that it cannot be done, Li Qing chuckled. No matter how skilled one may be, the outcome ultimately rests on the ground. When interests are at stake, the majority will forsake virtue for vice. It is not merely strategy that can lead them. Take this incident as an example. Ultimately, it was only through coercion that order was established, was it not? But at the very least, you have the capacity to stabilize the situation, preventing it from spiraling out of control, do you not? Li Dongyang countered. You possess the ability. And the emperor values and trusts you. How can you not devote yourself wholeheartedly in service to him? Li Qing was rendered speechless. With so many high-ranking dignitaries in the court, do you not feel embarrassed to say such things to a mere physician? Are you not all just enjoying the fruits of your labor? I earn but a meager sum. The crown prince and grand tutor have been absolved of their duties. Do you think this is easy for me? Li Dongyang slowly exhaled, attempting to calm his rising anger, and said, regardless of what the future holds, you are still here, are you not? Advising the emperor is surely preferable to indulging the eunuchs, is it not? You need not instruct me. I require no teaching from you. Whether you speak or remain silent bears no consequence to my actions. Li Qing chuckled, suggesting that with such idle time, one might as well engage in more meaningful pursuits or attend to one's health to ensure longevity in their endeavors. Pausing momentarily, he offered, "Shall I assist you in this regard?" Li Dongyang rose, his demeanor stiff, and responded, "Your goodwill is appreciated, but it is unnecessary. I implore you to honor your promise to speak on behalf of Yang Yiqing at a later date." After a brief pause, he added, "Once the 8 eunuchs gain power, their ambitions are bound to swell, potentially leading them to reckless actions. I shall certainly advise the emperor, and should you have the opportunity, you ought to do the same." Li Qing smiled. "Allow me to escort you, Master Li." "No need for such imposition. I hope you will not take offense," Li Dongyang said, clasping his hands in respect before departing. "This lad has changed. He was not always so," Li Qing mused with a smile and a shake of his head, contemplating the matters concerning the capital examinations. Following the emperor's grand wedding, the martial arts of the capital guard were set to be formally introduced, and it was imperative that the capital examinations also took center stage in political discourse. As for the 8 eunuchs, after careful consideration, Li Qing resolved to provide the young emperor with a precautionary counsel. Chapter 49. A well-intentioned gesture met with malicious speculation at a stone table. The two sat facing each other. Zhu Youzhuang expressed his displeasure. "If there is something to be said, it could have been communicated within the palace. Why must my father send a message, compelling me to make a trip? With the imminent implementation of the capital guard's martial arts, it is prudent not to provoke them for now," Li Qing remarked, inquiring, "You have finalized the eunuchs' ranks, have you not?" "Indeed, it is settled," Zhu Youzhuang replied, astonished. "You are not among those literati urging me against the extensive use of eunuchs, are you?" "Not at all," Li Qing clarified. "What I intend to convey is that eunuchs, too, harbor personal ambitions. They possess no retreat and are thus loyal, yet they can still commit misdeeds if granted excessive power." "That I shall heed," Zhu Youzhuang nodded thoughtfully, then said, "You need not undertake the role of the marriage envoy. I shall appoint someone else at the last moment." "Very well. I was dreading the hassle." Li Qing paused, curiosity piqued. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Is it dissatisfaction with the chosen empress? Zhu Youzhuang rolled his eyes. "I merely wished to spare you from envy. Did you not just advise against provoking that group?" Li Qing gently nodded and teased. "Are you fond of the empress?" Zhu Youzhuang frowned. "Why do you inquire about this? Considering the empress pertains to the future heir, is it not fitting for me to show concern?" Li Qing replied cheerfully. "I am merely 16, and you already contemplate heirs. Do you wish for my early demise?" Zhu Youzhuang retorted. Li Qing, taken aback, replied, "That is quite unreasonable." Zhu Youzhuang cast him a sidelong glance, muttering, "It is not a matter of preference. I have yet to meet her. However, she is chosen by the Empress Dowager and my mother, and my father has also given his approval, so she should not be unattractive. Where does a youth derive his affections? Such preferences are often superficial." Li Qing inquired, "What is the Empress's family background? Why the sudden interest in such details?" Zhu Youzhuang asked suspiciously, "Are you not contemplating a familial alliance with me?" "I truly wish to reprimand you," Li Qing responded, his expression darkening. But Zhu Youzhuang continued, "Actually, that might not be impossible. I could inquire on your behalf. My intent is to understand the Empress's lineage to gauge the risks of external ministers colluding with the inner palace to undermine imperial authority," Li Qing explained. Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. "Do you truly believe I cannot manage the inner palace? Very well, consider me overly sentimental." Li Qing waved his hand in dismissal. "Go on, attend to your affairs. The audacity is becoming increasingly intolerable. I shall inevitably have to discipline you." Zhu Youzhuang murmured. In matters of such gravity concerning the selection of the empress, who would dare disregard ancestral traditions? Rest assured, the empress does not hail from a family of civil officials, nor has her father held office. He abruptly paused, adding, "However, my rather unrefined father-in-law could be considered a literati. Will this have any repercussions?" Li Qing chuckled, saying, "As long as he has not held an official position, it matters not. Would you truly prefer a rustic village girl instead?" "That is certainly out of the question." Zhu Youzhuang vehemently shook his head, subsequently realizing his excessive sensitivity. "Perhaps appoint a military official then. It is preferable to keep the maternal relatives separate from the civil officials." "Indeed, that is the case." Li Qing nodded, before inquiring, As for the funding for the recruitment system, will it be entirely provided by the Ministry of Revenue? Half and half, I suppose. Zhu Youzhuang replied in a low voice. The imperial treasury has also contributed significantly. They are compelling me to transfer taxes into the treasury. Having half is still quite commendable. Li Qing asked again, do you now have a general understanding of the situation in Jiaoxi? I do. Just as you indicated, they are currently engaged in land reclamation. And the Han Prince Zhu Qijin has explicitly stated that grain will be supplied to the Ming. Zhu Youzhuang assured, rest easy. I have promised not to infringe upon commerce and industry. I will not go back on my word. Li Qing smiled and nodded. Please elaborate. In terms of grain, rice, Yongla rice, Xian sweet potatoes. For trade and supplies, ship repairs, medicinal materials, accommodation, and maritime provisions. Zhu Qijin is quite honorable, strictly adhering to the contract without any underhanded dealings. Upon hearing Zhu Youzhuang's account, Li Qing's concerns were alleviated. He planned to establish another 5-year pact, offering generous rewards to that fellow, so he might better contribute to the Ming. Particularly, upon learning that Zhu Youzhuang had sent Lu Jin to express Ming's goodwill, Li Qing felt a sense of relief and anticipation for a promising future. Simultaneously, his satisfaction with Zhu Youzhuang grew. The emperor, setting aside past grievances, exhibited humility. The Ming is fortunate, and the populace is fortunate. Haha, you only utter sweet words when you are content and happy, truly a behavior befitting a petty person. Zhu Youzhuang jested. Li Qing chose not to engage in banter and replied, indulging in carnal pleasures is detrimental to the royal constitution. However, there is no need for excessive restraint. The retired emperor is eager to embrace a grandchild. It is not solely for Zhu Youzhuang. Li Qing, too, yearned for the young Emperor Jingde to have a son soon, not for any other reason, but simply to prevent the ascension of Jiajing. Li Qing did not wish for an emperor of the Ming to engage in the pursuit of immortality. He was unaware of the specifics regarding Jiajing, but severing the roots of the issue held more importance than the knowledge of it. Zhu Youzhuang, contemplating the ineffable, could not help but grin, exclaiming, it is also my duty to expand the royal lineage. I shall endeavor to fulfill this responsibility. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Now, extend your hand. Let me check your pulse. I am not feeble. Zhu Youzhuang felt insulted, his irritation rising. Did I imply you were? Look how flustered you are, Li Qing remarked. You have been quite busy of late. I merely wish to conduct a simple health check. Very well. Zhu Youzhuang extended his hand. Li Qing placed his hand upon it, carefully discerning. Indeed, there appeared to be no significant issues. Nevertheless, Li Qing remained uneasy, awkwardly stating, might I request to conduct a further examination? Further examination? What more is there to check? Zhu Youzhuang asked, puzzled. Li Qing gazed at him, his eyes drifting downward. Zhu Youzhuang followed his gaze downward, momentarily taken aback, then leaped 3 feet into the air, exclaiming furiously, what on earth is wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? Why are you so agitated? Li Qing wore an odd expression, tinged with dissatisfaction, muttering, ailments should not be concealed. I am merely acting out of goodwill. How dare you? Zhu Youzhuang, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted, are you seeking death? With that, he turned and fled. He had experienced Li Qing's prowess firsthand. Confronting him felt akin to battling a mere child. And he possessed the unsettling ability to render one speechless. Should this rogue decide to take matters into his own hands, Zhu Youzhuang feared he would be unable to scream for help. Bang! The courtyard door slammed shut, followed by Zhu Youzhuang's thunderous command. Return to the palace at once. Li Qing stood there, stunned for quite a while, before suddenly grasping the situation, and he too erupted in a tirade, cursing from Zhu Youzhuang to Zhu Yuanzhang. In truth, his intention had merely been to assist Zhu Youzhuang in examining a potential issue of excessive foreskin. While such a condition might not directly impair fertility, it could affect sexual prowess and consequently influence procreation. Despite his good intentions, he was met with baseless suspicions, which infuriated Li Qing. Yet, even if there truly were a problem, it seemed unlikely he would resort to a circumcision. Moreover, during this era, anesthetics were far less effective than in later times. And no matter how much trust the young emperor placed in him, he would never entrust his brother's fate to Li Qing's hands, unless he were to knock him unconscious first. Regardless, Li Qing decided it would be more prudent to educate him on hygiene practices in this regard, as long as one maintained cleanliness. Excessive length would not pose a significant issue. Thus, he abandoned the thought of surgical intervention. Days passed in the blink of an eye. during which Zhu Youzhuang did not make a single appearance, seemingly intimidated by Li Qing's earlier outburst. However, this mattered little. As Zhu Youzhuang had previously stated, "If the mountain will not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain." In the midst of noon, Li Qing changed out of his dark robe, donning more vibrant attire for the emperor's grand wedding, and cheerfully preened himself before the mirror as he set off to partake in the banquet. At the Fengtian Hall Square, preparations for the feast were underway. Li Qing's lack of popularity and notorious eating habits made it so that whenever he approached a table, he was met with claims of it being full, with some subtly mocking him for not being an official of the court and suggesting he ought not to intrude, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the conscientious minister of rights, Wang Hua, came to his rescue, arranging a commendable seat for him. Wang Hua remarked, "You shall share a table with me shortly." "Thank you. By the way, how did the wound ointment work? There are no scars left, I hope?" Wang Hua, a staunch opponent of the conscription system, had once been reprimanded by Hongzhi for his fervent opposition. However, due to his connection with Xiao Yun, Li Qing had thoughtfully provided him with wound ointment. Despite his traditional views, Li Qing found Wang Hua to be a man of integrity, not driven by selfish motives. Wang Hua was vehemently against the conscription system, but was an ardent supporter of the military arts in the capital, even inciting the ire of some colleagues for his stance. Li Qing held no ill will towards this modest gentleman. However, upon uttering his thoughts, it unintentionally sounded like a jab, nearly causing Wang Hua to lose his composure. Observing Wang Hua's darkening expression, Li Qing tactfully shifted the topic, inquiring, "Is Minister Wang not seated with the other ministers?" "I must attend to the arrangements for the imperial banquet," Wang Hua replied gruffly. Li Qing was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. The emperor's grand banquet was naturally of utmost importance, yet it did not necessitate the personal involvement of the Minister of Rights. This was largely due to the earlier incident concerning the capital's martial arts, which had displeased other ministers and was intended to isolate him. Wang Hua, reluctant to show his true feelings, had to use this as an excuse to avoid personal embarrassment. In such circumstances, it was indeed possible to form alliances. However, Li Qing ultimately chose to relinquish the idea. There was no denying that a moral exemplar like Wang Hua was ill-suited for the machinations of the court. To forcibly draw him into such intrigues would not only be unbeneficial to the greater scheme, but would also complicate Wang Hua's position further. It was better to let him proceed naturally, Li Qing mused. At that moment, Lu Jin, the newly appointed head eunuch of the Imperial Ritual Office, approached Wang Hua to discuss particulars, allowing Li Qing to take his seat and patiently await the commencement of the feast. There was little to behold at the emperor's wedding, and certainly there would be no ceremonial bowing, hence the event lacked any festive exuberance, save for the sumptuous dishes laid out. Li Qing toyed with his teacup, inwardly wishing that the young emperor would muster the strength to produce an heir soon, thereby granting him peace of mind for the future. Li Qing's yearning for the progeny of the young Zhengde was no less fervent than that of Zhu Youzhuang. Historical accounts of the Ming dynasty are rife with differing opinions. Some assert its demise occurred during the reign of Jiajing, while others point to Wanli, yet none attribute the fall to Zhengde. Although the Ming dynasty was no longer the illustrious entity it once was, Li Qing still desired a more secure outcome. Chapter 50. A setback. The emperor arrived, and the banquet commenced. Following a brief formal display, the ministers took their seats and began to dine. At Li Qing's table were primarily officials from the Ministry of Rights, among whom was the equally marginalized Yang Yiqing. At this juncture, Li Dongyang approached the Deputy Minister of Rights and inquired if Lu, the Deputy Minister, would be willing to exchange seats with him. Since the Cabinet's Grand Scholar held only a fifth-rank position, Li Dongyang's request was not unfounded. However, the Deputy Minister did not dare regard him merely as a fifth-rank official. Given Li Dongyang's esteemed reputation and influence in the current cabinet, he was not one to be disregarded. "Please, after you," Li the Grand Scholar said courteously, promptly rising to offer his seat. Observing this, Li Qing felt a twinge of frustration. He understood that the elderly would likely attempt to persuade him once again, yet in the eyes of the public, it was likely that the elder would refrain from being too overt. Li Dongyang was well liked, not only maintaining a cordial relationship with Wang Hua, but also possessing a close friendship with Yang Yiqing, leading to vibrant discussions among them. Today, Li Qing appeared notably more composed. He did not wish to attract undue attention before any impending matters arose, especially since it was the emperor's joyous occasion, which warranted a degree of decorum. After several rounds of toasting, The atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. With the encouragement of Li Dongyang, Wang Hua, and Yang Yiqing, the other officials at the table ceased their cold demeanor towards Li Qing, maintaining a semblance of social nicety. After a few more cups of wine, Li Dongyang remarked, "Mr. Li, your political acumen is extraordinary, and the emperor holds you in high regard. Surely, there will be a place for you in the court in the future." Li Qing smiled and continued to serve himself food. Unexpectedly, Li Dongyang persisted, "Are you truly disinterested in the court? Isn't it about time to abandon this charade?" Li Qing replied, exasperated, as he set down his chopsticks. "Li the Grand Scholar, I am but a physician at present." "Ah, the highest physician heals the state." Li Dongyang chuckled, then turned to Yang Yiqing. "What say you, Yingning?" In the beginning, Yang Yiqing expressed great admiration for Li Qing, stating, "Mr. Li possesses extraordinary talent. It would indeed be a significant regret if he cannot serve the nation." Li Qing responded. At this moment, Wang Hua interjected, asking, "Mr. Li, do you have no interest in the court? I am merely a physician. What do I know of political affairs? Yet you still advocate for the implementation of a conscription system?" Wang Hua frowned, harboring lingering concerns that this notion undermined the very foundations of the Ming dynasty. Historically, no emperor who could effectively manage a standing army ever resorted to conscription, though it is only partially enforced now. The conservative Wang Hua still perceives inherent risks. "I should not have given you the wound ointment," Li Qing remarked, his expression darkening. Wang Hua continued, "However, it is indeed crucial to promote martial arts within the capital's guard. The balance of civil and military affairs is essential. Although you may be somewhat reckless, your intentions are commendable. With time and experience, you could certainly become a pillar of the Ming dynasty." This thought echoed in Li Qing's mind, reminding him of his own father, Xiao Yun. "Come, everyone, do not be shy. Let us dine as if in our own home. Come, let us raise a glass," he jovially urged. Had he known it would turn out this way, he might have preferred to stay away. Unexpectedly, Wang Hua proved to be even more obstinate than Li Dongyang, drinking and persistently pressing the issue. "Why can't you be loyal to your country, sir?" Wang Hua inquired. Perplexed, Li Qing, feeling somewhat vexed, replied, "Everyone has their own path. I dislike being constrained. I would appreciate it if Minister Wang would not press me further." Wang Hua, undeterred, retorted, "How could you feel at ease when you once compelled your son?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, his usual thickness of skin failing him, and he felt a flush rise to his cheeks. This was indeed an inappropriate action on his part. Now that the father of the accused was confronting him, he could only endure. Li Qing was not unreasonable. Recognizing his own fault, he felt it was only fair for others to voice their grievances. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. "Do you not feel any shame, Mr. Li?" Wang Hua continued his verbal assault. Li Qing found himself at a loss for words, his face a picture of embarrassment. Li Dongyang, intrigued, noted that it was the first time he had witnessed such an expression on Li Qing's face, and he felt a glimmer of hope, clearing his throat to join the fray. However, as soon as he began to speak, Li Qing shot him a fierce glance that left him utterly stunned. The intensity of that gaze sent a chill through him, causing all his intended words to vanish, leaving his thoughts in disarray. "Did I employ your son? Did I?" Li Qing's irritation flared. "This meal is truly distressing." Li Dongyang was equally troubled, thinking, "Wang Hua can speak freely, yet I cannot? My authority as the chancellor surpasses that of the minister of rights, does it not? Why is that?" Li Dongyang felt aggrieved. Nonetheless, mindful of the emperor's joyous occasion, he refrained from causing any unpleasantness and subtly signaled Wang Hua to take over the conversation. Wang Hua, indeed, complied, launching into a sharp critique of Li Qing, demonstrating that a scholar could wield words as deftly as any sword. Li Qing found himself overwhelmed, unable to enjoy the meal. In truth, Wang Hua was not angry with Li Qing for pressuring his son to serve as a companion to the scholar. Rather, he simply could not abide by such double standards. Indeed, a more significant reason lies in Wang Hua's belief that his son has been led astray by Li Qing. Although the boy had always been unruly from a young age, his behavior spiraled even further since his acquaintance with Li Qing. Surely, an old father must seek a scapegoat. Moreover, Li Qing's demeanor is distinctly off-putting. It is not entirely unreasonable. Xiao Yun does not strongly oppose the idea of being a study companion. Li Qing, feeling somewhat disheartened, found the situation increasingly unbearable. If it were someone else, even if Li Qing were to refrain from physical confrontation out of respect for the young emperor, the Discomfort would not ensue, as he would dismiss the matter lightly. However, this time, he found himself unable to express anger or feign ignorance. As he was compelled to endure the presence of the old man's son, Wang Hua chuckled. "Are you suggesting that I have placed too heavy a burden upon you, sir?" Li Qing, maintaining his composure, replied patiently, "It is not that I fear hardship. I, too, have my own grievances. What grievances could possibly outweigh loyalty to the nation?" Wang Hua countered. Li Qing responded, "Believe it or not, I have my reasons." Frankly, Li Qing had always felt intimidated by Wang Hua. Conversing with him was a tiresome endeavor. Today, with this unfolding drama, he felt utterly overwhelmed. With a model of virtue and decorum, Wang Hua commanded respect. And thus Li Qing could only shy away from his sharp wit. Regrettably, he pondered that perhaps he should not have attended this gathering at all. "Oh, are you still here?" Zhu Youzhuang approached with a cheerful demeanor. "You seem to be at a loss for words," Li Qing quipped lightly, rising to greet those around him with a clasp of his hands. "Please, everyone, take your seats and continue to enjoy the feast." Zhu Youzhuang, hands behind his back, ambled about each table, exchanging trivial banter like a simpleton, a sight that made Li Qing avert his gaze. This banquet proved to be the most distressing he had ever experienced. At long last, it concluded. Outside the palace gates, Li Qing gazed skyward, suddenly feeling a sense of liberation. This feast had nearly felt like a punishment. "Mr. Li, please hold on." A voice called from behind. "Are you not leaving yet?" Li Qing, feeling overwhelmed, turned around and released a sigh of relief upon seeing it was Governor Yang. "What brings you here?" he inquired with a smile. "Let us converse as we walk." Yang Yiqing stepped closer and murmured, "The emperor has stated that the capital's martial academy will soon be inaugurated, and there will be subsequent developments. He wishes for you to discuss this with me." Li Qing nodded slightly and suggested, "Let us proceed to my quarters." Walking side by side, they exited the palace grounds, finally opening the dialogue. "Are you aware of the capital's inspections?" Yang Yiqing paused, astonished, after the martial academy. "There are to be inspections?" Li Qing affirmed with a smile, "Governor Yang, do not be alarmed. The purpose of these inspections is to enhance the establishment of the martial academy." As he elaborated on the intentions and the underlying rationale, he also endeavored to rally support for the young emperor, stating, "In truth, you need not engage in fierce battles at court regarding the inspections, as the resistance to their implementation is minimal. In fact, the 6 ministries and 9 ministers are quite amenable to this. The emperor's decision to involve you is ultimately for your benefit, allowing you to cultivate connections within the court, thereby establishing your standing for future endeavors." Yang Yiqing, a contemporary of Li Dongyang, recognized the significance of being in such a high position. He understood the essence of the matter without requiring further elaboration from Li Qing. "The emperor's intention is for me to promptly step forward and offer my unwavering support, subsequently delegating the capital's inspections to the provinces to secure benefits for the court officials, thereby garnering the favor of the esteemed ministers." Indeed, Li Qing nodded with a smile. The manner in which Zhu Youzhuang articulates this directly is far more impactful than the subtle hints relayed through Li Qing, thus rendering the young emperor's efforts all the more commendable. Yang Yiqing took a deep breath and slowly inquired about the specific implementation steps. Li Qing replied in a contemplative tone, "The capital's focus on the provinces is not the emperor's desire. It is a measure born out of the intense lobbying of the officials, compelling the emperor to acquiesce. You, Governor Yang, are a perceptive individual and must grasp the nuances of this situation." Yang Yiqing hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded, "I understand." The sense of achievement and fulfillment derived from easy gains is starkly different from that which comes after enduring hardships. Moreover, bestowing favors directly does not necessarily engender gratitude, and may even lead to a sense of entitlement. "Is this the emperor's will, or Mr. Li's proposition?" Yang Yiqing asked. "Does it truly matter?" "It is of utmost importance," Yang Yiqing stated solemnly. "If this is the emperor's intent, then our Ming dynasty shall surely ascend to unparalleled glory. Should it be your counsel, I too would strive to retain you, akin to how Li Daxuaishi and Wang Shangshu have done." Li Qing chuckled and affirmed, "It is indeed the emperor's proposal." Yang Yiqing fixed his gaze intently on Li Qing, and after a prolonged silence, gently shook his head. "I do not believe it. Then why do you even ask me?" Li Qing, rarely perturbed, exhibited a notable emotional reaction. During the banquet, Wang Hua transformed into a critic, launching a moral tirade against Li Qing, and with Yang Yiqing's intervention, His composure was utterly compromised. Li Qing exhaled a breath of suppressed frustration and calmly stated, "The emperor's arrangement serves as a precursor for your future summons to court. With pragmatic individuals like you, political strategists such as Yang Tingi, and moral gentlemen like Wang Hua, my presence is of little consequence. The court is not so small as to exclude someone of your caliber." Yang Yiqing remarked, "It is indeed a pity to waste such extraordinary talent in obscurity." Li Qing responded with a light laugh, "The court may be grand, but the hearts of men are narrow." Chapter 51. The inspections emerge. Ministers in a rush in a small courtyard. After discussing the martial arts of the imperial guards and matters of inspection, the two shifted their focus to the conscription system. Ultimately, the goal remains to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Ming army, making the pilot implementation of the conscription system exceedingly significant, even prioritizing it above all else at this stage, gradually bestowing the court's grace, gently and steadily eliminating redundancy, seeking progress through stability. Li Qing's strategic vision is unparalleled, complemented by Yang Yiqing's practical approach, leading to a harmonious partnership as their dialogue deepens. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to set. Yang Yiqing, still savoring the conversation, remarked, "You have quietly accomplished so much, all of which are your proposals. This rare opportunity to mend relationships seems to favor me unduly. In my view, this is quite unfair to you," Yang Yiqing expressed, feeling a sense of injustice for Li Qing. Yet, Li Qing seemed unfazed, smiling. "I do not seek such recognition, otherwise, how could I avoid being disliked?" Yang Yiqing fell silent, sighing, "This is not merely your concern. It is a matter for the Ming dynasty and the esteemed officials therein." He knew, he understood, and he was acutely aware that no one would express gratitude towards Li Qing, even though everyone was cognizant of the truth. Yang Yiqing, filled with regret, remarked, "The court truly lacks your presence, sir. It has lost a significant charm." Li Qing merely replied, "The Ming is vast, and the world even more so." Yang Yiqing assumed it was a reflection of Li Qing's disappointment with the court and its officials, and though he wished to offer some words of encouragement, he found himself at a loss. Eventually, he said, "This memorial is crafted by your hand. How could I presume to take credit?" Li Qing responded, "Those who aspire to accomplish great deeds do not concern themselves with trivialities. From a broader perspective, this is the most advantageous course. I cannot remain here for long. This is merely a favor, all for the sake of the state. So why must you be so affected?" Yang Yiqing fell silent. Li Qing then stated seriously, "Yensui is the first pilot project. If it unfolds smoothly, it will be much easier to expand thereafter. Your responsibility is considerable. Rest assured, I am confident," Yang Yiqing declared. "In 2 or 3 years at the fastest, or 5 at the slowest, I shall ensure that the Ming army under my command shines once more. Then, I must rely on you, Governor Yang," Li Qing said. "In the future, the emperor will surely summon you to the capital. Given the current political landscape, the cabinet would be a more favorable place than the 6 ministries. Would you be willing to join the cabinet?" Yang Yiqing was somewhat speechless, offering a bitter smile as he replied, "Why have you passed the ball to me?" Li Qing felt a flush rise to his face, recalling the jibe from Wang Hua at the banquet. Fortunately, he possessed a thick skin, what he did not desire. He would not impose on others. Li Qing remarked, "You are a legitimate official of the Ming, having risen through the ranks of the imperial examinations. I am but an outsider, possessing mere theories. How could I compare to you? There's no need to embellish my worth." Yang Yiqing chuckled and shook his head, contemplating for a moment before stating, "The nation is in need, and the emperor has called. Though I may not be young, I dare not be selfish." Upon hearing this, Li Qing relaxed. The young emperor was moving in the right direction, with the conscription system, military academies in the capital, and inspections all well in place. With capable individuals like Yang Yiqing, Yang Tingi, and Wang Hua, those committed to practical governance and loyal to the country, he felt reassured. "How much longer can you remain, sir?" "Approximately 2 more years. Then I may not see you next time." Yang Yiqing lamented with a tinge of regret, saying, "In truth, merit can also be rewarded. The emperor could easily grant you a title equivalent to that of a fellow graduate with just a word. My ambitions do not lie therein." Li Qing interjected with a smile, "There is no need for further persuasion." Resigned, Yang Yiqing rose, saying, "I take my leave. Travel safely." The following day, in the Hall of Heavenly Purity, the ministers arrived early at the court, awaiting the emperor. Time passed slowly. From the faint light of dawn to the sun rising in the east, And just as the hour approached for court to adjourn, Zhu Youzhuang finally made his tardy entrance. Zhu Youzhuang appeared as if he had just awakened, ascending the jade steps to sit upon the dragon throne, gazing sleepily at the assembled ministers. "I greet my emperor. May you live 10,000 years. The ministers proclaimed. "All rise." Zhu Youzhuang lazily recited the customary phrases. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the ministers responded as they stood, returning to their places, unexpectedly devoid of displeasure. Even Minister of Rights Wang Hua refrained from admonishing the emperor for neglecting state affairs. The young man, newly married, could hardly be expected to refrain from indulgence, and the sooner he produced a successor, the better for the stability of the realm. Moreover, it was merely the first day of his marriage, not a perpetual state of affairs. The ministers are not devoid of a modicum of grace. Zhu Youzhuang languidly inquired, "Do you gentlemen have any memorials to present?" "I have a memorial." Yang Yiqing was the first to step forward. Upon noticing this, those who had anticipated the emperor dismissing the audience without any memorials cast unfriendly glances at Yang Yiqing, while the dignitaries discreetly braced themselves, warily observing him. "I humbly request Your Majesty to initiate an imperial examination for the capital, ensuring a transparent governance." Having spent considerable time in the frontier, Yang Yiqing wasted no time with circumlocution, addressing the crux directly. Zhu Youzhuang, appearing somewhat disinterested, seemed to have forgotten the essence of the imperial examination, inquiring with confusion, "What is this examination?" Yang Yiqing respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the imperial examination was implemented during the reign of the founding emperor, aimed at selecting outstanding talent for the court, motivating officials to act with integrity, and regulating the ethos of governance. This was the founding emperor's principle. Do reflect upon it." "Oh," Zhu Youzhuang elongated his tone, nodding repeatedly. "Ah, I recall now. The annals of the founding emperor document the matter of the imperial examination." A sense of dread swept through the ministers. This audacious individual was indeed poised to stir the tempest. At that moment, their animosity towards Yang Yiqing surpassed even that directed at Li Qing. After all, who among them could claim absolute purity? According to the regulations set forth by the founding emperor, few courtiers would escape retribution. Beheading would be a leniency, as they would deserve nothing less than flaying and dismemberment. With a limit of 60 taels, it barely sufficed for a single offering of ice and charcoal. As the Ming dynasty flourished, the national strength surged, yet the officials' illicit gains had also increased significantly. However, it must be noted that, whether in paper money or in gold and silver, the purchasing power could not compare to that of the founding emperor's era. If a strict investigation were to be conducted based on the 60 taels, there would be no need for inquiry. All would be summarily executed, with 9.5 out of 10 deserving no pity. Had this soldier gone mad? The ministers were in a state of alarm. Yang Tingi observed silently, offering no comment. Li Dongyang was equally alarmed, acutely aware that a vigorous implementation of the imperial examination would unleash tumultuous waves, posing a far greater peril than reforms in military recruitment or the establishment of martial academies. "Jifu," Li Dongyang murmured quietly, gesturing for him to step forward and counter the argument. Yang Tingi understood that Li Dongyang was trying to help him accumulate political capital. However, this time he chose to abstain. He harbored a strong wariness towards Yang Yiqing, perceiving the young emperor's favoritism towards him far exceeded his own as a mentor. Today, Yang Yiqing was courting his own demise. It was sufficient for him not to add to his downfall, let alone obstruct Yang Yiqing's self-sabotage. Yang Tingi pretended not to hear. Li Dongyang, feeling helpless, took it upon himself to respond directly. Yet, someone was quicker than him. The Minister of Personnel, Jiao Feng, stepped forth, clasping his hands. "Your Majesty, I believe this is ill-advised. What is inappropriate?" Zhu Youzhuang, bleary-eyed and appearing to yearn for slumber, replied, "I am quite tired. Do not keep me in suspense. Speak swiftly." "I shall comply," Jiao Feng respectfully acknowledged, lifting his gaze and turning to state. Governor Yang relies solely on his words, entirely disregarding the consequences that such actions may entail. "What consequences?" Yang Yiqing inquired. There is a chasm between professions. As a military general, Governor Li should focus on managing troops, leading them, and training them, rather than overstepping into the realm of national policy. Jiao Feng refrained from addressing the issue directly, opting instead to launch a scathing attack. He inquired, if Governor Yang were capable of leading and training troops effectively, why then had the military's combat effectiveness declined? Why would the court need to incur additional expenditures? and implement a conscription system. As a seasoned veteran in the bureaucratic arena, Jiao Feng was well-versed in the intrigues of the court. He deftly sidestepped the question, instead creating a new dilemma that would ensnare Yang Yiqing in a predicament of self-justification. The old minister's words resonated well. The vice minister of personnel immediately stepped forward to support his superior, scornfully retorting, as a military official, "How dare you meddle in civil affairs? Do you not fear ridicule? Do you think governing a nation is akin to commanding an army? Oh, I seem to have forgotten. You cannot even lead troops effectively." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Silence," commanded the eunuch on duty, striving to maintain order within the court. At that moment, a member of the personnel department stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, I have a petition to present." "Proceed," the emperor replied. The official accused Yang Yiqing of overstepping his bounds, asserting that as a military officer, he had encroached upon civil matters. Zhu Youzhuang responded nonchalantly, "Minister Yang is a court-appointed official with the right to make suggestions. When has it been decreed that only civil officials may present petitions in the Ming dynasty?" The official quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke, Your Majesty. Military officials may indeed present petitions, but only concerning military affairs." Suddenly, Zhu Youzhuang burst into laughter, causing the official to tremble with trepidation. With a renewed sense of bravado, he asked, "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, have I erred? By your reasoning, civil officials cannot even utter a word regarding military equipment or affairs." Zhu Youzhuang scoffed. "By your logic, the Ministry of War ought to be disbanded. Or perhaps it should be entirely staffed by military officials. Would that not be reasonable?" The official turned pale at this revelation, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous dignitaries. His heart racing, he hurriedly prostrated himself, saying, "My words were inappropriate. I implore Your Majesty to impose punishment." Zhu Youzhuang languidly replied, "Very well. I shall impose a fine of half your salary for 6 months. The official, realizing the futility of further discourse, bowed deeply. Zhu Youzhuang, uninterested in continuing with the sycophant, turned his attention back to Jiao Feng, stating, "Let us set aside the matter of Minister Yang for now. Pray, answer his question directly." Jiao Feng, momentarily dumbfounded, stammered, "Speak up," Zhu Youzhuang bellowed. "Not to mention Minister Yang, I just asked you what issues there are with the capital inspections. Why do you divert the topic?" The old minister, sensing the emperor's fury, stammered, "Your Majesty, the capital inspections do have some benefits, but the drawbacks are far greater. They can easily lead to corruption among officials." "Such a statement I cannot condone," Yang Yiqing interjected calmly. "The purpose of the capital inspections is to address official corruption. How could Minister Jiao hold such a view?" Jiao Feng hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a lengthy pause, he begrudgingly remarked, "It is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. Thus, isn't it likely that numerous officials will resort to corruption to avoid financial loss?" Yang Yiqing countered, "Why should they incur losses to avert disaster? Where does the disaster originate?" Jiao Feng dared not pursue the argument further. However, Yang Yiqing was determined to press on, posing a penetrating inquiry. "Is Minister Jiao suggesting that the officials of our Ming dynasty are so unclean and unclear that they cannot withstand the scrutiny of the capital inspections?" Jiao Feng dared not admit it. Even the slightest nod would signify the end of his position as a minister. "When have I ever uttered such words?" he retorted. "Then explain this. Countless individuals have dispelled misfortunes through financial losses. What does this statement imply?" Jiao Feng felt a surge of frustration. His heart raced with trepidation, fearing the grave taboos of officialdom might ruin the power and status he had painstakingly acquired. "Governor Yang, as you inquire about my civil governance, I too shall inquire about your military preparedness," Jiao Feng declared, unable to provide a satisfactory answer. Seizing the moment, he charged, "Explain the decline in the army's combat effectiveness." Yang Yiqing chuckled, "Do I owe you an explanation? You are pushing me too far." Jiao Feng fumed, his anger palpable, and he turned to report, "Your Majesty, he shows me no respect." Zhu Youzhuang, his expression darkened, replied curtly, "Whether he respects you is one matter, but what of your respect for me? Why must we digress?" Jiao Feng, feeling stifled, clasped his hands and asked, "Your Majesty, in what way have I disrespected you?" It seemed he was once again entangled in a web of confusion. Zhu Youzhuang spread his hands, both amused and exasperated. "It was not Yang Qing who asked you about civil governance. It was I. I am inquiring about any possible flaws in the capital inspections. Merely respond directly. There is no need for convoluted explanations." Zhu Youzhuang continued, You just claimed that the capital inspections breed corruption. This assertion lacks merit, and you have yet to counter Yang Qing's inquiries. Offer a more convincing argument. After a pause, he added, if you cannot articulate your thoughts, I may grow impatient. My patience is finite. Speak. Jiao Feng felt overwhelmed, realizing he could no longer feign ignorance. Although others supported him in spirit, none dared to take on this hot potato. The pressure weighed heavily upon him until, after a lengthy silence, he finally stated, the flaw within the capital inspections lies in their propensity to incite continuous infighting among officials, leading to mutual slander. Over time, this will severely impact governance. Jiao Feng spoke earnestly. Should the capital inspections commence recklessly, every official will be gripped by anxiety. It is not that the Ming lacks capable ministers, but rather that once the inspections begin, some will seek to achieve merit, while others will aim to undermine their peers. Trust among individuals will shatter in an instant. As a seasoned figure who had navigated the treacherous waters of court politics for years, his thoughts flowed seamlessly, and his analysis was astute. His arguments were neither exaggerated nor baseless. They were well-founded conjectures grounded in reason. As Jiao Feng elaborated, the ministers gradually expressed their agreement, culminating in a collective, organized council. We implore your majesty to deliberate carefully. Zhu Youzhuang smiled, a subtle grin that was not born of anger, but rather of cunning success. He did not engage in debate, but responded amiably, ministers, please rise. The essence of governance lies in discussion. Zhao Yiqing has articulated his points well, indeed. They bear reason and evidence. You flatter me, your majesty, Jiao Feng replied with modesty. I merely fulfill my duty as a minister, even without my words. Your majesty would surely comprehend. Internally, Jiao Feng felt a swell of pride. After this audience, his influence would undoubtedly rise among both his subordinates and fellow ministers. In recent times, the cabinet had been thriving, yet even he, as the Minister of Personnel, sensed a looming crisis. If measures were not taken soon, his esteemed title might become nothing more than a hollow label. He initially cast a triumphant glance at Yang Yiqing, then swept his gaze over Li Dongyang and Yang Tingyi, finally clasping his hands and stating, the imperial examination in the capital must not be hastily initiated. Your Majesty, do not heed the one-sided words of Governor Yang. I implore you to deliberate carefully. The capital examination cannot be recklessly commenced. The courtiers echoed his sentiments. Jiao Feng relished the moment, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of being revered like a celestial body surrounded by stars. Observing this, Yang Tingyi felt a twinge of regret. However, he heard Yang Yiqing remark, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Yang Tingyi was momentarily taken aback,